Awesome.
Right, it's good to be with you from a cold Aldo Scribante down in Nelson Mandela Bay, Naberg, South Africa. I'm Gareth Birdie, Steve Koenig alongside me. We're into our afternoon session for round 3 of the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. Steve, we're going to just quickly cross over to Nadine, who's down in the pits. We've just had Super Vs and find out how the drivers experienced the conditions in the sighting lap. Tell us, Nadine.
Right, I'm here with Francois Jacobs, car 588 from Liquid Moly Super Vs. And he missed his interview yesterday, he just told me, so glad I could grab you. How was it out there?
Pretty tough. I must say the wet is definitely a first for me, just like yesterday, driving at night. But we all at Liquid Moly woke up this morning singing "The Show Must Go On." So thanks to Liquid Moly, we're all in the cars, ready to go.
Awesome, and how was it out there? Slippery? Were you able to still do your speeds you wanted?
Definitely different on the braking, acceleration. The car's very slippery, but nothing we can't handle. Hoe sê hulle, niks werk droog nie.
Okay, well, I didn't understand all of it, but you can explain it to me off camera. Let's go back to commentary.
Right, thank you, Nadine. I just had a little pop outside to have a look at the conditions, Steve, and I must say I could see quite far over the ocean. I could see a bit of waves, I could see the distance, so that is all very promising. What you're seeing on screen now is, of course, coming out from the first corner down the main straight. Normally you'd see the city in the background, but that is under rain at the moment. But where we are, we're a bit further out of the city. Rain has sort of really died down. Wind is going to be with us throughout the day, blowing it away. But we are starting to see the ocean, which is on the left of that screen, and it is not too bad. So we're starting to see some sort of cloud formations up in the sky. What you see there now is looking back towards the ocean, and you can see those buildings look a lot clearer there. So, Steve, look, we're not going to worry too much about the weather. We're going racing no matter what.
That's it. You leave the weatherman back at the station. He can stay right there. But it's going to be incredible stuff. Lots to go through, though. And as we heard, 30 minutes to try and get a car set up for our SAES. That is going to be frantic in the pits to try and get things organized. We're going to have the regional racers who have been chomping at the bit to go. They understand the conditions and going, well, let's see what we can do.
And, of course, we've got a couple of spectators who've been here faithfully all morning, popping in the pit, chatting to the drivers, and they are super keen to see some racing. So you can see them actually out their cars, standing next to the track, showing that the conditions are changing as well. Right, we've got some of the CBR 150 juniors, the 250s, and the 150 clubmans. So we'll see how many of these bikes are still out on the track. This is now the final corner Dunlop. You can see some of the cars there. The wind's going to be with us throughout the day. So they're just having a little bit of a sighting lap. The big one is up next for us, a 30-minute session for the Endurance Series.
It's going to be incredible stuff. Currently, we've got 3 brave souls out on the circuit. Honestly, I take my hat off to the riders to go and handle these conditions on a bike. 2 wheels to do it is frightening to think, but we've got some insane talent that are going to be out on circuit. But yes, 30 minutes, and I can tell you that tensions are rising because now we have got a little bit of the walking wounded fixed from yesterday, and we have got the championship points all on the line. Who's going to be able to make their way through the field? Our local motorsport here, all looking to put on a show for the crowd. I actually had a chat to one of the crowd members that was going to pick up his friends that had a broken down car, and he said, well, you're not missing the day's racing action. So he's gone out. He said, I'll be back in 20 minutes, and is returning with 5 more of his friends that he's just purchased the tickets for to come and enjoy the racing, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, wonderful. Right, so here we go, out on the track. Dylan Krobler. We heard Nadine speaking to these youngsters earlier, racing since they were 3 years old. They were eager to go, fearless, coming from the background of, and it was, just to mention, great to see them talking so confidently on the screen as well. Craig, Ben, and Ruan van Sail, the 3 out on the track, just experiencing conditions. Remember, for them, there is a race coming up a little bit later on today, and they'll be just got a 1 minute left to go, just to have a little sighter. We're going to quickly start turning our attention, of course, to our big 30-minute session. Just to remind you, we've got 4 local series joining us. This is the CBR 150 Juniors, 250s, and the 150 Clubmans. We had the motorcycle category growing out. We had the Coastal Challenge and the EP Regional Saloons as well. So is this our new program that we've got now lined up? So just having a look with just 37 seconds. We're passing 12:30 here, wherever you tuned in from around the world. So we're about to get our cars that are participating in the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante getting underway with a 30-minute session. That's coming up in the next few minutes. We're going to see plenty of activity down in the pits as well. And then we're going to have the first of the Super V races for today. That's coming away at around 1 o'clock. Then we'll have one round for each of the regionals. Brendan Kelly, Mr. Motormouth, will be in the commentary booth with us. Race 3 for the Super Vs. And then we clear everything. We go live on Supersport from 3:30, and the race gets underway. 5 hours of the Aldo Scribante. I can't believe we're saying this, but we are going racing here today. We've been here early this morning and sopping wet socks. Can't wait.
Well, honestly, when I got up this morning and looked to the skies, I was like, how is this going to happen? And as soon as I walked into the pits, the drivers said, when is this going to happen?
Yeah.
We want to go, which is just rather exciting. It's nice to see the enthusiasm, the kids as well, just going and showing off. As you said, the confidence, not only on the riding, but on camera, just the chats is absolutely incredible. I mean, 1:30.1. If you look at it, our single seaters were doing they were doing 1 minute 23s, 1 minute 33s
with 4 wheels.
With 4 wheels, and you've got these youngsters that are giving it their absolute best out there. 1 minute 33, 1 minute 30.1, and 1:39.2. So
just look up at the sky here. You can see some big clouds there, but you're starting to see some definition in the sky as well. And the rain's actually, the weather's coming from the right-hand side. In this picture from the left, there goes now Dylan through the finish line. And he'll be excited by that. He'll be very pleased with his lap time. That was his fastest lap last time out, a 1:28.8 in these conditions. Just give him the trophy. Give him the trophy.
I think he's going to be smiling ear to ear, and there's
waving.
There's going to be a couple of talents
there we go. Well
going
done, Dylan.
and looking out.
Brilliant. Craig Ben also out on the track, waving at the fans. Ruan van Sail. I mean, you can just imagine how character building this is. The stories that the stories he's going to tell girls for years is unbelievable. Huh? I was there the day it rained.
Watch out, Brad Binder. Here comes your replacement.
Okay, there we go. So that is 3 competitors. We'll see how many get to the starting grid a little bit later on. And that is the 4th of our local races taking that are participating here this weekend. It is, of course, the celebration of Aldo Scribante. We still have that to come a little bit later on. And that's just as we go live on Supersport and get ready for the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. Look at, hey, keep your hands on the handlebar, young man. As we now turn our attention, he's loving it. He's loving the track time, huh?
I'm just trying
all eyes on me.
I'm just trying to figure out where on earth do they get the courage to take their hands off the handlebars. I mean, the conditions, oh my heavens. But yeah, it's going to be incredible. And as I said earlier, Aldo Scribante always said, to go and win a race, you have to earn it. And in these conditions, this is the way to earn the win. So I think he is now saying, if this is my race, I'm going to throw hammer and tongs at all the drivers, and only the cream of the crop will be able to stand on top.
Right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time coming today, but the track is about to be opened for a 30-minute open session for the endurance cars, led by the man on pole position, or the team on pole position. It's the Nova. Now, we can't wait to see how this car is going to cope with the conditions. They were looking a bit nervous, Nick Adcock and his team. Is that car looked a little bit higher, maybe, perhaps?
They've picked it up a little bit.
They've definitely picked that up. There we go. All right. So, Steve, what are we looking for in this session? We're not looking for fast times. We're looking for feeling the conditions. Nothing reckless.
No. So what a lot of these drivers are going to be trying to do is just see where there's a dry line starting to form. Also, go and find out whether the car's getting a lot of oversteer. See where exactly it's starting to taper off for our GT cars, and also for the Nova. They can start working through their engine mappings, their ABS, their traction controls to see what is going to run safe and at optimum to ensure that everything hangs together. Because the last thing you want to do is go bin it in these conditions and even have a setup that you're going to have to try and survive with for 5 hours. If you have it too too loose or too soft. The whole body rocks around and could throw you off a circuit. The last thing you want to do is stiffen everything up, because otherwise it's far too pointy. And if it goes and steps out underneath you, you're going to land into the grass, and unfortunately the tire wall gets closer and closer every time. So you've got to find that sweet spot. You're radioing back to your pits every step of the way. Okay, turn 1, this is what it's doing. Turn 2, this is what it's doing. So they can start writing down those notes, start making those fine adjustments in their head before the car even arrives.
So just one thing I'm noticing, Nick Adcock then in the car, first thing I'm noticing is really that the spray obviously is quite high. There's a big flaw there on that one, a 113.8 there from Nick, very impressive. Is that it's not blowing as harshly across the track as what we saw earlier when we had one of the Lamborghinis going out in one of the local warm-ups. So certainly it doesn't look like it's, I mean, you can see it blowing off, but not as ferociously. So conditions getting a bit brighter, wind backing off a little bit. So looking good for racing, with 28 minutes to go in this sighting session.
Well, that's it. The rooster tail getting smaller and smaller, but you've got to remember that the LMP shape is to try and clean up the air behind the car as much as possible. It's to promote closer racing with prototype racing, because at one point you could not have these cars within 0.2, 0.3 of a second, otherwise the whole front would lift up. And that was in the earlier days of the 917, the 956, that were ordered by FIA to clean up the shape, clean up the air at the back so it's not as damaging. But then you have got the GT cars where it's a lot more boisterous in that regard, but they are fantastic in the wet, because being a little bit heavier, they're able to push down a bit more and throw all the water out. So you want big, heavy cars out on the track to displace the water. For Nick Adcock, though, a clear track is the best for him to radio in and start saying, okay, this is what the car's doing, and give some pointers back, because the other drivers will not be able to get themselves into the seats as yet.
Yeah, Nick will be pleased, though. It is just at a 113.5. I spoke to him after the race briefing and said, we're going racing, and he said, no, this isn't a good idea. So I'm sure he's going to be a lot more pleased. But ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Liebenberg just put in a 106.9. Can someone tell Brad, this is just a sighting session. All right, a 106.9. That's 7 seconds faster than what Nick Adcock put on there. So that's in the Primogen Audi. So keep an eye on that. I've been very impressed with the Calyx. Yuri Swart and Corey Hill were mighty impressive yesterday. They just put in a 120.2. It's early days. We're not really focusing too much on the time. But look how clear it is in the distance. We didn't see those containers in the distance a lot earlier. So really, really good to see. Corey Hill now in the Calyx going around last time out, a 120.2.
Well, I had a chat to Bradley. I went and said, how do you feel that you're starting a little bit further back? His first words were, I'm extremely irritated because I wanted a clean bit of air. On the front row. And he wants to prove a point that the Audi is not going and being the slowest car out there. So putting it at the top of the charts in these conditions is going to have Paul Hill smiling ear to ear, and also taking a look where the Calyx machine is, considering it's a lower powered, it's front wheel drive, so that is not going to work in its favor on this condition. Car is going and pushing it as hard as she can to see what the car can do, and I'm sure Yuri's going to be scratching his head a little bit, trying to figure out where can he pick up the pace a little bit later.
Yeah, right, here we go. Corey Hill down through the start finish. Let's see what her time was last time out. We said at 120.2 was the previous lap. This time out she's done a 116.3, and I can also tell you that the MJR Motorsport Audi, the number 80, has just done a 110. So that's impressive. Nick going to a 110 as well. So times are improving all the time. We expected this. Conditions will get better and better as we go through the session. 25 minutes to go. They are cleaning this track nicely. It is looking a lot brighter outside.
It's looking a lot more fun, and the drivers going and showing it off with a pace, as it seems like majority of our top three sitting in the 110 marks. One in the 111. That is Steve Clark. They were doing a lot of work on the car, and it landed up with a tension pulley was an issue for why they kept losing the fan belt, and a little bit of heat as well coming and affecting it. But they managed to get it going. They sing with the 111. Rest of the field sitting 116s, 118s is going to be it. So I think race pace is going to be about a 115 mark. That is for our class, our V8 National Roadsters to go for. But a 1 minute 6 is going to be our race pace a little bit later on.
Well, Bradley Liebenberg just doing a 103. We don't have him on screen yet. He's in the Primogen Audi, and a 103 is mighty impressive. This is the Marius Jackson Audi. that's currently second fastest on track, or 107 now last time, so 3 seconds quicker. So things are starting to warm up a little bit here. Well, let's just talk about what we're not seeing. We're not seeing the Inter-Africa Lamborghini. So they are still in the pits. So what's going on here? Why? Surely they would want track time. Why are we not seeing Stuart White, or is he now just out onto track? Missing out on the first sort of almost 10 minutes of this valuable time. Remember, they've been desperate for some rain conditions to get their setup right. Here's the chance for them, and they're not out on track, or they're making their way out now.
Or they're busy eyeing out the competition. They're there in the back. I just saw in the
so
last camera shot. So I think they were taking their time to just let everyone clear a lot of the track. Now they can start pushing and getting a little bit more of a feel of what the track may become in the race. And I say may because we don't know if the conditions are going to turn, if we're going to have a little bit more rain, the wind going to increase, or is everything going to settle down and we're going to see those.
All right, there we go. Marius now through start-finish line once again, and that was a 107.7. So he's lapping in the 107s at the moment. Who else are we not seeing out there?
Stuart White, there we go, 104 as he comes out the box.
Wow, into the Africa Racing Lamborghini. They're straight away, first lap, a 104.5, or 104.9 rather, first time out. Yeah, we're focusing quite a lot on the front of the field. We'll get to the Class E in a moment. Let's just talk about who else is not on track. Of course, no Stradali. They are out. If you're just joining us, where is that beautiful Mercedes we saw all the pictures of in the build-up to the race? They are out of the race. Unfortunately, that Merc is not going to be here.
Yeah, going in, breaking the input shaft and qualifying. Car running faultlessly. The one part they didn't replace, unfortunately, was the part they gave up the ghost. But we are looking to see them race a little bit later for the 1 hour dash. And that's where we're really going to have a bit of fun.
Right, Stuart White coming through once again. Got a bit of a slipstream here, perhaps, from the Marius Jackson Audi. Let's see what time he puts in. It was a 104.9 last time out. This time, as he comes through the start, it's a 103.7. Still Brady Liebenberg. In fact, he just did a 101.9. We haven't seen him on screen just yet. He's in the Promosian Green Audi and putting in a 101.9. Conditions certainly improving with 21 minutes to go. Here comes Stuart White flashing at some of the slower cars. Remember, we're not actually interested in how fast they're going. I mean, it's really nice to see. We want them just to clear the track and get themselves ready for a big race to come at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, this is the thing. For our backdraft drivers or the slower classes, they now getting to feel what it is offline and how the conditions are going to be for them. Because remember, now they're not going for the apexes, they're going where all the water's been pushed, off to the fringes of the track. So it gets a little bit tricky, the spray becomes a little bit more. So it's a bit of practice for them in terms of driving offline continuously, as we do see the Stradali Porsche. That is the...
Charles Orangi's up to into 4th place now, just doing a 108.5 as Stu White comes through the finish line doing a 102.6 on that lap last time out. So we're not seeing Aldo Scribante either out on track. He's doing the 1 hour dash. He's, I think, just keeping it nice and warm in the pits. There goes the Charles Orangi's 911 Porsche. That's the car that they're going to race in the 1 hour dash instead of the 5 hours. The Merc, unfortunately, out. Let's turn our attention quickly to what's happening in the E-Class. Our backdraft Roadsters. I can tell you that at the moment, I've got Lenica Martins fastest on the track in the 55. So at the moment, it's Lenica Martins who's done a 117, comfortably a second faster than anybody else in the Class E Roadsters. We still got Charles Orangi's here, Stuart White on track. They were the two that battled for the championship last season. It went the way of the Stradali. Very different conditions now and very different cars as well.
Well, that's it. I actually found out what car that is because first question, it looks like a 911. What can you tell the difference? It's actually a 997.2 Cup car. It's an early 2010 model Cup car that they used to race. So you will see that one go around, and later we'll also see the BBR Racing, which is a more modern day Cup car. So you get to have the two eras actually on the same track as one another, which is fantastic to see. That is Cup spec though. No modifications, no going in and giving it a little bit more power. That is as it comes out of the Porsche factory with every single part. So they're campaigning the car, Harry Arangis was actually going to be jumping in the car a little bit later on.
Really?
But there's whispers that someone's trying to take the car away from, go and buy the car from him. He says, but I want to at least give it one
more
burn
go.
sometime.
Right, let's keep an eye on Stuart White now. He just did a 101.7. He looks like he's going even quicker with some clear air in front of him. So last time out was a 101.7. What's he doing this time as he comes through the start-finish line? And he's into the 1 minute flat, 0.8. So going quicker and quicker. Brad Liebenberg still in the 101s last time out. And Maurice Jackson, you did mention that other Porsche. That's what we've not seen. Where is the BBR Racing Porsche? We haven't seen them out on tracks. Another one of the cars. Okay, yeah, we can see Stuart White really now getting caught up. That's the 76 BMW that's racing against the Calyx in the Class C. And then one of our backdraft Roadsters with 18 minutes to go, just about halfway through this session. This is a 30-minute open session, an opportunity for the drivers just to suss out the conditions for the very first time this weekend in the rain.
It's going to be incredible, and I'm keeping an eye. Joseph Ellerine is one I want to keep an eye out for. Bradley Liebenberg and Stuart White, 3 youngsters that are getting the opportunity to have a bit of fun in some GT3 cars, and you can already see the times coming into play. I mean, Bradley Liebenberg's only 0.6 of a second off Stuart White's lap time, and in comparable machinery on the same track. So this is going to be, I think, a little bit of trying to one-up one another while giving in some valuable information to the team of this is what the car's doing at race pace. Yeah,
there's the 76 BMW going through. So that is Oliver Hetenius coming in a 1:15.0 flat. Now, they're up against Cara Hill in the 81, and she did a 1:12. So very much Calyx's race here to lose. They're definitely having the pace, but the Cara Hill Calyx VW is up against that BMW, the 76. There goes Arangis. There goes the Maurice Jackson Audi, currently sitting 3rd and 4th in this open session.
And the bucket list Audi GT4 R8 that's currently in front of it, a car that landed on top of the tires, was part of the reason why the tire walls got investigated. The team got it up and going, and I can tell you Ryan Leica is owing everyone a good cup of coffee there, putting in some really valuable laps at the moment, giving some radioing in. But it's fantastic to see that car was missing its front yesterday. It's now out and going, getting some time in the rain and enjoying it. It's actually his first time in the rain with that car.
Amazing, yeah. And this is also giving us the opportunity to see the kind of traffic we're going to see later on today. You got the rain, you got the wind. Rangy's now into the pit, so is the Maurice Jackson Audi. And of course, then you've got night conditions still to come. So there comes the Nova now. So who have we got behind the wheel of the Nova? It's going to be Charles Visser now. This is going to be very interesting to see what kind of pace. They're giving all the drivers an opportunity. We know Michael Stephen is the 3rd driver in there, one of the local favorites. But this is Charles Visser, who holds nothing back. Be interesting to see if he can get a clear lap in. This is not a time for racing. This is a time for just getting familiar with the conditions. This is how we're going to be starting at 4 o'clock, going into the darkness, ending at 9 p.m. this evening.
But this is a double-edged blade, because if you go too slow, you're not giving the valuable information that's needed for setup. So you've got to push it a little bit harder, see what the car does under a bit of strain, whether it starts getting a little bit understeer or whether it starts to have snap oversteer. But you also don't want to go bin the car. So Charles Visser is playing a little bit of a difficult game now of having to go and perform and give feedback.
Okay. There we saw the Aldo Scribante Lamborghini just going into the pit, so maybe just a starting lap. But here we go. Charles Visser is now, that was his first flying lap, a 104.3. A 104.3. Bit of traffic there. We mentioned Aldo Scribante had just a sighting lap. We'll see how
he didn't
complete a lap. Okay, so it's still Stuart White that currently in the way. We've got halfway point now, 15 minutes to go. For those of you new to Endurance Series, just to remind you, we've got 5 different classes that are all out on the track at the same time. There's a lot for us to get through, but we'll get into that this afternoon. Class A, we've got 8 phenomenal cars, minus 1, of course, the Mercedes. Stradale Racing Mercedes is unfortunately out. We've got Class B, which is 2 of the GT4 Audis, and we haven't seen the pretty pink backdraft hardtop either. Out on the track. That's the number 3. Class C is the BMW and the VW Calyx we mentioned a bit earlier. Class D, we've got a solo 111 car, the Corridas VW. and then the very competitive Class E, which is all the open top backdraft roadsters. So we're going to get into those 5 different races that are taking place this afternoon, with 14 minutes to go in this session. There's that BMW at the end of the pits. This is one of the GT4s that we mentioned coming through now to complete the lap as well.
Oh, I've got to say, I love the Audi GT4. Just, you know what, it's that unassuming look to it, but it's definitely very, very, it's a potent vehicle, but it's refined. It's like the James Bond. Never drives the flashy car, but it's always the one that catches out the bad guy. And that's what the Audi reminds me of. And I know Paul Hill is sitting there going, no, don't compare an Audi to the Aston. Please do not feed the fire. But it really does look like it. And I've got to say, the striking Lumo paint job that's done onto it, especially at night, the reflection worked quite well. A lot of drivers actually complimenting it, saying it helps when you start seeing it on the other side of the track, because it's more visible than a lot of the other cars on the track.
Don't worry, viewers, I'm going to help Steve with these James Bond movies. I think he's obviously watching the wrong movies there. Anyway, right, Steve Clark is out there in that Slingshot 2.0. There we go. They've had, what a dramatic season they've had so far. So much to tell you about this incredible car. They're working late last night. We left the track. They were still working on that car. There's the Calix VW. We still got Jury Swat now into the seat. Just behind the Slingshot 2.0, the 72 slipped. Oh, looks like the back just trying to hold on to that. They've had some problems with belts. They've been through 4 or 5 belts already.
Got through 3 of them.
3 of them, yeah. I don't know where they're getting all these belts from, but they'll be looking just to use this session to make sure the car's running smoothly. We've got a driver change now in the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini. There's that blue Lamborghini. Just quickly tell us a story of that blue Lamborghini.
So as we see Mr. Leclerc head out onto the track, the blue Lamborghini is Celso Scribante's Lamborghini. It's the former Celso Scribante Lamborghini. It used to be black, like what we saw with Aldo Scribante. You went and raced it with the SAGT and also with the 1 hour dash, going and racing with his sons, the Silvio and Aldo, which was incredible to see, going and pushing him as hard as they can. He also took a lot of people around with it. And on the front of the nose, there's a lovely tribute that the Inter-Africa team have done, where it's saying in memory of Celso Scribante. And I asked him, is that sticker going to say? He said, this is his car. His spirit is in the car. We don't want to change it. And it's absolutely tremendous stuff. The Lamborghini Huracan. It's an older spec car, though, in terms of body compared to the one that we see currently out on track.
Yeah, all right. So this is now Khulile Lekatla, who's into the 125 Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini. We've got just over 10 minutes to go. This is now looking back into the pits. There's the Nova. Michael Steven, no doubt, will be climbing in. He hasn't had a chance yet. Charles Visser's best time. We're around about 101s at the moment. There's the Aldo Scribante. He's just participating in the 1 hour dash. Paul Hill is in this Promogen Audi now. They're sitting second fastest. By the way, they're going to start in 3rd position on the grid from yesterday's qualifying session. Right, there goes the Lamborghini first lap out, and Lekatla is just... We've got a lap time.
That is Aldo Scribante that's currently out on track. I do want to just point out here, Paul Hill has done the Promogen's done a 101.5. Then you got Charles Visser, who did a 101.5 as well. Difference is Promogen 101.531, Charles Visser 101.586. So 0.055 of a second difference between the two cars. And this is how close we're going to see the racing come a little bit later.
Yeah. But look at the cars, how that's up at the hairpin, and they're a lot closer to the apex there than what we saw earlier on. So definitely the track drying out nicely, racing lines really settled in. Of course, Aldo Scribante, a bit of a tribute weekend to his dad, and so they'll be just participating in the 1 hour dash at this stage against Charles Orangis in the Porsche.
And when I had a chat to him, he said, you know what, my dad is looking down from the sky and is going and saying, you missed that apex, you got 0.5 of a second. And just joking around, he said, that was my dad. He was trying to always figure out how to go that little bit faster. And that's why this track also lends itself. The go-kart circuit, which is attached to Aldo Scribante, is called Celso. So we have literally got the spirit of the grandfather, Aldo Scribante as the main circuit, Celso Scribante, the kart circuit, And we have got Aldo, who will be racing in the 1 hour dash. We had Silvio last night going flat out
Some hot laps
with the doctors that were working with Chelsea, sending him out in the dark at 260 kilometers an hour at the end of the straight. And
Amazing.
one of the doctors actually turned around to me and he says he has no idea how the Scribantes have just gotten faster and faster, but still keeping so humble at that point of view with it, which is great. It's always fantastic to see a little bit of giving back to the community, especially with our doctors and emergency personnel.
All right, Malila in that Lamborghini coming down now, doing a 104.3. And I can tell you, Aldo Scribante is on it. He's a little bit quicker, 104.0. And you can see visibly on track, just getting a little bit closer. They are not holding back with less than 10 minutes to go. This is a 30-minute open session for the drivers just to suss out the conditions. It's their first opportunity in these conditions so far this weekend. Michael Stephen, a 101.5. That's still the fastest time there. He's having a bit of a... In fact, he just climbed into that car. So we're going to keep an eye out on his time. We predicted that the Nova... Okay, we're expecting the Lamborghini to be fast around this track. Look at the ride height, a little bit higher there. Built for these kind of conditions. Not afraid of a bit of rain. But the Nova, I'm not so sure.
Well, if they keep at this, it looks like a lot of the water is starting to dissipate a lot more. Remember, we got regional racing coming up. We have got our Liquid Moly Super Vs coming up, so that's going to push more of the water to one side. If conditions hold at current, well, we may see the Just for Sleep actually get a bit more pace underneath their belt and give the fight back into Africa, who is sitting smiling at the moment as they power their way through. Last lap for the Tlaka is a 1:05.0, which is a good time in the wet. And considering his teammate has been racing GT3s for a lot longer, the development that he has gone through over the course of a year is just night and day.
Yeah. All right, let's turn our attention to the Class E then, our backdraft Roadsters. This is the 262 Pesty Racing. And we've got Pretorius at the seat. They're doing a 122.4. And currently the third fastest of the backdraft Roadsters. Now, right, Michael Stephen going into the pits straight away, so not spending too much time there out on the track at the moment. But just coming back to these guys, I mean, this is valuable time for them just to understand the backdraft Roadsters, because this is giving them opportunity to suss out the conditions, knowing that they've got to go through into the night with that open cockpit. As we have a bit of a dice here between Aldo and Kolile coming down the main straight. Play nicely, boys. 6 minutes to go.
Into turn one, but yes, Team Pesty coming from an off-roading background, Francois Pretorius being one of the top brass at MSA at one point of his life, also going and sharing experience out there as a team manager. But the Team Pesty sitting 10th in the championship. They've had a bit of a rocky start to the weekend working on the car, so at this point it's now just trying to get everything okay, making sure all the nuts and bolts, all the T's are crossed and all the dots are on the I's, to make sure that 5 hours later, come up with 5 hours, they can just load the car gently onto the trailer, not like what they had when they were bringing it here to the circuit. They actually went and hit the trailer with the bottom of the gearbox and had to replace the gearbox. So a little bit of over-eagerness.
Okay, the 262 Pesty Racing, Bar and Pretorius, and they are sitting now, they're going to start 4th in class on the grid and currently running 3rd fastest. By the way, it's the 23 championship leader rather, that's going to be on pole position at the moment. We're just getting word from Nadine down in the pits is that the Nova's come in. We're waiting to see if there's what's going on there, but the BBR Porsche hasn't gone out yet. And they're working on the car, so we're quite keen to see what's happening there. Conditions look like they could be changing once again. We don't have heavy rain at all outside our cockpit, just a light little misty rain, which is meaning that we can have quite fast racing here at the 5 hours of Scribante.
We might not get the 56, but the 57 might be on the cards.
Yeah, well, at the moment, fastest has been Stuart White, doing a 1:03, so flat. Here's the Promotion Racing of Paul Hill. They're going to start 3rd on the grid rather, and behind the Just for Sleep Nova and the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini. So they'll be 3rd on the grid. You mentioned earlier Bradley Lieberg would have liked to have been a little bit further up, but the 262 Pesty that you see in shot now, going around the hairpin, that's the Promotion Audi with Paul Hill behind the wheel. he's been a big advocate of making sure that all the drivers get opportunity to qualify and to have practice time, and I think we're enjoying that this weekend, seeing the skill of the young, the wise, all coming together.
Well, this has been a weekend that's tested everyone, because if you think about it, we split our qualifying up to allow each driver to put in their fastest lap time. Now it's a practice session where each driver is going to drive on a completely different circuit to what they qualified on yesterday.
Yeah.
And, well, everyone's having every skill tested.
Now, we were down in the pits yesterday. This is the Nova. This is the winner of the last round out at Swartkorps. This is a car that's a fan favorite, and you can see Michael Steven chatting to Nick Adcock, shaking his head. There's been like a clicking noise at the back. They haven't been able to figure out what it was. There's Charles Fisser as well, all three drivers on the right-hand side, and they haven't been able to find the problem. But anyway, it's reared its head again. They've got some time, though, to sort this out. And just quickly, we're hearing that the BBR Porsche, the drivers are not here at the track.
Oh, okay, a bit of a late start. Henk Latergan,
so we're waiting. We're going to get confirmation of that, but apparently they haven't been out yet. The drivers are not there, so we'll see how that pans out. Just remind you, we've got 3 minutes left of this open session. You might be wondering, I mean, if that is true, why wouldn't they be here? It's because the program has been changing. You know, we've been dealing with so many different things. So last little opportunity for the cars here. This will be their last chance to race in these, to drive in these conditions, because then it's setup must be done to get into. To get ready for the 4 o'clock start.
Green flag and go racing. There is number 55 going and making their way around. Also a car that's been up and down through the walls trying to get sorted out. That's always good to see. Now finally back on track. They actually broke a side shaft. That's with Berta Oakham and Lonica Martins. They broke a side shaft in qualifying. They had to write a
report, yeah,
write a report saying, please let us race for the dark, considering this is Berta's first national race and first race in the dark. They eventually said, okay, you're allowed to go. Oh no, Paul into the dirt once again. So that is Paul Hill in the Promogen Audi once again getting twisted around.
That's coming out of the hairpin towards the sweep, just looking to see if he can get back safely on the track. It looks like he has. There you can look back in the distance. Lovely shot of the S's there up in the distance. Right, we've got some news coming through from the pits. Michael Steven not able to get 4th gear on that Nova, the Adjust for Sleep Nova, the beautiful luminous yellow and red colors, maroon colors. That prototype vehicle, one of the fan favorites, which we were concerned about in these conditions. They've had a couple of clicking noises at the back of the vehicle, and yeah, we get confirmation now that Michael can't select 4th gear at the moment. Right, Paul Hill's going to climb into the pits, no doubt. We've seen some of the drivers actually put their indicators on there as he then just turns into the pits.
And the Pesty Racing going and just sitting down, going and having a bit of a chat about the conditions. But yes, for anyone that's wondering, but why can't you just put it into 4th, grab the gear stick? These have a sequential type gearbox, so you have to go 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. You can't skip a gear. So unfortunately, if you're missing that one gear, you can't move further. So at the most, he had 1st, 2nd, and 3rd to go around the track.
Right, just keeping an eye on this fine little lap times. Not really concerned about how fast they're going. Much more interested really in about who is there and who's having problems, because we have less than 1 minute to go for your last opportunity for car setup for the 5 hours of Scribante getting underway at 4 o'clock. So we're under less than 3 hours to go now for race start. We've got some local races taking place. Super V's up next as well. So this is a vital time, vital 30 seconds for these teams to get their last bit of information from the car before setup, and then we go racing at 4.
It's going to be a tremendous one and lots of pressure coming in. So ultimately, you need to go and keep it all together. You need to give that last little bit of info. Also, tire pressures is going to be key on this one. Too low, you're going to run into a problem if it gets dry. Too high, you're going to slip and slide. It's just, you've got to be so careful. So to get maximizing your time is so important, not only from setup of your suspension, but to tires.
Right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. That's going to be the session. The flag's going to come out. I can quickly tell you that in Class E, I've just spotted that the 31, I think it is. Yeah, the 31, who's on pole position, has just gone fastest in Class E. So they're showing their pace there. So that is in 12th position, doing a 1:16.7, about half a second faster than 13th place Martins in the number in that second of the backdraft Roadsters there, the number 55. So that's the number 80, Marius Jackson. That's coming around. That's the number 5, MJR Motorsports, in 5th position at the moment, a 103.5. And yeah, looking really, really impressive. So we've got Lechatla and Stuart White, the fastest in that session. Paul Hill and Bradley Liebenberg in the Promotion Audi in second. Michael Stephen, who didn't actually get a full lap in there in the pits with a problem, but it was under Charles Visser's guide there, along with Nick Adcock, that they set then the 3rd fastest time. Maurice Jackson, mighty impressive with Joseph Illerine there in the number 80 Audi in a 103.5. Right, what's your thoughts on that session now? I mean, nothing really unexpected perhaps yet, Steve, or maybe a couple of teams was picking up some problems, and where's BBR Racing?
Well, that's it. I think for most it was nothing new. The conditions, they just got used to it. For a couple of others, like our Just for Sleep, it was conditions and well, a gremlin that reared its head that they really didn't want to see. But some brilliant times from our A-class cars. Our B-class also putting in some valuable times with both GT4s. Ultimately, G&H actually second of our Class Bs. So our Bucket List Racing first of the Class Bs. Class C is the KLX machine getting ahead of our BMW. Then Class E, Richard van Heerde going and having a huge amount of fun, topping out in that 131 backdraft Roadster, putting a little bit of confidence back into the team for later today. Yeah,
Mike McLaughlin was at the wheel there at the 72 backdraft. Now, let's just help our viewers understand, because we've seen all these backdraft Roadsters, they're competing in Class E, but there's one that's a little bit different. In fact, there's two. There's one with a hard top, a pink car, that you'll see out on track. We didn't see them in that session, so we'll see if Nadine can find out what happened to the number 3. Then there's the second backdraft Roadster, the white one, that we just saw there now. They're in Class 8. Class A at the moment. Right, let's see if we can get some reaction after that 30-minute session. Xolile Lechatla in the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini. Nadine, what have they got to say?
Thanks, Gareth. I'm here with Xolile Lechatla. Xolile, how was that in the rain?
Wow, that was a little bit tricky, but yeah, you know what? This one circuit has beautiful, beautiful grip, you know, so it was a little slippery, but we had a bit of grip there. It was quite nice, yeah.
And how was it from the last time you were here?
Last time I was here, it was a little wet. I mean, we pedaled a little bit. And I mean, the last time I was here, I had very little experience in the rain. So we've been building it up now. I mean, to do 103s, 102s now in the rain, it's quite good. So we're quite happy.
Yeah, I see you and Stuart really did very well there with warm-up times. And you guys are starting second on the grid.
Second on the grid, yeah, we had a beautiful qualifying time yesterday. I mean, to do a 56 in the Dunlops, and I did a 58.8, and I mean, that gave us a little bit of a fighting chance against the other guys. We're second in the grid. It's a long race.
Yeah.
It's going to be a wet race, and we're confident we'll do our best like we always do.
I'm also confident in you guys.
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys out there, and the best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do for us.
Thank you for everything you do for us. Thanks, Xolile. Right, let's go see if we can speak to the slingshot guys. But let's go back to Gareth and Stephen for now.
Thanks, Nadine, and nice to see Xolile smiling there. And I'm smiling because I'm looking not at that direction that you see on your screen, but outside our pit window, at our commentary booth, and I see a bit of blue sky, Steve. Just in the distance there, you can see a bit of blue up ahead. So certainly looking a lot brighter outside as we look forward to race 2 of the Super Vs. And I've just got the grid confirmed now. DJ Borsman's going to start on pole position ahead of our race 1 winner in the Super Vs, and that is Bevan Williams. So just remind our viewers, of course, 2 categories here. Just go through that for us.
So we have our Super V class, which is your 1400 to 1600 class cars. That is like what Lucian Ranchanda is running. You will notice they have a Beetle suspension, so you'll just see this flat rectangular bar in the front, like what Bevan Williams as he comes by, and the car behind him. Then we have our X class, which is more of a developmental class. That is where DJ Boyerson's like the Formula Volkswagen that's gone past, Yannick Herber in the Formula M, and we also have Alan Mayer going and having a bit of fun with his car. But we'll have the 2 classes together. The Super Vs will start at the front. The Liquid Moly Super Vs will go first, and then you'll have 2 spaces black. Then you'll have an X class that will be starting a little bit behind them. So we've got Nadine to give us a bit of insight with Mike McLaughlin down in the pits before we go green with our Liquid Moly Super V's Race 2.
Thanks, Stephen. So I'm here with Mike. Mike, yesterday you guys had quite a bit of issues. I think you had to repair a certain part like 3 times that snapped. Do you want to tell us about what happened and how you guys managed to get it right?
Yeah, I think the normal story. We a lot of time spent developing the car again, and we just got caught out with a couple of sort of ancillary things thereafter. So one of them, we've changed some of the front aero, and in doing so, it's changed how the air flows through the engine bay, and so we've had quite a lot of heat trapped inside there, and that created a whole host of hassles. So we kind of picked it up quite late yesterday, and we've managed to get some parts. We've developed a few solutions. A little bit tricky to test today because it's a lot cooler, obviously. So, but we think that we really hope that we're on top of that. And then, if that holds out, the rest of the car is good. We were actually quite happy with the performance of the car yesterday. Just getting let down, having to stop and repair things is not really how you want to start a 5-hour race. So if the weather holds out and our small changes hold out, hopefully we should be on track for 5 hours.
Awesome. And tell me, how did you and Steve and the car handle in the rainy conditions?
The car's quite good, I think. Our car lacks some of the nice to haves like ABS and that, so we have to be a little bit trickier with it. Also, one of the challenges we've had to dial out some of the limiters, so traction control is not on the cards at the moment, so it's a little bit tricky to handle, but we set it up for the wet this morning, and so Steve and I haven't had a chance to chat yet. He jumped out, I jumped in, so I'll see him now and compare a note, but I'm happy with the car, and he looked pretty comfortable in the car, so I think we're good.
Good, I'm glad. Well, best of luck to you both, and we'll see you out there a bit later.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time, Mike. Always lovely speaking to Mike. If you guys would remember, round 1, they didn't get to finish the race because their car set alight. So it's good to see them back. All the repairs are done. Car's looking good. Had some new additions. So we'll see how today goes. Let's go back to commentary.
Thank you, Nadine. Of course, they didn't have a great round 2 either, arriving in qualifying without a rear wing, but they somehow always seem to bounce back. Anyway, we turn our attention now to the Super Vs. We had race 1 yesterday. We've got a driver out the car. Is he pushing his car?
That's it. They're moving the car off the grid. So that is unfortunately one of the Liquid Moly Super Vs that will not be starting this race. And our crew going and just moving out the way. Driver's still in the car though.
Sure.
That is a driver out of the car. Never mind.
Yeah.
So he will be going and leaving the car. Unfortunately, they're going to have to move that car back into the pits before they restart. Standing like this is terrible. Thankfully, this is where cool conditions actually help these cars because we don't have fans in them, and it works purely on just the faster you go, the more airflow goes through the radiator, and it cools the car down. Standing like this, you'll end up cooking your motor. So very careful. Watch for the lights.
Wow, they're going to go racing despite that car being on the side of the track. So
our Liquid Moly Super Vs will start, and then a couple of seconds after we'll have our Class X's, and we can already see that is Bevan Williams getting a poor start. Herman Kricker getting pushed to the sidelines by the likes.
They're pushing the car quickly onto the racing line into the pit. But anyway, we are under race conditions. We don't have a lot of time. That's the big thing. Remember, there's still 2 races to go here. This is the second of the weekend. 1 more to go. As you can see, a bit of blue in the sky there. All right, let's talk us through now. This is lap 1. We're hoping to do 10 laps here for race 2 of Super Vs. And already we've got... no surprise to see out in front, eh?
Yeah. DJ Boerson's pulling away. Alan Mayer trying to chase him down currently. Then it looks like Bevan Williams managed to get a little bit more pace, get past the likes of Lucian Ranchanda. But at the top, our Formula Volkswagens in our Class X of the Liquid Moly Super Vs now going and showing off what they can do. Good to see the cars out and having a bit of fun. Bevan Williams, unfortunately, outbraking himself, going out wide. Lucian Ranchanda also going out wide. Looks like everyone battling. Then Grant Will in his Wallari trying to hang on to the back of Yannick Herber. They're not going to be working too well. Unfortunately, 1600 compared to that KTM. 1,000 going and breaking away. But Bevan loving these conditions. Lucian having a little bit more of a tough time. And then we will also see the likes of Jacobs going and losing out a little bit more pace, as he's not as experienced in these conditions, but he is giving a good show. So back to the top end of the field for our Class X. DJ Boerson's still keeping a great bit of pace ahead of Alan Mayer, who's trying to close down the gap little by little as they move on, racing for class position. So going to be a hard braking situation. Get back on the power. The Formula Volkswagen chassis were just absolutely phenomenal as a series. Unfortunately, the series fell apart. They found their home in Formula Monoposto and Formula Libre, and then coming into the world of the the Liqui Moly Super Vs, going and finding their home in the Class X as a developmental to test out whether Wishbones are going to be the next upgrade for the Liqui Moly Super Vs. But Bevan Williams has checked out from the rest of his class as he's lying in third place.
DJ Boyson not quite having the pace, and we saw Alan earlier in the wet, in the sort of practice session or sighting session, looking very fast, and then he's got the inside line. And DJ Bosman perhaps was lacking a bit of experience in this kind of conditions, because it looks like Alan's going to take the lead here as we go down the main straight.
Oh, DJ comes from the coastline, and now he's having to battle it out with all the way up in Joburg. So Alan Mayer going and showing off what he can do, puts the car in the right place, and now getting on the gas. DJ is going to have to really dig deep under braking if he wishes to catch up to Alan, and does so very late into the brakes of the front, squirming underneath him.
Oh, Alan's gone a bit wide there as well, so he's obviously pushing quite hard, but you can certainly see a lot less spray as well coming from the vehicles, unless you go off the line like Alan did over there. So he's obviously pushing really, really hard, and it'll be interesting to see if DJ can come back at him.
Well, it's also cooling down the tyres rapidly every time you go offline, so the last thing you want to do is be catching the puddles. But one thing it does to the competitor behind you is actually goes and puts a little bit more mist over the front of the visor, making it difficult for them to see. So it's a double-edged blade. You can use it to try and shake cars off, but in turn you can land up in a world of hurt as well. So Alan going in on the last lap did a 1:14.5. Will he be able to improve that now that he's getting a little bit of pressure from Boerson right behind him? And Boerson getting very, very squarely under power through the final corner and trying everything he can. A little bit of frustration starting to show at this point, being behind the wily old fox of Alan Mayer.
Yeah, interesting just if you look at the timing there. Lucian Ranchamda, who's a serious title contender here, is not on the track, so we'll see if we can find out what's going on over there. But this is the closest race at the moment. It's Alan Mayer, who's a bit of a veteran in the series, absolutely loves it. He's spending his whole morning cleaning and working on the car. We were popped in yesterday to see him. He had no problem just taking off the covers quickly to show us the brakes and the hydraulics. He just loves these open wheel cars, and you can see he's enjoying it out on the track.
Yeah, he's got experience from Formula Fords right the way through. And the one thing you can always spot Alan Mayer in the pits, because he always takes his Nomex mask and he has it as a beanie to keep his ears warm. And that's the easiest way to spot him out of the pack. But at the moment, going and battling out with the young gun of DJ Boerson, who has had numerous success through the years from Formula M, then jumping into the Formula VW as a newer car. He had the Deco Speeds as well. That was their own custom creation of the Speeds RMO 8, which Herman Kricker is driving a sister car of, or what was originally got copied from. Having a bit of a challenging time out there, but Alan Mayer starting to open up the gap a little bit more. So this is first and second of Class X. First of our Super Vs, Bevan Williams in first place. Yannick Herber's third of our Class X's.
Well off the pace, eh? 1:22 is 10 seconds slower than Alan. I wonder if he's got a problem or just struggling in the conditions.
I think it's more struggling in the conditions. First time out in the track you had yesterday, and now you've got these rainy, very wet conditions, becomes a little bit more difficult. So there's Bevan Williams, debut outing in the series, going and having a huge amount of fun. Actually had that engine recently put together, drove it, revved it to all straight through to 6,500 RPM, and said if it's going to blow, it's going to blow. And scored the nickname from the likes of Nadine getting called Old Smoky. So, and he's loving it. He's absolutely loving it.
He's taken to it, So Alan Mayer then comes into the final corner of the Dunlop. We're back now to Bevan Williams. He's coming down towards the hairpin, looking quite comfortable. I wonder if, would there be communication to the drivers from the teams at all? Would you know he's got such a big gap?
Either a thumbs up on the wall or a thumbs down. There is no radios in these cars. And quite frankly, in a sprint race like this, the worst thing you want to have is someone chattering in your ear. You want to rather focus on what needs to be done, unlike our endurance race where you want that information to come through so you know when to slack off. But Bevan Williams going and fighting the car around this time round, going a little bit wide all the way to the fringes of the circuit. You can see everyone just trying to find that ideal line, because essentially they've got a surfboard underneath them. So you've got to be very, very cautious of that.
Yeah, there was talk maybe about even changing the setup, maybe removing some of that to make it easier, but I mean, the conditions have changed quite rapidly, and now we can see no standing water on the track. So it's actually pretty decent conditions, 112s. That's not bad from Alan Mayer. That's not far off dry conditions.
Well, if you go and remove the floorboard, you know what's there. You've got some aluminium at the bottom, and then you've got your bum.
Your bum, yeah.
So I would rather keep the surfboard underneath me, just as an extra layer of, it makes me feel better.
Don't look down. All right, don't look down.
Don't look down.
All right, this is 4 laps to go, or 3 now as he comes through, and Alan Mayer looking really comfortable. Just to remind you that he finished 3rd in yesterday's race, so he was chomping at the bit to make sure that he 4 laps to go. Right, 4 laps to go. He was chomping at the bit to redeem after yesterday's result. It was Yanni Gadre in second. DJ Bosman walked away with it yesterday, but Alan Mayer comfortable. This is Bevan Williams, the rookie, in his first outing in this car, winning yesterday's race. He couldn't believe it after he had some drama, caused the red flag. And Lushan Ramchanda, who's now not on the track, will be interesting to find out what's gone wrong with Lushan. We know that he had a problem with, was it a fuel pump or something that he had a problem with?
It was a fuel pump where he went and had the first fuel pump pack up. He grabbed a brand spanking new one out the box, put it on the car, and in a little bit of excitement, snapped the positive terminal off it, had his dad go to 4 different local Goldwagens to try and find another fuel pump. We actually had a chat to Raj a little bit earlier, and it got up and going. Unfortunately, it seems like something has gone awry with the car, and considering he's in championship contention, 2 points off first, which is Jean-Andre Leroux, who's run bearings on his motor. These are valuable points now disappearing in front of him. And taking a look at the lap times, Alan Mayer 112.4. This tells me the track conditions are getting better and better.
Yeah, just looking a little bit down the field, Francois Jacobs, who's also fairly new to the series, he finished on the podium yesterday in 3rd, but he was running in 3rd, but he's fallen back now. Grant Will's up into 3rd position into that class, and looking pretty strong and good, eh?
It's going to be incredible stuff. And Grant Will, who has been desperate for a podium for so many years, I can tell you, there hasn't been months, it's been years since he's actually stood on a podium. And the one thing between him and Blaine DeMellion has been...
Blaine not here this weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's had a little bit of an op done to his knee. But our leaders are going
catching the back markers,
catching their way through. But they will have to get past Grant Will, who's going to be watching his mirrors like an absolute hawk at this point in his Willari, going and having a bit of fun.
There he is. It's a stunning looking car. Let's go chat to Grant. He's just so passionate about it, always working on the car as well. But it does look like the gap's closing a little bit here between Alan and DJ, because maybe it's going through the traffic, but that looks a lot closer with just now, as we go through 2 laps to go.
This is going to be a tight fight all the way through, because if the back markers come into play, Alan can get boxed in and DJ can get past him. So DJ's got to really get close, force that he's right up against the gearbox of Alan Mayer, get him behind, stuck behind one of the cars, and that will be Herman Kricker that they're catching up to. It's good to see the 2 Formula M's following in tow. They actually run as A-Class Formula M's, Herman Kricker and Yannick Herber. And now Alan Mayer's got to try and carve his way through the 2 of them. Yannick Herber as a rival to Alan Mayer, is he going to play nice? This is the question.
So with just 2 laps to go, this is the penultimate lap now here at the race 2 for Super V's. We've got a number of cars who've not participated. It'll be interesting to find out if it's because of the conditions or whether they've had problems. Notably, Lushan Ramchanda, a series contender, championship contender. He finished in 2nd in the race yesterday. But this is where the eyes are on as we go in to start the final lap. It's Alan Mayer, who was trailing DJ Boyson through the first half of this race, getting into the race lead, and now the gap seems to be closing a little bit. We start the final lap here for race 2 of Super V's. 1 more to come later on this afternoon, ahead of the 5 hours of Scribante.
I'm not going to show any favoritism here, but I want to see our, well, we come from the cities, we come from away from the coast. Alan, you're representing everyone. We don't get to see coastlines. You've got to beat DJ Boersen, who comes from the coast. We've come down to their own track.
Getting personal, yeah, Steve, getting personal. Right.
Have to.
After DJ Boersen, I think he's just too far back now at the moment. He's certainly not going to risk it with a late dive, and Alan Meyer will be, I can't wait to chat to him. I'm going to go and speak to the top 3 in each of the categories. He's going to be super pleased with this result. He's been chomping to go all morning, cleaning the car, preparing it, and yeah, he's going to pick up probably one of his favorite victories in the Super Vs.
Well, this is going to be one of the very few victories he's had in the Formula VW. I mean, that car actually nearly rolled not so long ago, and now he's going to be looking at a trophy, watching his mirrors left and right. He's going to be seeing the flag and going to be smiling ear for ear on this one. The wily old fox, Alan Meyer, in the Formula Volkswagen for the Class X of the Super Vs, takes first place. DJ Boersen, second place. Hard-fought fight all the way through.
So is it going to be Herman Krikke then that's going to be third in the open class? And then just run us through the podium then, because they've been lapped. So this will be the podium then for the Super Vs.
So the Super Vs will be Bevan Williams along with Grant Will.
In second.
In second place. Neville van der Berg taking third place. That will be his first ever time on the podium. So we have seen 2 different drivers taking third place, and it'll be the first time that they ever got there. Herman Krikke, though, as he comes by. So Bevan Williams, 2 for 2 so far. That's always great to see. And you can see Alan Mayo going and throwing his fist in the air. He's smiling ear to ear. I don't think he's going to get the helmet off. He's going to be trying to get it past all the cheeks that's coming out. But some great stuff from our Liqui Super Vs as they've completed race 2. Interesting enough to see that Lucian Ranchanda didn't make it. We do know Annette Johnson, unfortunately, going and withdrawing, saying, unfortunately, this is her second time ever racing. Tough conditions, rather not break the car, focus on getting it a little bit further. So this is their round 4 of the championship.
All right, I'm going to pop out quickly and see if we can chat to some of the drivers. Mr. Motormouth, Brendan Kelly's going to be jumping in because we've got some local races coming up next. So I'll be chatting to you guys from the finish line there to chat to the top 3 and be with you a bit later. Thanks, Steve.
Now, Andre Leroux also going and having a great celebration with the rest of the Liqui Moly team. They are smiling ear to ear on that one after some challenging times. But gotta love some single-seater action, and especially here at Aldo Scribante, a track that actually favors the cars that haven't got a huge amount of power, but if you can keep up the pace the whole way through, if you can keep the momentum, it works rather well. And single-seaters lend that as they pull into the pits. And we have got Brandon Kelly going and joining on the mic. Absolutely an honor, might I say, to be with you. And after seeing the amazing action from the Liqui Moly Super Vs, I'm ready to see what the local racing can be able to do.
Yeah, Steve, I'm really looking forward to it as well. The guys have been waiting patiently. They've had a couple of laps out on the circuit, so I think we're in for some big ones. But these the Super Vs have certainly impressed me. I've got up close and personal with them yesterday, went and had a close look at the cars. And the thing that really stood out about all the guys that are down here is just the camaraderie amongst them. And, you know, it's got a nice feel to the series. And again, very impressive, you know, what the guys have put on show here this weekend.
It's absolutely incredible stuff. So let's look at the results. This is our overall results. Alan Mayer taking first place, DJ Boersen taking second, Bevan Williams following in third, Herman Krikke in fourth, Grant Will in fifth, Neville van der Berg in sixth, seventh is Francois Jacobs, along with eighth place, Yannick Herbert, Lucian Ranchanda and Hayden Elwood. But as our Class X first, second and third is Alan Mayer, DJ Boersen and Herman Krikke. For our Super Vs, it is Bevan Williams along with Grant Will taking second place after many years of racing, and Neville van der Berg taking his first time out on the podium for the Super V. So he's going to be smiling ear to ear on that one. We will have Gareth Burley going and having a good chat with them, and I'm sure he is going to be excited. So let's head down to Gareth, chatting with our race winners.
Right, I've got Alan Mayer here. Alan, you've been waiting a long time this morning to get onto track. You look very fast in that little open session, and now you've got the race victory. How are you feeling?
Over the moon, Gareth, over the moon. Unbelievable. I felt very comfortable in the warm-up this morning. Wasn't so comfortable working on the car in the rain and that, but getting it ready. And then in the warm-up, went out, it was very comfortable. The car felt a lot more stable than on the dry tires. And then in the race, I knew DJ is going to be a competition, but then I could see he was in problems with his tires, and I managed to get through and capped it last on the back section where I saw he was slow. I thought, yeah, you got to go. And that's where we got away and we took it, and let's hope there's a third race.
Yeah, this looks like it's one of your most favourite wins of all.
Yes, you can't believe it. I nearly jumped out the car with it strapped on my back, man. But it was magic. Absolutely fantastic.
All right, well done, Alan. We'll hope to see you guys out on track a bit later. All right, well, there was a good fight there, hey? But
Yes.
how was the conditions there? It looked like a bit more tricky.
Yeah, I struggled to get some grip in the tires. I think it's the heat maybe. But Uncle Alan, well done. I mean, he knows this track and he went superb well. So.
Yeah. But you seem to get faster as the race went on.
Yes, yeah. I think I just struggled to get heat into the tires.
Yeah.
As soon as it got heat, and the car just felt better and better as you go along. So.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
Fantastic. Right, we get Hadman, if we can have you quickly here. Hadman, just quickly talk us through your race there. A little bit of a challenging conditions. How did you go?
It was a little bit wet out there. We were lucky. We followed old Yanni around, and we pressured him a bit until he made a mistake somewhere. So that's the only chance we could get past him. But yes, it was a nice race. But thanks, Super V guys, for having us out here. And Aldo Scribante is a very nice track to drive.
Wonderful.
Must admit, we enjoyed it.
Good.
Bit cold, bit wet, but we're all right.
We love the enthusiasm. Well done, hey? Fantastic. Let's see if we can get Bevan here quickly. Bevan, come chat to us quickly. This is the top 3 now in the Super V class. Bevan, second race victory. How was that?
Oh, it was great until the start. My car went on to 3 cylinders from the start of the race. So battled to pull away, battled to come out the corner. But luckily, we had the experience in the rain. So luckily, we got the win.
Yeah. Well, listen, well done. We've got the bikes starting at the background. One more race to go. Who knows what the conditions are, but it seems like you guys are just relishing being here.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant, man. I was praying this morning that the race was going to happen because there was some talks of it not happening. So I'm just thankful that the team at PE track was brilliant. You know, they got the track ready for us.
Yeah, I can't believe we're talking about this, but maybe 3 wins from 3 this afternoon.
That would be brilliant. That would be the best debut in the race ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, well done. I've got to bring in Grant. Grant, you must be elate. When last were you on the podium, Grant?
2021.
How was that, eh?
That was totally awesome, really. I love it. I love the rain. I'm like Senna. He's my protege, and I love racing in the rain.
Yeah, listen, it just seems like you guys, your spirits are lifted. You're enjoying the conditions, despite what's really tricky for you and these cars.
Yeah, especially on the semi-slicks. You know, we don't have full wets, and I tell you, you just have to drive the car.
Yeah, well done. Listen, great to see you on the podium. Well done. We're quickly grabbing Neville. Last of the podiums, you have the Super Vs. Neville, wasn't this fantastic? You're on the podium.
Thanks a lot, guys. It was amazing with the conditions that it is. Fun. We had loads of fun. I messed up here by the chicanes, but managed to come back. It's awesome. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, great to see you here with us, and all the best for the last race, hopefully a bit later.
100%.
All right, guys, so there we go. That's the podium from race 2. We've got one more to come, hopefully. Of course, now we've got the local race series to come, and so we're going to be crossing over to Brendan and Steve in the commentary booth, and we'll see the Super Vs hopefully on track a little bit later on.
Well, thanks very much, Gareth. And Steve, what a mix of drivers there. I mean, you can see Bevan Williams, a karter, a well-known karter, coming through and using that experience. He mentioned the experience in the rain. But a complete mix of drivers, and that's what I was alluding to with the camaraderie amongst them. As looks like we are good to go on the sighting lap for the juniors that are out first, the CBR 150s, 250s, and Clubman class. So if that was probably the race start there. We didn't see the start sequence that they went through. We were still busy with interviews, but I'm almost certain that we are into racing conditions straight away. It certainly looks like it. And no, that's not the juniors. It is the bigger bikes that have gone out. We've got Ruan van Sail, Dylan Krobler, Dylan Anderson, and Timothy Ben out on circuit. Unfortunately, a lot of the bikes having withdrawn with the conditions earlier on today. No wet weather tyres for some of them, but it's straight away. It's Timothy Ben that's into the lead on the Kawasaki ZX-10 with Dylan Anderson in close pursuit.
You can just see going and carving up, ensuring that he can try and open up a little bit of a gap. How important is it to stay online for the bikes now at the moment? Because you've had all the big cars going and pushing all the water off to the sides, but there's a very fine line that is in the middle.
Absolutely, and you can see the guys choosing their line very, very carefully going through, and still keeping the bikes very upright. So still pretty wet and slippery out there, but certainly a lot better than when they went out and in their practice earlier on. As Timothy Benn starts to open up a bit of a gap now over Dylan Anderson in second place.
So Timothy now trying to do everything he can. Last lap time was a 1:18.4. Can he improve that lap time? Anderson with a 1:19, so not getting the start that he would like. Goes up very wide, had to come off the gas though. Was trying to go for the inside line just to get the front fairing in. Unfortunately getting a little bit of understeer as well, and the grass getting a little bit too close for comfort there.
Yeah, they've managed to open up quite a substantial lead over the two 300s. I thought that the little 300s would be quite a bit more nimble and in the tricky conditions. So quite a big gap that they've opened up. You'll see it on screen now. Only Dylan Grobler going through turn 5 now. So quite a big lead that they've opened up. And Timothy Benn starting to stretch it a little bit out in front now, with Dylan Anderson still running in second place.
Now Timothy goes in late on the brakes, carving up, but just loses the drive on the exit and immediately has Dylan right on the back of him. Tries to look for the inside line and just coming out of the slipstream, looking for any advantage at this point, trying to see where is the weakness, where can he get the likes of Timothy to lose up. But take a look, second place, Dylan doing a 1:13.412, slightly quicker than Timothy Benn's best lap time, a 1:13.462. So Dylan is really putting the heat on.
Yeah, that's why, you know, I said I was impressed with the big gap that there is between the two of them, because Dylan is certainly a man to watch for the future, as we said earlier on when they were out in qualifying. He's just they got the all-round package, and a man that puts a lot of time and effort into the sport. A multi-talented young sportsman. I mean, anything that he does, he always gives his absolute best. So watching him through the corners there and starting to you can just see the body language of that, and starting to get used to the conditions and obviously push it a little bit harder now as well.
Dialing in, hoping that he can close down. Also, another one of our young riders of Mr. Grobler going and having a bit of fun out there. A little bit by himself, but will be fighting the clock at this point, and we'll have to keep an eye out on our two faster riders that are running in tow with one another, pulling each other along. Timothy only getting away on the straights by the look of it, having a little bit more top end, but braking a fraction earlier for the corners, and that allows Anderson to get right onto the back of it.
Yeah, Dylan Grobler, focus on him again. A lot smaller physique, body size compared to Ruan van Sail. So Ruan, in these windy conditions, obviously going to battle it a little bit, and I'm rather surprised that he's so far off the pace, because he's one of the youngsters that's come along in leaps and bounds recently, and running right up there and been pushing Dylan Grobler all the way lately.
Oh, was so close for a pass there. Anderson trying his luck, unfortunately getting his nose cut off by Timothy Benn, who's just putting the bike in the right places at the right time, ensuring to go and try and kill off a little bit of drive and through the corners, especially under hard braking. He knows he's losing out there, but if he can just make life a little bit more comfortable for Anderson behind, maybe Anderson will either tap off or run into a bit of a mistake as they go into the final corner, late on the brakes. Timothy just able to keep ahead, but Dylan now giving a little bit more gas, will get a bit more of a better exit into the slipstream. Line astern, can he hang on though? Oh, just not having that top end in his favor.
Yeah, looks like Timothy with the slightly longer legs as they head down to the braking zone, which we focus on. Just watching Dylan Grobler losing the back end of the bike. Just a little bit of a twitch as he went into Dunlop turn 7 and then onto the main straight. But back with our leaders we go, and it really is disappointing that we've only got 4 bikes out there. The guys opting not to put their bikes and their bodies on the line for the race this weekend with the weather conditions that we have had here. But Dylan Grobler with a clear visor on now, certainly starting to push it. We have had a change of position. We've got a new leader, Dylan Anderson, having made his way past Timothy Benn, and just Benn onto the back wheel momentarily there. So he's going to have to pull out a couple of stops now. We just see how many laps we've got left in the race. We've still got 8 laps left, so a long way to go. There's still plenty of time, but Anderson already, now that he's in front, has started stretching straight away.
That's going to be incredible stuff. But Dylan, who was running consistently fastest lap time every lap, and this is the pass that made it stick right onto the inside. An absolute dive, an absolute send, and got it done. And I think Timothy wasn't quite expecting that.
Yeah, I think it looked like Dylan, the way he got past him, just been playing the waiting game there, applying the pressure and waiting to force a mistake, and then catching him totally unawares with that overtake move.
Absolutely incredible stuff. So Dylan going and now stretching his legs 1.2 seconds. I mean, this is leaps and bounds. He's now starting to, not when we talk about seconds, everyone goes, but a second's rather quick. Well, in motor racing, it's like going and opening up a calendar. He's currently in January, and unfortunately, everyone's running in December.
Yeah, no, we saw in qualifying yesterday for the endurance series where it all comes down to hundredths of a second with these guys, and certainly racing on the edge, pushing it to the limit at every single opportunity.
Well, I'm going to put you in the hotspot here. So we've got a variety of different bikes that entered. We've got the Kawasaki's, we've got the Yamahas, KTM's, and we had BMW. What is your favorite brand?
I would have to go with the Yamahas. I've always fancied the Yamahas, but of late, the Kawasaki ZX-10, that series has just grabbed my imagination and my passion, and seeing elderly, or not say elderly, but older type guys going out and really pushing it to the max, and also having lots and lots of fun. The camaraderie with them as they move around the country is good, and the on-track action is always brilliant. There's always some very good racing. We've got a Jason Lamb from East London that runs right up there, currently leading Class C in the national standings, and always one of the front runners. But Clinton Seller, the man that's certainly setting the series alight. I don't think he's lost a race so far this season. So the Kawasaki ZX-10, I think, would have to be my weapon of choice.
Okay, fair enough. I have to say I like the Yamis, but if I had to go and pick any bike, it's going to be the strangest one. I will have to go the KTMs. I know there's many people going and scratching their heads saying, why a KTM? Well, purely on the fact of aesthetically pleasing, and I love it to see with the orange frames as well naturally come out, but also just the upright performance that they've been going. But they've been pretty much hand grenades of late. They either work really well or they're in bits.
Yeah.
But ultimately, this is going to be a lot of fun. As you said, a couple of riders going and withdrawing. Do you think they're busy kicking themselves right now? Because it looks like the conditions are quite favorable.
Absolutely. I guarantee that there's more than one person that's busy kicking himself at the moment and thinking, hell, I should have just stuck around a little bit longer, and especially with the cars as well. We saw lots of guys very prematurely this morning deciding that's enough's enough and throwing the towel early. So I'm almost certain that there's a couple of guys that are pretty bummed at this stage.
It's going to be incredible stuff as we see our riders. 5 laps to go, and spectators starting to roll in as well, getting to listen to these absolute machines sing their songs right through the hills here at Quebec. Just stunning to hear them, as the echo that comes from the machinery is just incredible stuff as they go down the main straight. But spectators lining up, they're parking their cars, they're tuning their radios in to listen to all the broadcasting.
That's been the best part. I took a drive around earlier on just to go and test the FM transmitter that we've got, and it is absolutely crystal clear. You wouldn't think that a little transmitter the size that we're using could give you that size quality. So it's just a massive thank you to Baytech Audio for the use of the transmitter, and I'm sure we will invest in one for the next ace meeting, because it just adds another dimension, to the racing. You can come sit on the side of the track, and Scribante, you can sit either, all around the circuit, on the inside and the outside of the circuit as well, and have the benefit of professional commentators like yourselves telling it as it is happening out on the circuit.
Professionals more on your side for all the wealth and years of experience you have, not only going and being behind the steering wheel, but being behind power boats, going and working with bikes as well. And we do have your machinery over here, a little scooter that's actually parked off at the back. But it's also great to go and see how the crowd interact with the riders, because as they're coming by, they are getting all the cheers, everyone standing on the edge of their seats, and even from the cars, just going and getting sucked to the front windscreen as they watch Dylan Anderson. I mean, take a look at the last lap time, a 1:11.1 in these conditions. So it's definitely improving out there. The wind seems to be dying down, but he has left Timothy Bean going an 8 seconds gap between himself. He's checked out long since gone. I think he's on his way to his next race.
Yeah, no, it certainly has been a dominant performance from the moment he got past Timothy Ben. He's just waved goodbye, and a bit of a one-horse race out front there at the moment. And I need to spend a bit more time with Dylan Anderson. He's a bit of an unknown to me, so I'll go and catch up with him a little bit later and see what makes him tick, and just see where what pedigree he has. And he's certainly going to be one to follow quite carefully, and he's added a different dimension to our racing here. As I say, he doesn't always come and partake in our races, but it is fantastic to have him here and performing so well.
I'll have to give it up for him. Every lap he's been improving. He's now done a 1:10.8, with Timothy Ben Timothy Ben's been the best one in terms of consistency, running continuously with 1:12, 1:13s as his consistent time. Dylan Krobler as well, very, very impressive. He's been running rather consistent, 1:19s, and he's only been sitting within the 1:19s continuous. So try to push himself in the consistency, which not many riders tend to do. They either go for overall fastest lap time, or they tend to slack off. Consistency, I think, is the hardest thing to do, especially in these conditions. And when you're by yourself out there, you're racing the clock. There's no one to talk to you. There's no one to go and race against. You have to just try and challenge yourself every corner, not every lap, every corner, every meter of what can I do to get better, or where am I braking, and remember that into one big one. So as we see the likes of Dylan, and you spoke about having a smaller person on the bike, and there's a size difference as our leader catches up and gets into tow. And it's almost night and day difference on the two riders, but both going and sharing off some of their absolute experience out there. Dylan Anderson getting a straight line pass, and the likes of Dylan Krobler, who actually moved to the right-hand side to try and give him a little bit of room. Anderson was also looking for the right-hand side, quickly moved to the left just to try and get things going. That's going to unsettle things a little bit.
No, absolutely, and I just wonder what's happened to Ruan van Zyl. We've seen Dylan Anderson lapping the field now, and we haven't seen any shots of Ruan van Zyl, so it looks like he had a problem early on in the race.
Just taking a look at the last lap time was 1:22.5, which is
he's
miles off the gap.
Still circulating, but we haven't seen him on camera.
So one lap to go, and our leader now looking to just give the crowd a bit of a show. The AMSC motorcycles going and showing what they can do. Not the biggest field, but I have to say some incredible racing at the start of the race. And for anyone that is an avid rider, will be impressed with the amount of lap times they've been putting in, how quick the bikes are. But well done to Dylan Anderson coming across the line, and he did set the fastest lap time of the race with a 1:10.8. Last lap time was a terrible one. He did a 1:11.8.
1:11, yeah, slightly down in there, but still managing a 12.24 second gap over second place Timothy Ben. And Timothy, a bit of a late bloomer himself. It's his second full season of racing, but a guy that's certainly gone out and also put in lots of effort, as Dylan Anderson gives the customary left boot salute to the cheering spectators as he went past there, waves to the guys that are on the outside of the circuit, and it has been fantastic to see more and more spectators start coming in again. So I think they're gearing up for the 4 o'clock start of the 5 hours of Scribante into the night, which we're all looking forward to with some nervous anticipation. The weather conditions have certainly improved, so if anybody's sitting at home watching and thinking, maybe should I go out to Scribante, as we carry on with the right foot salute, from Dylan Anderson. If everybody's thinking, should I go out to Scribante, make your way out here. You won't be disappointed. We are in for a crackerjack 5 hours of solid action.
Oh, that's going to be incredible. Our next category coming up will be our EP Regional Saloons, and they've been chomping at the bit. I actually walked past the pits and everyone just standing there watching, waiting for when they can go out. Just started the car a couple of times just to warm it up, just in case. And actually had one of the drivers who was sitting with a helmet on, just waiting with his wife, waiting to tell him outside. So he was just like, come on, just let me go. We saw them out a little bit earlier, but congratulations to Dylan Anderson. He's going to pull into the pits, and it looks like there's going to be smiles on the faces when Timothy Benn comes into the pits as well. Great to see everyone going and congratulating. It's always great. With the riders, there's always this family relationship. It doesn't matter where you go in the country. Riders always have this, well, they would give you a big hug any time of the day, even if you had your worst days. So now we have got Timothy Benn lining up.
Go straight into the next
and then Dylan Krobler comes in and getting some photos. Bit of a well done between first and second. And it shows the tyres didn't take too much of a beating out there as well. So a little bit of rubber saved for the next race.
Yeah, it looks like it. Timothy's nephew, Craig, just having a look at the back tyre, and that's his, Timothy's brother, Sean, next to him. And then Dylan Krobler getting congratulated by Dylan Anderson. Dylan has been a revelation. I mean, I remember chatting to his father a couple of months ago, and he just said, Dylan wasn't performing at school, and he wasn't a great sportsman, but motorcycle racing, you can see now he's on top of the pile there. It's just boosted his confidence. His schoolwork had improved significantly, and now Dylan coming out here and putting on a great show. Timothy Benn in second, then on the 300s, Dylan Krobler third overall, but first in the 300 class, followed by Ruan van Zyl, fourth overall, and second in the 300 class.
Kawasaki's showing what they can do. Both you and I were looking at we're talking about different machinery, but maybe, just maybe, the Kawasaki 300 is rather tempting if I know how to ride, but I think if I had to take the standoff, it would probably explode. But these riders are extremely brave. A couple of friends having a chat to one another as they wheel the bikes back into the pits, and will be eyeing out. I'm sure a couple of the riders will be saying, listen, can we also join the endurance race and maybe swap bikes around? 600, go out first hour on the 600, second hour go on the 300?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see what happens. So next up, as you said, it should be the EP Regional Saloons. They should be heading out onto the circuit, and this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be the lineup between the very quick Polos. Charles Visser should be right up there against the rear-wheel drive BMWs. So, and we've got a whole host of very quick BMWs. The club chairman out there as well, Ian Riddle. He'll be one of the guys to watch. He has battled with that car now just this past week, but got it all sorted out, and I don't see his name on the lineup there. So I hope that there he's fourth on the. We've got him as fourth on the grid on live timing. So there's a difference between the two timing screens that we've got here. But Ian Riddle, fourth quickest. So it should be Charles Visser that will be up front. Followed by Kyle Visser. So the Visser brothers line looking like they'll line up on the front row of the grid. It was the championship stand-ins that they were going to use to put them to line them up. So let's see we'll just have to look when they line up on the grid. We'll just use the live timing screen that we've got, what should be the lineup. So it'll be Charles Visser on pole, lining up alongside his brother Kyle. Charles in the VW Super Polo, next to his brother Kyle in the VW Polo. Then Charles Orangis on the second row of the grid will line up alongside Ian Riddle. Ian in the EP, they've got him as a Class B. I was under the impression that he was a Class A car. But then the next row, Paul Berry, having made the trip down from East London, alongside Maria Ellis. That'll be the battle for Class C honours. And then the 134 car of Johan Nell will be alongside Kelsey Davidson, and Kelsey in the VW Super Polo as well. And then very quick, Timothy Ball, the 215 little BMW, that's him coming into shot now. He will line up alongside the legendary, oh no, not the legendary yet, alongside Stefan Okamp in the BMW E36. Then we've got the man from King Williamstown, KWT Motor Engineering, Sean Valence, lines up alongside Jean Bolly van Rooyen, and here's a man who's been around motorsport for a long time. Multiple South African enduro champion. He won the Roof of Africa. He's won all sorts of endurance events now, and he's the 2023 Algoa Rally Club champion as well. Him and his wife Taryn performing magnificently on the rally scene as well. So, and they will line up alongside. Then we've got Sean Gradwell twice on the. Sean Valence on top there. Then Sean Valence having decided not to come down, decided the weather was going to keep him away. Then we've got Ruan van Tonde, a man who's making his debut in his new car. He's got as far as I know, it's a VW GTI that he'll be going out in. And then Philip Wise will be at the back of the grid in the solid pave BMW E36. So a nice mix of cars. But I did see one of the supercars in the mix as well, not just the Charlotte Rangi's entry, but I think it's possibly Stuart White or Olile Leclerc that
it might be Leclerc who's behind the wheel. That is the Inter Africa. That is the former Celso Scribante Lamborghini. So going and paying homage to Celso Scribante, going and taking the car out in the AMSC and going and having a bit of fun with the EP regional saloons. Honestly, I think it's the best. It's you taking it out in a category that's found its home here at Aldo Scribante.
Yep.
So it's only the right thing to have Celso's, racing spirit out on the track with a category that is all about bringing some of the fastest of the fast cars up and down through the coast. And also, from what I'm getting, is a lot of these drivers done lots and lots of racing. They're multifaceted and going and putting some challenging conditions on the board. But it does look like the track is way drier than we saw this morning from this camera angle.
Absolutely, I'm just a bit nervous there. I see them pushing Charlotte Rangi's, the Porsche of Charlotte Rangi's. Hopefully it's just to get it into a better position. But the Celso Scribante car, I think it was the 2022 season that he won virtually every single race in the 2022 championship. It was just on two occasions, two heats. So I know the one into the late afternoon sun, he was blinded and lost the back end of the car and ended up on the tire wall. And I think that was possibly the only heat in the whole season that he lost. So he dominated, certainly did dominate in that Lamborghini Hurricane of his.
It's incredible stuff. As we've got quite a small moment having the two brothers now duking it out, and we will see Charles Visser racing a little bit later for the SAES. 5 hours of Aldo Scribante out in the Just for Sleep Norma Nova, prepared by Rico Barlow. This time round, he's going to have to take the VW and go side by side with his brother. Do want to say though, a little bit of rivalry here. They don't tend to play too nice with one another. You've got to lean on it. Who gets the front seat type of thing.
I've watched them grow up with go-kart steerings in their hands, and I've obviously got my favorite, and he's on the outside at the moment. Kyle to me was always the more thoughtful, calculated. Charles very, very quick, incredibly quick, as we see the Lamborghini pulling into the pits there. Charles has been has always been fast, but Kyle has been the guy that'll go out and bang 20 laps of exactly the same lap times, and just a more of a thinker, and so it's nice rivalry to have in a family. But they certainly, and Charles having spent quite a lot of time up in Port Elizabeth recently, and also in the Porsche. He had a Porsche up here and was close to lap record. First time ever having driven the car, the GT3 Cup car. He was right up there, and so that's his dream to go through. To go through and race internationally, as Keegan Masters is doing, as we see Sean Gradwell in the KWT Engineering BMW. Steve just pointing out the 312 BMW of Timothy Ball. It's got a rather unique name, which we won't tell the people, but they say it looks rather ugly according to them. So I always, when I do the race programs and that, I just omit the name completely because I know one day I'm going to, there goes Timothy Ball in ugly.
I think a lot of BMW's drivers will be not too impressed with it. But I've got to say, E46s, E36s, those seem to be the box shapes. Is the draw card of the BMWs. It's been a staple in South African racing for a long time, and it seems at the exact same as our EP regional saloons now have the safety car out of the way. It's going to be all up to the front running to go and lead it out. The Ranji's Porsche staring at the back of the VW Super Cup of Visser, now having to figure out what they can do. This is going to be a proper battle, and it is going to be a reasonably dry turn one. So it's time to release the cars in anger as the lights will be on, lights off, and away they go.
Look at Ian Riddle from 4th place. They're immediately looking for a way past to Carl Visser, but Arangi's darts into the lead. We just cut the shot there. I don't know where he found that gap, but he has gone into the lead. It looks like Ian Riddle down in 5th place at the moment. He's got Paul Berry right behind him, and then Maria Ellis on the inside looking for a gap between the two of them, Stefan Okamp. And that's where the battle's going to be further on down the field. They're going to let the guys run out. It's the C-Class battles that we have been watching with such anticipation this past season. And it's just the cars just get better and better. Dean Ball, the man that's been instrumental in putting a lot of these BMWs together, and certainly proud moments for him watching his son Timothy performing so well out there as Maria Ellis goes around the outside of Paul Berry.
Trying to get a little bit later on the brakes and instantly cuts off the nose to try and kill off the drive. Gets back on the gas, about 215. There's Timothy Ball, who is right up against the back of the VW, trying to figure out how he can get past. And I've got to say, very interesting to see the rake of the vehicle as well. So he's trying to just bury the nose underneath the back of that VW.
No, absolutely, and a very accomplished little kart, as we see that it's Carl Visser that's just gone and cut the grass a little bit there. Oh, and just watching the back of the BMs, it looked like it was Johan Nel, the back of his car, stepping out completely. And this is where the guys in the BMs are going to have lots and lots of fun. They're chasing down Maria Ellis, that's managed to break away from them. Johan Nel in the red, yellow and white car looking for a way past Stefan Okamp now as they tuck in behind Paul Berry.
Paul Berry has got his mirrors full, and I think when coming onto the back straight, you're seeing 3 cars abreast. You don't know what you're going to do. It's like having a mob behind you, and you're just going, please don't catch up to me. He's trying to break away as quick as possible, but it is still nose-to-tail racing on a very tight circuit. There's no space there.
Well,
but these drivers are giving it their absolute best. Guys, it's still a cold track.
Just watching Kelsey Davidson going around the outside of turn number 1. You know, lots of guys won't attempt that move, but she's certainly shown that she's going to mix it up with the best of them, and going around the outside and making up a position around the outside of turn 1 and through turn 2 certainly takes some doing. She's had a lot more seat time in the Super Polo now, and should be a lot more competitive this season.
Van Rooyen breaks away, going and diving up on the inside. The problem is that Winton compromised Stefan Okamp as he lost out a little bit of drive side by side as they go through. Timothy Ball also trying to put his nose in, and this is going to be a little bit tight through the final corner on the gas, and you can see the tails kicking out as they're getting onto the power as early as they can, and as going and asking the tyres, please just live with it right now.
That was a great overtaking move there from Sean Gradwell. Kelsey seemed to have lost a couple of places after going around the outside and gaining some, as Sean Gradwell now has the better of Johan Nel as they head down through turn 1.
Now it's starting to break away, but we're down to the back of the 4. But what on earth is going on with Van Rooyen? A massive dive. Doesn't seem to have the top end, but come through the middle seems to be on another level at this point.
Absolutely. Watching with interest Jean van Rooyen, or Bolly as so many people in this area know him as, he's putting up a fantastic showing there, holding back the BMWs. Got Paul Berry all over the back of him as late braking from Timothy Ben in the 215 car makes up a place, gets past Johan Nel and almost taking Kelsey Davidson along for the ride as well.
I think that was a moment of, I'm going to brake late, please brake late, please just stop at that point.
And Sean Gradwell getting past Stefan Okamp as well, and dragging Timothy Ball with him as in that move as well. So great action happening. Guys changing positions as Ball late on the brakes gets past Okamp. So You know, there's lots and lots of action, and these guys are going to be so happy that they managed to actually get out on track and show the crowd, and obviously everybody that's watching on the live stream, just a bit of how competitive our racing is in Port Elizabeth.
The EP regional saloons have just been absolutely tremendous stuff, as we see Timothy going to defense instantly, middle of the circuit, not inside, not outside, goes to the middle to try and keep everyone at bay. That compromises his drive, but he's just hoping to slow everyone down behind him, take out some of that drivers again to the middle. But what an absolute phenomenal run so far, and it's the back end of the field. These are the guys that generally you go, well, don't worry about them, but they bring you some of the best racing.
Absolutely. Charles Visser finds himself further on down the field.
I think
I got him a second, but just in that shot, it was at Kyle that is...
That's 337. That's Kyle.
It's Kyle. After he went onto the grass earlier. That's why. So, yeah, no, Kyle had gone off track. So, a bit of a recovery drive coming from him there.
Not an easy one, that's for certain, because it looks like none of the drivers are going to give him any room to breathe as he has to dive up on the inside of Philip, who does not back down from the fight, actually guarding that inside line quite a bit because he's trying to get the drive on Kelsey ahead of him.
Yeah, Johan Nel making that BMW incredibly wide, but Kelsey Davidson has been most impressive. She's certainly starting to get those elbows out and mix it up with the best, as now Kyle Visser looks her way around the outside of turn one. That's yet another brave move there, but he manages to make it work. He'll have the advantage now going into turn two, get that inside line, and he will then have Johan Nel in his sights.
Absolutely tremendous stuff. So now let's see how this is going to work out. Gets on the gas a little bit early, trying to dive for the inside line, makes on the brakes, and he gets on the power. The one thing, he's in a front wheel drive, so every time he stands on the gas, it's actually pulling straight. It's not getting the rear to turn, so he's got to line everything up well beforehand, and it actually helps out the likes of Philip, who gets also a position this time around, getting the claws up through the order.
Kelsey Davidson having got past Johan Nel as well now, so she's got a bit of a gap. Just watching Kyle Visser running on the curbs there. He's got a whole heap of BMWs to make his way past. See that Jean van Rooyen had been overtaken as well. So the BM's starting to make their way up through the field. Paul Berry and Sean Gradwell, the guys from East London that are leading that pack, leading the charge there. Ian Riddle will find himself, he's up in third place at the moment, so it's a big welcome back to the Algoa Motorsport Club chairman, Ian Riddle.
Watch Van Rooyen, he was sitting right on the back of Timothy, actually giving a little bit of a bump draft down the main straight to say, come on, hurry up, and gets a dive into turn one. Going to go side by side, and late on the brakes as well. Extremely brave. You know what, they've been told, listen, you've got 2 laps to go, and they are going to soak it up. They're going to use every single second to take all the waiting to go out and driving and get these cars out in frustration.
Yeah, no, you can certainly see these guys are having fun there. It's possibly going to be their only race that they get to take part in today, but you grab every inch of publicity or the airtime that they've got to put on a good show as Charles Orangi starts making his way through the field now, passing some of the back markers as he brings that Porsche around. Currently, his best time, a 1:06 at this stage.
It's actually extremely difficult because while they're all battling it out, they're not going to be watching their mirrors for you because they're going to be trying to line themselves up. So he has to take great caution in this. He's got a lot of power to get past, but through the corners, not having an easy one, and everyone knows, line yourself up behind the fastest guy because he's going to open up the door. He's going to be your wrecking ball for you to gain a position.
Onto the last lap of the race we go now, and it's all about Charles Orangi's out in front. Charles Visser still running second, followed by the first of the locals, Ian Riddle, in third place in his beautiful BMW. And Murray Ellis, we've been very quiet, but running in fourth place at the moment with Sean Gradwell right behind him. There's the battle. See Sean Gradwell making his way up. That was in fifth place at the moment.
Some proper run. Kyle Visser actually having a great drive there. And it looks like Charles Orangi's not going to have too much of a problem getting past. It stands on the gas. Had the door opened up and the whole red carpet rolled out for him there.
Yeah, Sean Gradwell just knowing that the faster cars are coming through, blue flags having gone out and doing the right thing, just opening the door up there for Orangi's to go through.
late on the brakes. Visser is not going to back down. He wants to carry as much drive as possible. But Shalorangis will be taking the checkered flag and showing off what that 997.2 Cup car is able to do. 2010 model, and getting a big smile on the face after that. A 106 is the quickest lap time for him. Charles Visser going and finishing up in second place with a 108 as his best lap time. Ian Riddle with a fantastic lap time, a 113.2 as his fastest lap. But so close. Carl Visser was able to get a 112.7 despite fighting his way back through the traffic.
Yeah, the gap there, I mean, between first and second, Charles Visser only 6.8 seconds off the win there. So great job from Charles Visser in the VW Super Polo. The reigning Polo Cup champion, the Astron Energy, or not Astron Energy, it wasn't, the new sponsors only came in from this year, but the reigning 2023 Polo Cup champion, just showing him, what he can do in the Super Polos.
Incredible stuff. And the EP regional saloon cars showing off absolute spectacular fashion, and the crowd had a fantastic show. I can tell you, I'm smiling ear to ear because that was just incredible. There was no gap between them. The drivers are just going and figuring out what's going to work. Oh, a little bit of a slide there, as it looks like Charles Visser trying to get a little bit more of a run. Comes across, seeing the checker flag again. I think he was seeing if he could play a little bit of catch up to the souped up Beetle in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful machine making its way down back to its pit box. See, the standing water, I mean, has all but disappeared in the pit lane. So the puddles there are not half as bad as they were earlier. So the rain has stayed away. As we look at what the results look like, first place going to Charles Orangis, followed home in second, just 6.8 seconds behind Charles Visser, and then Ian Riddle, the AMSC club chairman, a brilliant podium finish there for him in third place. Murray Ellis in fourth, Carl Visser coming through in fifth place. Then followed by the man from King Williamstown, motor engineering, Sean Gradwell. Kelsey Davidson finishing seventh. Timothy Ball finished in eighth. And then Jean van Rooyen was ninth. And then rounding out the top 10, Johan Nel.
It's going to be incredible stuff and more to come. We have got our CBR 150 Junior 250 and 150 Clubmans. They'll be heading out onto the track. After them, we'll have our Coastal Challenge, AMSC Retro Class, and Open Tops. They will be heading out to have a bit more fun as well. So great to see the locals going and showing off what they can do, and also good to see a bit of rivalry between all the coastal regions going and having a bit of fun and saying, look, you may be a little bit further up, but we've got some of the best racing. We've got the best racing, duking it out. Incredible.
Yeah, you know what, these guys, a lot of them have used this this race meeting as an opportunity to practice for the Extreme Festival that takes place right here at Aldo Scribante on the 29th of June. So I know the Fissers obviously came and got in a lot of track time, and Nathan Victor was up here as well, but opted to him and Jean-Ray Marais opted to rather sit this one out. So possibly they'll regret that decision a little later.
Now it's time for a little bit of the smaller bikes to go out, but also don't count them out. All about momentum, and that's going to be a huge amount of fun. We will have Gareth Burley going and joining on the mic once again, so we're going to have the local DJ there.
Spectators in the pits particularly, all keen to see Kolile there, hopefully guy to the Lamborghini, didn't quite materialize there. So he came in, changed onto stick tires, and then didn't quite like it, so decided, nah.
Rather bin it.
Yeah, I will leave it rather. So they're saving their energy and focus for the 5 hours of Scribante, which are just 2 hours, less than 2 hours away.
I was going to ask, what's the vibe in the pit lanes? Things starting to hum up there a bit. You said there were lots more spectators coming. I've just seen more and more traffic coming past the window. So it certainly looks like things are starting to heat up in the pit lane.
Yeah, and we've seen a bit of blue sky as well. You can see the conditions. You're starting to actually see the city in the background, which we haven't done much of today. So yeah, conditions improving. But let me tell you the big stories that are out there at the moment, and that is that the BBR Porsche racing, they're racing Porsche. They actually just arrived at the track late, so they didn't participate this morning. So they've had no opportunity in the conditions, but they're cool, calm, and collected. So that's a good thing. The one that's not so good is that the pole sitter, the Nova, is in pieces in the pits.
The gearbox issue.
So, well, they're still trying to find the issue. So they are now draining and removing. You wouldn't recognize the nose if you go in there. It looks like a large briflace or some sort. Like you don't recognize it. All the covers are off. You don't even. There's no axle on the back at the moment. So they're doing some major work on their car, and they've got the opportunity now. But probably just over an hour, because the grid walk will come up just after 3:30. We're going to go live on Supersport at that point. So, yeah, it's. I asked Mike Stephen, I said, how's it looking? He says, it's not looking good. So we'll see how it goes. They work extremely hard there and could no doubt be ready. But the pole sitter might be starting at the back.
Oh, Dylan Krobler gets away well once again. This young man, certainly, he is always very, very quick out of the blocks. They go straight into the racing. They just one sort of sighter lap for them. We saw Dylan trying to get as much heat into those tyres as possible on that warm-up lap, but already opening up a nice gap over Craig Ben in second place, with Ruan van Zyl down in third.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was a bit earlier when we saw them out there. They were actually like going down the main straight, a bit of an angle, counteracting the wind.
Yep.
Now a lot more straight up as he takes a dive on the inside through the S's.
Craig Ben up into the lead, having overtaken the 46 machine of Dylan Krobler. And these guys, they've done a lot of training with Craig. Craig, a relative newcomer, as he mentioned in the interview with Nadine earlier today. Yeah, he comes from the motocross scene, and we've had a couple of guys swapping from motocross to the main circuit. Young as Dylan Krobler gets overtaken once again. Caden Wise, who got badly injured on the motocross track a couple of weeks ago, having also recently been taking part in the CBR 150 class. And right from the moment he arrived here, he's been running up with the front runners, challenging the likes of Craig Ben and Dylan Krobler immediately, as well as Ruan van Zyl. Ruan is right up there, but just suddenly today seems these conditions don't really agree with his riding style, and it's possibly a tyre choice or something like that. But Ruan, there as we see him coming through, really off the pace today.
Yeah, not looking less at all for being out there at the moment. But yes, I agree with you. I think we've got such an amazing development structure as well in the region. And part of it is, they don't often get to race on a track like this. We often see them on the karting track, the Chelsea Scribante track, funny enough. And that's sort of where they hone their skills. So they're very good. That's why you see the big knee out, because they're so used to these tight little corners from a go-kart track.
Absolutely. The CBR, not the CBR, the NSF 100 program that Lucille or the late Lucille and Glenn Elliott were involved in, they've nurtured these guys from early on and put in lots and lots of hours with them. And as you say, on the short circuit, we'll get that word out eventually. On the short circuit, you can see. And now they're them stepping up to the power sport class. They're riding on the 300s as well. Certainly, the whole program starting to reap rewards now.
Yeah, and we've bred some good motorcyclists over the years, both dirt and track. So no surprise to see them coming through, and great development structures for them as well. And I think being here on this track must be a real special treat for them as well.
Yeah, and we spoke about it earlier, the camaraderie amongst the guys as well. They're always willing to help, and these guys are, I think all three of them running under Bright's Motorsport at the moment, and Sparky and Daniel Bright having done phenomenal amount of work with these kids and got them right up to speed and up to pace, and really putting in lots and lots of hours with them.
Yeah. Doesn't it? Brings back such memories. We were talking earlier about our RZ days, It just feels like, I want to lean into the corner, even if it's on even in the neighborhood, You just feel it in your blood when you get on those two wheels, and you just want to get your head down, even though the car's passing you by. It's just such in us, to want to be at speed.
Yeah, getting that elbow out, or not that elbow, that knee out nice and low. So Dylan not having everything his own way at this stage. Craig Ben with the advantage on the 41 bike, got ahead of him. But Dylan does a lot of training with the guys as well. He'll play cat and mouse with them, and just lets them follow him, follow his lines, and he gives lots of information like that. And So I think this could possibly be...
He's going for a late break
there
on
he
the
goes.
inside.
Late breaks on the inside. He's forced Craig Ben to run it a bit wider. But will he give that place back again? Because Craig, in the straight line, fairly quick. So these guys, I think at this stage, possibly a little bit of showboating going out there, just using it as a training session, because Craig said he had never, first time out in wet conditions for him. So he'll be using this as a training session as he goes back into the lead.
Interesting that you just see them at the last braking marker there, actually only braking then. So there is, the wind sort of turned a little bit, so it is into them a little bit, and so as they lift up, and he's just having a cruise.
Yeah, you mentioned the wind. The wind certainly seems to have calmed down a bit.
Yeah.
It's not buffering the sliding doors in the studio as we saw it earlier on. It was driving the rain into these windows, and we haven't seen raindrops on that window for well over an hour now. So possibly we are going to have a nice dry 5 hours with the 5-hour endurance race scheduled to start at 4 o'clock. And once again, I urge anybody that might be sitting at home watching that is in close proximity to Aldo Scribante Raceway, jump in the car, come and watch 5 hours of action into the night.
Yeah, and you can see the fans are getting to stay in their cars, In fact, popping out, seeing some of the cars are running because the heat is on.
As Krobler gets into the lead once again, forcing Craig Ben to go the wider line around the outside. Krobler just has a quick glance over his shoulder there to make sure that he has got Craig Ben slipped into his slipstream behind him.
So 3 laps to go now, and we are seeing the future of motorsport. Remember these names, you might see them in years to come, still competing both here locally and nationally. 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Craig Ben back into the lead again. They've swapped at regular intervals around the circuit, but just a nicer dry line that you can clearly see that things have dried up, especially here through turn 2 into 3. There's a really decent dry line, and this is that section where they're at now is normally a tricky area because the water almost runs a little river across the circuit where you tend to aquaplane, and that's all dried up nicely as well. So the marshals having done a fantastic job earlier of managing to sort out the problem areas. And once again, just a massive thank you to all of the to Brian and Ace and Taibu and his whole team, and all the Algoa Motorsport Club marshals as well for the massive effort that they put in rather tricky wet conditions this morning.
Yeah, we've also got to give a big shout out to the evolution of the track. Not only the resurfacing, but you'll notice the fans are quite a lot higher next to the track, and which makes it one of the best viewing tracks around the country. So you'll start to see cars maybe even on this main straight there behind us on the Dunlop. They'll start to pick up. My favorite spot is, of course, coming from the kink into the hangar down towards the hairpin. You'll see that they've really raised the bank there.
That embankment there
is stunning.
Yep. And that's where the diehards normally hang out. There's a whole group of guys that go and support racing from there. They're regularly out here and very active on social media as well and supporting. So hats off to all the diehards that really enjoy the action from there. They actually had a double-decker bus there not so long ago. They brought a bus and enjoyed the action, set up braai fires on the outside and really made a day of it. Back to the real heyday of motor racing in South Africa.
Yeah, we can see now coming penultimate lap, Craig. That's that section. If you look at the background there, look at that raised bank there on the right-hand side, just behind the guys on the bikes here, and that's the section that we're talking of. You can see the cars high up there with a stunning view. It looks like we've got Craig opening up a little bit of a gap now as we get...
Other way around. Dylan has got, he's now decided...
Oh, there we go.
Last 2 laps, I'm out of here.
He's taking it.
He just has a look every now and again to see if Craig can match his pace, but Dylan going to run away with it on the last 2 laps, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, they're both running in the 126s at the moment. Dylan, last time out, though, he put the pedal to the metal at 126.2, and looks like he'll have a bit of a gap, barring any mistake here, of course. That's quite easy to easily snatch on the brakes, constantly looking behind him. It could be the race victory for him.
He has been prone to fall once or twice on the last lap as well. And it's not, I wouldn't say it's overconfidence, but just losing the front end of it, possibly trying to see, checking over his shoulder. Oh, Craig Ben fights straight back. So
where did that come from?
Could be. I said he had the longer legs in the straight line, and Wow. Let's see what Dylan Krobler has got up his sleeve if he manages to close up, and manage to overtake. So this one going to go right down to the wire.
Probably the hairpin, eh?
Yeah, I would say at the hairpin, late Dylan he's the best of the late breakers.
Taking different racing lines through there, setting himself up now. You can see he's right on his tail. And now, look, already starting to make the move on the diving on the inside. Who's going to be the bravest on the brakes?
And it will be Dylan for sure.
But outbraked himself?
No, he's managed to hold it there. Now through the sweep, this is where Dylan now comes into a league of his own. Through there and then through turn 7, through Dunlop, he just is... the line that he takes there is just completely different, and that's what sets him apart from the rest of the youngsters. But I mean, just look at the caliber of these guys out on track. A really, really professional racing from these youngsters, and putting on a great show for the spectators that have braved the conditions out here.
All right, and there we go. The checkered flag is out. After the pace we've had today, it feels like they crawled across the finish line there, holding tight to just block themselves off from the wind. Of course, those pit boxes protecting them a little bit. They're going to, say well done, great little race there, and that's awesome to see. It's like two buddies having a tennis match, a bit of paddle, and then saying, hey, thanks very much, and then waving to the crowd. Not sure there's many spectators out there, but nonetheless, I'm waving. It's part of it.
There are definitely spectators there. If you go have a look out the studio window, you'll see the cars starting to line up there.
Wonderful.
And they keep pouring in, and that's where I just missed my normal vantage point from the top of the in the commentary box, right on top of the main stand. Because I've got a bird's eye view of the main entrance, and just love to see the queues coming through, and then I know that I've done my job properly. That the guys are pouring in. But a massive thank you to everybody that has come out and braved the conditions, and also to Baytech Audio for putting us out on FM, going out on 106.9. Which will be the standard way going forward now, and not just at Scribante, but at the dirt oval circuits as well.
Yeah, very good. So 106.9, remember that, save it into your radio, and wherever you are nearby, you can pop in and listen.
You can just save it as Motor Mouth.
There we go, Motor Mouth. Yeah. All right, there goes the 46, the famous 46 number, hey?
Yeah.
I was thinking about my son plays soccer, and, they practice these goal celebrations like Cristiano Ronaldo's and those things. It's as much about the celebration as about the practice, and I get the same kind of feeling here now with the guys. It's about celebrating afterwards with the right race colours, and he's really slowing down, taking it in, soaking it in as more cars start to pop up around the track.
I always enjoy the interaction with the marshals. The marshals always very appreciative of what's gone on circuit, and I thought you missed it. Yeah. Well,
can I get one more lap? Just one more time, if you don't mind. Yeah, just one more wave. And Ruan, is he still with us? Is he still on the track somewhere?
We seem to have lost him around the circuit somewhere. But just one of those camera shots, it almost looked like we could have a bit of drizzle falling. It just looked a little bit murky in the background there again. So I don't see any raindrops on the windows as such. But just towards the seaside of the circuit, it just looked a little bit grey over there again.
Revving it there, just showing off.
Craig Ben and Dylan Krobler. Krobler on the 46, appreciating.
Brilliant.
Dwayne, his father, giving him a hug there, and mother coming into shot as well. So Craig Ben, second place overall. Very, very happy indeed.
You can see a very common color there, a Valentino Rossi yellow of some sorts. Yeah, you mentioned the weather. We keep an eye on the distance to see what we can actually see from far away. And because we're eyeing out the start of the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante, which is now just 1 hour 30 away. We go live on Supersport in 1 hour.
1 hour, yep.
Of course, we continue on live streaming as well. And it'll be interesting to find out what is going to happen with some of the top runners who are working frantically on their car. Right, talk us through the results.
The Elgo Motorsport Club, the CBR 150, 250 and Clubman class. Dylan Krobler coming out in tops in the junior class, followed by Craig Ben. in the junior class as well. And then Ruan van Sail, I think he is in the senior class, so he'd be first overall in the senior class, first overall in the senior class and third overall in the CBR 150s, 250s and clubman class.
Right, one more local race to go. We've still got Super V's, hopefully, their last race of the weekend, and then we've got an hour to go. We've got Steve Koenig joining us back in studio. I'm going to see if I can get those final stories as we enjoy the final race. Thank you, Mr. Motormouth.
Thank you, Grant. Always a pleasure.
I can tell you, I was watching the racing and just hanging on with bated breath. At first, it looked like it was, let me show you the way, and then it went, after you, then it was, after me.
Yeah, I just enjoyed that glance. It was almost a nervous glance from Dylan, when Craig blew past him on the last lap going into turn one. It was almost like, oh hell, what have I done? Have I let him get away? And then quickly played catch up, but then Dylan, late on the brakes, heading into turn 5. I mean, he just turn 5 and then down through the sweep where we seen Neil Stephen coming through now. Dylan's got just a different style and attacks that sweep a lot harder. It puts in lots and lots of hours here. As Barry Spriggs in the second of the Ford Escorts comes through there, followed by the third of them. That's Ron Scott in the Stu Davidson and Sons Escort coming through there, followed by the Brights Motorsport and Fuchs Lotus 7 of Daniel Bright.
Absolutely incredible. Going back through the eras, and I've got to say, historic racing is some of my favorite.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of historic single-seater action, but Tin Tops is also rather special. Everyone seems to favor the Ford Escort Mark II, the 1600 Sports that calls its way through. I have to say, my personal preference, Ford Escort Mark I just has the right shape for me.
Yeah, the Mark I is a very, very pretty little car. With the Historics and Classics, there's only one car that we can talk about, and that is the Forenza, the GT the Can-Ams. Completely passionate. My father had one when I was a young boy, and it's always been a love of cars. And just from growing up in Natal at the Roy Hesketh circuit, there used to always be the crowd favourites there with the Forenza GTs that used to run there. So lots and lots of history going back a long way, and then spent lots of time in East London as well, following that. Then the Rotaries were coming through with the Mazda Capellas, Bevan Schwartz, the Mazda Capellas, and Ivor Roche, the RX-7s. So been following motorsport for a long time as we line up for the first and probably only heat in the Historics, the Bennett Plumbers Coastal Challenge. Daniel Bright, pole position alongside Aidan Barnard. Then it's Barry Spriggs, and on the outside Ron Scott, followed by Neil Stephen, the fifth of the cars on the grid. So these guys are going to have their work cut out chasing Daniel Bright. I know he's running semis on the back of that back of that Lotus. So he should have a big advantage. That those back tyres, a big footprint that he's got there. And but we'll see what Aidan Barnard can do in that little Opel Kadett. Very, very quick. And that thing, it just when coming down the main straight, it seems to rev endlessly with the gear shifts down the main straight. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We saw Daniel losing it in the warm up earlier, even with those big fat tackies on the back there. So it's going to be an interesting little tussle. It might only be 5 cars on the track, but we'll certainly talk it up because it's going to be interesting to see what Neil Stephen can do from the back of the grid in the little Ford Escort with the Pinto motor in it. Ron Scott having gone back to the original motor in the 1600 Sport, the Stu Davidson and Sons one. His Pinto motor unfortunately expired, and expired in probably the biggest way I've ever seen. He snapped the crank in half.
Okay.
Yeah, so that one said goodbye in a hurry. So beautiful little cars coming through in heat number 1 of the Bennett Plumbers Coastal Challenge.
I've got to ask, is that an original Lotus 7 that was modified, or is that a Birkin that's been modified?
As far as I'm aware, it is It's the original Lotus 7 that it's actually chastened bright. It was a car that Daniel's brother chastened it so well in endurance racing in that little car, and it's dominated the endurance series in PE for quite a long time. And Daniel now having taken to it like a fish to water. He's got the little 69 blue Golf that we saw out on track, but he's been battling with just a little misfire on the Golf, so jumping back into the Old Faithful. And we've always the focus has always been on Chase, and he was the racing driver in the family. But Daniel, I tell you, is no slouch behind the wheel, and all-round operator.
Oh, very, very few in the world of the Lotus 7 chassis, and we get to have it here in the Coastal Challenge as they go racing flat out. Little Opel Kadett, though, getting into tow, now has to try and go and defend. Barry hoping to try and give chase as our escorts are all looking to tie each other up, heading into turn 1. But it's our Lotus 7 has long since checked out. Don't think anyone will be able to catch that. The power to weight ratio is just huge at this point. But for our tin tops towards the back, this is where it gets exciting. No ABS, no traction control. You're sitting quite high off the ground. Aerodynamics are, well, not the best in the world, but this is where engineering started.
Absolutely, and the three little escorts, I see Neil Stephen already having got ahead of Ron Scott. They're chasing down Aidan Barnard in the little front-wheel drive Opel Kadett, as mentioned earlier, and it's called Rambo. George Fischer used to race an Opel Kadett called Rambo many, many years ago when he first started out, as Ron Scott comes through in the grey Escort with Neil Stephen looking for a way past there. So Stephen possibly looking to move up into third place in the not too distant future.
Now the Golf colours are now trying to utilise some of the spirit of the Golf racing livery. Looking up on the inside, running into the fringes of the circuit, trying to go a little bit later on the brakes every step of the way, but getting caught out. He's going to have to dig deep here if he wants to get that number 37 Ford Escort Mark II to get ahead. It's going to have to be a little bit of a give a chase, but getting into the slipstream down the main straight is going to be most favorable for him, because slipstream in these cars is definitely needed to try and pull your way through. And the one thing you want to do is put your competitor into the headwind, and you getting just all the benefits with none of the drawbacks.
Absolutely, yeah. Just watching Barry Spriggs pulling ahead of Neil there, and the beauty of social media. Barry and his son Donovan put this little Ford Escort together in next to no time.
So it's going to be a properly interesting little run. And I've got to say, some stunning machinery. We've got, not often you get to say you've been close to a Lotus 7, and especially one that's been cemented in South African history. Yes, the modifications, the little aero upgrades have tightened up the package, made it a little bit quicker, but all in all, it's closer to a go-kart if you go and drive one. But the honor to have that around, to tell you, in Joburg, in racing up towards the Highveld, we do not have a original Lotus 7 that's racing. Okay. So to get to walk in the pit and see one sitting right there, that's why my very first question was that a Birkin or was that real?
No, as far as I know, it is the real deal. Then I just saw a question that had come through on social media. Are we still running a street class? Yes, we are indeed. It just depends on the numbers. I think there's got to be more than four or five street cars, because what the street and fine cars is, it's a unique sort of class that we run at Scribante, where you can bring a normal road car, you can take your wife's car while she's at work and come and chuck it on the racetrack and sign an indemnity, put on the safety gear and go and have fun. And it's all handicap. You go out, you set a time, and then the cars you go off in a staggered a handicap format, and the way it should work is that all the cars should finish the race at exactly the same time, and it has been hugely successful in getting drivers through into the mainstream of racing. It's such a nice feeder class to get guys involved in mainstream racing. And our normal category that we mentioned earlier with Coastal Challenge, we've got up to 22 entries, and a lot of those guys, as well as the modified saloon guys, have come straight through the street and fine cars. First time you ever saw them was in street and fine cars. So
I have to say I'm quite impressed with that, because a handicap start or any sort of racing like that teaches you consistency over speed. I remember participating. We had a pursuit series up at the top, as we see a little bit sideways action between the two escorts.
Neil Stephen having managed to finally get past Barry Spriggs. A little bit of sideways wobbly, but Barry with the longer legs down the straight and snatches that lead straight back again.
I think there was a deep breath that was had at that moment as they make their way through. A little bit of frustration because nothing is all about getting past. Goes for this end. Down the inside, close door to door, wing mirror to wing mirror.
Oh, Neil Stephen must be absolutely loving that. You know, for the days of racing Stanek Group N and watching him in Class E cars with the Opel Kadett Cubs, where they leant on each other going into the corners. I mean, 5 or 6 of the little Cubs all bumper to bumper or side by side through the corners. So I know he's going to be loving it. I had a long chat to him this morning when I got to the circuit, and absolutely loving being behind the wheel of the little Escort.
I do want to point out these cars were made in 1970s, and now they are going to door to door. This is how they used to race. These are classics. These are refined cars that you would treasure. Our drivers at this point are going, no, they've got wheels, they got an engine, we got to show what they can do.
Well, that's it. You know, that with the racing driver, as soon as you get in there and close that visor on the helmet, there's no turning back. And with Barry Spriggs, I was going to have a dive through on the inside there for a moment, but
with our leader just going
12 seconds ahead.
I've got to say, it's actually quite impressive. That little Opel is still only 12 seconds, considering power-to-weight ratio is huge. This is what we've got. Is our Lotus is like a Lamborghini compared to a VW. But side by side, Barry now stuck on the outside. Neil's going to lean on him once again through turn 1. And they still side by side on the exit, not giving any inch.
This is where it normally goes wrong, but Neil having just edged ahead there. I thought if the amount of times we've seen guys try and go through turn 3 and turn 2 and 3 side by side, it always ends in tears. Somebody's going to go farming this barrier. Once again, has a look. Neil left the door open quite wide there, and I thought Barry was going to dive in there, and
just didn't have the confidence in the front.
You just wonder, the Loch Ness Biltong entry going incredibly well. It's the best I've seen Barry Spriggs performing in this car. As I said, it was put together in just a couple of weeks, and the beauty of social media, as I started saying early on, was that his son Donovan had a step-by-step. You know, it was just you could watch the progress on a daily basis. So it's been great to see them put this car together and seeing it performing so admirably out there. It really is good.
Around the outside, trying to get going. 2 laps to go. This is generally where we see the drivers start making mistakes. They start pushing the boundaries a little bit more. For our leader, they're going to be just fine. So Daniel Bright's going to be quite happy with this one. And Barnard in second place will not worry. But Neil Stephen, Barry Spriggs, they've decided it is hammer time. It's now or never. 2 laps to go. Are you going to be ahead? Are you going to be behind? Who is going to be picking up the tab tonight?
These guys have put on a brilliant display. But let's go back to Aidan Barnard. I mean, 19 years old, and also one of the youngsters that I've watched from the age of 4 years old in a go-kart, and a real gritty competitor. And that car has been handed down. It was his grandfather's car, and now then his brother raced it as well, and now he gets the opportunity to race it. He's had a bit of dirt oval experience as well, but just decided, you know, the dirt oval racing wasn't quite for him. He was involved in a couple of incidents there. Very determined driver. So he's now become a clerk of the course, a trainee clerk of the course with dirt oval racing, as well as now competing so well. I mean, he's coming second and leading the tin top class in the Bennett Plumbers Coastal Challenge.
It's amazing to hear the story of the cars. Actually, we always talk about different generations of drivers. Very few times that you actually have a car that is seeing different generations of the same family getting shared in between, which is always fantastic to see. And also how history is preserved the way that I think it should be, a rolling museum that's heading out there and showing what the cars can actually do. And lying in second place, there it is. And at the back, that is Ronald Scott having
what's happened? The weather's turned on its head again by the look of things as Daniel Bright comes through to take the checkered flag. Race win going out there, flashes his lights as he crosses the line. In second place, it's going to be Aidan Barnard in the Opel Kadett. Neil Stephen still
it's going to be side by
involved
side
in that the tussle. Here comes the second place man, Aidan Barnard in the Kadett.
Third place is going to be close, though. Will it be the Golf colours? Will it be the silver? But it is the Opal that takes second place. We're waiting for us.
Waiting in anticipation for...
We're not even sitting down at this point because it's now side by side.
They go.
One corner. Who's going to be later on the brakes?
Oh, Barry Spriggs gets hung out to dry around the outside. Neil Stephen is possibly going to hang on unless Barry can dart back on the inside, but he's been forced to run onto the rough stuff on the outside. So Neil Stephen going to take that place there. I'm going to get up from here and go straight to those two guys and go and congratulate them on putting on an absolutely fantastic display of driving. I mean, leaving each other space through the corners and that, but putting it all out there. We saw it a couple of times getting sideways, and the weather conditions, as I say, it looks like they've been turned on their head once again. Very rainy and drizzly down the main straight when we saw that shot from there, and I can see a couple of spots on the camera screens again. But a great performance from Daniel Bright in the Lotus 7, coming home in first place.
I do want to say, you said they gave each other space. I would say it's about a millimeter or two. There was space. Whether it was enough to park a Mini Cooper or not, or even an Austin Mini, is debatable at that point through turn 1 and even the final corner.
Just watching Aidan Barnard come through there. You know, the Barnard family are so involved with motorsport in the Eastern Cape, not just main circuit but dirt oval as well. They've been around dirt oval racing for a long time, and such great competitors, and probably the most helpful guys that you'll ever come across. So you'll find them with their heads under the bonnet of other guys' cars getting problems sorted out. So just a massive tribute there, and great to see Aidan out there performing so well in what was his grandfather's little Opel Kadett.
Well, I have to take my hat off to the entire AMSC. You know, looking at the racing, the quality of racing that's out there. Anyone that is up in the Highlands, I really do recommend. You've got to come down to the coastal side and see amazing racing. But take us through the results.
The Bennett Plumbers Coastal Challenge results are as follows. Daniel Bright coming home first in the Lotus 7. He was followed home in second place by Aidan Barnard in the Opel Kadett. He takes first overall in the tin top class, and then Neil Stephen and Barry Spriggs involved in that ding-dong battle. Neil ultimately getting third place away from Barry in fourth, and then coming through in fifth place in the colours of Stu Davidson and son, Ron Scott, in the Ford Escort 1600 Sport.
Absolutely tremendous stuff. I've, as I said, if you are watching this, honestly, as a spectator, you need to come down to the track, and if you ever get the opportunity to come and experience the racing here, down in Aldo, Scribante, doesn't matter where you are in South Africa, in the world, I highly recommend it because the racing is fierce. The friendships are amazing. To walk around the pits, I can only imagine how things are going. Yes, some threw the towel, but I can tell you, everyone that threw the towel now will be kicking themselves, but they'll be the first ones to go and walk into the pits and say, hey, well done with that race.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll go and catch up with a couple of the drivers. I want to hear the war stories from them. So let's just find out how we're going to play the next couple of minutes. We're still half an hour or 40 minutes away from the start of the grid walk. So Gareth, you're going to be up and down the pit lane, picking up some war stories and bring you some insight as we go along.
Oh, please do. Absolutely amazing stuff. Go and keep an eye out for the Motor Mouth. But we will be heading in to our third race of the day. We will be looking at our Liquid Moly Super Vs going out for the final time. Gareth Burley rejoining on the microphone. Gareth, I got to say, I'm super excited. I'm shaking. That was incredible racing. Sure. And to see two Escorts down to the final corner to go for it, it's just a build-up towards the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. If that is what's
vehicles out there, there's a lot of people in the pits. I must just tell you, there's a hive of activity there at the moment because we know that the endurance cars are getting ready. We've got one more Super V race to come, but I can give you some breaking news coming through. I've been out there. So the Nova, we mentioned a bit earlier, they've had all the covers off they're working on. The covers all back on, and I've got a thumbs up from the drivers. Looks like they're set to go. That's great news. They're working quite hard in the slingshot at the moment, but they've given me a thumb. I know what you're thinking, but which doesn't surprise us anymore, but they've given me a thumbs up. So I think we're pretty good to go. There's a lot of work being done on a lot of cars quickly in the pits. We know that we expected them to be on the grid by 3:30. We go live on Supersport at 3:30. So that's all still to come. So I was chatting to them and saying 3:30. They said 40 minutes. That's plenty of time. But I do have some breaking news regarding Super Vs, and that is that Lushan Ramchanda is out. So it looks like it's some kind of electronic problem. They've been all working hard to see if they can get him quickly to get on. They've even been taking parts from some other cars, but it doesn't look like it's going to be. So this is quite significant for the championship as well. So run us through how close are we talking?
Okay, so Jean-Andre Leroux, as of yesterday, is only 2 points ahead of Lushan Ramchanda. All that Lushan had to do was start the race to go and get the jump into the championship, to get back into first after losing it. So this is a gutting blow, but it does go and allow drivers to move their way up through the order, which is always great. It's nice to see championships closing up, but it is starting to rack up the tension for the race down at East London, which would be their round 5, and then round 6 would be at Kyalami. So there's always now, it's getting a little bit too close for comfort, but you can expect Lushan will be helping everyone in the pits, ensuring that their cars get out. He'll be cheering them on. But I can tell you there's having both Leroux and Lushan sitting there on the grandstands, and they're going to be gritting their teeth a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've seen Alan Mayer come out with the race victory last time out. He says probably his best victory he's ever had. He's loving the conditions. I heard you and Motormouth talking about the conditions. I have been outside and had a look. I know there is a bit of raindrops falling, but generally on the horizon it's looking pretty good. So I just want to say I think we're in for a great race here. Final race of the weekend for the Super Vs. And then, of course, we are building up to the 5-hour endurance. Lots of activities. So, yeah, it's going to be an incredible next 30 minutes in the build-up as we get racing underway at 4 o'clock. But Super V's up next.
Yeah, a bit of single-seater action coming into play. There's the camera shots that we've had, and this was where the concerns started coming in because we see a little bit of a darker cloud, rain in the distance. But as you said, it's actually blowing past. We had it yesterday. You actually talked about it. It was going down the belt and avoided the circuit.
Yeah, so that weather that you see in the distance is passing the track, and you can still see very much a dry line. The key thing is, can you see that highway? Can you see those cranes in the distance? That's all good news for us because the weather's coming from that direction. Right, this is Dunlop. This is now the final turn. The cars are coming out onto the track. They're going to make their way onto the starting grid. And lining up, we've got our starting grid all set then for this, the final Super V race of the weekend. Look at the distance there. You can actually start to see some houses. You can see the horizon. And that's where the rain's been passing. So, yeah, possibly for the next 30 minutes. In fact, the prediction, we've got 7 o'clock this evening expecting some rain. All right, so we're going to stay positive. All right, come on.
Alan Mayer currently in first place. DJ Boyson in second place, followed by Bevan Williams, Herman Kricker. Remember, he got his car fixed after having it broken yesterday. He was determined that he's going to see it through. Then we'll have Grant Will, Neville van der Berg, Francois Jacobs and Yannick Herber. But waiting on the line, a couple of cars still yet to take to the track. Our Class X's are at the back. Those are R&D type classes, and that is a mix of Formula M A-class cars and our Formula Volkswagens. But you can be sure that DJ Boersen is now going to be gritting his teeth, looking to get the jump on Alan Mayer. The interview alone was just going and saying, I'm not going to hang around. That hurt the first time. Not going to let it happen again.
Yeah, so we've got some of the cars still making their way around. Look at
that's Grant Will and Bevan Williams.
Yeah, just almost dicing each other. Guys, just get to the start line, please. We just want to get things underway. We're 5 minutes away from 3. That means 35 minutes away from having the 5-hour cars on the grid and our live broadcast on Supersport getting underway. So, yeah, don't be too concerned about the weather now. We are expecting some rain a little bit later on today.
Well, just a little bit of fun. You see Bevan Williams, and then you look at Grant Will. 2 different looking vehicles racing in the Super V. Grant Will's car is actually a copy of a Formula GTI. That is the second of the Willaris. He's got his first Willari. Big fan of Ferrari, but he got nicknamed Willari. And he's had a lot of fun with it. He's actually, his second, which is a GTI, has got a Senna's color over it. As I said, big fan of Senna. So now he's going and copied the exact same chassis, a little bit of modification to get it right. He's joining up at the back of the field, looking to try and score the top spot once again. Bevan Williams, though, looking to make it 3 out of 3. on a debut run in this category, which is great. He's a veteran in the world of single-seaters, karting, Polo Cup, and as a youngster has done so much. But to walk out and say, hey, I got into Super V, I got at Aldo Scribante in some of the difficult conditions, he's looking to really make an impact.
And then speaking to the guys, of course, after the race 2 a little bit earlier on, a lot of them talking about really struggling to get heat into the tyres and adapt to the conditions. And this is where we see the experience of Alan Mayer really coming through. So is it going to be a similar story now for our final race of the weekend? You mentioned 2 more rounds to go. They are, of course, accompanying the Endurance Series. They're not going to be with us at the next round at Kyalami, but they will be with us in East London and then, of course, at the 9-hour at the end of November. Right, here we go. We're under our starting orders, and there we go. And who's got the whole shot here, Steve?
That might be Van der Berg that got the whole shot, getting the jump, and Grant Will surprisingly getting ahead of the entire field. And Bevan Williams is going to make a short run, but Grant will try everything he can. Go, Grant, go! And, well, then we have the likes of our Formula VW, DJ Boyson, saying, nope, going to get past you very quickly. Alan Mayer, unfortunately, getting boxed in. He's not able to get past and will be losing out a little bit of a drive. Bevan Williams has checked out and got away as fast as possible. Alan Mayer now trying to get past the Super Vs and catch up to DJ Boyson ahead. Remember, 2 different classes here. Herman Krecker also trying to hang on to the back of him as he's getting ahead of Yannick Huber.
Wow, that's impressive from Bevan Williams, though. He's looking super racy. Right, here comes Alan now. He's closing up. He doesn't want to let DJ get too far ahead because we know that in race 2 earlier today, he was able to overtake him and just thrive in the condition while DJ struggled a little bit.
Herman Krecker going and giving Yannick Huber a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. Usually we see the other way around. Herman a little bit more calm and says, no, please let me open the door for you this time around. Well, Yannick Huber's having to work for it, which is great to see, especially in the Formula M's, both in A-class. Yannick, unfortunately, going and getting an easier drive. It gets past Herman without too much of an issue, utilizing that Van Diemen chassis with a KTM motor. He's hoping to try get a little bit closer to Alan Mayer and DJ Boysons, but DJ has gone away. Bevan Williams has done a spectacular job at the moment, and he's running a 1:18.8, where DJ Boyson was 1:18.6, so just 0.2 of a difference between them. And honestly, I've got to give it up to Bevan. He's really wringing the neck of the car, but he's able to get the performance out. Grant Will, happy as a camper.
Yeah, so keep an eye on the gap between DJ Boyson in first and Alan Mayer in third. 1.9 seconds after that, lad. Let's keep an eye on that now.
Second place now.
So he's into second place, but keep an eye on that gap. We're going to see as they come through now. We've got Bevan Williams, of course, leading in the Super Vs ahead of Grant Will, who's loving it. And Yannick Huber is looking a bit faster this race, a little bit racier after the disappointment of last time out. They worked quite a bit on the car during the 2 races.
It's going to be a proper challenge on the way through.
Let's look at this gap now between first and second. DJ Boyson and Alan Mayer is going to move up into second. Let's have a look at that gap.
And it's 1.66 seconds, but Alan Mayer did do the fastest lap time. 1 minute 7.697, where DJ Boyson's done a 1 minute 7.966. 976, I do apologize. So he's getting closer and closer. Alan is able to get up to 10, but this is where DJ's a little bit happier. There isn't the water on the circuit, so he's able to push the car a little bit harder. He's getting closer and closer, but can't get the heat in the tires. Alan at the moment, though, is a little bit more happy with the car, pushing it a little bit more. He's driving the nose into the apexes and now has closed down the gap. That is under a second between himself and DJ Boyson. So our Class X is on a proper charge between Alan Mayer and DJ Boyson. Once again, DJ from the coast, going and battling it out. One of the top drivers down at Kalani, now battling out with all the way from the Highveld. We have got Alan Mayer, who is on a proper charge and wants to make it 2 out of 3 at this point.
Yeah, all right, so here we go. The gap really closing now. And now sitting at 0.6 seconds between first and second. 7 laps to go here at the final race of the weekend for Super Vs. The support race, of course, for the SAEE.
Alan is 1 second quicker than DJ Boyson. DJ did a 106.8. Alan Mayer going with a 105.8. So just properly nailing in the times there. He is chomping at the bit. This has been the most racy we have seen Alan Mayer in a very, very long time.
Yeah, okay, so just also we've got Yanni Gerber third in class. He's running fourth on the road, and he's lapping about the 109, certainly the fastest of the rest. Remember that he missed out on the podium in race number 2 as we continue to see the battle here for the race victory in the Class X in the Super V race 3. So DJ Boyson, Alan Mayer, the gap was down to 0.6. Is it getting a bit closer? I mean, do you see a bit of an effect behind the car? Do you feel it at all in these cars?
Yes, you do. It's quite significant, actually. Change of surface flag has been put up. That is a problem.
What is that now?
So change of surface means either two things, oil
Oh, here
or
we go.
water.
Well, there's body parts lying on the circuit there.
Okay, so what has given up the ghost? Will that be... I think that's Herman Kricker, because we haven't seen him. So
That's right.
something has gone on with Herman
It looks
Kricker's
like
car.
actually an engine cover that has come off and is lying on the track there. So just keep an eye on that. That's down the main strip. We'll see if we can pick that up. But this is, of course, the continued battle for the lead. And you can see it's now opened up to 1.2 seconds. We had 0.6 on the previous lap. Still a long way to go. So here's DJ. Just looks like he's got it well connected there going through the corner. We're going to keep an eye out for that debris that's on the track in the main straight.
I think Alan actually tapped off. He got a little bit of nervous seeing the change of surface, because the last time he saw that flag, he nearly rolled his car at Red Star. So there's still a little bit in the back of the head saying, take it easy.
Let's have a look. 1.2 seconds. Let's see if we can pick up on that. What looked like debris on the road towards the end of the pits. You can see, look here, there's some stuff lying on the grass here.
Is that braking markers? Yes, that's braking markers. And that is Herman Kricker's car. That is the back of Herman Kricker's car.
There we go. So the engine cover. Where is Herman Kricker then?
Well, that's a little bit disconcerting that there's a bit of brake markers into
He's
turn
definitely
1.
in the pits or off the track somewhere. So there
I
we
don't
go.
see him on the track, so he has to be in the pits. But that also does change one thing, and this is the one thing about our SAES drivers that will be keeping an eye, because your brake markers are now gone. You're going to be up soon.
There we go. There's the engine cover for Herman Kricker.
That is the engine cover of the Speeds RMO8.
But look on the other side of the track there. Looks like some parts as well there. So what went on? We'll have to see if we can find out. But 5 laps to go, and the gap seems to be opening up just as we thought Alan was closing in, and then sort of backed out. We'll have a look to see now. As
DJ Burson.
TJ's on the song here with a 104.9 last time out.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to get a replay of what happened.
There's Herman Kricker coming along.
No, that isn't Herman Kricker.
No.
So let's see what happened to the Speeds. Did something break and cause everything to jump off? Yeah, and the problem with these cars, they rely on aerodynamics. So if it gets a slight lift, it's going to tear the car apart. And in terms of all the fiberglass goes flying all over the show, but that means a little bit of cleanup. No, that's Grant Will blowing a bit of smoke out of the back of his car.
Is it a lockup? No.
No, that is... that's a little bit disconcerting.
It's gone.
His weekend has been going
so well.
So now he's going to be monitoring that oil pressure gauge, and we'll be monitoring to see a little bit of light. Actually, the bodywork has kicked up.
So has he hit that bodywork, or was he involved in the incident? We're not sure. We're trying to still put the pieces together. Let's see what we've got going on here. There we go.
Oh, it was contact between Herman Kricker and Grant Will. Wow. Herman Kricker caught Grant Will, and it went and tore the body of both
there
cars.
We can see some of that engine cover actually on Grant's car.
That is pieces of Herman Kricker. Okay, so Grant Will at this point has got remnants of another car on him. That is one affecting the aero, but it's also in the wishbone, which means he can't quite turn in.
Yeah, there we go. We can see he's still going though. And let's just mention that, okay, Neville van der Berg has now overtaken him. Neville had a fantastic first ever podium in the last race, and he's looking good for second place at the moment in the Super Vs. Who would have thought? Drama unfolding. You can't take your eyes off the action. It's been the theme so far this year.
Grant can't see the right-hand apexes because you actually look through the wishbones to see what's going on. So he's guessing where a lot of those corners are. But I think he's hanging on just to go for third place. But what a run for DJ Burson. And this has worked out in his favor. He's opened up the gap. 3 laps to go. Alan Mayer's got to do one or two things here. He's either got to concede or he's got to give it everything he's got.
Yeah. But I must say, DJ looking like he's on rails at the moment. You see he cornered around the hairpin there. Looked exceptionally fast. So I think he's nicely dialed in as Alan slides a little bit coming out the last corner.
He's closed the
pushing,
gap down.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. So 1.3 last time out. This time 1.4. All right, maybe that slide cost him. Here's Grant Will still holding on with some body parts on him.
Nick van der Westhuizen trying to close up onto the back of him. So Nick's going to get a little bit more of a run. Remember, now it's all aerodynamics, and Grant Will has got a brick wall in front of him, so he's not going to have any advantage of aerodynamics, where Nick van der Westhuizen is going to have no problem with it. He's going to try and push his way through. Jacobs has also done a phenomenal job out there. 2 laps to go. Our Class X cars, our Formula Volkswagens, are currently out in the front for the Liqui Moly Super V. Is putting on a great show, and honestly, I've got to say, fantastic stuff here. DJ Boyson just able to carry a little bit more momentum through turn 4 and also the final corner compared to Alan Mayer.
Up. He's definitely closed up. We've got one more lap to go. This is the final corner at Dunlop. He certainly looks like he's pushing hard as he left it a bit too late. Very dry through there. Here we go, starting the final lap. Let's see what the gap. It was a 1.4 last time out.
Alan's going to have to
it's
really
a 1.1. It's not enough. 0.3 closed up on that. And DJ will no doubt be seeing him coming in the Liqui Moly branded vehicle in his rear view mirror, but he looks like he's comfortable there.
No, he's really comfortable with that one. Yannick Herber going side by side with Bevan Williams, who walks him out to the fringes. 2 different classes, but Bevan's not going to back down. He's going to show the Formula M how to run. And I just want to point out, Bevan Williams is no stranger to a Formula M A-class car. He's been in one before. He's been a champion in one. And now getting to take a Super V against it and try and beat it out through the corners is something special. So great to see it. But DJ Boyson has done a phenomenal job now. He just has to keep it clean.
Yeah.
That's all he has to do to keep ahead of Alan Mayer, who unfortunately is a little bit too far back. But with one corner to go, anything can happen at this point.
So it's going to be Nick van der Westhuizen and Grant Will for 3rd place in the Super Vs to keep an eye. Look at Alan right up to him, but it's going to run out of time as DJ Boyson is expected now to take the race victory. And the overall, over 3 days, the 3 races over 2 days, is going to come out on top. Bevan Williams then coming through to pick up the race victory then in the Super Vs ahead of Neville van der Berg, who was 3rd in the last race. But who's going to finish on the podium? It's between Grant and Nick van der Westhuizen. We don't have them on screen now, but they were neck and neck.
So this is Yannick Herber with Bevan Williams as they come through. So Bevan will be taking that win. But
wow, what a weekend he's had.
Oh, he's going to be smiling ear to ear. Old Smoky Joe going and having a bit of fun, as Nadine calls him.
Yeah, there we go. Well done, Yanni, bouncing back after disappointment of race 2. It's Bevan Williams then for the victory in the Super Vs. It should be Neville van der Berg
They're
in
on the
second.
back corner. They were accelerating out of it.
We missed it. We missed it. We're going to see on the timing to see who's going to take 3rd place. Is it Grant? Is it Nick van der Westhuizen?
Neville.
Grant, hold on. Look, here we go.
there.
Come across this. We got coming across.
So Grant
Will is going to hold on, which is fantastic. I'm going to be able to chat to him in a few moments to find out what's going on.
And he's got a souvenir as well.
He's got a souvenir. I don't know. We might see Herman Krikke waiting for him at the end of the pit saying, I want my pieces back. All right. Okay, so there we go. That's the race results. DJ Boyson, Alan Mayer, and Yannick Herber, the top 3 in the class, while Bevan Williams, Neville van der Berg, and Grant Will finishing in 3rd. I'm going to see if I can go chat to them quickly as we continue our build-up. Be back with you shortly.
Well, there comes our Class X cars, the Formula Volkswagens, pulling it to the pits. Well done to Alan Mayer and DJ Boyson. DJ Boyson having a great bounce back after a disappointing Heat 2. He was complaining that he couldn't get the tyres up to temp. Well, it seems like it got up to temp this time around. Alan Mayer did everything he could, pushed the boundaries of everything, actually doing his personal best lap time of a 105.3, and there was only a 0.6 off the back of DJ Boyson coming in of the race as they come into the pit lane. And smiles all round. There you go. Now, no, the big welcoming is going to be had by Liqui Moly for the unsung heroes in the world of the single-seater racing. And Gareth Burley going in and giving a little bit of a thumbs up as well as he goes and gets ready for an interview. 2 generations climbing out of the car right now. Then you have got Yannick Herber as well. So now we're going to confirm the results that will be coming up on screen. So here's our official results. 1st place going to DJ Boyson And this is our overall results. DJ Boersen, followed by Alamea, Bevan Williams, Yannick Herber in 4th, Neville van der Berg, Grant Will, Nick van der Westhuizen, Francis Jacobs, along with Herman Cricket in 9th place. Unfortunately, bodywork broken into pieces, but to break it down into classes, it is DJ Boersen finishing up first of Class X, followed by Alan Mayer in 2nd place, Yannick Herber taking 3rd place of our Class X. For our Liquid Moly Super Vs, it's Bevan Williams taking 3 for 3 for the weekend in 1st place, having a stunning run there. Neville van der Berg in 2nd place and Grant Will in 3rd. Let's go down to Gareth with a couple of interviews.
Right, final race of the weekend for the Super Vs, and it's going to be DJ who's going to come out with 2 race victories for the weekend. You looked a lot faster there.
Yeah, we took the gamble with the slick, so on the last minute we said, okay, we're going to try something different, and luckily it holds, so it played in our favor. So it was, but it was tough. I mean, it was slippery outside.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was tough. So
yeah, we'll chat to Alan in a moment and find out. He seemed to lack of pace a little bit, but there was an incident that happened in front of you, bit of debris on the road. What did it look like in the cockpit?
Yes, it was shocking. I mean, you don't know where you're going, what side, left or right, and especially when I went past the back marker. And he went on the left-hand side, and there's not much room on the right-hand side. But yeah, luckily we pulled it off. So
yeah. Well, listen, well done on the 2 race victories this weekend in a 2nd place. Thanks so much. Alan, join us here. Let's quickly get Alan. Of course, he just won the 2nd race. He seemed to be closing the gap, but somehow Alan didn't quite manage to close the gap enough to DJ.
His car's very quick. And the last minute they put the slicks on. And my slicks are still in the back of the combi, so I went on the I stayed on the wets, but they were, in fact, it handled better on these wets than on the slicks yesterday, on the old tires that are older than me. And but we had a good day, so he had to go. I mean, I was keeping him honest, and I'd close a little bit, and then he pulled a little bit of gap. He threw the first sweep. He was a little quicker than me. His car flies down the straight, but it was magic. I'm so glad we got a 3rd race in. Thank you very much to the SAES people and organisers that we're here. And we can be part of it at 100%. It was lekker.
Yeah, nice to see you again. And we'll see you out in the next round in East London, eh?
Unfortunately not, no. I won't be East London.
Oh, no! Okay, all right, that's fine. But we'll see you after that. Right, Yanni, let's chat to you quickly. You'll be happy after that bouncing back after the disappointment of race 2?
Yeah, the wets were just done for. They didn't work at all, so just took a gamble, but we didn't really have a choice. So put the slicks on, put the anti-roll back, and sense it.
And it went fantastic.
Great,
and
yeah.
It seemed like you got more and more confidence as well through the race.
Yes, yeah, because we're taking it easy, not to go off. We're racing in 2 weeks again at Roadsters, so I don't want to bring the car back in one piece. And just went quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. The confidence was there, and the track was there.
Yeah, just quickly, Lucian had a bit of a problem, so we were all trying to help him there as well. Not able to take part in this race.
And we were out before they even knew they had a problem, so we were waiting for them in the back straight. Yeah.
Okay,
but
listen, well done though. Nice bounce
Thanks
back for you. We'll see you at the next round.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Cheers.
All right, let's see if we can get Bevan. Right, Bevan, what a weekend he's had. Bevan. So Bevan firstly comes here as a rookie, never having raced before in the series. Mr. 3 wins from 3, hey? No rookie, no more, hey?
Nah, it was a good weekend. The car was on pace the whole weekend. We had a wonderful one, Thank you to Malisha Labuskachny and Andre Leroux for all the effort, all the time that they put in to get these races going. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just quickly, I mean, you look like you had the pace for some of the faster cars there as well. You look quite racy in the start of the race, eh?
Oh, yeah, it was. We try and hang on as quickly as long as we can, but just down the straight, those cars are just too fast. But for the Super V, for being a 1600, this is fantastic. Brilliant. I think these cars are super.
Yeah, listen, are you the man to beat now this season, eh?
We can't say that yet, but we'll see. We'll keep pushing and keep trying hard as far as possible.
Yeah, listen, well done, eh? Fantastic. Neville, can we get you to come quickly? Grant. We get Grant as well. Grant's had quite a memorable race. Let's quickly chat to Neville. A 3rd place, now a 2nd. Wow, what's going on?
Unfortunately, Grant made a mistake, and I took the opportunity, so I overtook him. It was a wonderful race. Race pace a bit better with the conditions that we've got now. It's much better than earlier this morning. Okay. It was fun. Great race. We're lucky that we used the Scribante race.
Yeah.
Racetrack, awesome.
Yeah, fantastic. And it sort of gives the confidence for the series going for the sort of the second half of the season as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I've been SAES, great team, great organization, highly professional. We love it.
Yeah. Well done. Nice to see you out here. Right, let's bring the man of the moment who seemed to come back with more than what his car went out onto track with. So, Grant, after the elation of finishing on the podium the last race, now you've got some body parts from somebody else. What's going on?
Yeah, we were coming down the race, the straight here on the second lap, and Herman's bodywork came out and done from his car.
Okay.
So I couldn't avoid it. I had to pick which body part I'm going to hit, the big one or the small one. But hit the small one, as you can see, the car is damaged. It was difficult to race with that piece on the car.
Yeah.
Maybe I was lucky. I think I would have got him. But good luck to him and well done to him.
Yeah.
And then I also want to thank Militia Labaskachny from Milky Molly for making this all possible for us.
Yeah, fantastic.
It was really a fantastic day.
Yeah, listen, well done racing in that kind of conditions.
Yes,
fantastic.
it was
Well done,
awesome.
Grant.
Thank you.
Pleasure. All right, there we go. That's it for Super V's here at the 5 Hours of Scribante. We now turn our attention, of course, to the big race. We're going live on Supersport at 3:30. So I'm going to cross back to Steve in commentary to get ready for the big race.
Well, you heard it here. Aldo, Scribante, we have now had all our support races done and dusted. We are getting closer and closer to the time that everyone wants to see, and that is going to be the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. And I've got to say, this is in memory of Celso Scribante, who always loved a challenge. And, well, Quebecer giving us that challenge as we see the camera shot a little bit cloudy out there, the rain starting to come, the wind starting to pick up once again. The racing was fast and fierce earlier that had the drivers and the pit crew standing on edge, but many that were changing the setups on the cars thinking, okay, let's change it for a little bit low speeds, now having to re-look at things as the winds have picked up hugely out there. Gareth, you were just outside and could see that it was a little bit difficult to stand up straight.
Yeah, a little bit tricky conditions out there. You can see in the distance back towards the city that there's a bit of drizzle, but look, it's changing very, very fast. We know that rain is expected, so I'm not too sure there's too much change in setup for the drivers. I think they're going to stick to what they've got. We might see changing conditions a little bit later on, but yeah, well done to the Super Vs. Really entertaining. A series that's growing from strength to strength. Unfortunately, we lost a few drivers this weekend with some technical problems, but yeah, I'm so excited for them because they just are loving the series. They're loving being part of this bigger circus that's traveling around the country. And yeah, the action's getting closer and closer. And wasn't it great this weekend to see sort of non-title contenders, rookies, those who, you know, perhaps weren't the names to look out for, all of a sudden on the podium all the time. And that sort of opens up the championship, makes it more entertaining. And yeah, names to remember, eh? Bevan Williams being one of them, 3 out of 3.
Well, Bevan Williams has got a repertoire of note in the world of single-seater racing. He can now go and chalk up another win underneath his belt. But to be called in a week before the race and say, listen, we're going to dump you in a car that you've never raced before. You're going down to a track that you know, but we're not quite sure of how it's all going to be in terms of the conditions. And good luck out there to get 3 out of 3 wins. Well done to him. Grant Will is one I'm smiling about because I've watched Grant for many, many years trying to get quicker and just always narrowly misses it. But he's consistently trying to be there. He's a hard worker in that. To see him standing there with a big smile on his face, finally, after 2021, he got onto the podium. And not only just got a second and a third, he's done a fantastic job. But we're getting closer to the big one, the one that everyone's wanting to see, what the crowds are going to be pouring in to come and see. You can come to the track, tune into the radios. We're going to be going out on Supersport, and we are live on YouTube as well. I mean, there's so much that can go on. There is no reason anyone around the world can miss this.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, lots of frantic action happening in the pits. The Super V is now moving out of the way. We finished with their interviews. Just a shout out to Grant once again. So we got clarification on the incident. So we thought maybe it was a collision, but actually it was just some bodywork flying off the car, and he had to choose which way to go. And he went for the smaller piece, he said, which ended up on his car. That's what we saw, another piece on the left-hand side. He managed to avoid the big piece. But anyway, glad to see he's safe. He said he's got a bit of damage to the car, but nothing that they can't fix. Well, he still finished on the podium.
Well, put it this way. That's a piece of fiberglass. You can pick it up. It weighs next to nothing. But at speed, that's like hitting a bird on the highway. So it's rather difficult to do it. And, you know, you'd rather aim for the small part and please make sure it hits the suspension or the tire and definitely not go for your head. That's completely exposed. But well done to him. Herman Krikker, though, will be asking for bits and pieces back after that one.
Right, our attention now turns. We are 20 minutes past 3. Lovely to have you joining us from wherever you are in the world. Thank you for all your comments coming through on our live streaming on YouTube. We've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. We were with you yesterday. We've been building up to this big moment. We are 10 minutes away. We've got the grid walk to come, and we are getting ready for the most incredible round. Let's just remind you, as we build up to the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante, we've had 2 rounds this year. Both of them finished in dramatic fashion, like fire, brimstone, skitty litter, sand, you name it. It threw everything at us. In fact, the last 2 rounds from last year had the similar story to them. What has the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante got for us? It's hard to say what's going to come. The weather, no doubt, is going to play a role. Steve, your predictions?
I wouldn't be able to predict at this point. Otherwise, I'll be as right as a weatherman. That's for certain. I mean, if you think about it, round 1 came down to the last 10 minutes of the race. We had the Slingshot 2.0 catch fire, and that brought out a safety car. Then we had the safety car period extended because we had Team Kobani had a problem, stopped out at Red Star on the drag strip straight. That carried it on. 1 lap dash to the end, where we had the likes of the BBR Racing get first place.
The Porsche.
Then second was Paul Hill, who tried everything desperately to go for it. 0.8 of a second between them as they cross the line. Go to Red Star. Last 5 minutes of the race, our race leader was Schalfer, so put in banking lap times, pushed a little bit too hard, buried the car.
It's White Corps, yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a very bold prediction. Are you ready?
I'm ready for this.
So we've got a lot of cars that are fast and that are in contention. But I think we're going to have a surprise today, a big surprise in the race winner. That's my prediction. The reason I'm saying that is because chatting to the teams, we know who's fast. We know who's going to set the lap records and all of those. What we're not going to see always, and this is what endurance racing about, is who's going to just be consistent. Stay out of trouble. We've spoken a lot about times. We've spoken a lot about weather. What we haven't spoken a lot about is traffic. It's a major factor here for the next 5 hours. Can you keep your nose clean? And we've not had either a session or a qualifying or a free practice without one of the front runners having a problem. So I'm predicting that someone really unlikely is going to pick up the victory.
I was about to write down a
name.
I'm going to challenge you on this one. Due to previous races,
yes,
I'm going to lend my vote to BBR Racing. Black Bull Racing has been consistent in their pace. They know the circuit. They've had quite a bit of luck. It's not about power this time around. It's about the consistency. They have been consistent all season. Well, I say that, but I look at our performance index, and that has to go to our V8 National Roadster. So overall, and Class A, I would have to put my money on Black Bull Racing, the BBR.
I like the Porsche.
The 992 Cup car. But if I have to take a look further down into our National Roadster Championship, the first time we're having this National V8 Roadsters, which is beautiful, I would have to lean on that the people in Adept might not get the win this time around.
The 23.
The 23 might not get the win this time around. So I'm not 100% sure. Brown Deck Roofing seems to be on song this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we've got 5 classes. We're going to get into that. Of course, Class A, we've got 7 cars participating there. We've lost the Mercedes, but they are back with the Porsche for the 1 hour race, along with Aldo Scribante in the Lamborghini. So they're going to be in the mix for that first hour. So 9 really fast cars to keep an eye out for. Then we've got Class B, 3 cars, 2 of the GT4 Audis, and then, of course, the number 3 backdraft. And I managed to find out from them, it's that pink hardtop backdraft racing. They, like the Porsche, decided not to go out in that 30-minute open session. They thought they'll keep things. They'll save it.
Protect the car.
So there we go. And then C class, of course, we've got the BMW and the VW Calyx. The Calyx has had no luck this year. The BMW, of course, has picked up victory last time out over them. We know that that Alfa Romeo won last time. We haven't mentioned that. They're not here this weekend.
Your favorite car?
My favorite car, yeah. And then Class E, we've got a formidable nine amazing cars in the Class E to look out for. All right. Number 31, of course, is on pole position in Class E. And we're going to go through the grid for you very quickly. We know that many of them have had problems. So here we go. It's Nick Adcock, Charles Visser, and Michael Steven. What a lineup that is in there. Just for Sleep Nova. That's that beautiful luminous yellow and sort of maroon color prototype. The Inter Africa Lamborghini with Polile Lekaka and Stuart White. They have been formidably fast. Just missing out on pole. And then I like the chance of the Promosian Audi. Paul Hill, Bradley Limburg has been sensational this weekend. Paul's kept his nose clean. They've had very little incidents so far this week. Okay, maybe 1 or 2 spins. Aldo Scribante in 4th is the man in the 1 hour dash. We know there's another car participating in just the 1 hour race, and that is Charles Oranges. We'll see his name a bit further down the list. 5 is the Maurice Jackson Audi, along with Joseph Ellerine, who's super fast. I think that's a dark horse team there, if they can keep their nose clean. You like the 6th place car, the BBR Racing Porsche of Henk and Hein Lateghan, as well as Tavares. Those, you've got to think one of those 6 are surely one of the favorites to win there. And I like the chances of 5 and 6. Talk us through the next class, which is Class C there, the 7th and 8th car.
So we've got the Buckless Racing, which is actually our Class B, Ryan Nyka and Anthony Pretorius. That car actually landed up on the top of the tyres. We've got our Kalex VW in 8th place. 9th is the GNH Transport GT4. And then we have got the backdraft of Patamba, father and son, going out and having a bit of fun in the top 10. That is our backdraft coupe. Down in 11th is the Brown Deck Roofing, first of our Class E's, followed by the People Group and Adept with Philip and Dean Wilson. That is our current championship leaders in not only index, overall, and in class. Now they have to try and get it once again. Backdraft Racing down in 13th. Pessie Racing 14th. Trade Court Steel in 15th. 16th, 17th, and 18th is Backdraft Racing, Dan Hirsch, and then 17th is Botte Unkamp and Lonica Martins. They've been split up. Ahead of a teammate at the time was Fabian Lance, 19th, Team Kubani, and right at the back is Sophia Motorsport.
A few more cars there, but the Sophia Motorsport is the Class A Toyota with that Lexus body. Here's Class D, the 111 Corridas VW of Campos, Rodriguez, and Martins. Now we've got those starting from the pits. So run through that for us quickly.
So we've got the Stradale Motorsport that will be starting from the pits. The Backdraft Racing Slingshot 2.0 of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark will be in the pits. And then the Coastal Engineering Supplies BMW will be rounding it out.
Right, that's it. I can tell you that it's just started to drizzle a little bit outside our commentary booth. We're going to turn our attention to the grid. We're about to go live on Supersport as well. Stay with us here on the YouTube channel for the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
Southern African Endurance Series, and a special welcome to all of our Supersport viewers. My name is Nadine Wilkin. Today we are out in Gqeberha at the Aldo Scribante racetrack, ready for round 3 of our 5-hour endurance race. The conditions are very wet, it's quite chilly out, but yeah, the drivers are excited to get out on the track and have some fun in the rain. So current standings at the moment, we've got the People Group leading our overall championship, as well as leading the Index of Performance and the V8 Roadsters National Championship. Leading Class C is someone to look out for, Cara Hill and Yuri Swart. We've also got leading Class D, Graphic Supply World. Unfortunately, they were not able to make the race today. And leading Class A, we have a tie between BBR and Adjust for Sleep. Now, Adjust for Sleep set records yesterday during qualifying with a 56.4. They've also got Michael Stephen, who has joined their team for this race in PE, a local favorite, also a hero in motorsport in this town, who's also our 2023 SAGT champion. So lots of exciting things going down today. But yeah, I can ramble on for ages about what's going to happen today, but as you know, with the Southern African Endurance Series, everything can change right down to the last lap, as it has in our series for the last 3 rounds. If you remember our round 1 at Dalmas at Red Star, we had 2 cars, 2 backdrafts, set alight. At Swartkorps, we had half of our entry list in the kitty litter. So let's see what the rain and Gqeberha brings for us today. Anyways, let's get back to the boys in commentary, and I'll see you on the grid with the guys later on. Thank you, Stephen and Gareth. Right, we are on the grid and we are ready to get started. It's my time to interview
of Scribante, and it's been a wet start to the day. I'm Gareth Burley, alongside me Stephen Koenig, and wonderful to have you with us. Steve, what a day we've had so far. All sorts of things happening in our ears at the moment, because the excitement is building for what's expected to be an incredible round 3 of 6 in the South African Endurance Series.
I can tell you the excitement is buzzing, not only in the grandstands, not only in the pits, but we got told to actually sit down to be in camera shot, because both you and I are chomping at the bit to see what's going to happen here. It's the 3rd round of the 2024 season. We've had so much highs and lows, the thrills and spills, the championships wide open, and even the weather going and chucking in all sorts of spanners to the works. I've got to say, this is going to be an interesting time. This is make or break for a lot of drivers.
Yeah, it's hard to call what's going to happen over the next couple of hours. But let's just tell you, yesterday we had beautiful conditions. Despite the rain that was forecast, we had new lap times set by 3 drivers breaking the 57 mark, which is quite incredible around Aldo Scribante circuit. This weekend, of course, we are celebrating Chelsea Scribante. We're going to hear a little bit about that throughout the race today. And so yesterday's conditions were like completely different. We got here this morning, it was coming at 60 degrees, it was pouring with rain, and so it's been a delayed start to all of the practice and the racing, but we are set to go, and Nadine is with some of the contenders down in the pits.
Nick, why is your car not on the pole position on the grid?
Unfortunately, what happened to Paul Stradali has seemed to happen to us, and we've got a broken gearbox. Which just happened now. We heard a little bit of noise yesterday, but we thought it was fine when we checked it last night. But in the warm-up we've just done in the wet, no, it's become terminal. So with the length of time we had between that session and the start of the race, we can't fix it. It's a shame that it's in life. It's always maintained. It's just one of those things. So bitterly disappointing. But at least I can go and sit in the warm. You can't.
No. Well, sorry to see you guys not competing today, but we'll definitely see you guys at Kailami. I can see the look on Shoal's face, very disappointed. At least you got to go in a car today. Yeah?
I'm going to start Brian now. No, joke, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, it's rather unfortunate. We really had the pace this weekend, but, you know, it's racing. Things happen. Obviously, just a big thanks to the team, I mean, for prepping the car for the whole weekend stuff. Unfortunately, something small, I had to cancel our race like this. But, yeah, we can go on strong to the next one, prepare the car, and maybe we'll see we'll be on it again. But, just good luck to all the competitors for the race, and let's just hope the rain doesn't spoil the race for anyone.
Well, thanks, Shoal. And yeah, wishing you guys the best in the pits. Right, let's go over to Stuart. Stuart, let's talk tyre strategy. You guys are on second on the grid. Are we starting semi-slicks, wets? What's the strategy here? What do you think about what's going to happen with the weather?
Yeah, unfortunately on GT3 cars we only have slicks or full wet, so it's a bit in between now. Obviously it's still a little bit wet for the slicks now with the bit of rain that fell, but now it also stopped raining, so it's a very difficult call at this moment, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens in the next few minutes and then take it from there. But yeah, it's a difficult decision, but that's endurance racing. What makes it interesting for the strategy. So 5 hours is a long time, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I know you don't actually like to share your strategy with me in the beginning of the race, so thanks for giving me some inside scoop. And Kolile, the last time you guys were here, you guys took the lead, hoping for another win?
Hoping for another win, yes, but conditions are different today, you know. Yeah, but we're hoping for a win. We're ready for this. We need this win. To stay ahead in the championship, we really need this win. Yeah.
And the championship is still open. I mean, both at the top of the log is Just for Sleep and BBR, and they've both missed around. So this could be great for you guys.
Yeah, well, it brings us closer to the front. Yeah. So we need this.
Awesome. Well, everything of the best. I'll be rooting for you guys from the pits. Okay, right. Let's find Promogin. Earlier on, Brad said that he was a bit stressed about the traffic on the track. Brad, let's talk traffic.
Yeah, look, I think this race is going to be quite tough in that sense. But yeah, I don't know. The rain's also going to play a big part. A lot of the first sector is one line, so yeah, I think if you catch traffic there, you're going to lose quite a bit of time. But yeah, it's going to be about managing it, and let's see what happens.
Cool. And tell me, how long are you going to be in the car for before Paul takes over? Because I know we mentioned earlier as well, you know, you've got to do the nighttime.
Yeah, look, I think it's difficult to say. I think if the rain comes, there's a lot more chance of a safety car coming out that can extend distance, it can make it shorter. So yeah, we got to kind of play it by ear there. But let's see what happens. It's a long race. As you said, night time's coming, so yeah, that's going to also play a factor. And if it's raining, then I think it's going to get very interesting.
You might do the full 5 hours. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Well, wishing you everything of the best. Okay, right. We've already spoken to the Scribantes. They are fourth. Aldo will be doing a cameo performance in memory of his dad, Chalso, as we mentioned. So wishing them everything of the best. Right, and next up on the grid is MJR. Don't see any of them. Okay, let's speak to the BBR guys, yeah? Hello. You guys missed warm-up. Where were you?
We were having a lovely breakfast at the Spur with the family.
That's good. Let me stand in the middle here. Family is important to you guys because that's why you missed the last race, right?
Yeah, so yeah, last race we missed because of our aunt's wedding. So yeah, this is more of a family or it's a social thing for us. It's we have some other racing series, or I have other racing series that we're a bit more serious about. So this is really just it's a fun weekend out. I mean, it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of great cars here. It's going to be a nice day. I mean, not for the fans, but I think for racing, it's going to be awesome. I think there's going to be a lot of action. You can see a few of the cars we've taken the risk so far to go on slicks. We think the track's going to dry up, but we'll have a look. Everybody around us seems to think otherwise. They're all on wet weather tyres.
So how are you guys feeling? I mean, you guys took the win at round 1. Round 2 was a Just for Sleep. A Just for Sleep's not on the grid. So where does that leave you guys? You obviously going to push, but how are you feeling with Inter Africa at second on the grid?
No, so yeah, it's sad not to see the competitors here, especially if it's a mechanical thing. It's much better to have everybody on the track. But yeah, I mean, for us, to be realistic, the car's not on the pace of the proper GT3s. It's a cup car. It's about 3 seconds a lap slower. So on pure pace, we shouldn't be able to catch the other guys. But the car's been so reliable and the team's been so good. So we'll try and get our pit stops right. We have to try 1 or 2 things maybe with the tyres like we're doing now with the slicks. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's still a long race and a lot can happen.
Thanks, Henk. Any encouraging words from you, Stuart?
No, I think, as Henk mentioned, we're just going to do our best, try and maximise the tyre strategy, and hopefully it runs smoothly. But these conditions are always a gamble. It's changeable, so there's always a bit of a gamble involved, and let's just see how it goes.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Wishing you guys everything of the best. Okay, I still don't see. Oh, yeah, the guys from MJR. Joseph. How are you? Let me stand this side. Good. So yesterday during practice, you had a little bit of a moment with the youngsters, Ryan Nike and Anthony Pretoria. So who kissed who?
Well, I've thrown it on the inside. He should see I'm coming, but I'm not going to say too much.
Look, I mean, they are youngsters, so they're learning and stuff. But yeah, what's your guys' strategy for the day? How are you feeling about the weather?
No, we're feeling good. Wet or dry, we're fine with it, but we're just deciding what we need to start the race on. That's still the question in the air, but otherwise it's looking like a positive and good weekend.
Yeah, I must say you guys have seemed pretty consistent in practice and warm-up and qualifying and all that. So I'm wishing you guys all the best.
Thank you so much.
Marius, you guys missed the first 2 rounds. Do you want to just give us some insight why?
Yeah, Joe was obviously driving overseas, so he's building up there as well. And this is our first race together now. So I've got the youngster here. He has to perform, and it's his first time in the GT3 car. So I've got fingers crossed. And like I said to him as well, this is a marathon we're doing together. So let's just finish and get on the podium.
And the championship is still open.
Yes, definitely. The championship is open. I think we've got a very strong team between him and me. So yeah, I'm positive we will definitely get on the podium. And it's either second or first place. But like I said, it's 5 hours. Let's wait.
Well, I'm loving the sound of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you guys in the pits. Okay, let's see who else we can chat to real quick. Hello, Mr. Pretorius. So this is one of our youngsters. Ryan, come in here. Let's chat to you both. So these are 2 of our younger drivers. Anthony is 17, Ryan is 16, and this is Ryan's first endurance race. Yesterday, or should I say the last 2 rounds, we learned 1 or 2 lessons, maybe. Do you want to tell us your side of what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, the brake line got punctured and it was leaking brake fluid, so I had no brakes into the hairpin. So, I mean, I tried to minimize damage, and, I mean, we're driving again, so, I mean, I'm happy with what I could have done, but I think today should be good. Yeah.
Well, that's what practice is for, the drivers keep telling me. So rather in practice than in the race. And you, Anthony, your dad is helping you guys manage the team and with the things of the car and stuff. Tell us a bit about your family and how you guys got into motorsport.
Obviously, my dad's been in this game for quite a while now, so obviously learn a lot from him every day. So it's quite a privilege to have him as my dad, and obviously he helps us a lot to maintain the car and the team, like John and Pora on the car this weekend. Just a big thank you to them.
And you guys made, well, obviously Ryan and you are a new combo, but you managed to bag a podium last round. Can we expect another one?
I hope so. We first in class, so let's see what we can do. I think Ryan and myself can pull something quite good out today, so we'll try everything we can.
Well, I definitely think so. You guys have definitely been keeping up with the Foster cars. So with Class A, I mean, you guys have done very well, and I mean for your age, you know. Also, you don't want to embarrass the older men, you know. I'm joking. Well, best of luck, guys. We'll see you out there. Okay, Kara, I am so thrilled to see you at the top of your class on the grid, doll. So, yeah, it was been a tough weekend. Had a couple issues with the car, right from Thursday through to Friday. How's the car going?
So far it's been going good. The night practice was good while my stints were good. Umpi had a bit of some problems, but other than that, today it was going amazing. So I'm hoping to keep the positive mindset and hopefully get the win. But every time I do say that, we always end up not like finishing or just, yeah. So I'm just trying to keep positive at this rate.
That's good. Hero, stay a hero. And so I heard that you got to drive a different car around this track this weekend. Tell us about it.
Since my dad got the accident, everyone's been asking him when am I going to drive it, like for 4 years now, and he allowed me finally to drive the car because they changed the steering so it wasn't as heavy, so I got to drive that. And to be honest, if I could have had the choice, I would have scrapped this and put the accident on the track. Maybe I could have been a little bit more forward.
Oh, well, let's see what happens with the next round.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I hope. I just need to beg my dad to allow me to race Aston, but I need to get more confidence in it. But yeah, it was amazing.
Good. Well, wishing you everything of the best. Cara Hill is one of our very few female drivers. Definitely a part of the motorsport industry we need to grow. So keep up the good work, and we're all rooting for you.
Thank you.
Cool. We do have 2 other female drivers on the grid with us. We've got Lonica Martins as well as Fabian Lanz. They're a bit further up the grid, so hopefully we'll get to them. But in the meantime, let's speak to G&H Transport. So yesterday, coming down the sweep, what happened?
No, nothing. That was me. That was Johnny, yeah.
You guys look too similar. Well, let me ask you. Johnny, what happened?
I just overcooked it. It was one of those things. Tried too hard to push and put a wheel on the grass and just lost it.
So we're not going to try that again today on the wet track?
No. Today we're just going to keep it on the black stuff and hope for the best. You know, to finish, to first finish, got to finish first. So, well, sorry, let me rephrase that. Got to finish first to finish first. I'm saying it wrong, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, well, best of luck. Shame. Okay, let's keep moving. Okay, father and son, Kishore and Mikhail Patamba. Let me chat to Dad first, if you don't mind. Kishore, I didn't see you guys out much during warm-up. Was there some issues with the car, or were you guys just taking it, sort of chilled?
No, we practiced enough yesterday. We didn't want to actually come out in the rain in the morning. I think it was actually it was better just to lie in a bit.
You were the only team, so don't worry. Well, listen, everything of the best out there. And yeah, Mikhail, you've just got back from overseas, right? You missed last round. Where were you and what were you doing?
Yeah, so this past weekend I was racing at Spa-Francorchamps in the MT23. Yeah, we managed to pull off a 4th place there, so that was pretty good. And yeah, now I'm back here racing in South Africa with my dad. It's always good to be back. Oh, except for the weather. It's cold.
Yeah, no, PE is a little bit miserable, but I mean, it is the South African Endurance Series. And if there's no fires or kitty litter, what else? There has to be rain, right? Yeah. So yeah, Mikhail Patamba, definitely some hot young talent to look out for. Races internationally, locally, and yeah, proudly South African. Yeah. Yes. Okay, right, let's head over to the back drafts. So here's the people group. We've got Philip Meyer, Mark Harvey, and Dean Wilson in the car. They are currently leading our championship overall, as well as Index of Performance and the V8 National Roadsters. So let's find out, Dean, why did they force you to start?
Oh no, so what we do is we rotate every race. So if I start one week, I go second the next and last the next one. Okay. Today's my turn to start.
Okay. Well, what's the strategy with the starting? I mean, it's a bit wet.
We've got a plan like we normally do. We're going to stick to lap times and do those as consistently as we can. And when we hand over, carry on with the same thing.
Awesome. Well, wishing you guys everything the best. Look, I have no doubt I'm going to see you on the podium. So do you have any doubts?
You never know what happens, but yeah, we're really hoping to be there again. It's been a good start to the year, so if we can continue where we left off, that'll be great.
Well, I'm wishing you everything the best. Philip, you're a little bit far for me to get there. Thank you. You know, with the cable and all. And how are you feeling about today's weather conditions?
Nervously optimistic. I think the weather is a great equalizer for everybody, so it's the same for everybody. We've luckily got a bit of experience in it, so I think that'll count in our favor. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Okay. We're wishing you guys everything the best.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Let's head over to Richard here. Richard van der Heerde, nice helmet.
Thank you.
Pleasure. But listen, the number on your car doesn't match the number on your helmet. Why?
Yeah, we like to travel incognito, you know, under the covers. No, there's some mistake. There was a car 31, so they made us change the number.
Okay. So now listen, remember, don't wait for your fuel to run out before you come and let Gavin take over, hey?
Like we said earlier, you know me, the full tank, I'm going to run it dry.
Wishing you guys everything of the best.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. Let's chat to Pesty Racing over here. Are you running away from me, Harum? I'll chat to Baron, don't worry. I keep saying it wrong, hey? It's Barent. Okay, Baron, so what's the strategy today?
I don't know, we'll go out now. I think the rain will play a big factor, so it's quite tricky to have a strategy now, especially on fuel, because if it rains, obviously we'll use a bit less. And if it doesn't rain, we'll use more. So I think this race will also be won and lost in the pits. So we'll go out now and see how it goes, and yeah, have fun. I think it's going to be an interesting race, and it's 5 hours. So being an hour longer than usual, it also makes it, you know, you gotta see how you want to run the car and how hard you want to push in the beginning.
Yeah, and your strategies also have to be flexible, right? Because they're going to change every hour, every 30 minutes. I mean, everything changes right down to the last lap. So when you guys were offloading or onloading, I can't remember, your car onto the truck to come through to PE, your gearbox cracked. Everything sorted?
Yeah, no, we had a small gearbox failure before we got here, but we managed to sort it out quite quickly. And yeah, yesterday we were quite fast in quali. Now being a split format, it did differ our position a bit, but also last night in the night session we were fast, so I think we definitely pace-wise fast, so just check how the day goes, I guess.
Yeah, and stay consistent. All the best. Also another young talent to look out for, Baron Pretorius. Okay, so who's next? Oh, our reigning champions. You. I'm looking for you. Oh, you know he's not going to want to talk to me. JP, I see there's only 2 of the 3 musketeers here. Where's the third one?
I think CJ had 40th year to go to. That wasn't planned, so he dropped us. Yeah, so it's just the 2 of us today. So it should be interesting with 5 hours to go.
I'm sure you guys will figure it out. So round 2, you guys weren't able to finish. I mean, we didn't even get any footage on that. What happened?
We broke the prop shaft on the 3rd stint, so yeah, we weren't able to change it in time, so unfortunately we didn't get to finish here.
Well, I'm glad that's all sorted. And you, Mr. Horn, Mr. Hall, sorry, you were in the car the last round when everything went south, and you're starting, so try not to break the car.
No, we'll do our best. So at least I'm driving before JP this time. Yeah. So hopefully I can keep it on the track and give him something good to work with.
Yes. And tell me something, are you guys going to do 2.5 hours, or how are you going to break it up? 2.5. Okay, well, good luck out there for the first 2.5 hours.
Thank you.
Hope the weather holds up for you. Dan the man. Dan Hirsch, my very personal fine and you, my very personal hot lap driver. He did an exceptional job. Actually, so exceptional that you only went into the kitty litter when I wasn't in the car with you.
This is true, yes. Thanks for mentioning that, yeah.
Anytime, that's what I'm here for. How are you guys feeling? What's the strategy?
Good. Strategy is to keep it out of the grass. So I think, with all the weather challenges today, that's the idea. We just need to make our laps. Not worry about going fast, just make sure we stay on the track. Yeah. So. And
tell me, how has it been during your practice and warm-ups and stuff? Everything fine?
Well, dry practice was wonderful. Wet this morning, it was good. We were all right. I think getting used to the braking is a little different here. And now the track's a bit mixed. It's not exactly dry. It's not exactly wet. So we're going to see how that goes. But that's Trevor's problem. He's going out first. After that, I'll figure it out.
Well, everything of the best for you guys. Okay. So I haven't heard the whistle go off yet, so I'm going to keep walking and talking for now. Good luck, Trevor. Bring it home. Okay, we still have 5 minutes, Wayne said. Let's go around here to Butta Orkamp. Interesting story, this. Hi, Lonica. Butta, so this is something different for you. What do you normally do?
I'm normally doing dirt oval. This will be my first endurance.
Okay.
So let's try it, and just gonna have some fun.
No, but what I'm talking about is you've got a connection to a certain Drickus. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Drickus is my good friend. We know each other for quite a while. And yeah, so let's keep it up. So let's hope he's still fighting on the 18th of August.
Yeah.
So yeah, Drickus, koop jy kyk vir my.
Yeah, Drickus, I hope you're going to join us at the next round. Maybe you must give him some encouragement there. Maybe we'll see him in one of these backdrafts soon.
Yeah, julle weet nie wat ek weet nie.
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, there you hear it. Something might be coming. Okay, well, that's all we have time for before we get started. Obviously, just praying for a safe race, an exciting race. And yeah, I guess we'll see you guys in the pits a bit later. For now, let's go back to Stuart and Gareth in commentary, and let's get this race started.
Right, thank you so much, Nadine. Wonderful to hear from all of the drivers. But of course, if you're just joining us, the big news is at the pole sitter. And that is, of course, the Just for Sleep Rico Bala Racing Nova. Nick Adcock, Charles Visser and Michael Stephen, who set the pole position time yesterday, are out of the race minutes before going to the grid. This is a big story, Steve, that's breaking through for us here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
I mean, the car that has run faultlessly, we're talking about it of, it's going to work out. The car's going to be something to keep an eye out for. The team, we're optimistic. To hear another car, unfortunately, landing up with a gearbox failure, a car that's run consistent. We talked about the thrills and spills. We talked about the dramas. We talked how every race has been different thus far. Well, we've got our fastest car, which did a 56.9 in qualifying, out of the race. That opens it up. It does allow one driver who wanted to be at the top of the charts, Bradley Liebenberg, finally having that clear run, will be going after the Inter-Africa Lamborghini Huracan. And we've also got our Primogen that's going to be chasing them down. There's so much to go on here. We have got 2 different races happening at the same time. Within the same race, we've got the 1 hour dash, and then we've got the 5 hours of the Aldo Scribante.
Yeah, look, we'll get to some of the details of the classes just so that we can help all of our viewers on Supersport and on our live streaming around the world, give you a little insight into the different classes that are participating here. What we haven't spoken about is we look at Aldo Scribante on the right there. He is one of those that are competing in the 1 hour dash. There's that Primogen Audi on the left that's now got some clean space ahead of them. But this will be the man to beat here, or the team to beat, Kolile Lakatla, which I think could be starting, and Mr. Stewart Wright. He's been mighty impressive. A little bit of drizzle falling, but what we're not seeing here is 2 cars starting from the pits, and they are 2 fast cars.
Now that is it. We do have our Backdraft Slingshot 2.0, and for the first time in the series, we have a on-board shot, and this is off Bradley Liebenberg's. This is the MJR.
This is the MJR of the number 80.
So that is it. And absolutely phenomenal stuff. We got a virtual grid walk for you and I, but for the lucky people that were here, they got to walk in between the fantastic machinery. But this is from the inside the car. The windscreen wiper is working, and the MJR Audi R8 ready to scream off. I mean, this is such a beautiful car. Take you through it. V10, 600 horsepower, huge amount of aero on a track that it can do sub 1 minute. And you've got a young driver that's looking to charge his way through as everyone pulls off the line. Getting heat into those tires, into the brakes is going to be crucial. And as a tribute to the legend of Celso Scribante, we have got this Ferrari, but you can hear the engine. That V10, oh man, gotta love it. Got chills up my spine. Oh man.
Right, for viewers around the world and on Supersport, just to remind you, we've had a torrential rain and windy day. We have had the best clear conditions over the last couple of hours, and we are all set to go. So we're going to have behind the safety car now. We're not too sure how many laps they're going to do, maybe just a few sighting laps here now before we get things underway. We are all set for 5 hours of racing. Just to mention that yesterday we had in dry practice, dry racing, an opportunity to see what the weather would be like, what the darkness would be like, and it was really tough for the drivers. Now we've thrown the drizzle in. That's where the rain is coming from. That is over the ocean, back towards sort of East London, where we'll be going soon, and that is where the drizzle is coming from. That camera, unfortunately, we've not been able to clear it up because it's still got the drizzle coming its way, but yeah, this is just quite a stunning view as they go through the track. We'll run through the different corners for you as well, but how long before we get things underway?
Well, it's going to be, I think they would do 2 laps at this point. It does look like the safety car is starting to back them up, and I'm just keeping an eye. Safety car lights are still
flashing,
so they're still going, and absolutely tremendous stuff. We wait for the safety lights cars to come off. He's actually pulling off, so we're going to go racing. The cars are going to back up. It is all eyes going for the Inter-Africa Lamborghini side by side through the final corner. And get ready to listen to a symphony scream here at Quebec for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series. 5 hours of Aldo Scribante starts now.
Right, racing gets underway. You can see some of the cars quite far back, but they've got a long way to go. You can see 2 cars. Well, we've got a spin already, and it's Marius Jackson. Oh, watch out, watch out!
Oh, boy.
Don't know what's happened there, whether he's actually, and it's the car that's
trying to restart it. That is hooking into gear.
Yeah, we've got it.
So you'll hear there's a very light buzz. That's when they go into neutral, then into first. You'll hear there's like a buzz. Easiest way, it sounds like a cow mooing. But from having a phenomenal run, he is now down the order. This is not going to work out in his favor. He's going to have to claw his way back. But the Inter-Africa Lamborghini looking to try and charge
ahead.
It's
a Primogen Audi that's taken the lead. It's exactly what Bradley Liebenberg wanted, and it's really slippery conditions.
Yellow flag. Does that mean that we have got the safety car back out? I'm looking for those flags. If I see a safety car board, that will be it. But looks like everyone is still racing at this point.
Right, we've got the first 3 well ahead. It's the Primogen Audi, Bradley Liebenberg. Let's just see as they come. It's yellow flags waving out. And we're waiting for confirmation of a safety car, so we'll keep an eye on that, but that does look like he's slowing. I'm not sure.
There is a safety car.
Whoa.
Okay, deep
Right.
breath,
Deep breath, everybody. Right, this is not what should be happening there. We did not see indication of the safety car, but some smart racing there from Kwalile Lekatla. He actually saw the safety car quick enough to be able to slow down, allow Bradley Liebenberg to come back into the lead. And yeah, it is Aldo Scribante who's in third position. Now, let's just see if the drivers have got the notification of the safety car, because that looks like Charles Arangis, who's one of the 1 hour races. He's really going fast. Looks like he's slowed down now. Wow.
Just trying to get past some of the traffic, but I can tell you what happened there. It was the start of the race. It's the excitement. You're going for it. You're honing in on the car ahead of you. You want to make that impact before the weather changes, and unfortunately, sometimes you don't quite have your eyes off to the right-hand side to see where the safety car board's coming out, and that does make sense, though. For the spin, they have to try and restart the race. They will be taking a look at if there's anything out on the circuit. But we were talking about the tyres coming into play, opting maybe to go for a slick weather tyre or go for a wet weather. Well, that's what happens when you stand on the gas with slick tyres, and oh, there is a lot of damage onto that Audi.
That is huge disappointment for Marius Jackson.
They're going to try and get that car up and going and get some work done on it. The team will be quite frantic. There's only allowed 4 people to touch, 5 in total, but 4 workers are allowed to touch the car outside of the pit box. Once they move it back into the pit, the entire team can get into it. So anyone in pit lane, there's only 4 that are allowed to touch it. So we will be seeing that coming into play. Wow. Now all the team will go into it, but from going all smiles, suddenly there's a little bit of frowns coming into play. This has changed up. Think about it. In the first couple of minutes, we've had the retirement of our
pole
sitter, not able to make it to the field. Then we have currently what was going to be one of our top players into the wall on the start. As it went green, he avoided, thankfully everyone else behind him had to take evasive maneuvers, which I'm sure no one wanted to have at the start of the race, but that changed it up big time.
Wow. Okay, it looks like, so he has spun or braked hard or something, and he's actually hit the wall there. So we'll wait for confirmation of that. Let's just run through where are some of the other contenders, because I'm looking out for where the Porsche is, the 992 Porsche, that started in the top 5, but they seem to have been one of the victims of what happened early on. So there we go, the 16. Right, let's have a look at the spin. We've got a replay coming up for us now. About that car in screen in a moment for us, but here's what happened.
So on green,
you can see he's already spun. How did he not connect with anybody else? It's just an amazing bit of driving from all of those drivers.
He was a passenger in his own vehicle, so either he lit the rears up and closed up on everyone ahead of him, or what happened is he closed up suddenly, stood on the anchors, and it twisted the car around. So there's going to be a little bit of work going on there.
Wow. I mean, to not have anybody take him out and collide with him is just a miracle. Amazing stuff. It just shows you why these guys are the best in the country. So we're trying to catch our breath here after a dramatic start. We've got 5 hours of this racing, ladies and gentlemen. We're just 6 minutes into it. And it is Bradley Liebenberg who's got the dream start in the Promotion Audi. He's partnering up with Paul Hill. And behind them is the very fast Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini in second place.
I do want to mention words that came back. Remember when we chatted to Marius Jackson? He said it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. I think Joseph Villarine is currently not taking his crash helmet off.
Yeah, wow, that was a nervous start. And then, of course, the safety car coming out. And for some reason, the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini didn't get the message and almost sort of said, well, let me take the lead of the race, and as the safety car was coming out. So well done to all the drivers there.
Well, that's the thing. He didn't quite expect the likes of the Promotion Audi to be a little bit slower than planned. Promotion saw the safety car board, got on the anchors, moved across. Thankfully, I do want to point out, well done to the drivers, actually moving completely to the right or completely to the left. That does allow for cars to get by. Generally watch everyone's brake in the middle of the circuit and leaves everyone guessing, so well done to the drivers. That has been a talking point in the drivers briefing of when the safety car comes out or a red flag, you move to the right hand side of the circuit, you hold your line there, or to the left hand side. just move right out of the way, just in case of matters like that.
All right, so we saw the Audi go past. He has this little Porsche. Okay, we lost screen there, but that was the Porsche of Charles Rangi's. We'll tell you about his story. He started the weekend in a Mercedes. He's now in a Porsche. And then look at towards the back, you'll see of the field, we've got this beautiful white Slingshot 2.0. Not that backdrop race. You'll see it's a little bit different. It's a car that's racing in the A class, and they've had plenty of problems this weekend. They started from the pit lane, along with the Charles Rangi's Porsche. We'll see if we can get them in shot, but I think the safety car has backed because Brad Lieberg has really now backed up the field, and I think we're ready to go racing. There we go, the safety car is in. So Brady Liebenberg now is looking for, he's essentially becomes the safety car and will now lead the field around. He's fine, and there he goes.
On the gas immediately, backed them up, got them all used to going slow, caught everyone sleeping, and he's long since gone. And the rest of the field having to play catch-up, already putting a second gap between himself and Into Africa. And Aldo Scribante is going to be going as fast as he can to try and get past. He's got 1 hour to make an impact here. And for dear old Dad, he's going for that top spot and is out for blood.
Well done to Brady Lieberg. That's a fantastic start at catching the Malila, just maybe napping a little bit. Remember that some of these cars are on slicks and some of them are on wets. We're not sure yet, but we can see the pace of the cars and who's being affected. Right, so the top three seem to be running away. The other contenders for overall race victory are far back in the field with 4 hours and 52 minutes to go. This is from the hangar connection. There you can see that's fourth place now coming through, and there's that Cara Hill in the Calyx, who's been mighty impressive and fast, now challenging a B-class car, the 93 GT4, with the other of the GT4s just behind.
Okay, I want to put this in perspective.
Yes.
That is a VW Super Cup, okay? Not, quite a special little car, but not the big heavy hitter. She is stuck in between and challenging a FIA spec GT4 under braking. I mean, this Audi is homologated to be some of the best that you go through the GT4 to get into GT3. Cara Hill saying, I don't care, I drove an Aston and I'm coming out for an Audi. Going side by side with the GNH Transport.
Okay.
And just not having the top end, she's versing V10s.
Yeah, of course. And of course, we don't know the tyre choice here, which could also be playing a factor. What we're seeing here is a battle in a B and a C class. We're going to run through that for you in a few moments, but there we go. It's Nika and Giancarlo in 4th and 5th in the two GT4s. They're racing in Class B against the pink number 3 of Pitamba. That's just behind this little battle. That's the Class B battle. While we've got here, look how she closes up in this part of the track. You can see the strength. And right, we've got some breaking news coming through. Let's get down to the pits quickly because Nadine is with Marius Jackson to find out what happened on the start of the race.
Thanks, Gareth. Marius, sure, that was quite a tricky start. I tried to look on the link to see if I could see what had happened. Can you tell us what happened?
We're not sure yet. We will review the data now in the car and the footage, and we will check what happened. But Joe just said one of the cars came over and pushed him to the side onto the grass, and he lost grip because obviously it's a wet race. So we came in now, we're busy fixing the car as quickly as possible, and then we will be out.
Did he hit a tyre barrier, or what did he hit? Because I noticed both the front and the back of the cars got a bit of damage.
It looks to me he hit the tyre barrier at the pit exit. Oh. Yes, so that's what happened there. But I didn't speak to him now too much. I'm leaving him so that he can focus on the race, and so he doesn't have to worry about what happened. Yeah. Like I said in the beginning, this is a marathon, so anything can happen. Yeah, and it happened to us, but we're not giving up. It's the start of the race, and we will take the battle scars as it comes.
Wow, what a wonderful team manager you are. That's great leadership.
Oh, thank you.
Wishing you guys to get everything fixed nice and quick so you can get back out there.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Marius. Okay, let's go back to Stephen, Gareth and commentary.
Okay, so what we didn't see was perhaps which car were around. We thought perhaps he had lost it, but in fact he hadn't. What had happened was that someone had actually pushed him out and he onto the grass, had then lost some traction and spun. But well done to the driver. Just outstanding to see them all racing. All right, so here we go. We're back to this little battle. Now it gives us a little chance to talk about the different classes. So we've got 5 classes running here. Why 5 classes? Because these cars are all different spec. They're different speeds. We're now popping back to a very interesting battle because you'll see these open top Roadsters, the the various colours of Roadsters. We'll run through those numbers. Let's just quickly jump through. Here's the more superior Roadster. This is the more modern one, the Slingshot 2.0. That is in the A class, and they started in the pit lane. Tell us a bit about spec of the number 72 there running in the A class compared to that E class right behind.
Okay, so what you see with the big wing in the hood and just a ginormous vehicle, that is our Slingshot 2.0, or called the Carbon Car. It is a prototype version of the backdraft. It's only one of one, and that is just a huge modification to a vehicle. That is just the prototype. It's the Tony Martin, it's the Steve Clark, it's the Mike McLaughlin, Dream Machine. It's the Frankenstein that was cooked up in the laboratory, and it's done a fantastic job. Ultimately, that is only going to be one of one. They're not going to mass produce him. But then we have got our V8 Roadster class, our national V8 Roadster class, where they're all the same. They do a little bit of setup upgrades to it, and it's just phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, so you can actually see now on your screen now, we can see the various classes. So Bradley Liebenberg with a 12-second lead now over Olile Lekatla, who's now in the Inter Africa Lamborghini. That's also in Class A. So you'll see the various classes mentioned. What we have on screen is the two GT4 Audis. This is in Class B. They're racing against each other, and they're going to have a close battle all night long. What you've got now in your screen is the 55, and that's the backdraft racing of the rookie, Buta Okamp, who's making his debut here. And he's, of course, competing in the Class E, in their own championship. And that's why you're going to see Brady Liebenberg, the race leader, now already starting to lap cars. As we see in screen, that is Charles Arangis, who started the weekend in the beautiful Mercedes. They snapped a drive shaft as well. And so they've got this car as a spare this weekend. He was actually racing it in the local race, and he's enjoying being part of at least the first hour of the 5 hour. There's the Slingshot going through now as well.
With the express orders from Harry Arangis of don't damage my car before I get to have at least one run in it a little bit later in the year. But it is a proper chase down.
Look at the clip.
I'm so surprised with the Calyx.
Yeah,
Hero
amazing.
is giving those Audis a run for their money.
Well, tell the viewers, what's Hero?
So the nickname, all the cars from the Hills family always had a name. So the Aston Martin is called Miss Moneypenny, and then we had Cara, who went and named this little VW Hero, which is based off an anime and having a lot of fun with it. You also remember Hero from Big Hero 6, for anyone that watches the animations. But going out and having a bit of fun, there's still a little bit of an argument of why call it Hero instead of a lady's name. Cara said, well, because it's my car, Dad. And
do what I want.
That's it. Now going and chasing down the Audis, it's substantially less in power, but this is where Aldo Scribante lends itself to the tortoise and the hare sort of situation, where it doesn't matter how much power you got. They're losing out the time through the twisty bits. That's allowing Cara to get a little bit closer with that VW Super Cup under braking, which is widely impressive because she's front-wheel drive versus the rear-wheel drive GT4s ahead of her with a huge amount of horsepower.
The 96 going through there, that's Fabian Lance, one of our lady drivers, along with Denver Branders. And they've had a fantastic weekend so far. Right, there is the 42. That is Dan Hirsch, Trevor Graham racing in the backdraft racer and being chased down there by some of the other competitors in the E-Class. Right, so it's early days now. We're just 15 minutes into the race. We've had so much drama already. We're going to start to see things now just settle down. It's a question coming in from one of the viewers is saying, why do some have their lights on and some others don't? What's the story there? When do they have to put their lights on?
So they will actually have a board that comes up that says lights on. It is mandatory, but at the moment the track is light enough that you don't have to, but it's favorable to have your lights on, purely on the back of visibility. Think of it, you're driving on the road. Any car that's behind you doesn't have its lights on, you can't quite see it so well. Where it comes down into the world of racing, same thing, it's just coming at you a little bit faster. So it's easier to turn the lights on. Also, it's a thing that you don't forget, because you can actually be penalized if your lights are off. Doing a little bit of work on the right front and the left front. So doing a bit of a tire change there, going to wet weather tires.
Okay, so they're taking off the slicks, or they're taking off the wets, putting on the slicks on there. We're sure.
I didn't see, the one had treads that was lying on the ground, so they're putting wets on, so they're expecting the weather to turn at the moment, which is very interesting because a GT4 stop is actually quite a long time, because there is 4 4 of the wheel nuts that you have to take off one by one. That is such an annoying job, but that's why it's closer to a road spec car. As we see the Slingshot 2.0 making short work of the BBR Racing.
All right, well, that Slingshot who started in the pits is already up into 4th position. We talk about that Porsche, but here comes our race leader, Bradley Liebenberg, in the Promosian Audi. He's been super fast all weekend, and those two cars next to each other, does that bring back any memories for you from race 1 out at Red Star?
Oh, yes, all too well. And, well, a little bit of a giveaway there. It's a long race at the moment. We haven't even passed the first hour, as much as the excitement has been keeping everyone on their toes. But this is interesting to see. 2 Cup cars from 2 different eras. We got a 997 Cup car, 2010 it was racing, and it's a Cup spec, versus a more modern, a 2023 spec 992 Cup car going and racing out, which is always fantastic to see. You can see the development over the years. Cars a little bit wider, aerodynamic upgrades come into play, but it's fantastic to have 2 different era cars of the same spec going and having a bit of fun, which is just fantastic, and only here in the SAES that you get to see that.
Right, so for our viewers around the world and watching on Supersport, we've of course got those 5 categories. We're going to be mentioning them a lot, and that's why you're seeing a car overtake somebody. We're saying, hey, why is that not a big deal? Because they're in a different race. And you've got cars that are lapping at the moment. Our leader is doing a 105 in these tricky conditions, versus some of your Roadsters are doing sort of 115s, 10 seconds a lap slower. So we're going to see them being lapped quite a few times throughout. So we're going to keep our eye on the leaders in the various classes. But this is where the interesting battle is happening for the lead of the Class E. And could we see a change here? It's taking place as well in Class E. So this is the 42 that is running quite nicely. That's Graham in the hot seat there with Fabian Lance and Butter Okamp right alongside them. So the 3 of them having a little bit of an internal battle, but they're a bit further down from the leader, which is the number 23. No surprise there. They are currently leading in the class.
It's interesting to see where the likes of BBR Racing, they're sitting in 17th position. I mean, this is a car that was a little bit further up the order. I know the breakfast was good, but not enough to take a good couple of seconds off while you're trying to work it off.
Well, here comes that battle we were talking about now with the 55 with Butter Okamp at the back of it, but it's our race leader that's now lapping them once again. They're probably going to be like 30-40 laps by the time the 5 hours is over. So, whoa, going a little bit too wide there. But what's interesting here is the Slingshot, which is certainly a race-winning contender. He's keeping pace with the Promosian Audi as well.
Well, it's going to be a difficult one as Fabian tried utilizing the gap, and we do see a pit stop coming in with our leading car.
This is a bit early.
Very early, unless they're trying to go for a tyre change, maybe expecting the weather to turn on them as well. Side by side, Fabian Lance up on the inside, late on the brakes. Can she hook it in? Comes across the nose, a little bit of understeer through turn 1, but gets it booked in and going. So Trevor Graham just not able to have the run there, and now Butter Okamp, who is his debut outing in the SAES, is going to really stick it in, utilizing a little bit of that dirt experience, closer racing between the 2.
Wow, all right, so there you can see the number 10. Look at these 5 cars neck and neck. It's the 23 that's currently leading the class. Have we got somebody coming into the pit? No, they're just going on the inside line. So it's the 23 that's leading at the moment, flashing lights to say, I am here. Of course, he doesn't have to move out the way if it's racing for position. But what an intriguing battle here. And we're just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 5 hours of this racing.
Contact into turn 1. Huge contact into turn 1 and a jump up for one of our back drafts. But that is, unfortunately, one car parked off in the dirt.
Going to see if he can get it started there. That is actually our defending champion. You can see he's got the red race number. He has got it started. Unlike what we saw at Swartkops with lots of gravel, we've got grass here at Scribante, which means that if you can get the car going, you can get back onto the track. So,
what's that rear suspension looking like? That's my concern on the car.
You can see the race number actually on the side of the car as the Slingshot comes past.
Man, that was a big impact for the number 10.
All right, so Brady Liebenberg, who's still in the pits, has now seen a change for the lead as the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini takes the lead. Right, let's go back to this incident here, Steve.
So, under braking, all going into the corner, late on the brakes, takes a dive to the inside, see a gap, tried making it 3 wide. I think that was a lastminute.com, unfortunately, and 2 cars going off into the dirt. but Anthony Hall not going to be too happy with that one, and the team will be scratching their heads, wondering, radioing in, saying, how's the car, what's happening with it, walk us through, and getting as much feedback as possible, see whether there's been any suspension damage or what's gone on.
Okay, I've got some news coming through from the BBR Porsche. This is the winner of race 1 of the season. We were talking about their pace. They've now has just picked up the pace there now, and he's now running in the 110s. So that looks much better from Tavares, but he is way down at the start of this one. I can tell you that Polile Lekatla is currently leading the way, and it's now Aldo Scribante who's up into 2nd position, just doing the 1 hour dash. Brady Liebenberg now having come out the pits, obviously for a tire change. Conditions still very much suiting perhaps the dry weather tires. So could we see the dry? I mean, there's a clear racing line there. There's not much moisture about. Steve's not convinced.
It's a gambling game, because if you're on wet weather tires now, this is going to be flattening them out. You're going to overheat your wet weather tires, so you're going to be
racing line, Steve.
Yeah, but if the conditions change, what if? I mean, that's what we've been having all weekend, the what ifs, and we've been watching the weather, going and playing a game here. It's got everyone staring at the sky.
Right, here's our race leader, and just quickly overtaking another Class A. It's a Lexus body that you see there with a V8 Toyota engine in that. One of the crowd favorites, and beautiful sound coming from that engine. Not competitive, they're really here just to compete and enjoy being part of the endurance series.
Going and taking a small block V8 with a turbocharger on it and competing in the A-Class, but having a ton of fun out there.
Look at this. Aldo Scribante on a tribute race to his dad is now just meters away from the race lead. He's right there alongside the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini. There they go on the left of the shot. Here comes Aldo Scribante now, and he must be chomping at the bit to see, could I take the race lead here with some of these big names all falling by the side? This is his home track. He knows the conditions so well here in Nelson Mandela Bay.
Well, if you think about it, he's got Silvio in the pits, he's got Francesca in the pits, he's got Mom in the pits, and he's got Chelso watching him from above. I mean, this is everything that's lined up. All cards on him. I would be going for first place. I got 1 hour to do it.
Yeah, but look at what we've got. There's for the race lead, but keep an eye on 3rd place. Brady Liebenberg is going 5 seconds a lap faster, and that he's currently in 3rd place, catching them down at a very rapid pace. But this is stunning for the Scribante family to see that Aldo is possibly there challenging for the race victory. Just to remind you, he's one of 2 cars that are only racing in the 1st hour. They will not be participating in all 5 hours. There he is, closing up nicely. So he's got a lot less to lose by going for it, yeah.
But I do know he's got a target this race. His target is he wants to get a 58, which is his personal best, and he missed it narrowly in qualifying. It had him a little bit irritated that he couldn't get it in qualifying. He wants to make it happen. That is our BMW.
Okay,
that's the Coastal going and falling off in turn 1.
Class C. So obviously just spinning off there. Conditions still very much similar. It's just what we're seeing is it's just getting a bit darker out there. And you see some of the camera angles are pointing more towards where the drizzle and wet weather's come from. But generally it's pretty good conditions. Probably the best we've had all weekend long. Wind has died down, slight drizzle out there. And great to see some cars on the side of the track. Right, here we go. What's the damage looking like now for our champ? Is that duct tape?
It's Traycor Seal going and duct taping, going and checking the car and making sure it's all okay. So just doing some final work. I wouldn't be surprised if the door's been bent. I mean, it had, think of it, those V8 National Roadsters, the total weight is a ton, okay? You had, I would say, about good 300 kilograms put on the suspension and on the door. Something has to buckle. Hopefully not the suspension, but I'd rather take the door, get it taped up and get going.
So interestingly, I just spotted in the background there, Charles Ranges is also taking part in the 1 hour dash. We'll talk about his story. He's just coming to the pits and he's driven the car straight into the pit. He's not even outside it, but he's gone straight into the garage. So we'll see if Nadine can find out what's happened with the Stradali Motorsport team that started the weekend in a beautiful Merc. And unfortunately, yesterday, they were one of the cars to beat. And what a sound it was from that Merc. Snapping a drive shaft and are out.
Oh, I've got to say, you say a beautiful Merc. I think a beautiful Porsche was put in its place as well. But a battle for first place, and also got to give it up. Team Corridor still going in the VW. They have been excited all the time, but they're going to have 2 very angry bulls coming on them. Late on the brake, sends it goes for it, gets the pass, and please note there's an Audi on the back of that Lamborghini Hurricane.
Oh, we could have Molile going from first to third.
And did. He's down into third place.
Wow, that's a quick change there. And
he's into the pits.
And he's actually into the pits there. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, on this weekend where we are celebrating the late Celso Scribante, we have a Scribante leading the race. Even though he's not competing in the 5 hours, he's got a fast Bradley Liebenberg in the Promotion Audi right behind him. It is a great celebration. Right, let's have a look. Talk us through the pits here. What have we got going? It's slick tires.
That is slick. So they have opted that they're going to go for slicks, maybe feeling that they're losing a little bit too much time getting a refuel done. You're not allowed touching the car while there's a refuel going on. You will also see there's a bit to make sure as soon as they go up on the jacks, you can touch the car. Only 4 are allowed to touch the car. They've got centralized nuts, so it's a quick on and off on the tires.
Okay, and we saw a lead change there. We weren't surprised by that. Bradley Liebenberg he's lapping easily 4 or 5 seconds a lap faster and back into the lead of the race. So he's definitely got into the right tire now. And that could be what's happening here as well. The slick tire looks like the right tire to be on at the moment.
It's going to be a to and fro, and we also see the Calyx cars in the pits as well on the jacks, up, down, and where they're going to be going.
Slick tires, I think, slick tires. But look at the timing that we have on the side of the screen there. It is in 6th place, the first of the E classes, and he's got the 31 right behind him. They're separated by a second. That's for the lead in the E class. Something to look out for. I mentioned Charles Orangi's in 9th position, the 86. He's going to be dropping now down to 10th. He's sitting in the pits at the moment. We'll see if we can find out what's happening there. They came out just to participate for the 1 hour, but dropping down the standings. So Bradley Liebenberg now looking mighty fast. Look at that Lexus with that V8 Toyota engine in. They are having the time of their life being here this weekend.
And a car that in free practice was overheating and actually had to get towed back into the pits. Looks like it's running all okay now. They found whatever gremlin was behind it. But yes, keep an eye out for the People Group and Adapt. That is the Panda Class E, and the light blue with the yellow GT stripes on it, diving into turn 1. And it does look like it going and reading each other.
And Pesty is there as well. So this is the first 3 in the Class E, the V8 Roadster National Championship. And that is the battle that's taking place. There goes the Slingshot now in 3rd place overall.
And the number 10's back out, so they're all good. So the Trade Core Steel seems like they are all fine and dandy.
And there goes Charles Orangi's in the Porsche as well. So, okay, so this is looking good. What's happening with Morris Jackson and Joseph Ellerine? Are they back out on the track yet? Have we got confirmation yet of the number 80?
They are still way down the order. And I do want to point out they are currently 22 laps down on the leader. So it's going to be a hard-fought fight back. They were aiming for 2nd place. This time around, I think it's going to be digging your teeth in to try and make up 22 laps. Going 23 now as it comes across the line.
Yeah. Okay, right. So the favorites are all up there. Bradley Liebenberg, Promotion Audi. His teammate Paul Hill will be getting in the car later. We did hear from Bradley on the grid that he's going to do the night session. So it looks like he's going to do 2 shorter sessions and a longer session from Paul. We'll get confirmation, but just chat to us, Steve. How long does the driver have to be in the seat? What's the minimum time?
So if you're 2 drivers, and I just want to double check on that, I think it's 18 minutes that you have to be in the car. So that's all the timing.
Look at the traffic. Look at the traffic for our leader.
Not going to be an easy time there, and you've got to try and battle through the different cars. Going to have the straight line, but then into braking.
And the BMW dives in front of him. I'm not sure he was aware that he said. And a lot of the drivers talking about some of these cars, just their lights are just too bright, so you don't actually see much happening. Okay, safely through now. That's the Promotion Audi, and that is our race lead at the moment. You can just see that BMW's lights are blaring, and even for our spectators alongside of the track. Let me just remind you, the action is now just 30 minutes in. And we've seen so much drama already. 4 hours, 30 minutes still to go here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
That's incredible stuff, I've got to say. And you can see the glaring lights as they come through, especially with the GT cars. They are right in your face. And our Class E's, they are keeping very, very close. That's why I say it's one of our most competitive classes here in South Africa.
10. Yeah, the number 10 back out. That's the current champion, defending champion, who were taken out on that corner. Just shows you the robustness of the cars, because having the other car climb up its back, it still managed to go out there with a bit of duct tape and it's still racing.
All right, so I've got it's a 5-hour race, 2 drivers registered. So if you're a 2-man team, each have to do 100 minutes, which is 33.33% per driver of the race, okay? So 100 minutes for 2 drivers. A little bit less if you're 3 drivers. It gets down to roughly about 80 in that regard. So 5-hour race, 2 drivers, each have to do 100 minutes. Now I dare you to go and run on a treadmill for 100 minutes.
Just to have a look here on the main straight, we've got 4 different classes here. There goes the Porsche in Class A, here's the Calyx in Class C, there's the Slingshot in Class A, and there's the one of the Roadsters in Class E. So all very different strategies, different classes, different tyres at the moment. The Porsche has been struggling a little bit. This is the winner from round 1 out at Red Start, that number 5 BBR Racing Porsche. Of course, it was the Inter Africa Racing Nova that won the second race that failed to get to the grid today, and they are out. So it's blown the championship wide open. And there comes our race leader who's looking to lap now the 72, and that is the Slingshot that's currently running in 3rd place. And he does lap him once again, so 2 laps down now for that beautiful Roadster, the Slingshot 2.0.
Well, I've got to say the Slingshot also, every race has been a new upgrade, including now where they've actually gone and developed the back of the car to try and decrease the amount of low pressure that's on the rear deck. So on the rear body, try and get more grip onto those rear tires. So going and sorting out the airflow, got a little hood closer to the driver, got some louvers, some little cutouts over the tires, just to help with airflow and stop a little pocket of air that lifts, it causes the wing, instead of pushing down, started lifting the rear up. So trying out some new ideas, Steve Clark being part of that, and that only got pulled out of the mold on Wednesday.
Wow. Well, we're not, it's not unfamiliar to hear them trying things late, eh? All right, here we go. It's the 10 that's already been in the pits. And here comes the Lamborghini Kolile Lekatla, who's changed his tires, and he's doing 104s. Yeah, 104s at the moment. This is going to be the interesting part about a night race, of course. You can see the flashing the lights, but you can hardly see anything. The lights are so bright, so you can flash all you want. I don't know where you are.
Well, that's the other thing, is where's the guy meant to go? You're side by side with everyone. There's only so much room on this track, and yes, you've got to be mindful of your race, but everyone else is also in a battle. I mean, you have got everyone on top of one another. You got first and second. Second and third of the class, the National V8 Roadsters are fighting out just ahead of you. You have got the Trade Core Steel, they trying to hold position as well, getting chased down, trying to move their way up through the field. I mean, this is just turning into a little bit of a bottleneck, but this is one of the challenges of Aldo Scribante. It favors those that are patient and will bring out the whip if you're not patient.
Well, I think what we also can see now for our viewers is that everyone, whatever their tyre they chose at the start, whether it was right or wrong, have now settled. As we look now, look at this battle. There's the top 3 in Class E
and as change up for position.
There's a change for position, that's right, as the leader comes through once again.
So that is Brown Dick that's currently out in front, and then you've got the people on Adam diving up on the inside, late on the brakes. Can he go for it? No, not quite. Remember, they're trying to also keep performance in the index at this point, and they're getting pushed by Pesty Racing from behind.
So that's 6th, 7th, and 8th overall in the race. You can see there's on your screen the E that's next to their names. It means they're in the E class. You can see A's, you can see 1H, which is the 1 hour. The Porsche in the A class is number 10, currently on the track. The 5th, number 5 car, Tavares, he is currently sitting in 10th place. So there we can get an indication as to what class they're racing in and who they're up against. So you can see...
Contact, first and second, and that is the PPLE and the Brown Dick.
Careful. Race leader coming through.
Oh my heavens, sorry to butt in there, but that was a hard smack into the rear right axle. And, well, Pesty Racing saying, thank you for the first place, guys. A thumbs up on the way through. And I'm dead sure there's going to be 2 drivers with a little bit of a grumble as they have to now try and nurse the cars a little bit, try and figure out if anything's been damaged.
I was going to say, it's getting a bit hot under those helmets, but of course they're out in the open, so they're getting cooled down quite quickly. Right, let's have a look at that replay there of that spin. Talk us through it there, Steve.
So, late on the brakes, went for the dive.
Oh no, there's no chance.
And into the rear.
Synchronized spinning.
So there we go, our championship current going and running into a driver that unfortunately had nowhere to go. He just was waiting for the impact, but it's one of these late dives that gets caught out.
Now, I want to ask you, because we don't often see penalties dished out in the South African Endurance Series. Generally, they like to let the guys race, the girls race, but I mean, that was not fair at all. It basically took him out. And is that going to be something that the stewards are going to have a look at?
It can be, because if it's reported by the race managers, the team managers, they can report it as avoidable contact.
Yeah.
Now, that's if you want to go through the whole process of it. You can go, well, it's fine, the guy hit the brakes late, sorry, bud. But you've got to remember, they're fighting for a championship here. It's avoidable contact. That means you can be penalized time-wise. You can be penalized with a drive-through penalty, a stop-go in the process as well. But anything can happen. It's up to the teams of what they would like to do. Personally, I would like to see more of, hey guys, sorry about that. Can you shake hands? Cool. Do you need a hand with anything?
Yeah.
Just more of the friendly side of things, because it did look like he just missed his braking marker. Unfortunately, went into the side. Could be deemed a racing incident.
Right, that's position there on the track there. That is Walile Lakatka, who's in the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini, who's now taken third place from Mike McLaughlin, who's now got it back. So don't take your eyes off the screen. The two of them battling. This is for position, third overall in the race. And here comes the race leader behind them as well. They're going to have to move out the way, because he's now going to lap them once again. But they're having their own battle as well. And is the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini going to benefit from a bit of a slipstream here upside the inside of the slingshot? Looks like he's got it.
He's going to put it close to the dirt to even try and go for it. Aldo Scribante was in the pits, but Bradley is not leaving anything on the table here at Aldo Scribante. He's going to chase down.
Look at the gap now. I mean, Walile is actually being lapped here and needs to actually move out the way. So there are blue flags, but you can see it's dark conditions, so not quite seeing it, but that's given him a big advantage, and that is now going to be third place on the road.
I've got to take my hat off how he's come in leaps about. Mr. Lataka has done so well throughout his through the racing career, from a driver that was a little bit worried about the car, not so confident. This weekend he's come to an element of his own and is not afraid to go. Aldo's out. That is
the Lexus with the big V8 Toyota engine. That's racing in Class A. They're having some fun here. They're trying to get it started there. The 88s. They're just here to finish. Right, that's going to be up at the hairpin here. So let's just see. He's actually just out-braked and then put his foot down. The V8 must have made a bit of a roar around that corner, giving some fans a little bit of a wake-up call. But no one collected. And with the grass outside, it's been very wet there. That's all safe. Right, here is an intriguing battle. Those are the only two cars racing in this class. And that is Aldo Scribante and Charles Oranges, two names that are very familiar in endurance racing in South Africa. And we just want to see if they're actually next to each other on the track. They're not. Okay, so Oranges is down in 14th, 15th position, while Aldo Scribante, who's just come out of the pits, is running possibly in second place. Well, he came out the pits, so might have lost some position. But wonderful to see the two 1 hour cars neck and neck with each other.
Sphere Motorsports, I think, went a little bit wide, stood on gas, plus marbles, plus cold track. It was just a multitude of things going off. But you can be sure that Oranges is going to give Scribante a good run for their money here. Might not be for class, might
position
be for
track,
position, but what he can do is utilize the likes of Scribante to punch a hole through all the carnage that's ahead of him, all the back markers, and give him a nice little tow.
Look what's coming off that Toyota there. Looks like a bit of smoke maybe coming off there down that straight. We'll keep an eye on that. But here we go, the 23. That's the current championship leader in the Class E that was involved in that incident. Seems like they've got away with that. Chasing down now, still very much in contention. Pesty Racing is the one to look out for. The 262 leading the class. Getting a lot darker now. The weather seems to be holding on for now.
This is going to be a proper bit of fun, but it is helping Oranges at the moment to stay right on the tail of Scribante. He's going to pull himself along and get through all the back markers just fine. It also gives him a nice little tow down the straight, get those extra few 1 or 2 kilometers that's needed. That is a cup car that's going after a GT3. The power difference between them is huge. There's no traction control, there's no ABS in that 997 Porsche, but to go and keep up with a GT3 car does lend itself to the driving skill And don't take anything away from Aldo Scribante. He is an incredible driver, and at one point was fighting for the championship in the SAGT against his very own brother Silvio Scribante and Michael Stephen,
the champion. So this means that for these two cars, they've just got 19 minutes left, and then we will see the South African motorsport flag coming out for these two. By the way, the Porsche ahead of them is doing the 5-hour race. You'll see them come down the straight with the yellow lights. Talk us through what's happening with the 80. So they've actually gone back in.
So they're back in. Jacks are up. They're checking the car. They're making sure everything's okay. Rear wing's on. I wouldn't be surprised that car's going to drop down and get going once again. But it's going to be driven in anger because they are currently 34 laps down on the leader. That's a lot of ground to make up. They're at the bottom of the pack, and it's everything to go for, and points matter right now.
Right, we've got some fast drivers, of course, still to come. There's going to be a changeover, but I can tell you the man leading the race, Brad Liebenberg, last time out, he did a 101, but he's done a 59.3. 59.3 is his quickest lap so far. Of course, here he is on screen now. He was hoping to battle with the driver in that car, Charles Arangis, but in the Mercedes, it's not to be, though. The 86 Porsche is just competing in the 1-hour race. Charles Arangis arriving here with a beautiful Mercedes, unfortunately having a problem, and they've withdrawn from the 5 hours. But just because they are here, they've pulled out the Porsche that they had with them, and they're just competing for this hour with that man, Aldo Scribante, the Scribante Lamborghini, that raging bull. In that race. And as I mentioned, after the 1 hour, what's going to happen, Steve?
So you're going to have the 1 hour dash. They will get the MSA flag stationary over the start-finish line. That will signal the end of the 1 hour dash. They will have to maintain race speed because they are still involved in a race at the moment, and dive into the pits. They do not want to obstruct the current 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. So they got to maintain race pace, pull into the pits, and they will be then into the awards, which is always great. You want to keep a nice smile on that one. But that is with the stationary MSA flag. So on our cameras, it will look white.
Here we go.
Lights on, and a little bit of drizzle coming down. But that Audi is up and going, and it has got the red mist coming down for sure. MJR leaving the pits after literally start of the race. They've got their car fixed. It is time for a proper fight.
Joseph Ellerine, of course, we're glad to see them back because our camera is sitting in that car, so we'll be keen to see them back on the track. That light drizzle that you saw then in the shot, we've had that all day. That's pretty much been the light drizzle we've had, but you can see track conditions are still perfectly fine for us to go racing, and that in the distance that you see there, that's where the rain will be coming from. So we'll be keeping an eye out over the ocean, over the local IDZ here in Nelson Mandela Bay, and yeah, we've got just 16 minutes left to go in the 1 hour dash, just over 4 hours to go here in the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. What an amazing, adventurous hour we've already had.
Absolutely incredible stuff. The drivers having to work their way through Aldo Scribante, just be patient on the way through and not taking those deep dives. He's already seen what could happen and would rather be a little bit more patient through all the back markers. He knows he's in his own race at the moment. He will get the radio message saying, hey, listen, don't land up with any problems. You guys just keep going. So some phenomenal work.
What's going on the side here with one of the GT4s off the track, really going slow there. We see on the front corner.
That's got a luminescent yellow to it.
Yeah, so we can see just a bit more drizzle. We can see even out of our commentary window here, rain against our window.
Okay, so that's the bucket list racing Audi. That was a little bit slow. That means
so
it's fifth place.
Yeah, we're trying to see if they can get through to the pits there. Yeah, we're now back on with Marius Jackson's Audi. Some stunning shots. And windscreen wipers game. You don't see heavy rain. There's still very much a dry line there. This is the driver's view of Aldo Scribante. As he takes the turn there to the right, this is where the rain is coming from. Now it's a hard right into the S's. He's going to look for the transition point. Look at the weight now transfer. There it is. Wait, don't go too early on the gas because you're going to go wide. Exactly what we said is going to happen. Now it's the kink, a left turn. This is full throttle through here. You can see the brake lights coming on. They're going to have to brake here. Might even change gears in the conditions, and then it's flat out to the hairpin. Looking for his braking point. Now you can see what it's like having to chase another car. That is now a B-class car ahead of him. So you can see how it quickly closes up.
Now having the Audi R8 GT4 against the Audi R8 GT3, but also as he got on the power, it had a little bit of a snap underneath it. Cold tires, he's still got the red mist, and you can be sure the gremlin is sitting on the back of the head saying, listen, remember what happened, and he's trying to make up time. The problem is he's going to have the radio message of take a deep breath, slow it down, let's get this car going, find your rhythm.
Right, the number 11 going through there, that is the Team Kobani with Fikile Holumsa and Bobumza Rubuluza, who are competing. Great to have them alongside us. One of 9 in the E-Class that are competing at. Currently still being led by Pesty Racing. They benefited from some incidents ahead of them. And look at the traffic. I want to talk about that pink car that you see there, the number 3. They are mighty impressive at the moment. There's the change there, but it's not for the lead because we know that the Porsche there is probably a few laps down, running in an 11th position at the moment, while Aldo Scribante in the Lamborghini, he's got 13 minutes to bring it home. He's currently running in 2nd place. We're going to lose him at the end of this hour.
I think Charles Ranges was playing follow the leader and eventually decided, you know what, I'm sick and tired of looking at the rear tail lights. I want to get ahead. You look at mine for a little bit. And is not going to win the power game, but he's going to try and carry a little bit of momentum. This is going to help Aldo out by going and causing a little bit of a slipstream effect. So Aldo can get towed along for a little bit of time, soak up the atmosphere, and also the crowd get to have a bit more of a look at the Lamborghini. Yeah. But I've got to say, that 997.2 Porsche Cup car doing a fantastic job. 2010 model, can you believe it?
Lovely.
And Porsche showing off how the designs have evolved through the years. It's fantastic that Stradati actually got that car out for the 1 hour dash. I'm really happy they did, because it's a piece of history for the 2000s.
And of course, for our viewers on Supersport and on live streaming, you might remember this is a familiar story because Stradali, the last race of last year, the 9 Hours of Kyalami, as we go back on board with Marius Jackson, the number 80, this is the GT3 Audi. And you would remember that Stradali, at the end of last year, came to the race as championship contenders, and they also lost the Mercedes. Then because they're based there, they quickly ran back and fetched their GT3 Audi and went on to win the championship. It was unbelievable, dramatic. You couldn't write a better script for the conclusion of a race, but we've come close so far this year.
So far. That's, the race isn't over, it's still in the early stages, but a beautiful shot on board. And I mean, the South African shot, not often you get to see an active race shot of Aldo Scribante from a GT3 car, and just seeing how much work goes into it.
All right, let's have a little run through then. Brady Liebenberg still comfortably 2 laps ahead of Aldo Scribante, who's just got a couple minutes left before he brings it in to finish the 1 hour dash. It's now Mike McLaughlin in the Slingshot 2.0, who's running 2nd in class, 3rd on the road. Naika in 4th, the 93. That's a very impressive drive because Kolile Lekatla is a lap down on him, the 125 Into Africa Racing Lamborghini. He's got a very fast teammate in Stuart White still to come. So that's the standings there, and then we just broke away there, but Pesty Racing still leading in Class E.
I've got to say, I've given up to Naika. For anyone that doesn't know, he landed on top of the tires yesterday. He's a 16-year-old. This is his first time in the car around the circuit. If my brakes had to fail, I would be a bit nervous to go out again, but putting himself into 4th place and chasing down Mike McLaughlin in the Slingshot 2.0.
We're right here with the number 80. This is the GT3. It's just wonderful from our team to have these shots. We're going through the first corner now with a dry line there. Guys out to the side. This is now the S's braking hard. Look for that change of weight in the car. Wait for it. There it is. And that's now the move from the onboard to alongside the camera. Left into the kink now. Touch the brakes. There we go. Right-hand side through hanger. And now full throttle down towards the hairpin. Look for your braking mark. This is where we talked about that incident where one of the GT4s went off into the tires. Now this is one of my favorite spots to watch at. You can see the cars. Right.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. What is going on here? This is now so there we see Stuart White talking to Kwalile in the car. They're just putting the engine cover back on at the back there.
So it had a problem. It was up on the jacks. They're going to move the car out, get it down, and get it racing once again. But it was going so well, I wonder what they were worried about, because they also had the computer plugged into the ECU. So I'm trying to figure out, they were going through data. They found something they weren't happy with. They had to double check it, get it down, get it going once again. But that is going to change it up. Into Africa, not having the easiest run at this point.
Now this is This is deja vu. We've been in this instance before in the last 2 rounds. Remember, they were leading out in Swartkorps. They had lots of problems with the car. They managed to get back out and almost took the race victory. So as we come to the end of the first hour, yeah, don't be surprised. They're still very much in contention, running currently on the track now. I'll see they've dropped down a little bit. So they're now sitting in 12th position at the moment, but on a very fast car. This is the man that's the one to beat at the moment. Bradley Liebenberg must be loving this opportunity. He's got clear track in front of him in terms of his competitors. He's lapping in about the 1 minute, 1 minute 1. His fastest lap so far has been a 58.3. So just incredible. We've got 8 minutes left before the end of the first hour here at the 5 hours of Scribante. And don't be confused by the conditions. We're looking outside our commentary booth here. There is a bit of drizzle about, but that's where the rain is coming from, and you can see it's clear in the background.
It's incredible stuff. It will have our drivers looking and have everyone scratching their heads. What's going to be the right idea? There's always that what if, that little gremlin that sits on your shoulder and says what if the whole time. But everyone's still pushing as hard as they can, as we see our leader making short work of our back markers and are now starting to catch up. It's always fantastic to see the difference between a GT4 and a GT3, just to see the size difference, the power difference, but also it's just great to have them out on circuit. Our national V8 Roadsters also having a great time out there.
That's our lead, of course, the Pesty Racing 262. Look out for that.
No, that is Fabian Lance.
Oh, there's 2 orange cars, yeah.
So you can,
2 orange.
You can identify Fabian's car where it's a white stripe onto it. And she's trying to make up a bit of time, and there is our 131 making their way through. That is
the pole sitter, of course, the brown deck roofing. Actually it's number 31, but because it's another 31, you see they've painted a number 1 on there, and they're running in 2nd place, and they're 25 seconds behind Pesty Racing, the 262 in the class at the moment.
So a little bit of time lost there, but they can come into their favor as we see the Slingshot 2.0, the number 72, the Backdraft Racing, now having a good go with the likes of Orangi's all over the back of him, trying to see where he can get past. Orangi's trying to see where exactly he can make up a bit of time, but Mike McLaughlin is currently running in 3rd place. He's getting chased down or hurried along by 7th position.
Lexus moving out of the way there. Does he stay out the way? A bit of sparks coming off one of the cars there. But I'm just giggling a little bit because the marshals just got blue flags out all the time because there's so much action happening on the track. Right, there's the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini down in 15th position. We'll see if we can get Nadine to go and find out what's going on with them. Perhaps they've got a problem as Aldo Scribante comes down the main straight. He's got 6 minutes left to hold on, just be incident free and find out what's happening.
So, getting a little bit of information from Nadine saying Inter Africa, when they were in the pits, a sensor or something failed in it, and they're not quite sure. They might come back in and take a look, but ultimately they want to see who is going and making a bit of time. So, this is going to be a bit of an interesting one for them.
This feels like we've heard this before, Steve. Sensor. Remember, they changed a whole bunch of things out at Swartkorps just as precautionary. Eventually, they found out the problem. So we'll keep an eye on that one for you. As mentioned, just over 5 minutes left to go. It's really busy out at the sweep. This is Aldo Scribante. We're keeping an eye on him because he's racing just a one-off appearance in memory of his late father, Chalso Scribante. This is a memorial race. He's competing in the 1 hour race. He's up against Charles Orangis in the Porsche. And yeah, it'll be a very special thing for him to pick up a trophy on his dad's memorial race.
Now it's going to be an incredible run for them entering into turn 1 late on the brakes and getting right behind the likes of our father and son duo, the Backdraft Coupe, going and having a bit of fun.
And sitting, where are they currently sitting at the moment? They're down in 11th place, the Batumbas. That's that pink hardtop Backdraft Roadster. And yeah, we're great to have them here. One of my favorite cars from Swartkorps. And yeah, they're just consistent out there. Remember, they're up against 2 GT4s. And yeah, they're currently running behind the 511 with the other car a bit further back down the field. So Bradley Liebenberg still comfortably ahead of Aldo Scribante, now 3 laps up. Remember, Bradley perhaps the faster of the 2 drivers, so don't read too much into it. We've still got very fast drivers to come in some of the other bigger teams.
Well, I've got to take my hats off. Backdraft has made that hard top, that coupe.
The number 3, yeah.
Yes, it's actually closer to a GT4 spec than you think, which is great to see because that's made down in Durban, so made at the coast, and getting to show off what it can do. Honestly, it's one car that, if I had my pick of cars, it would be on that list.
All right, there goes Charles Arangis. We mentioned one of the 2 cars competing in just the first hour. So part of the race is the number 80 is back now into the pits. What?
They're checking the car. They are checking.
What are they doing there? They're busy, something stuck in the wheel.
Yes, so MJR has got a piece of bodywork that was stuck. I think that is pieces that came off the car that they had taped up, and it's gone underneath. So MJR is going and pulling bits and pieces of carbon fiber, checking the tires, seeing whether the tires are okay or if they've been torn apart.
Yeah. I want to know, where do you get pink duct tape from? That's interesting, huh?
Honestly, maybe we need to go visit the MJR pit because that is something. So, had a piece of carbon fiber from underneath the car. That's the cowling that came off and has gone underneath, but that can shred the tire. And the last thing you want to have is a blowout at 200 kilometers an hour here at Aldo Scribante. I know there's a little bit of runoff over the grass, but 260 kilometers to a tire wall, it's a bit close.
Yeah, right. Aldo Scribante, very rightly so, in the screen right now. He is coming towards the end of his race. He's only competing in the first hour of the 5-hour race. Remember that there's many races taking place here. 5 different classes over the 5 hours, and then 2 cars participating in the 1-hour dash. It's a bit of a guest appearance. They're up against the Porsche that's just ahead of them on the road, but a few laps down. They've been to the pits a few times to sort out something in the car, but great to have that Porsche with us as well. So we'll keep an eye on the finish line. There's 2.5 minutes to go. They're going to go past the 1-hour mark and then get it's +1 from that time, and then we'll look out for that flag, the MSA, the Motorsport South Africa flag, to signal the end of their race. These are the 2 cars competing in that 1-hour race. There's the Porsche ahead of the Lamborghini, the Scribante Lamborghini. Hey, did you see the brakes there? Red hot. It's beautiful to see. You don't often get to see that with racing, but at night time, we're going to see a lot more of that.
We're also going to see some spectacular images that will be going out on the SAS Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter. Go and take a look at all the social media because you're going to see some stunning professional photos, enough that you can put it as your screensavers at home. I can tell you I've got a good couple of mine that are sitting there of Lamborghinis, but it's just absolutely tremendous stuff. Time ticking away, final 1 minute and 40 seconds for Aldo Scribante in a tribute to the late legend Celso Scribante, and he has really put it on song. Would be first place in his class for the 1-hour dash, second currently out on circuit, 49 laps, going 50 laps completed on the family circuit.
It's flashing there, the Rangies, but just to tell you how serious he is, he's just done his fastest lap of the race, a 102.2. We just come across the finish line in a 102.5. So there you can see those red hot brakes, stunning to see at night time. So he is meaning business. He is really celebrating Dad in a big way. Yeah, I think Charles Arangis respectfully also moving out, seeing the pace that he's coming through. Arangis lapping at a 103, so about a second down on him, and just respectfully moving out the way to allow him to celebrate this final lap or 2 in celebration of his dad, the late Celso Scribante.
Just listening to the history of the family and how they
that was amazing.
Helped with Formula 1 here in South Africa, getting some fantastic vehicles, and Celso, who went and actually bought the Lamborghinis to his sons and said, listen,
as a gift,
let's go racing, let's go have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And now getting to have that sporting colours. Aldo soaking in, the emotions must be going wild.
What have we got?
Not done just as yet.
One more lap. We got
there's
the
a very slow car.
That's the Lexus coming into the pits there. Yes, we haven't seen this car. This is the 111 Corridas VW just in the shop there. But we'll come back to the rest of the race because this is all about this man right now, Aldo Scribante. There goes the 1 hour now on the dot. Here we go. And that's it. We passed for the first hour. And that means that next time out we should see the flag come out for Aldo Scribante. And he's going to take the win. We actually in our commentary booth have all the trophies, so I could see the trophy that he's going to get a little bit later on. Charles Arangis will also dive into the pits. Just remind you, they're not going to slow down. They're going to go at full pace into the pits to wrap up their 1 hour dash. So keep an eye on the Scribante family. We might get some images of the celebrations, and they've got a whole family. They've had the other Lamborghini here as well. Sylvia has been doing some hot laps, taking the doctors out who were with Celso Scribante in those last days. Right, here we go. Let's have a look at the finish line. And there we go, the MSA flag. And it's Aldo Scribante who takes the 1 hour dash. And there goes the Porsche as well. All right, so that's the end of the race for those two cars. The end of the 1 hour dash. And it's the Aldo Scribante winning at the Aldo Scribante racetrack in memory of Aldo, named after his great-grandfather. Or in fact, his grandfather rather, and celebrating the amazing Scribante name here at the Aldo Scribante racetrack. Charles Arangis then, of course, will also be finishing in that. Right, we've now got the race leader actually coming past Aldo. There's no need to battle for that or fight that one. Bradley Liebenberg absolutely flying at the moment. A 101.6 is some mighty race pace in these cool conditions.
Absolutely tremendous.
There he's
stuff.
flashing lights. He's flashing to the fans as he comes down there now, Aldo. What a race this has been from him, hey? And he's been fast. He's been fast all weekend long. Here we go. Into the pits now. And that's it for the Lamborghini.
Send off to dear old Dad saying, done, dusted. Hope I made you proud, Dad.
Yeah.
We got the win for the 1 hour dash. And there's a beautiful shot of the Scribante Lamborghini, the V10 howling and ready, followed by the likes of Charles Arangis. It has been a weekend to forget for the team, but going with a 997, they're going to be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I'm so pleased that they participated. Just to remind you, Charles Arangis missed the first 2 rounds of the season because he had surgery. He is the current champion of the South African Endurance Series in this top class and being congratulated there. Unfortunately, they had a problem with the vehicle and had to withdraw alongside Andre Neveling. So they brought this car along, that Porsche, to just participate in the local race this afternoon. And he had loads of fun there and he thought, let's race. So there we go, nice little fitting and celebration. And nice to have two amazing, and there's Harry Arangis as well, two amazing families, part of the story of South African motorsport. There's Nadine chatting to Aldo. See if we can chat to them as well.
Oh, sorry, stand by. I'm here with the winner of the 1 hour dash, Aldo Scribante. Even though it was a cameo performance, you still took first place. Congratulations.
It's lovely to be back at home, Nadine. I consider SAES my home. Been away for a little bit, and it's lovely to be back and just be amongst the guys again. Chat.
Well, it's so lovely to have you back. We definitely have missed your guys' presence at our races, and hopefully we'll get to see you guys a bit more in the future.
Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely look at a few more races with SAES.
And your dad must be very proud for you to take first place. What a comeback.
Yeah, no, he was there with me from the start to the end, talking to me all the time. I said to Wayne, that was so emotional at the start line there with that presentation. I said to him, I've never been in the state of mind at the start of a race.
Yeah. Well, it was obviously a very good state of mind.
Thank you, Nadine.
Thanks, Aldo. All the best.
Thanks a lot.
Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Cool, let's go chat to second place, Charles Arangis. I mean, even though he wasn't able to dance in his AMG today, he still took second place. Congratulations, Charles, on second place for the 1 hour dash. I mean, not what we were planning for, but podium's a podium, and we can bring the Mercedes out again in the next round.
Yes, look, it's one of the most fun races I've had in a long time. I'm not going to lie. It was all over the show. It's it's not a new car. It's we came out to just shake her down, and what a machine, really. You know, it's no pedal shift, no ABS, no none of that. It's just analog racing, and yeah, we had fun. We made a call early on in the race to come and put slicks on. Now we can't do quick pit stops, unfortunately, so it took some time. But from there, I had the biggest jaw. Passed a bunch of the faster guys, and yeah, at one point we were the fastest on the track. So had fun, but we'll be back.
Well, good day of racing then for you. Congratulations again, and we'll see you guys at the next round at Kyalami.
For sure.
Awesome. Later. Thank you, Charles. Right, let's go back to Stephen, Gareth, and commentary.
Oh my goodness. Now, that is not what we thought. Yellow flags out, surely safety car.
Safety
and it is
car
the
is
80
out.
that is on top of the barrier. Let's just see where we can figure out where this is. Safety car is out.
And if you're just joining us, welcome to the top of the hour. Literally.
Wow, we've got an amazing summary to come of what's happening in the first hour, but we joined straight from this. Okay, we're not sure where on track this is. We'll get to in a few moments, but how do you get on top of the barrier? Now, when you hit the tire, it can easily throw you up in the air. How are you going to get that down, Steve? How are you going to get that down? It's Joseph Ellerine coming out of the car. They've already had drama. He's already hit the wall once today. This is a second time in the first hour, so safety car is out.
Well, Joseph Ellerine did go and say...
Okay, wait, let's have a look here. Is this...
Trying to see.
Oh, this is the first corner, is it? No.
Sure, possibly, actually. That possibly...
Okay,
So,
no,
no,
we're
he's
the other way
facing the wrong-
around. Okay, so, wow, this is from the sweep. All right, so there we can see the final corner in the background, the Dunlop. This is the sweep. Now, what you see on the side here is the favorite for the spectators to watch. This is one of the best spots. The cars come absolute full pace. They sometimes can shift down, and he's now lost it. He's come across the grass. He's hit those tire barriers at some speed, and the tires have now lifted him up into the air. Spectators will be totally fine and safe there. It's just the properties of the tires and how it absorbs the collision of the car. But wow, that is a big impact, and this is going to take a while to clear, Steve.
This is frightening. Well, look, for the spectators, you get the closest shot of an Audi parked,
Yes.
but not in the way it should be. This is the second of the cars that we've seen on top of it. We saw the bucket list racing yesterday, and now it looks like the MJR, but that will be a retirement from their car once it gets down. Joseph Ellerine, I'm sure, will be getting checked out by our medics, making sure he's A-OK. We did see him get out of the car. Will be a little bit winded from that one. But
Wow.
safety car is out. Everyone taking a look and seeing fellow drivers, just making sure, is he okay? Gets a little bit of a thumbs up. Okay, carry on with the race. But this does change how you do your strategies. But it's always a nerve-wracking sight. But when you get to see the driver up and walking, you get that sigh of relief, and you can be sure on the comms, everyone's going, he's okay. He's okay.
Right, so the safety car hasn't picked up the race leader. So let's just talk to us quickly for those interested in motorsport. Is the pits open now? Would someone get a cheaper pit stop? So pit lane is open.
Pit lane's open. You can go for a cheap stop. I can hear a couple of cars
behind
coming
us,
past
yeah.
us that are on their pit limiters going and getting sorted out. So this is a cheap pit stop, but this can be a very, very long safety car period. So you will be circling around, but this does help in terms of fuel. But one thing we've got to talk about, plan A that you had at the start, well, that is now thrown away.
Yeah, so the safety car hasn't picked up the race leader. We can see the race leader a bit further back now, coming towards the S's now. That is the Promotion Racing Audi there we see coming now. So we'll just see how this plays out, but it does give us a chance just to recap what's happened in this just the first hour. We still have 3 hours and 51 minutes to go here at the 5 hours of Scribante. So just if you're joining us, the big news is that the number 80 Audi has gone off at the sweep and has hit the tire barrier and actually ended up on top of the tire barrier. And it's going to take some time now for them to sort that out. This is now at the hairpin looking back. You can see still very windy conditions on our marshals, but we've got a dry line, and so it's good racing. Okay, there comes the race leader there, Bradley Liebenberg, and they'll hope just to catch up to the back of the safety car. Right, let's give you a little insight now, a recap as we'll keep... Okay, we might have a little... Okay, we might have a replay of an incident here. So let's have a look here, Steve. We might have a little bit of a catch of what's happened. So the number 80, that's the Audi GT3. Okay, so he's sliding off the track there. He's actually gone wide. We don't see him mounting, and there's the shot. So the tires just, they're sort of like, you know, the grass is not level, so you're sort of bouncing a little bit. So it's quite easy just to get up there. Wow, amazing job here from our marshals to get this vehicle back. You can hear, you can see the wind, you can feel it just watching him. You're probably feeling cold just watching these scenes here out at Aldo Scribante.
So that is just through the sweep, and well, Thankfully, we've got a flatbed that's just the right height, so it
Yes.
doesn't have a bit of a drop. But you can be sure the MJR team will be looking at trying to get that car back out and going once again.
We've chose the right car for the M camera because he's had an incident on the first at the start, and yeah, now he's gone up. Yeah, but no replay from it because he's had quite a shake-up across the grass. And this is not unfamiliar to local race fans. The sweep is really tricky, and if you just go too wide and you touch the grass, you lose the traction, and you're heading straight to the barriers. So those race fans getting to experience the fullness of a GT car and endurance racing.
And we've had it all so far, the excitement, the gut-wrenching moments, and we've got past the first hour, but anything still to happen at this point. The MJR Audi, we're waiting to hear whether it's what damage is done to it. We have seen the GT4 land up in the same situation, but was able to get going. Will the same type of luck come into play for MJR? And I'm sure that Joseph Ellerine and the likes of Marius Jackson will be crossing fingers. The team will be ready with all the spanners, all the tools, all the spares to get that car up and going. No matter what, they will fight till the very end.
Okay, so let's give you a recap as to what's happened. We've got Brady Liebenberg, who has benefited from at the start of our pole sitter, the Nova, being out minutes before the race got underway. So big names like Michael Stevens, Charles Visser, and of course Nick Adcock, the race winners, except for Michael Stevens, of course. This is just sort of a once-off appearance. They won the last race out at Zwartkops, and when we went to the grid, they weren't there, and we heard from them as Nadine was chatting to those on the grid that they won't be able to make it. They've got a similar fate as to the Stradale Mercedes. So that was the big story. It was drizzling a little bit. It's been drizzling on and off. We know the Stradale was out already on Friday. And then there was a sort of gamble at the start, whether it was slick or wet tires from the teams. They weren't sure what to go, but we saw after sort of a few laps, it was all decided, and everybody got to the tire that they wanted. Most of them looked like going onto the slick tires. Then we had this number 80 Audi hitting the wall. As we got the race underway, we heard from the team that actually they were pushed out wide and touched the grass and hit the back of the car against the tire wall, losing the rear wing. They managed to get back to the pits, and now at the end of this hour, they're in the incidents again. The number 80 Audi has mounted the tire wall out at the sweep. That's the penultimate corner, and we wait to see now. They're hoping to get it off the tire barrier and back to the pits to see if we can maybe get it sorted out and back into the race. While all of this was happening, of course, there was a big battle in the E-Class as well, because the top three were neck and neck with each other, and what we saw was two of the cars coming together and gifting the race lead to the current fifth place running car, the Pesty Racing 262. So it was the 23 and the 31 coming together, gifting the 262 with the race victory, but a long way to go. Pesty Racing now enjoying the race lead. So those were the top three in the E-Class, and of course, as the hour came to an end, we concluded the 1 hour sprint as Aldo, Scribante and Charles Arangis took the checkered flag, the MSA flag, and they are now celebrating with their teammates. Charles said he is looking forward to some dry evening.
Well, the first hour we had one safety car. Second hour so far we've had one safety car. Cars with problems in the first hour. There was 3 of them that landed up with a bit of a problem, and we had 1 retirement within the first hour. Number of pit stops happening, and thankfully with the rejoin of MJR within the first hour, but it seems like the second hour not playing to favour there. Keep an eye out into Africa, also having a bit of a problem. That's one of the 3 cars that went and battled out. So this is going to be a proper run.
Now, for those of you who were joining us on live streaming earlier today, we had a major delay at the start of the day, and it wasn't weather related. It was due to an incident that happened late yesterday, and that was for the number 93 GT4 Audi that went out of, actually, this looks like deja vu, just a different Audi now on top of the wall. And that was out at the hairpin, and after investigation from the race officials, discovered that actually there was quite a bit of damage to that wall, and the integrity of the wall, which is vital for safety, was compromised. And so we lost about 2 hours of now having to rebuild that. We might find ourselves now in a similar circumstance here, because this is a vital part of safety for the race. This part of the track, we've now got the Audi off those tire barrier, and now we'll get that back to the pits, and now we're going to start inspecting to see the condition of this tyre wall now. So here we go, we've got the clerks of the course there. There we go, you can see as they back off some of the tyres falling down. That cannot be left like that, because if another car goes off there and hits that barrier, it could be disastrous, and you can see how close the spectators are. So safety is paramount here. So they'll now expect, we're still on board though with the 80. And you can see the 80 going at 80 k's per hour, please, 80, on the back of the truck. And they'll now get back to pits. We'll see if we can get...
Oh, that is a lot of damage to the
Well,
rear.
funny enough, that rear wing, which was damaged earlier, looks like it's intact.
Yeah, I wouldn't say too much about the underside of the car,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
we'll see. Right, so we're going to look at this incident once again. This is now the 80, Joseph Ellerine at the wheel, coming through the sweep. And let's have a look now if we can spot anything here, Steve. So slow down now.
He's gone on the
He's already-
outside and lost it.
I wonder if there's maybe just with the traffic, perhaps just because here comes our race leader on the inside. There's like 3 cars through there, and yeah, we go now. Marshall's running to the incident.
So there's 2 things that happen in that situation. You're stuck on the outside, so you've got no grip. All right. You also do have a bit of an aero wash as well that goes and throws you off the circuit from the cars ahead of you. So it takes all that slipstream, all that air that's usually to put pressure on the nose going, and that's used for grip. Say that goes away, you're carrying more speed, and unfortunately speed, no grip on the front, and you're stuck on the outside where there is no grip on the circuit, only lands up in a world of hurt. So I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so while we've given you a bit of a summary of the first hour, just to remind you, of course, 5 categories here. You'll see on your screen now Bradley Liebenberg is leading the way, and he is now actually 4 laps ahead of the second placed 72 backdraft. That is 4 laps ahead, second on the road. But interestingly, the third place car there is not an A-class car. It's a B-class GT4, and that is the 93 that was in the barriers yesterday, up on top of the barriers out at the hairpin. So what a weekend we are having with barriers, climbing barriers and Audis. Hopefully the last that we've seen of that.
Well, I've got to say, very, very impressive stuff. As we see, our marshals have made quick work. They've managed to get the car back into the pits, and MJR will be inspecting that car, as much as we will also have Nadine as our inspector to get all the information and get us all the feedback from the drivers. I think there's going to be a little bit of a delay time, just to allow Joseph time to catch his breath, and for the team to have a quick debrief with him to find out what happened. But with the safety car out for a good bit of time now, rebuilding that wall, safety first, as they say. We've got to be cautious. It's in the best interest of our drivers, our spectators, and the competition as well. So the drivers needing to figure out what's going to work for them. Bradley Liebenberg at the top of the charts, going to be worrying about tires getting too cold. One thing you can do in the GT3s and in the GT4s is you start going and moving things.
There we go.
That's a rear suspension that might have taken a knock on that Audi. So I'll finish up what I'm saying now, but that's exhaust, rear suspension. The team also just not the happiest camper for that one. They know it's going to be a fair amount of work to get it going, but knowing MJR, they are going to do everything they can to get that Audi out. And this is why Audi puts full trust in MJR through and through in the motor racing scene here in South Africa.
Yeah, so look, that all looks cosmetic. That's not really what we're concerned about. You can remove all of that. It'll have little impact on the aerodynamics. What's the key thing is what's happening underneath, and of course we need the lights. So safety will be paramount, so the lights need to be working there. So let's see if we can find it. We can remove that piece, gentlemen. That's no problem. We know it's an Audi, that's fine, but what we're not seeing is on the other side. And we see if we can get the cameraman just to go around to the side of the car. What we're seeing is the rear of the car. We're concerned about the suspension. This side looks pretty good, but it's the other side that we're maybe concerned about. That looks all...
Yeah, the left-hand side's the problem, and I know when our cameraman's not quite moving to the left is because it's an active pit lane. You don't want to get hit by the cars. You've got to be cautious. And let's see, left-hand side
just a bit of grass there.
He did go rear first into the tyre wall, so it probably saved the front. It might have gone and hurt the undercarriage, the floor of it. Maybe the radiator taken a bit of a knock there. but I think
Yeah.
most of the impact was gone and absorbed by the left rear on the total. So they're going to jack that car up. They're going to find out what's going on, see if anything's been hurt. It could be the diff, could be gearbox, it could be the rear axle, maybe just cosmetic.
There's Maurice Jackson. You can see the racing overalls. You can just see him with his jacket on, and Joseph Ellery. Well, you know, what we've learned about endurance racing is that there are times where you think, yeah, these cars are so fickle, you know, they break so easily. And then the other times you think, these cars are unbeatable, you know, they just keep on going. Let's have a look here now as we get in our first little... That doesn't look too bad there, Steve. That doesn't look bad at all.
It's not dragging itself, so that's at least a good thing.
The pink duct tape is playing its role, really matching the rest of the car, I thought. Bit of grass there, but that's expected. So, we want to see the suspension, how badly that is, because that could be the real telling factor. But could we see the 80 back out on track? Remember that there's part of the delay. You might be wondering, why are we going back racing? And that's because, of course, the barriers have now been damaged. So we're going to need to see and hear from race officials. But can I just point out, look at the weather. I mean, it's cold, there's no doubt about it, but there's no rain, there's a bit of wind. We're good for racing.
Oh,
let's keep it that way.
Well, I do want to point out, he went and lost the car. This is a rough estimate, taking a look at telemetry data of past. He would be going 146 kilometers an hour, experiencing about 3 G-forces, going, be in third gear at that time. And he's experiencing 2 Gs just by turning left through the sweep. So coming off would be 146 kilometers an hour, impact with the wall. Joseph experienced roughly about 5 Gs
look at this.
Backwards into the wall.
So look at that car. They've managed to actually going to push it back into their pits now. So he's dropped him off right in the front. If I remember, their pits box is not too far from this point here. This is actually...
It's square. So
it's looking square, yeah. Look at that.
They might have got lucky, and the Audi went and absorbed a lot of that impact and might have saved the running gear, which would be... Oh, that would be counting your lucky stars of note. And if the Audi rings were how many lives you had, well, you could take away 3 of them.
Well, look, if there's anyone that deserves a bit of luck, it's Mr. Maurice Jackson, because, of course, out at Swadkorps, that luck didn't quite go their way. They didn't even get to the race start, having a problem before the race weekend, and that was all she wrote. So they've actually had fairly clean running, but now 2 incidents within the first hour here of the 5 hours of Scribante. We've got 3 hours, 36 minutes to go. What's your thought? That doesn't look too bad now. This is where the real concern is going to be. While they are working on that car, how long is it going to take to repair this barrier?
It can take a fair amount of time, but you know what? I'm not too deeply concerned because we have got some of the most amazing officials here, and the AMSC, the marshals. They all got stuck in yesterday to get it up and going. They got stuck in today to get everything sorted, and I have complete faith they're going to be able to do it once again. They're going to pull off magic. It's definitely going to be a hard day's work, and everyone's going to sleep very, very well when they get home. But with all the crew out there, I think we are going to go work as fast as possible.
And also we need to sort out, of course, we need to pick up the race leader yet. So the safety car has not got the race leader. So we need the race leader to really restart the race when we get to that point. And where are they? Have we seen them come through yet? I might have seen them come past already. So that's something that needs to be sorted out as well. So these are laps, they count. They're part of the race, but we're under safety car conditions here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. Let's just remind you, this is round 3 of 6, and we've not spoken about this, but there is a throwaway round in the championship. So while we've got a chance, Steve, explain to our viewers around the world and on Supersport how this championship works as we continue with repairs on the barrier and behind safety car conditions.
All right, so 6 rounds of racing to have a bit of fun, maximizing your points. We talk about your throwaway round. We talk about taking your worst scoring round and dropping those points. So everyone has one race that they drop their worst score. But this is where the trick comes in. They have to present a car on qualifying to count for a drop round. If you just do not pitch the racetrack, you cannot use that as a drop round. So you will take the 0 and you will have to drop another round. Doesn't work in your favor. You have to present a car at qualifying. So you'll see a lot of the teams did everything they could to get it out onto the track, either on the race or the qualifying, to ensure that they can drop their worst round in the order. They do have an overall championship that you're going for, and you have a performance of an index championship, and performance of index works on pure consistency. That is more favorable to your drivers that are going and being consistent with one another, whether you're 2 drivers or 3 drivers. Closer in lap times, you have your classes such as your A, B, C, D, and our national V8 championship as well. So you essentially got 7 championships that are on the line at the moment.
There we go.
And you can win 3 of them in one shot.
Yeah, very good. All right, so there's lots to play for, and just to mention that of all the title contenders that have been part of the championship, they've all sort of missed out a round, or they've had a bad round already. We know
of our A class.
Of our A class, that's right. Sorry, because that tends to be what we focus on most. But it's a lot closer in the E class. Well, this looks very, very positive. I think what we're seeing is that they're happy with the barrier and they're getting ready for the field to come past. I think we're about to go racing again, yeah, Steve?
Oh, well, they've put it all together and a huge amount of work has been done, but the drivers have now gotten into a bit of a slump, a bit of a rhythm of following the safety car. They're getting used to the lights. This is sitting in a bit of
but look where the race leader
traffic.
is. Look where the race leader is. He's at the back of the field.
Tires are going to be frigid
but
for all these cars.
But surely the safety car is going to need to get the race leader behind him. Or does this car going to restart the race?
Well, they can do a wave by where they allow the field to get by. We've seen that done, which will work in the favor for everyone to unlap themselves.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a time-related thing. I think they're going to do the wave round, though.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that. We've got 3.5 hours to go here. We've had plenty of drama. We've not lost too many competitors, it must be said. So at the moment, we only have 1 casualty, and that is the number 80, which possibly could get back on track. The 2 cars that competed in the 1-hour dash. So they're just doing 1 hour. They're just really doing a feature race, just and a showcase for the spectators. They are done and dusted. Aldo Scribante, Charles Orangis, they're out now, they're finished. And now we've got 21 runners minus Maurice Jackson out on the track.
You say a showcase. I do want to point out to our 1-hour dash, because we're missing Andrew Horn, the Zana Chemicals, who is leading our 1-hour dash.
Of course.
We're missing the likes of Mike Veria, who also scored points in our 1-hour dash. Now we got Aldo Scribante, who has scored points, and Charles Orangis. So we've actually got 4 people competing for points.
Okay, safety car is in.
And now we're going racing.
Are we going racing? Wow, okay, so we're not waiting for the race leader. We are just going to go racing here. And we are green flag, and we are underway. So there we go. Brady Liebenberg, our race leader, is actually at the back of the field. Here's somebody that's just coming out of the pits now, coming around the final corner. And yeah, we're back to racing. So there we go. We didn't lose too much time. We thought it would be a lot longer. And we are racing underway once again. So it's Brady Liebenberg leading the way. He's at the back of this train, and he'll be making his way through the fields. As you can see, the lights are bright on some of the cars. Some of the, particularly the E-Class guys, are saying some of them are just too bright. I can't actually see who's around me, and that Porsche, you can always see it because it's got yellow lights. Look at the brightness.
I have to say one thing. On behalf of the SAES, massive shout out to all the marshals and officials putting that tyre wall back together after an impact like that. That's also been incredible stuff. I know our cameraman said it's not quite easy. The tyres are a bit heavy, but you know, it comes in handy at this point. So let's see how it's all going to turn out. But it's been a very long safety car. Guys are going to have extremely cold brakes, extremely cold tyres, and they're going to have to try and push their way through and get all that heat back up. And just think of the heat cycle that the tyres have now gone through. You've just gone and put some slicks on. You've heated them up, and now they've cooled down again. Have to try and rework them. It's going to be a lot harder, and it's dropped a good 2 degrees at this point.
All right, so night has fallen. Drizzle continues outside, and we've just had the 125. That's the Into Africa Lamborghini. Olile Lekakla is currently leading on the track, but Bradley Liebenberg is still leading the way. Right, we're going to cross over now to the prize giving from the 1-hour race. Brendan Kelly, Mr. Motormouth, is there and ready to go.
Joining us live now in the clubhouse, we're going to go straight into the prize givings. We're going to do the 1 hour dash first. And in second place, great drive from Charles Ranges. Let's give him a big round of applause. The weekend didn't quite go as planned, Charles, but you go home with some silverware.
Yes, look, we had a difficult weekend. I think we would have loved to be on track still. But yeah, we'll be back for the next one. At least we had a spare car, so to say, to have a bit of fun in the 1 hour dash. And what a jolt it was. It was probably one of the most fun races I've had in a good long while. So makes racing fun again.
Great stuff. And winning the 1 hour dash, a rather sentimental win for the man who... his dad, the whole race day was based around the legacy of Saes Scribante. So I want to ask you to give this man a special, special welcome. Coming up in first place, Aldo Scribante. Aldo.
Thank you.
Have you got a chance to say a few words for us?
I think just thanks to SAES, the organisers, the professionalism once again with SA Endurance Series. Lovely to be back. It's like a home. I feel like I've been away from home. And to all the competitors braving it out there in those treacherous conditions, I think, yeah, kudos to them. They're putting on the show there, so hopefully they all stay safe. Thanks.
Great stuff. Once again, our top two in the 1 hour dash, Aldo Scribante and Charles Ranges. We're going to move straight onto the Super Vs, and in the 4 open class, in third place, Jannie Gerber. Second place goes to Alan Meyer. Alan making his way through. Our winner, as we wait for Alan to come up, our winner, car number 20, DJ Boyson.
Thank you.
Moving straight onto the Super V. Are we done there? Moving straight onto the Super Vs. And in third place, we actually have a tie for third place. So we're going to ask Francois Jacobs and Grant Will if they would please come up.
Thank you. I know the trophy.
Second place goes to Neville van der Berg.
Sorry?
Well, we seem to have run out of trophies, but and if we could ask our winner to come up with none other than Bevan Williams.
Second.
Sorry? Was that third? Yeah. Right, folks, that concludes the prize giving. It's back to our studio.
Right, thank you, Mr. Motormouth, Mr. Brendan Kelly, our local commentator here in Nelson Mandela Bay. You'll hear him if you come down to the Scribante racetrack for some of the local races as well. Right, we're back onto track. Green flag racing here. I can tell you Bradley Liebenberg, who's in the shot there. That's the Promosian Audi, still comfortably in the lead. He's lapping 101s in these conditions. I've just popped out to look outside, and all the puddles that we've seen all day, sort of the wind has blown them dry. So it's probably fairly decent conditions, and that's why we're seeing the times improving, including from the number 5, or 5th on track at the moment. Kolile Khatla is currently lapping at a 102, which is mighty impressive speed, and he's closing in on 4th place on the road. 4th place on the road is the 262, and that is the first in Class E, the Pesty Racing Backdraft Roadster. The man of the moment, though, is the 93, running in 3rd position. As we see the BMW coming through, that's the 76 in the Class C, racing against the Calyx. They are competing in that category. Look at that dry line that you see there going through the hanger there onto the straight at the back there, through now the hairpin at the top of the course. This is where we had the first of the 2 incidents this weekend with the Audis mounting onto the tyre barriers. This is where now you can see him dropping down, taking a left. This is where we saw the number 80, the GT3 Audi, just going off track, losing traction, and then mounting, getting dark very, very quickly. We still got 3 hours, 20 minutes to go as we look back down towards the final corner on the track, and that is the Dunlop. And here comes our leader through. You can see he certainly doesn't have the bright lights of some of the other cars as he goes past that the Audi that we spoke about earlier, one of the 2 GT4s. That's the 5111 and the G&H Transport Audi. Spun out a little bit earlier on today as well, but Nike in the 93 is being mighty impressive, 3rd on track, and being chased down by Lekhatla. And I can also tell you the other car that's mighty fast at the moment is the Porsche. Starting out the winner of the opening round, the 992 Porsche, the BBR Racing Porsche. Had a disappointing opening round of the, had a fantastic opening round of the season, but had a disappointing start to this race. They've now moving themselves up into 5th place and finding some speed. Also, probably the 2nd fastest car on the track at the moment. So, some interesting developments happening here as we come towards 3 hours 22 to go. The drama of the first hour seems to have settled down a little bit now as we go into the 2nd hour. But Bradley Liebenberg is on song, as is Hein Latergan in the BBR Porsche, currently running in 5th place, lapping in the 102, 103s. And that's about as quick as anybody else on the track, barring Bradley Liebenberg. Steve?
I still have to take my hat off. The surprise car within the 2nd hour has to go to the bucket list racing Audi R8. I mean, Ryan Nike is doing so well with that car, and I'm sure there was a little bit of a flashback of what happened seeing another Audi on top of the tires, but he's done fantastic. That little car is going, but we cannot count out the likes of the Backdraft Slingshot, where it's out in 2nd place. Anything can happen. If they can maintain consistent pace, they'll be fine. But one thing I do want to take my hats off to, the team have done a absolutely bang-up job to keep going. And for a car that they were worried about, kept tearing its fan belts off, now able to just keep the momentum and sitting in a podium position, which is just great stuff to see.
So the classes seem quite settled at the moment, but obviously we've got a long way to go. We've now lost a bit of touch with who's been in the pits. We know earlier on they were trying to get their tyre strategy right, but it seems like we're settling down a little bit now. The conditions are pretty good for racing outside. The light drizzle still remains there, but you can see a nice clear dry line on the racetrack at the moment.
So this is going to be a proper little fight, and Liebenberg going and keeping himself going. So Mike McLaughlin in 2nd place, Ryan Nike in 3rd. Hein Latergan has done a sterling job as well, running in 4th place. He's got ahead of PC Racing, but there's no contention there. It's a 992 Cup car, 2023 model, going and fighting up against a Backdraft V8 Roadster. They're fighting in their own race. One person that's starting to make their way back, keep an eye out on Into Africa, running in 6th. They're starting to try and claw back a little bit of time on the way through. But as we see lights ablaze, cars trying to spot out the lines. We had a comparison shot a little bit earlier where we got to see what it looked like in the day, and now we're getting to see it in the night. and with the bright lights, you can't see your mirrors. I mean, take a look at PT Racing onto the back of one of their fellow Class E's. Well, that is I think that's the people in Adept group that's going
the
around.
23 currently running. That's going to be third in class now. Remember, they had an earlier incident with the 31. So they're hoping to sort of recover a little bit, but they're all lapping in the 110s, our top 3 in class. In fact, just the top 3 running into Lorica Martins is looking mighty fast in the 4th in class in the 55, but about 26 seconds behind the battle for the top 3 at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. Now, I do want to point out that Lorica Martins is looking to grab some valuable points, and she will get past Fabian Lance if she can finish ahead. And then we've also got Team Corridas. They're trucking a little car that has battled from pillar to post. They haven't had the easiest start to the season, but honestly, you walk into the pit there and it's all, they got the biggest smiles and they're going, yep, no, we're going to keep going, don't stress. And I mean, we walked into it with Nadine earlier in free practice on the Friday. I said, is the car okay? And they said, of course, we've got it ready. We had fun. We got our new livery on it. Get ready for a bit of action.
Just chatting to some of our viewers here, they're telling me that back in PE, which is just around the corner at Knaberga, they've had 60 millimeters fall today. 6-0, Steve. We've had nothing quite like that here at the track. It just shows you the various sort of conditions in the weather, so close to one another, and that's sort of the system that sort of comes past the city here in Nelson Mandela Bay or Knaberga. So 60 mils falling in the city, but out here we certainly haven't had a lot of that, and we're enjoying fairly dry conditions now for the racing, although it is pretty cold outside. You mentioned the 111 corridors. I mean, all they're pretty much doing is trying to, they're not even worried about a race or a lap time. They're just trying to stay out of everyone's way and making the most of being here the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
Well, take a look at that. The manufacturer's listing, which is always fantastic to see. Audi GT3 out in front, and then we've got the backdraft prototype in second place, and the Audi GT4 lying in third place. So it's always good to see the different manufacturers coming into play, what has positives, what has strengths, the teams that have strengths, the vehicles going and performing, the backdrafts, of course, being fantastic competitive vehicles, and also a cheaper way to get involved in the world of national endurance racing. Might I add, if you want to go for a national championship, there's no other way in the whole of South Africa to go and get in other than through the backdraft racing program, the V8, the national V8s, where you can either rent and race a car, you can purchase a car outright, you can get insurances, you've got everything. They've got a truck here that you can literally rebuild a car.
Yeah, just some couple. Look at your screen now. We've got Hein Laterkhan up into 4th place, but Luke is in 7th. And it is Stuart White who's now moved into the sea. We didn't see where that happened. So it's just come in fact. So he's just come into the pits, and he's looking like he could be. So remember, Stuart White has been the fastest. You know, he's been right up there alongside the Nova. That's unfortunately didn't make the start line. So keep an eye on that number in 7th position, the 125 Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini. He's going to start to close the gap. Remember, he's not racing against 5th and 6th place. Those are E-Class cars. As we look at those, the stunning scenes of the Promogen Racing, Audi's brakes, red hot glowing there, out in the lead comfortably. And now, remember, we've got the faster driver in that Promogen Audi, and we've got now the fast driver in the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini, already now up into 6th place there. So expect a fast charging Lamborghini as we head, we're not even halfway through yet, the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
Going to be properly laying into the times. Got a bit of work to get through and start making up quite a few lap times. Remember, they did have an earlier problem. They were worried about a sensor going and giving an issue. It looked like it was all put to bed quite quickly, and they were able to keep the pace going at this point.
Yeah, all right, so there we've got now, you've seen the classes A, B, C, D, and E. We've got our 1 hour cars out of the way. They've finished their race, and now focus turns to endurance, keeping your nose clean. As we see the Promogen Audi glowing its brakes, Bradley Liebenberg in the lead. He's got the green, you see the green colors there, that is the Class A Mike McLaughlin in that Slingshot 2.0. He's lapping in the 107s at the moment, while the Audi is doing 1 minute flats. So if you can keep, look at that, oh, the glowing brakes It's not on fire. Don't worry, folks. That's what's expected. That's how these things operate. Just to mention, Hein Latergan, the next of the green numbers, they're in 4th at the moment, chasing down the 3rd place, Nike. He's in the B class, and he's racing in the 93 Bucket List Racing Audi GT4. Expecting him to be overtaken, but you can see where the rest of the blue are, 10 and 11. 10 is, of course, the 511. That is the GNH Audi. And then we've got Pitamba in that pink hard top backdraft Roadster in 11th position. What we are not seeing is the Calyx. Now that's something that's sort of dropped off our radar. That's the red class. So we've got the 9th place car at the moment is the first of the B class, and that is Hitanius. That's in the Coastal Engineering Supplies BMW. There's that pink hard top that I mentioned, the number 3 Backdraft Racing running 2nd in Class B. So we'll keep an eye on all the championships, and then of course the orange that you saw earlier, that is Class E. That's our Backdraft Roadsters. We're trying to keep you up to, particularly for those of you who are new to endurance racing. We've got, as you would see in Lamar, and we've got the 24 hours of the Nürburgring currently underway. You've got lots of different classes as well, so trying to keep you updated with all the...
Oh no, that is one of the Audis. Who is that? That is a GT4.
I think that's the 511, is it? No?
No, that's right, Nike. That is the Bucket List Racing that went and spun out in the sweep but fell into the inside instead of the outside. So took a deep breath there, not wanting to land up hurting the car.
Just taking it easy now just to see that there's no damage to the car. Will he dive into the pits or is he going to go full speed here?
I think he's adjusting these seat belts that were pulled.
He's slowing down. He's going to go into the pits. No,
it's gone past it.
All right, so
just checking the car out, making sure it's okay. So we're going to get a little bit of a replay of what happened and take us through what happens to the sweep. It's dark, it's windy, and we've got a very fast car.
You can see there's actually like a little drop there as you take it. So, whoa, he's actually lost. Looks like he's lost it on the outside. Maybe putting his wheel on the grass. It's maybe a little bit slippery, and so wow, look at it, it's right on the racing line. Well done to the drivers who've been outstanding today to avoid any incident. You can see the lights off, start the car, the panic kicks in. I'm on the racing line, get out of here, please start, and there we go. Back he's up to speed.
Well, exciting times and exciting...
Something else is going to need to happen.
Can I put a carrot out
there?
Go.
All
right, so there we go. So, to get the fastest lap time, the race, the record for the circuit, you have to be doing it in a race. Okay, you have to get the lap record in a race. He did a 58.8. The lap record is a 57.
It's a 57.4 or something.
Yes, 57.04. He's done a 56 in qualifying, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Dry conditions. It is at 90. Did a 58 carat to go for breaking the lap record once again this time around. It's going to be a bit of a challenge to do it with the amount of traffic out there, but he is trying to make up time. So
there he goes in now. That's the Promosian Audi going past there. There goes the Lamborghini ahead. So a bit of a, we can see now, he can judge himself, Brent Liebenberg. He can see the pace of Stuart White ahead of him, and he can actually see now where he's matching him, where he's slower than him. But keep an eye out now on Stuart White in the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini. He's now chasing down Hein Latergan in the Porsche, and he's a lap behind him. So we'll see how quickly that gap closes. He's lapping at around 6 or 7 seconds a lap faster last time out than Hein Latergan in the BBR Porsche, the winner of the opening race of the year. So, wow, interesting battle to go as we head towards the end of the second hour. Where's this hour gone, Steve? With just 9 minutes to go. Certainly not as eventful as the first hour, but fantastic. We're starting to see now the teams familiarize themselves with the positions. Right, as we come to the end of the second hour, we're heading up towards the halfway point. Nadine is down in the pits. We'll see who she's chatting to, some of the teams. Yeah, let's find out what Nadine has to say.
Thanks, Gareth. I'm here with Mark Owens, car 169 from Backdraft. Mark, why are you guys in the pits?
We had a diff problem, so whether it was when we had a little incident earlier in the race, I'm not sure. I was eating a sandwich, so it looked... I hit the black car, I'm not sure why.
Number 10.
Yeah, who it was exactly, but whether that damaged it then, I don't know. But yeah, we're just changing the diff now, and then hopefully we can get back out soon.
Okay, and what's the sort of estimated time to get that diff changed?
It's difficult to say. I mean, hopefully within the next sort of 20 minutes.
Okay, cool. Well, fingers crossed for you guys.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's go back to Stephen and Gareth in commentary.
Thank you, Nadine. Okay, so that was one of the vehicles we saw earlier clashing, actually riding up at the back of one of the other cars. And so they've got a little problem there. That's the first of the Class E's that have had a problem. Just shows you how robust and tough. And it does give us a chance to talk about backdraft racing. They've got a whole team of spares and technicians and engineers. So you can literally just get into you come as a customer and have a whole full team at your back there supporting you. I've got a problem with the diff. They'll just sort it out for you.
Well, that's it. They've got all the spares in a whole Pantechnicon that comes that you can purchase, or if you have insurance on the vehicle, you can get race insurance. And it's one of the very few in the world that actually have racing insurance that gets put for their clientele. That's generally like Audi, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Your higher end spec has that type of racing insurance. Backdraft coming in with a little bit of a cheaper time. I'll say a little bit, it's actually a lot cheaper of an insurance, but also an easier way to go racing. You don't have to purchase a car and keep it at your house. You can rent to race. Just fly down, your car's all prepped and ready for you to go. And they do also help with a bit of driver coaching as well, especially with the youngsters. Brian Martin going and helping with that. And it was the dream of Tony Martin to get it all sorted and make a thing happen. And it's been incredible. Backdraft has put together a little program, and I've got to say, very, very well deserved. Wayne Riddell turned around and said, listen, can you guys make it can we make this a national? Keep everything spec, but the pressure will be on. And the whole Backdraft team said, yes, we can do it. And now we have the first ever national V8 Roadster Championship in the country. And being the first year to win this one, you can only be the first winner once, ever, and no one can take it away from you.
Okay, we're keeping an eye, of course, on Stuart White. Last time out, obviously now you're going to get a bit of traffic. We know he did a 58.8, and he's doing now 1 minute, which is pretty much the pace, more or less, of the race leader, Bradley Liebenberg. But, of course, as mentioned, he's 9 laps down or so. So Bradley Liebenberg in the Promingen Audi. He's been there since the start as we head up towards the end of the second hour. He's going to want to hand over to Paul Hill at some point, because the talk from Bradley was that he would do the last stint as well. So not sure how long he's still going to go for, but that's obviously going to bring some of the other contenders into play.
He has to do 100 minutes. So
a max or a minimum of 100 minutes?
A minimum for each driver has to do 100 minutes. So if he's going to do the last the stint of the race, so they need to ensure that Paul has 100 minutes
1
in
hour
that
40.
car.
So could be soon. Keep an eye out there for our race leader. As Stuart White comes through on a 58.5. Fastest lap of the race for Stuart White. 58.5 last time out. He is meaning business, but 9 laps down, he needs a lot more than that. We will see, as Bradley Liebenberg will have to pit at some point and stay out of trouble. Could be very much in contention here for the race victory. And wouldn't it? I mean, it's too early to speak, but can you imagine what this is going to mean to Paul Hill, Bradley Liebenberg, if they can pick up a race victory after the disappointment they've had so far this season? Too early, huh? Sorry.
Well, commentators curse. Commentators curse.
Don't, Steve, don't say it.
Touch wood. We've got a wooden table. You best do it, otherwise you're going to have Paul walk in here and he's going to wet your socks, and then you're going to have a rough time.
Okay, yeah. Okay, there we saw the BBR Porsche as well, winner of race 1. There goes the Stuart White in the Lamborghini, absolutely flying. So recognizable, those stunning colors. There's the yellow lights just behind the number 10 here. That's our current champion in the Class E. Look out for those yellow lights. That's the BBR Porsche, and he's lapping Hein Latergan in a 105. Remember I told you, keep an eye on Stuart White. He's just unlapped himself, and he's now just 48 seconds behind that Porsche. There goes the Promingen Racing Audi. So there we go. We can see just a bit of a recap. Bradley Liebenberg, here he is on screen now. The Promingen Audi leading 6 laps ahead of the Slingshot 2.0. Mike McLaughlin. Typically Mike and Steve Clark, they do sort of half-half. So you'll see Mike in that car basically for another half an hour, and then you'll pretty much hand it to Steve. Nike is holding station in 3rd place, but Hein Latergan is just 8.5 seconds behind him. Remember, different class, so he's not going to fight him too much. and Stuart White now within a lap basically of Hein Lottekan catching him at a ferocious pace. There's the 262 Pesty Racing E in 6th position. That's the first of the E-class. A lap further back is the 31, the R van Heerden car, and the 23 is the current championship leader, D. Wilson. There we've got the first of the C classes. We still don't know what has happened to the Calyx. Maybe we can ask Nadine if she can pop down there and find it, because they're well off the pace at the moment. Or we're not even seeing them on our timing screen. So 76 is currently leading in the C class. That's the Coastal Engineering Supplies BMW. We were talking to Corey Hill at the start to say, you know, is your fortunes going to turn around? Doesn't look like it is for her. It is for Dad though, Paul Hill. They're currently leading the 5 hours of Scribante.
Well, yes, it's currently the fortunes is in Paul Hill's favour, but Miss Moneypenny might have a different name going on the top of it reasonably soon, as Hero might be retired after this one. But hopefully they can get that car out and about and back on track.
Yeah, just for our viewers, you're wondering what we're talking about. The car is called Hero. It's the Calyx VW that Corey Hill is driving, which we haven't seen for a while and are not in the top 15 at the moment. But Cara has got an Aston Martin here this weekend, and she drove it around the track a little bit, and there's lots of talk about whether she could be moving into the Aston Martin. She gaining confidence in it, and she was pretty fast, by the way, in it. So it's a story developing in the background of the South African Endurance Series. But questions about where the Calyx is now, we'll see if we can find out.
It's going to be an interesting one. I'm actually looking up the results of last year's Aldo Scribante race, 4 hour that was happening.
Just quickly on screen, that is the Lexus body with a V8 Toyota engine in it. So it's the team competing in the Class A, the 88 Sphere Motorsport. One of the fan favorites. It's got a stunning sound when you hear that car start if you're in the pit. So yeah, there we got the race leader coming through with the glowing red brakes. Starting another lap here as we come to the end of the second hour. Just over a minute to go. It's been far less incidents, and looks like we might have a little incident. Look at those brakes, they're stunning. Might have a little incident that we missed. Let's have a look. Coming.
That is the
23. Yeah, that is the current championship leader. Just going off there. It's not a nice place to go off. The reason is the drivers don't like to go off there is because you don't see it so easily from the camera shot, but it actually drops down a little bit, and it's quite nasty down there, and it takes you lose a lot of time to come back on the track. So yeah, the 23, they're pushing really hard. They're in 3rd place in the E class, currently running in 8th position. D. Wilson behind the. Is that the Calyx? No, it's not. No. At night time, you'll forgive us for not quite seeing.
That's the Corridas machine.
Yeah,
that's
the 111.
Well, I have got the results of last year's Aldo Scribante race. So we have got the Inter Africa that actually won the race.
The Lamborghini?
Yes, where they got chased down by Stradale Motorsports.
Currently running in 5th place.
No.
Oh, sorry, the Stuart White and the Inter Africa Lamborghini is currently running in 5th place.
So Stradale are out. So Inter Africa won last year, 4 hour. They were chased down by the Just for Sleep with Rico Bala Racing. Never made it to the grid.
Yeah.
And then 4th place went to BBR Racing.
Wow. The Porsche, who are currently running in 3rd position now. So they've now got past the 93. Remember that 4th place B-class car, that Audi GT4, he's not racing against Hein Lottekan, but he's finally got past him. We've not seen that on track, but he's opening up quite quickly, and as expected, Stuart White then in the Lamborghini in 5th position, also an A-class car, chasing him down. So we're starting to see the top 4 in A-class now starting to settle and come to the front of the field.
I'm going to throw a spanner in the works for you. Class E winners last year. Let's see. This is on your home turf. Do you have any ideas?
I want to say Pesty Racing.
Nope.
No, not close. Okay.
Nope, but this is going to kind of lean on it because it was Trade Court Steel that went and got the win.
Yeah, the current chap. It's slow going here for
the Lexus.
The 88, or just moving out of the way, perhaps. No, it is. Keep an eye on that. They would love to finish, no matter what.
Okay, so Trade Court Steel was the one that won last year's race. And then we got the people group and Adept Designs that got second place in Class E. Now, within the first hour, who were the two cars that had a collision with one another?
Those were the two. All right, so long way to go. So we finished the second hour here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. It's round 3 of 6 in the 2024 South African Endurance Series Championship. And it's still Bradley Liebenberg who's been in the hot seat since the start. There goes that Lexus-bodied V8 Toyota engine. A stunning sound coming from the rear of that car. And it's still Bradley Liebenberg, as I say, leading the way and comfortably enjoying 7 laps over Mike McLaughlin. So they're going to want to just keep their noses clean as we head up to the halfway point in the track. There's just so much that can happen. Just a recap maybe of this second hour. It was all the drama happened at the start of it with the number 80, who's still in the pits, by the way. We haven't heard yet from them or the Calex as to what's been happening with those cars. But the number 80 went off at the sweep. The tyre barriers sort of threw them up. They landed on top of the tyres, managed to get it off. It was a quick repair on the barrier, well done to our marshals. And they're still sitting in the pits. So we're waiting to see if we can get some updates on them. We've got some more drizzle falling now. You don't see it on screen, but we can see it on our windows here at in the commentary booth. And there is forecast for some rain to come at around 7 o'clock. Perhaps a little bit more than just a drizzle. So we keep an eye on that. But you can see still a dry line, very much developed onto the racetrack. Other than that, we had the 169 in the E-Class in the pits. They're still busy changing the diff at the moment after their clash with the number 10. So there we go. If you look onto our race, the current standings, we've got 4 Class A cars now leading the way. And look how far Stuart White is behind Hein Latergan. We said, look at that gap. It was 1 minute. Sorry, 1 lap. It's now just 15 seconds. So he is closing down rapidly. And then he will be 2 laps behind second place, the Slingshot 2.0. Mike McLaughlin in second, but still a long way behind our race leader, Bradley Liebenberg.
Just getting also a little bit of a correction that came through. It wasn't the two that came together of Trade Call and a PPLE, but both did have impacts within the first hour. So they didn't go into each other.
We didn't see that other incident then. All right. So that's in the E-Class, currently being led by the Pesty Racing 262. And you can see they've got 46 seconds over the 31 that's running in 7th place, R. van Heerden. And then the 23, D. Walson, is a lap down. We saw them go off the track recently as well. So those are the top 3 running in the E-Class. The B-Class, it's still the very impressive GT4 Audi 93 that's running in 5th place at the moment, ahead of the second in the B-Class, which is Pitamba, the number 3 hardtop backdraft racer, and that is currently running in 9th place.
All right, so a bit of news coming from Nadine down in the pits, and this is just getting sent to us as a bit of a message because everyone's frantic. So we've actually got Nadine back with, it's got an interview, so Nadine's got some big news coming in from Pesty Racing.
All right, let's go down to Nadine in the pits.
Thank you, Gareth and Stephen. I'm here with Francois Pretorius, team manager from Pesty Racing, car 262. So as far as I understand, you guys are stuck in 5th gear, but you're still leading your class.
Yeah, at the moment we're still leading it. Yes, the car is stuck in 5th gear. We changed the gearbox yesterday. We got a new one, put it in, and there was clearly some problems. So it has now got to the point where it was making horrible noises. So we put it in 5th gear, and we're leaving it in 5th gear, and we're circulating like that just in 5th gear.
I mean, this wouldn't be your first rodeo sticking to 1 gear for the entire endurance series.
This has happened before, yes. But, you know, it's fine. In fact, it would actually help us even more should it rain, because then when you're stuck like that and you can circulate, you actually do some pretty quick lap times, because you can't put the power down and you drive the car like a go-kart, and you actually end up getting some pretty quick lap times.
Okay, and tell me, who's in the car at the moment? Baron?
Baron's in the car at the moment, yes.
Okay, awesome. Well, wishing you guys everything of the best, and hopefully those drizzles will come down for you.
Thanks very much, and let's hope it turns out to be a good race for everybody.
That's it. Thank you, Francois. Let's go back to Steve and Gareth and commentary.
Interesting. We would have not thought from a spectator's point of view that you could circulate around the track in 5th gear. And just looking at his lap times, he's doing 1:11s last time out. His closest competitor is doing 1:10.8. So he's only 0.3 seconds a lap slower and 45 seconds ahead of him. How's that possible, Steve?
Well, the thing is, you're using fourth and fifth mainly around Aldo for majority of the circuit. You're bumping it into third occasionally, but the one thing is he's going to have to try and keep the revs up as much as possible to ensure that he keeps the drive going. The only thing is, it means as soon as he's getting overtaken, he's got to try and build up. Think of it as a slow-going fire.
Yeah. Okay, quickly, what we're also seeing, if you look on your timing screen on the left, Stuart White has now moved up into third place. So he's pulling away now from behind Larticon in the Porsche. And we expected that. He was chasing him down rapidly. His last time, Stuart White is a 1 minute, 0.9, while Larticon's just lapping consistently in the 1:04. So 4 seconds a lap difference there. Next on the track then for Stuart White and the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini is going to be then, of course, the Slingshot 2.0. The other car we were concerned about and wanting to know what's happening is that number 80, and Marius Jackson is down there chatting to Nadine.
Thanks, Gareth. So I'm here with team manager Marius Jackson. So almost time to take the car out again then?
Yes, definitely. This time it's going to be my turn going out in the car. So I'm just waiting for the team to finish patching up after the last accident we had. And yeah, then we'll go out and see how the car is handling and stuff.
And how's Joseph after the second bang?
Well, I think his heart is a little bit broken because it's not always nice to have an accident and stuff. And but it's fine, you know, it's positive again. I chatted to him and yeah, I said to him, listen, again, we will finish the race. Doesn't matter where we come as long as we finish.
And I mean, it can happen to anybody.
Obviously, it can happen to any team. It's endurance racing, and that's what's making it fun. It's not always up, but there's ups and downs.
Yeah. Well, wishing you all the best out there, and hope you manage to catch up a couple laps and yeah, have some fun.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marius. Right, there you have it. Let's go back to Steve and Gareth and commentary.
Right, thanks Nadine. Thanks Nadine, and great to see Marius. He's always so positive and he's had such bad luck so far this season, so it'll be great to see them back out there. So just quickly, I'm going to head out just for a quick break. Brendan Kelly's going to be joining Steve in the commentary box. But just quickly, the big stories as we start this third hour has been the number 80, looks like it's going to go back out there. The Calyx, we've got some news on the Calyx. Can you tell us what's happening down there in the pits?
So the Calyx is actually may have hurt one of the pistons and the fuel injector not working. So they're trying to get it up and going. It's 50-50 whether they can get it out. The team working frantically there. Yuri's got his elbows in. Kara's got her elbows in. And even the team of Promogen trying to lend a hand to get that car up and going. But hopefully they can, to try and just get it across the line, get those valuable points that are needed for the championship so they can stay within the running and not have a retirement. Remember, you drop your worst round, and the worst round was Swartkorps with 0.
All right, and then of course the big story we just heard from the 262 Pesty Racing is they're lapping in 5th gear around the track. We spoke about the robustness of these cars and sometimes the fragility of them, but somehow they keep on going. So keep an eye out for Stuart White. He's lapping 7 seconds, 8 seconds a lap now faster than second place Mike McLaughlin, but 8 laps or no, 1 lap down, in fact, sorry, 1 lap down. So he's going to catch him quite quickly. We'll see that action happening in this hour. Brendan Kelly's going to take over for a little bit. I'll be back with you in a short while. Steve, over to you and the team.
All right, well, we see that we have got Bucket List Racing, Ryan Leica getting past the Corridors machine, having a bit of fun out there, keeping the momentum at this point, but with the night in full effect, lights ablaze, and the track beautifully lit by all the lights around the circuit, which is rather helpful. It's one of the very few South African circuits that actually have it. But Mr. Motormouth himself joining in will give a bit of insight of racing in the dark around Aldo Scribante. Not an easy thing.
No, absolutely not. And I've just been a little bit out of it for the last, probably the last hour, handling prize givings and the likes. So haven't been quite focusing on what's happening out there. So, but Liebenberg doing a fantastic job at the moment. Came past his pits now, and they're all just very calm, collected, and looking rather confident at this stage. David White, Stuart's father, had a bit of a bigger smile on his face. Stuart really pushing it now, so following the action happening there. So Stuart seems to be really on it and starting to close up on McLaughlin at this stage.
Well, I've got to say that Mike McLaughlin off the backdraft Slingshot 2.0, thankfully they got that car going. You and I also walked through the pits this morning going and just saying, is the car okay? Are we still good to go? And thankfully they're able to keep the running. But I just cannot believe the tenacity coming in. We saw an Audi landed on the tires yesterday. They got the car up and going, did qualifying, did night practice, and that is Nika, who is running currently in 5th place. The Bucket List Racing have done a fantastic job there. Now hearing MJR, who did the same thing, landed on top of the tires. They're getting the car going.
The car ready, yeah. When I came past there earlier, they were all virtually good to go. So, I mean, the guys, this form of racing is completely different to what I'm used to, and it's just so interesting to go and hear all the war stories that are happening in the pit lane as we speak, and just the amount of camaraderie amongst the guys as well. I see we've got one of the backdrafts. It looks like it's the blue and white one by the look of things. That's yeah.
That is our 23.
That's the 23 that has gone farming there. Mayo behind the wheel of that.
Well, that's not the
gets him back on circuit again.
Well, you can't really park there, sir, but it does give Van Heerden a chance to inherit 2nd place and go chasing, well, he's in 2nd place at the moment, chasing down PC Racing, and doesn't have to worry about Philip Meyer of the People Group and Adept Signage, who are not having the easiest race this time around. They've been the most consistent car throughout the season. This time around, not going to work in their favor, and I do think it's going to hurt the performance of an Index Championship for them. Remember, that works on how consistent the drivers are to one another. Every time you spin out, it adds that little bit of time.
Damages there, so yeah. But just chatting to a couple of the guys that have done their stints in the backdraft Cobras already, and we were worried that the conditions were really going to hamper them, and it certainly hasn't quite panned out like that. The guys are actually having an absolute ball out there, and so the conditions are good. The track's dried out nicely, and but as we look at the window, there's another couple of speckles of rain up against the studio window, so it just could be another curveball thrown at us for the we're not even at the halfway stage of the race yet, so still lots and lots of drama still to unfold, as we've seen happen here in the past.
I do want to also point out we've got still a couple of spectators driven to just stay around. They want to see all the action. They're absorbing all the sights and sounds, taking some photos. Die-hard petrol heads at this point.
Absolutely. I took a drive over to the S's once again, just to check the FM transmitter that it's all going out fine, and the people are absolutely loving it. There's braai fires going there under umbrellas and gazebos, and they really are enjoying the moment out there, and just the added bonus of having the live commentary going out on FM as well. It's just added a new dimension to it, that they can keep up to date with all of the action from the comfort of their car.
Well, I've got to ask the very difficult question. I've done this with Gareth Burley, and we came down to an Alpha. But now I've got to ask, your favorite car that's currently here?
My favorite car that's currently here is not on the track at the moment. It's been packed away and heading back to Cape Town. That's the Nova Proto. But yesterday, no, not yesterday, Thursday out here, and watching Paul Hill, first of all, in the Aston Martin, and just listening to the sound of that Aston. That Aston has to be the best sounding car in South Africa. That's about the closest scream or roar you'll get to a Formula One engine, and then Cara was going out in the car, and I believe she's going to be driving that car from now on. Paul said he's too big for the car, and it fits her like a glove, so she's had some seat time, so it's going to be really interesting to see what she can do behind the wheel of that beautiful Aston Martin.
Yeah, the Miss Moneypenny, which is the last of the true Aston Martins, as Paul likes to say. That was the V12.
Yep.
That the V12 Vantage that was around before it got replaced by the V8. That mainly has a lot of Mercedes parts into it. But out on the track, there's been some phenomenal machinery. We've got also the backdraft coupe that's out there. We've got the Slingshot 2.0. We've got the backdraft Roadsters. We've got Lamborghinis. We've also got Team Corridas. They out having a bit of fun in their little Polo, having a huge amount of fun out there. A car that generally you see out on the streets and you don't really take too much note of, but out on the track doing a phenomenal job and just keeping it all together. I have to say, though, the Audi GT4s, there's something special about them that leans into it.
Also beautiful sounding. I mean, the lives, the lines of that Audi, absolutely stunning. And not too sure about is the Lexus still going? I haven't paid attention. The Lexus, the guys from Mozambique, as we go to a replay the 72 car as it heads down the main straight. Oh,
that's the Slingshot 2.0 as he comes off the gas, the runoff as it all comes out. That's a big burly V8.
And see the turbocharger, the exhaust, the brakes, everything glowing on that car, and just a massive flame out of the side of it. But going back to the Toyota Lexus, so there's an interesting connection with that car. The man from Mozambique that is one of the drivers there is the managing director of Centratec Mozambique, and Centratec obviously a Port Elizabeth company that was started in Port Elizabeth by the late Jeff O'Connell, and went on to its OFT Holdings now, and the T-Craft. They make the big aluminium boats and that. So a multifaceted company, and fantastic to have Centratec representation here. They decided, because the head office is in Port Elizabeth, they'll come and they'll bring the car down here and come and have fun.
Well, we've also got to point out that we were talking about all the different drivers coming through. Michael Stephen from Production Cars. We also have Dakuno, who's in that very same Lexus, going and having a bit of fun. He came from the Nissan team, racing in the Sasol Nissans, the 350Zs, and was having a huge amount of fun in those. Did very well.
Yep.
And now going and having a bit of fun in the Lexus. They did have an overheating issue yesterday that they got under control. Seems that it's all working just fine now. Trying to just keep the momentum going at this point as they fight their way through the order. Stuart White, though, is getting a little bit slow. He did a 107.6 the last time, so caught in quite a bit of traffic there, where Bradley Liebenberg did a 107.1 on his last run. But take a look, Mike McLaughlin, a 112.9, so just completely off the mark on that last lap, getting bottled in.
Yeah.
You do have the bucket list Audi going around, and beautiful livery. Once again, you can spot it anywhere out on the circuit. Now just giving a little bit of room, allowing the Inter-Africa Lamborghini to get past. Different horsepower, different aerodynamics. It's a GT4 versus GT3. You just let him go, but you got to be patient, because GT4s naturally have a little bit more of an understeer tendency versus the GT3s that can oversteer quite quickly.
Well, it certainly looks like the rain has started to pick up. We're not really getting seeing it on the TV screens, but Nadine nodding her head furiously. She's sopping wet, and Wayne Riddell just showing there. Okay, now you can see it in that shot there. It's certainly now starting to come down. But just going back to McLaughlin in the 72 car, and the amount of work that has gone on behind the scenes. I mean, they've had angle grinders out, they've had welders out. All weekend they've been fiddling with the car, but to be out there and running in second place at the moment is absolutely fantastic.
But also, it's a one of one. So if it breaks, you've got to go and make something for it. You can't.
Correct.
It's not something that you can go to the shop and go and purchase, which is quite a thing. I do want to point out, though, it's an incredible car that every race so far that it's gotten to the track, it's always had an upgrade. From round 1, round 2, and round 3 at the moment, it's had an upgrade each and every step of the way, trying to make it better and better. There's the BBR Racing Porsche, and going and getting a little bit more of drive. That's Hein Latergan behind the wheel. And Hein Latergan, also a name that's been around in motorsport for many years, racing in all sorts of vehicles. I remember him quite closely racing with my dad in Formula V back in the day. But Hein has really shown off what he can do, racing with his son, Henk Latergan, who comes from off-road.
Yep. No, Henk has been an absolute revelation. And, I mean, his first race in the series with virtually no seat time in the car came, and they performed absolutely brilliantly. So it is fantastic to have them competing out here as well.
Oh, and you also got Tavares, who has got a wealth of knowledge in terms of GT experience. He's also done really well in championships and multifacets as well. So it's definitely a combination that has worked tremendously all the way to the top. And they're currently lying in 4th place behind the likes of Inter-Africa, Stuart White, who's in 3rd. And we've got our backdrop Slingshot in 2nd, Brandon Liebenberg in 2nd place. I do want in 1st place in the Promogent, but I do want to point out the little BMW, the lone BMW that's been out on circuit. We saw the regional racing with them. The E36 is doing well, but it looks like our C-Class is having a huge amount of fun out there. The drivers keeping a huge amount of work into it as well. because the Coastal Engineering Supplies did start from the pits, and now they are just keeping the momentum all the way through, hoping that they can get it to the line, and at the moment they're lying within the top 10.
Oh, that's absolutely great from them as well. And 122 laps already having been concluded with 2 hours 21 minutes. So still not yet at the quite yet at the halfway mark. So it's going to start getting interesting now with the rain coming down. You see the lap times have dropped off considerably, running about 7 seconds a lap slower than they were earlier. So it's at this stage of the race where the real tactics come in now, and everybody just slow it down a little bit and keep it neat and tidy, and start nursing it to the end, and make sure you bring it home in one piece.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of hard work now. Drivers are starting to feel the fatigue, and teams feeling the fatigue. This is where, if you had a little bit of a late start, that late breakfast, it does come into a bit of an advantage versus toiling away in the early hours of the morning, trying to tinker on the cars to get it right, and trying to get yourself. So this is where now down to drivers and teams start feeling it, not only just the machinery taking the abuse in a long race, but this is what makes endurance racing so much fun to be a part of, because anything can happen, and it's just all about whether luck's on your side and how prepped is the car, how prepped are you, how prepped is the team, have you gone through your checklist from A to Z, you've made all your plans, you've thrown them all in the bin by the first hour. It's just, you cannot replace endurance racing. It's one of those facets that if you can get right, I believe that you can go into any form of motorsport and not have too much of a steep learning curve coming in, because you come with a different mindset to green go.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just so many of these top drivers that are ex go-kart racers, and they're used to just going out there and banging in lap after lap after lap, and consistently. And just watching a moment ago the beautiful shots of that number 5 Porsche, the Tavares and Ladegan Porsche, on under braking, those red brake discs glowing as it goes into the corner, and it's just such a fantastic shot, and that's one of the highlights. And when I encourage people to come out and watch the nighttime racing, is the opportunity to see those brake discs glowing and the turbochargers glowing, and sometimes even the exhausts glowing as well. So it's action's starting to get thick and fast out there.
Well, just working out a little bit of math here, just to give everyone a bit of a scare. If you think about this, our drivers have done 124 laps, okay? Our leader has done 124 laps, times by the amount that the track is, 2.4.
Yep.
They've done 307.52 kilometers of racing around Aldo Scribante. This is currently the 3rd hour, sitting at 2 hours and 35 minutes to go at current.
Yep, that's certainly some pace to keep going, and especially in these conditions as well. I see that the wind has picked up a little as well. It had actually died down quite nicely earlier, and we didn't have that driving rain coming through, but it seems to have just got a little bit worse out there again. The forecast was showing that from 9 o'clock it's going to get really ugly again. So hopefully we can get all wrapped up by then, and let the guys bring the cars home all in one piece.
I think everyone at this point has just hit autopilot mode.
Yep.
You're not worrying about pushing those lap times. You're not worried about your positioning at the moment. You're just trying to focus on hit every apex. You're trying to keep yourself in the game the whole time and not let the mind wander off, because that's one thing we've seen before, when suddenly you go, wait, I see a star in the sky, and you miss your brake marker by 5 meters. And that's one thing. Or you're coming off the gas because you're getting more and more tired, and you're going 100 meters, come off the gas. Meanwhile, you were meant to be braking at the 50 meter. So it's just about keeping clicked in the whole way, pushing yourself that little bit extra, trying to get your way down to the line.
All right, I've got a couple more minutes left here, and then I'm going to... Oh, you're going to shift out for a moment? Are you shifting out? Am I going to shift out? Oh, okay. We'll jump in. Garrett's going to jump in with us as we... Oh, no, that's fine. I've got other commitments, but they can wait. That's fine.
Give Steve a chance to grab some food there quickly.
No problem.
As we head now the halfway point, 2.5 hours into the race. Still Bradley Liebenberg. We knew Stuart White was catching up into second place, but just shows you the traffic. I just had a quick pop at my head outside. I knew you guys said the rain coming. it sort of just immediately has stopped, and pretty gusty out there. So not too bad conditions actually.
Yeah, the windows, the sliding doors starting to buffer a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, that we saw that earlier on this morning when the guys, the regional classes were out there. So the conditions did get better, and yeah, it looks like they're going the other way again. And it looks like the weather forecasters got this one right.
All right, we're going to go down to Nadine from Inter Africa, the Lamborghini team, with some updates on their car. They are currently running in second place.
I'm here with team manager from Inter Africa, Gerald Ekron, and Stuart White has just got into second place and overtaken Mark McLaughlin. Tell us a little bit of something.
Yeah, well, obviously this time of the race it's turning out to be a little bit better for us. The beginning of the race we had a bit of issues, but it seems to be sorted now, and yeah, now we just hope for rain and try and go and chase the guys in front. Obviously the deficit is still quite big, but we're going to try our best and see what turns out. It's still a long race ahead.
Yes, and we know Stewie is quite good at catching up laps. So early on when Kulilo had to pit, it was a sensor issue?
Yeah, we had it looked like a lambda probe issue, so we managed to fix that, and ever since the car didn't give any issue after that, so yeah, we holding thumbs.
I'm holding thumbs for you guys as well. Thanks, Gerald.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Let's go back to commentary.
Thanks very much, Nadine. I was chatting to Brad Liebenberg, you know, just yesterday before the action really got going, and asking him, you know, with the weather forecasts and that, and he just had a wry smile on his face, and he just said, you know, we've got the Audi's got all the bells and whistles, the traction control, it's got everything, and he said it's actually an absolute pleasure to drive it in these rainy conditions. So I'm not 100% sure what the Lambo has got. I'm sure it's got much of the same. But yeah, the team was hoping that the rain comes. Yeah, I think he's probably the only guy here that has been hoping for rain. We've been hoping that it would go away and things would warm up a little bit, because it has been a long, wet day out there.
Yeah, there's so many stories developing, and as we hit the halfway point now, I'm surprised we've got so many drivers still in the car. Mike McLaughlin is one of them. He's going to be handing over to Steve Clark soon. They've been working frantically on that car for 2 days, so Nadine's chatting to Steve at the moment to find out how he's feeling before his big stint to come.
All right, so now I'm here with Steve Clark. Steve, you've had a bit of a nose-to-nose battle with the Inter Africa team, and I saw you guys have just gone down to third place. What's the plan? We're going to have to catch that up.
Well, we're nursing a gearbox problem, and we just lost 6th gear now, so it's not looking good for us. We'll just have to see how long we can go.
Okay, and are you guys obviously going to do another pit stop later on and maybe a driver change? Are you going to look at the car then?
Yeah, definitely. Well, we won't be able to do anything about the gearbox, so we'll just do pit stop, driver change, and try and make it to the end.
And just keep push. Hey, these problems are following you guys.
Yeah, we're having well, look, it's okay.
Yeah.
That's right.
Look, you guys always pull through anyway, so I have faith, and yeah, let's just have fun and don't give up.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm sure we'll see you on the podium anyway. Let's go back to commentary.
Nadine full of confidence there. So they've lost 6th gear. We've got the 262 Pesty Racing stuck in 5th gear.
Yep.
So it's all happening, and you know, you look at the fragility of the cars at some point. They sometimes fall over the simplest things, and other times they just seem to keep going no matter what the conditions are.
And I was just during that interview just looking at Steve's hair and the gazebo in the background and how it's getting blown around. So conditions have definitely worsened out there, and still no news from the Kalex car. They're obviously still battling with that problem. When I was down that way, they just said no, it's a piston, probably a broken piston, and they're trying to get it changed. So there was some frantic work going on down there, and they were quite confident that they'd get it sorted out and back out on circuit again.
Yeah, so look, the Cara Hill interviews indicated that this is the last chance for this car, otherwise she's bidding it, she was talking about. As we see a vehicle moving okay, they're going into the pits there. I think that's probably the last of the A classes. That's the double eights, the Lexus body with that stunning Toyota V8 engine in it. So some of the other story just quickly developing, of course, got to be impressed with the 93 so far. For me, the driver of the day, the Nike Audi GT4, running consistently and well within spec and pace of the top runners. I mean, last time out, a 110.6.
No, absolutely brilliant driving. You know, they've had a drama-filled weekend. Two offs. They've managed to patch the car together. Amazing what duct tape and cable ties can do. And out there and going very, very well. And only 16 years old, I believe, young Nike. That is brilliant.
Yeah. So we've got a couple of battles developing slowly. We've got a long way to go. We're just past the halfway point. We had a dramatic first hour with some proper contenders falling out, including the pole man. But Brad Limmerberg has put in a stunning, impressive performance. Just to remind you, he started the race 2.5 hours in, and he's still there. Right, we've got the Class E leader that we just saw coming through there. That's the 262 that's stuck in 5th gear. I mean, are you surprised that they're still going so competitively?
Yeah, you know, it's a light body, and they're just managing to keep that momentum. I mean, just nurse it through, and they're not going much slower than their normal time. So they're just making it look easy out there at the moment.
Yeah, well, they were also hoping for a bit of rain to make it a bit easier, just like drive it like a go-kart, one gear.
Yeah.
Rest the left foot maybe, just that on the brakes. So 262 leading, and I can just put in context here. Their closest competitor is doing 113s at the moment. They're doing 111s. So actually, not only are they competitive, but they're pulling away.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. But Brad Liebenberg leads, sitting at 7 laps at the moment. So a nice momentum. But you mentioned the first hour of the race that there was drama. I would say the first couple of seconds of the race there was drama, where we saw the car into the Armco barriers, dislodged, I believe, six of the poles along the main straight, and then sort of bounced back on track and managed to get it going and bring it to the pits and get going again. So.
And have we seen the 80 back out yet? Maurice Jackson's Audi still not back out. Okay, so they're working on that in the pits at the moment. Things haven't quite gone their way. They'll be desperate to get back out there as well. So, and then the Class B, we mentioned Nike in the GT4, the number 93 running in 5th place. He's comfortably ahead of the second GT4, the 511, who's down in 10th place, and third in class is in 13th position, number 3, the hardtop, Pitamba. And we know that we've got another fast Pitamba still to come in that car, so it could close the gap. So we'll keep an eye on the races that are happening within the races that are taking place. Pretty much Class C and D are done and dusted. They're just looking to get to the end of the race in 8th position, the BMW 76. And then in Class D, they're not on your timing sheets there, but it is the 111 car, the VW that's currently, the Corridas VW that's leading that class.
I didn't see the 35 car come into the pit, but there has been a driver change there. I see Paul Hill has jumped in now.
Okay, so there we go. Race leaders, that happened very, very quickly. Paul Hill's now in the lead car, and that's why there's just 6 laps now between the first two. But keep an eye on that in a moment. But let's go down to the BBR Porsche racing team, and we'll also give a chance for Steve to come back into the hot seat here. Let's go over to Nadine in the pits with Hein Lateghan.
All right, I'm with Henk Lateghan and Verissimo Tavares from BBR. So guys, things are starting to take shape here, hey? I mean, currently in 4th place, but I don't know if you guys know, but Steve Clark and Mike McLaughlin are having a bit of problems with their car. They've lost 6th gear, and you guys are coming up hot behind them.
I mean, it was a tricky start to the race. Verissimo can probably tell you a bit more about the start of the race, but yeah, super difficult conditions. I mean, the weather's changing all the time now. The track's wet, and I think everybody stayed out on slick, so I guess it's really difficult to keep the car on the road at the moment. But yeah, I think my dad's in the car now, and he's doing quite a good job. He's being consistent, keeping it on the road, and if the car lasts, I think we'll end up well.
Yeah, Verissimo, we've gone from, I think we were 9 laps behind the leader, and now we're down to 6.
Look, obviously there's quite a big lead up front, and these conditions don't really help, but I mean, the extra hour, from 4 to 5 hours, maybe will help us a bit as well. And it's all about keeping the pace and just working through the hours and not really pushing the car too much. So it's worked with us before, and let's see what happens tonight.
And that's one thing we are sure about BBR is consistency. Yes. Okay, well, who's still going out?
Well, Henk's got to go out last, and then we'll see if the rain stays out. If it comes down, it'll be a very, very interesting end to the game.
Well, wishing you all the best for your stint. Cool. Let's go back to commentary.
Well, thanks very much, Nadine. The guys are obviously watching the weather apps as closely as we are because they're expecting the rain to come a little bit later. It's still fairly gentle at the moment, but things have been known for the last, I mean, the 1 year, I think it was 2-3 years ago, the last 10 minutes the rain came down and really threw the cat amongst the pigeons. It wasn't time for the guys to come in to change tyres, and there were cars sliding off the circuits left, right and centre with the last big endurance, the night endurance race that we had at Aldo Scribante. So it has been known to really swing around very quickly here.
Well, that's the thing. When you talk about the different tyres that come into play, your pit stops take 28 seconds to get a driver out, get a new set of tyres on, 20 to 30 seconds. So that's 20 to 30 seconds of stop time, that's 20 to 30 seconds off the circuit. And when you've got cars that are lapping within the minute range, that is a lot of time lost, especially around a very short circuit. So the guys are going to be well aware of that as Pesty Racing going and changing drivers, and will be getting out to have a bit more fun. So Pesty 262 currently running in 6th position as Pretorius climbs out of the car, and Bonard will be climbing into the vehicle. It also does look like Ryan Nika has pulled into the pits, our 93 Bucket List Racing Audi GT4, and I've got to say, my loyalty seems to be swaying from going with the BDR Racing to something supporting this little Audi, that, well, shouldn't be out on the track, and they're defying the odds at this point. I'm also looking forward to seeing MJR getting their car out and having fun, because there is no quit. So we get told now MJR is out and they are going. So MJR has rejoined. That is 2 cars that landed on the top of the tyres.
Yep.
And they got going, oh, hold on, they're busy looking at the front of PC Racing. Remember, they were trapped in gear. So
looks like there's water, just topping up water there by the look of things. So doesn't seem to be anything too serious.
Just don't get your fingers caught in that bonnet on the way down, otherwise it's going to be very uncomfortable. So huge amount of news coming in within the 3rd hour happening at the moment with MJR. An Audi that was parked in the wall within the 2nd hour of the race. It was just after our 1 hour dash went and completed. So that was a huge amount of fun. But now when you're being trapped in gear, you need a little bit of a bump start. You get the revs up and get out once again. So a bit of cardio workout for the pit crew after doing a bit of work on the car.
Now just having a look to see if we're picking up the MJR on the live timing. Car number 80, where they're down in 23rd place and
19 laps.
Only 19 laps. So
they're making up some serious ground, because they were 22 laps down just before the 3rd hour.
So yeah, a lot of work having gone in there. But going back to the number 5 car, the BBR car, and just the quiet confidence of them coming through there. They've got a game plan. They've obviously got it all worked out, and you know that's one of the real stunning cars. That number 5. It's just the color scheme, just the bold plain number on the side of it has been one of the crowd favorites, and you know just the quiet confidence of Tavares talking there, and along with the Laudegans, I think they might just be dark horses. If they can keep it all neat and tidy for the second half of the race, I reckon they're going to be up there, serious podium contenders.
I also want to check out that we had 2 Cup cars here today. 2 different, they 2 different eras of the cars. You had the 2010 of Charles Orangi's car, the 997-2 Cup car that went out, and we got to see it lined up to get a photo with a 992 Cup car.
Yep.
And that's a 2023 model, which is just fantastic. You can see the aero upgrades, but also the rear light was the biggest change for me. But there out on the circuit is the car that landed in the tires. That car has been through the wars. It's hit the Onco barrier. It's gone onto the tires. It's back out once again. And this time, a change of driver to get it out and have a bit of fun. Marius Jackson saying, okay, Joseph, I think take a break now.
Take a break, yeah.
I'm going to get out and have a bit of fun. But the team have slaved away on that car to get it out, and it's just it brings a smile to your face to see there's no quit.
Absolutely. You know, they would have, a lot of the guys would have thrown in the towel by now and just said, enough's enough. 2 big incidents in the race, but not these guys. They've managed to just put it all back together again and get out there. But Joseph Ellerine behind the wheel of that car has been mighty impressive and doing some very, very quick times. And certainly one of the real stars to watch in the future as they go side by side.
With one of the Lambos, that was the Promogen Audi battling it out with the MJR. Got a little bit close to each other, nose to tail there through the final corner. Not quite what you want to do under braking, especially when you're trying to get the car just around the track. And for Promogen, they are currently out at the top. Paul Hill now needs to keep that consistent pace. Unfortunately, he's managed to spin that car twice when he gets out of that comfort zone. He carries the momentum and he knows he gets into that positive delta and he wants to push himself. Naturally, as a driver, you want to do that. This time around, he's got to just dial it back a little bit, and I don't think the team are feeding him the information of how close Stuart White is to him. Another little battle coming into play is the 3rd place and 4th place between Backdraft, Slingshot, and also BBR, and that's Black Bull Racing.
Yep, there's just half a second that separates them now. So Lateghan obviously on an absolute charge at the moment, and I don't think it's going to be too long, and we're going to see an overtaking move happening there. But going back to Paul Hill, I've chatted to him quite extensively during the course of the weekend, and he's the first one to admit his own sort of limitations. He just considers himself slow, and he always gets the right guys to partner with him. In Michael Stephen in the past, and now Brad Liebenberg as well. And but he's just out there and having so much fun and really enjoying it. And now with his daughter Kyra in the mix as well, in the Aston Martin next season, I think it's going to be something completely different and something very exciting going forward.
It's going to be a good one. I know Yuri is also trying to earn the favor as well to be able to climb into the car. I mean, who wouldn't at this point? As they carry on fighting their way through. The Coastal BMW keeping a consistent pace. That is one car to keep an eye out for. There has been a change for 3rd place though, as our BBR Porsche has now taken 3rd place away from the Backdraft Slingshot, with Mike McLaughlin dropping a little bit down. He's now 3.2 seconds, so it didn't take long for him to get past him and then start opening up a gap. And little by little, it's coming into the fray of things. So we have currently got the Promogen GT3 Audi in 1st place. We've got the Inter Africa Lamborghini Huracan GT3, and 3rd place, surprisingly, is a GT3, or is a cup car.
Yep.
And it does look like we got one car stopped. That is the coupe, and unfortunately, that is the Patumba duo trying to restart the car and get it going. And not an easy time. I'm going to have the team to maybe have a very long push down to his pit. Hands being up saying, don't know what's going on. Remember, they cracked a joke a little bit earlier. Mr. Patumba went and said to everyone when they were pushing the car, they said, don't worry guys, just push me to the control tower. Well, no, they stopped at the control tower.
The control tower. And our Chief Marshal, Heather Levis, just looking on there, just giving an eye as to what's happening. And just once again, a massive shout out to all of the marshals that have been out on the track from 7 o'clock this morning. They went out in the pouring rain. First of all, they had to do a whole lot of maintenance on the circuit to get rid of all the water that was standing there. So the real unsung heroes of this long extended race day, 13 hours of action, has been the marshals out on the circuit. And without them, we can't go race.
That's, there's all the different people in the background that we don't get to see. Our officials, our marshals, our media team, the camera crews, the photographers that are doing all the unsung work, even our social media guys going and behind the scenes. It's the names that you don't get to see at the end. But honestly, if I can invite anyone to go be a part of it, to even, you get to volunteer to be part of it, I highly recommend it. It's an experience of note. And yes, it's not the prettiest job in the world, but by the end of it, knowing the satisfaction that you played some part of a critical role to get to the racetrack, even to have drivers having a bit of fun. At the end of it, you know that you're part of history in some of the core parts of it.
No, absolutely. And we're just having a look at car 72, 4th overall.
That's a slingshot 2.0.
That's the slingshot still going.
So yeah, the recent upgrades has been the hood and the louvers cut into the back of it. And we did see the wing upgrade at SWAT Corps, which looked a bit arbitrary in my opinion. It was kind of it was just flat. It didn't have the hood, so it looked a bit weird this time with having the Darth Vader hood. As I've had someone actually, one of the crowd members, going and saying it looks like the face of Darth Vader on the back.
It does indeed, yeah.
It's to just get rid of some of the low pressure underneath the wing, because what they were having is the faster they were going, it started creating a pocket of air underneath the wing. And Steve Clark said it started lifting the axle
That's
up.
somebody going off the circuit.
That's
there.
an Audi GT3.
It looks like it's a GT3 that has gone.
That is the Promogen, that is Paul Hill.
You called it. You called it. I'm not going to say anything. And on that note, I'm going to go step out and go and find some supper for myself. And I'm going to hand back over to Gareth Burley. Steve, been a pleasure as usual. And we'll see you a little bit later. I'll go and pick up some war stories of what's happening out on circuit.
It's absolutely awesome, and well, if there's going to be any two people to do it, it's going to be the Motormouth and also Nadine from the SAES right here for round 3 of Aldo Scribante. Here is replay going into the corner, breaking himself a little bit, running out of grip, goes out wide onto the dirt and keeps it all in check. So just out braking himself, and unfortunately the brakes just not stopping him completely dead, but we do see puddles starting to form in the ground of the grass, obviously a bit waterlogged from earlier today, and keeping it pointed straight, that's all that you need to do.
Yeah, Steve, good to be back. Thanks, Brendan. So just a couple of things noticed walking outside. You can see lights in the distance. Can you see there in the screenshot? That's the city in the background. So the rain there's a little bit of drizzle, but it's certainly in the distance. It's a lot clearer. So you know, the prediction of some heavy rain still to come, it may still be there, but it's pretty decent outside, just a light little drizzle. The other thing is, of course, the number 80 Audi, the Maurice Jackson Audi. Maurice is going at a ferocious pace. Just to mention that he's only got one rear brake light working, so you'll spot him out on the track if you go and have a look. Yeah, so he is out running, which is great to see. And then, of course, the other story is that I've written down that at the start of this hour, as we've got a spinner here, let's just keep an eye if they can stay clear there. Watch out. Oh, and he avoids him by going straight off.
Oh, well, he kind of just arrived on the scene at quite a pace.
And that is it's difficult to see flags as well waving there. We just need to make sure that car gets going.
Who is it? It looks like it could be a 55.
55, I was going to say. It looks like maybe the 55. And that's the Lanika Martins, and he's got going again there. He or she got going again, possibly, which is great to see. So it's the 11, and that's the Team Kobani, and that have gone off there. So that's the
Holomisa
that's currently in the car, right? So we're starting to see. We've got a yellow flag. Okay, now we're back to green flag racing. There's a replay of that spin. Let's just have a look there.
Goes out wide,
no, just
tail
too much on
out.
Puts foot down too quickly on the throttle, but manages to stay on. Yeah, we can see now. This is the 111 that comes and actually just stays out of the way clean. The Corridos in the Class D, just keeping their nose clean and stays out of the way. So just quickly before that happened, I mentioned that Stuart White 9 laps behind Paul Hill. We saw Paul going off. It's now just 4 laps. So we thought that gap was maybe too big. I can just tell you that gap is not too big, as you can see on your screen. It's now 4 laps. The other thing is, of course, that the 72 Slingshot 2.0.
Oh, that is
the 93.
That's the
Bucket List Racing that was running so well. Oh, Pretorius doing so well in the 93. Class B leader now with the problem, and can they get it restarted?
Come on.
We've not seen a safety car in this hour. We've seen very little incidents so far. Let's see what we can happen. This looks like it could be the final corner.
Turned off.
We're going to try and see if we can reset that car. Look, he's got a big gap over the second place car in the class as well.
Well, I've got to say one thing though. with the GT4 cars and the GT3 cars, the one thing you've got to be so cautious of is it's not just like a normal car where you've got a car key, you can just turn it and it all fires up. You have to go through the process, shutting down all the systems and then getting it back online, doing everything it can, but safety car looks like it has been called out.
Okay, there we go.
Safety car will be deployed.
All right, so going through all the startup sequences, there goes the race leader now, and there goes the Maurice Jackson Audi. You can see it because it's only got one light. So let's keep an eye out for the 511, the vehicle that has also spun out a few times today as well. They're second in class. This is the race between the two GT4s, and the 93 is stuck, looks like, on the last corner, struggling to get the car started. Of course, the other big story that's taking place is we saw in this hour the 262 leading in Class E has came into the pits looking at that stuck in 5th gear. I just wanted to know, I mean, you had to come in the pits at some time. Are you going to pull away in 5th gear? How are you going to get the car going again, you know?
Primogen! That is the Primogen.
No, is it?
It is.
Oh my goodness.
That's the Primogen that is stopped out as well. He's missed the tires. I think he just outbraked himself.
Is that the same place? Could this... No.
No, but he is lucky. That is Paul Hill that was staring at tires, and I think
It is coming out of the S's as well. Remember, we're under safety car conditions, and he's gone off.
So our leader...
I have to question. I just think that Brady Liebenberg was in the car for so long. We knew that Paul needed to do about a 1 hour 40, I think it was, 1.5 hours, 1 hour 40 in the car. And I think they've put him in a difficult part of the race, because we know that Brady Liebenberg was going to come back in and finish the night session, and I just feel like they're compromising their race a little bit. Okay, look, that happened under safety car conditions, so he's not losing too much time to Stuart White, but it's now just 4 laps, but it was 9. We're down to 4 laps within this hour. So what's happening now? Because we not only have the safety car, but we've got the course.
That's to remove the car.
Okay, so they're going to tow the car away. Okay, so let's see if the safety car now can pick up the race leader, or who they're going to pick up. Paul Hill is currently the race leader. We're heading up to now the final 2 hours of the 5 hours, and that car is still stuck there. The car is still stuck.
Oh man, it's been a weekend and a half for the bucket list racing. Your heart's going out to them. I can tell you there is people around the world right now that is willing that Audi to keep going. Yeah. And well, it's on. Fortunate enough, it's on the apex. Well, off the apex.
Yeah.
So
what is this here that we see in the bottom left of the screen?
That is that's part
Coastal.
That's the Coastal's rear bumper.
The Coastal Engineering Supplies BMW. That is part of their car, because we can see Coastal. I
got a question. Does that mean Coastal got some free advertising? Oh no, it was upside down. Never mind. Doesn't count.
Okay. Here we go. So we're going to see now 2 hours 5 minutes to go. Free pit stops, and Stuart White is taking that opportunity. And here is the one rear light, number 80 as well. So an opportunity. You can see the back of that car having hit the barrier out at the sweep earlier on today. That was the start of the 2nd hour.
Wet's going on.
Wet tires going on. That's interesting.
Slicks coming off. Wet's going on. They feel that the track is not beneficial for slick tires. It's becoming a little bit too tricky out there. Will the other teams respond in the same way? I do think so. And we also saw the likes.
Oh, that car's been through a lot.
Of Richard from here also pulled into the pits. Stuart White pulled into the pits. Dan Hirsch, the 42 car, also pulled into the pits.
We can hear the Audi just outside our commentary box here as well.
The mechanic also just going and giving it a little bit of a heave-ho with the nut runner to tell the driver, just go, get this car out already.
All right, let's see where is this going to close up now. We're going to see the 262 is on the same lap as the leader. So in Class E, the car that was stuck in 5th gear is now going to close right up to the 31. So despite their problems, I'm dying to know if they're still stuck in 5th gear now. They got out of the pits.
They still stuck in 5th gear. They pushed the car to try and get it going. They bump started the car. He got his foot flat on the throttle just to bring the revs up to get out. So he's still trapped in gear, but a little bit of a push start does help in that regard. You just got to make sure you give it enough power thankfully, a big V8 has a lot of low-end torque.
Yeah, all right. So we're heading up to the final 2 hours now. We'll give you a little recap as to what's been happening in this hour. But while we're under safety car conditions, let's just remind you that it is the Primogen Audi that has led from start till this end of this hour, which will be behind the safety car. Bradley Liebenberg has done a sterling job, but Paul Hill has taken over, and he's struggling. I wonder whether he's on slick tires. And we're seeing Stuart White having coming and possibly going on to wet tires. So we could see strategy now. We don't often say this, but strategy could be the deciding factor in an endurance race. Most of the time it's who's still on the track. But strategy could be the decider, yeah, with 4 laps between first and second place. And then just to mention, Hein Lautergan in the BBR Racing Porsche is also in the pits. I'd be interested to see what tires he's going on at the moment.
I would say most of these drivers are going to wets. They're going to hedge their bets here. They're going to go on to wet where the tires. It is cool enough that they're not going to burn through the tires as quickly, but what they will go and have a bit of hands with is behind safety car. That's going to also help preserve that tire life to it.
And I just wonder whether, because of the darkness, we're also missing the braking point by 1 meter because of the conditions, and so the slick tires, you know, you just take it half a meter off the racing line. It's a little bit more slippery there because it's in the dark, and it could be sort of the factor that's impacting.
It becomes an ice rink.
Yeah, it becomes an ice rink.
Well, I do want to point out, we're talking about changing tires to from slicks to wets, but we go back down the classes, and mainly our national V8 Roadster, where they actually just have semi-slick tires full stop.
Just quickly look there, you can see quite a few cars wanting to come out the pits, but they're going to have to wait because we've got the train coming past, and then they'll join, including the BBR Porsche. You can see those yellow lights at the front of the train there wanting to come out of the pits. Now that car has been cleared. They've obviously got him back into the pits or moved out the way, so we should be getting it back racing really, really soon. So just remind you, the top 4 on track are all top 4 in Class A. It's the Paul Hill Audi ahead of the Stuart White Lamborghini, the Hein Lautergan Porsche ahead of the Slingshot 2.0 Mike McLaughlin. We haven't seen Stuart Clark yet in that car. Right, here we go. The 511 now into the pits, changing the drivers.
That's the GNH. And it does look like one of the Giannicaros jumping out. That might be...
And that's going to be the leaders now in the class because of the problems. The new, with the 93, of course.
I think that might be Ricky that's climbing out of the car. So Jenny might be getting into the car for his stint. And Anthony Blunden, who is not, he's going and waiting out in the pits. Okay, so Giannicaros swapping out between one another, and they will be having a bit of fun out there. I do want to point out, I love the overalls where he's actually got a bit of a spiffy suit, his overalls.
And of course, they're sharing a garage right next to when they're inheriting the lead from the team that's the sister car that's right next to them in the pits. And there you can see wet tires going on. So the team's now anticipating the weather forecast, which was for rain this time of the race, with just less than 2 hours now to go. You can see on the clock we're going into the final 2 hours of the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. They had a bit of they had a bit of nighttime racing last night, but these conditions are nothing that has prepared them. Nothing they've done so far this week has prepared them for what they're experiencing right now out on the track. It looks like we're back to green racing, and we are. So we've got green flag racing where you can hear the cars thumping down the main straight, and we're going to see how this plays out. But Paul Hill has come into the pit. Now that is a strange decision, but obviously he's realizing he's losing too much time, and now that 9 laps within this hour is down to 3 laps at the start.
And we've also got a change up for third position as Mike McLaughlin has gotten past Henk Lautergan off the restart. So they were close enough to one another, and he's taken the advantage off the start.
That is a surprise. That car was, that Slingshot 2.0, the number 72, has been struggling. Remember, we were talking about maybe not having 6th gear at one point. They've been through a number of belts so far this weekend, so that is a surprise there as well. And yeah, somehow, is it possible that the 262 is back into the lead of the Class E?
Yes, he is, but he's getting chased down with Philip Mayer currently in
the number 23. So where was the car that was leading?
He pitted. He pitted and changed drivers. Gavin Rook climbed in the car, and we're currently in 9th place. So they were stuck in the pits for a fair
so they're
amount
back
of
down
time.
to 3rd position. So the 262, despite being stuck in one gear, is back into the lead of the Class E. Right, have we got Paul Neal coming out the pits now? Let's just see how this plays out, because we mentioned 3 laps. That's what it's sitting at. No doubt he's going to go onto wet tyres, as we've seen many of the drivers do at this stage of the race. So there we go, into the last 2 hours of the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
I do want to point out he has to do 1 hour and 40 minutes, which he has not completed since jumping into the car. So it's a little bit of a difficult one. It's a gambling game here. Might be off by 1 or 2 minutes by the end of the race, or if they're going to keep him going, they switched over the tyres, but going for a cheap pit stop, unfortunately. The car's pit.
I think the Porsche just got past the McLaughlin there, because I think what's happened is the safety car picked up the McLaughlin 72 and the Latergan Porsche had to go around again perhaps or something, because we just saw the Porsche go past him there on the hairpin. You'll see it coming up on the timing shortly as they go through the start finish, but I believe that the Porsche is back into 3rd position. We'll get a confirmation of that as they head down the main straight. There's the number 18. Look at the one rear light. Audi that's had quite an adventurous race. Great to see them back up at speed. But there we go. Let's just have a look. Yeah, the Porsche is back into 3rd place. And look out for those yellow lights of the BBR Porsche going through. Right, it is 3 laps, and I can give you a little update there. There is the Slingshot 2.0. You can see the rain in the lights. Look at the rain now really falling. We haven't seen that rain for a while, and so the wet tyres is the right call. The weather prediction, ladies and gentlemen, is 7 o'clock for rain. The time now is 7 o'clock, and we can hear it on the roof of the commentary booth. This is going to change the race completely once again. It is falling really hard.
I'm going to chuck a thing here. Is the Gareth Burley, the radio DJ that has been in PE, saying the weatherman was right on the predictions on everything that's going on? You're never going to live this one down, eh?
No, we'll give it to him. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can hear it, but it is absolutely bucketing down. As hard as it has today, you can see it on the track. So much so that our cameraman has quickly run back in. He's here. And look at the conditions change. There's the BBR Porsche. You're going to want to be on the wet tire now. So this is a good call. It's flooding out there. It's absolutely bucketing down.
Even wet tires, this has turned the race on its head. And we were talking about it earlier in the day before we went live out on Super Sport. We got one.
No, that's a spectator on the side. Just be careful, Nina.
Okay.
There's a lot going on here right now, but it is absolutely bucketing down. We'll just see now. The race officials will be watching this very closely, because standing water. Remember, the bucket racing Roadsters are all. The backdraft Roadsters are all open cockpits, eh?
They'll be fine. Genuine, you will be okay with an open cockpit in rain. The one concern that I'm worrying about is obviously the rivers that may form on the circuit, the standing water.
Okay, we'll just keep an eye on it. It looks like it might be a short downpour. We'll keep an eye on that, but
just enough to make things uncomfortable.
Yeah, you don't want to be on slick tires now. So good call from the teams. We can see some of them reacting, coming back into the pits. So who have we got coming to the pits? That's the backdraft Roadster, the Slingshot 2.0 in 4th place, comfortably in 4th place. So doing the right thing. There, you can see them going considerably slower down the main straight. Just really cautious.
Okay, got a bit of news from our hardtop, the backdraft coupe. Unfortunately, it looks like the clutch broke, so they're trying to get that up and going. Nadine giving us a bit of a breakdown there, sending us a quick message.
Look at this.
And that is the Slingshot 2.0 that's in the pits.
But he's actually turned in to try and get out of the rain. And they're refueling. I'm not sure what's...
They still technically out of...
Oh, wow. And there goes Steve Clark. But look behind him. Look at the river that's in the pit lane. This is treacherous conditions. Just when you thought...
I will not lie. This is a very fine margin. They not completely in the pit box. You're not allowed refueling when you're in the pits, but you can refuel out of the pits.
Wow.
They've got it at an angle to try and protect the drivers getting changed and make it less uncomfortable. But at the same time, you're flirting with the limits from a rules perspective, and I know our stewards will be taking a look, but they will be human about it and say, look, he's still out there. If there's any problem, they can get sorted. No, they're actually pushing the car inside.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, it is absolutely bucketing. Okay, there it's easing off now a little bit. We can hear it directly above us. Just a shot. Whoa. Looked like a car struggling. Okay, but it's part of the rain. It's part of the camera that's reflecting it. Look and see, where's the lights on this car? And there you can see boating through some rivers through there. And that's going to be a problem. You cannot go around without lights on.
That's going to be a technical problem, saying, are you going to pull into the pits? You're going to have to turn the lights on, but you're going to get penalized for it as well. Not a thing to do, and all cars are required to have their lights on long ago. So there is a failing on that car, unfortunately.
All right, so it is bucketing down now. Can I just give a shout out to the number 76? It's a Coastal Engineering BMW that is running 5th on the track, a genuine 5th place. Where's that come from? Quite incredible scene. This is now a view down the pits. You can see a bit of rubbish actually blowing around. The wind is blowing hard. The rain is bucketing hard. There's now plenty of rivers forming out there. There goes the number 80 Audi with its one rear light. So we're watching. This is treacherous. This is extremely difficult. This isn't just weather. This is in the dark, and we're seeing how our drivers are going to fare with this. I can tell you, just looking out of our commentary window, the rain has eased up, but it is made for a really wet track. So yellow flag is out. Is it safety car?
That would be safety car.
This is based on conditions. We haven't seen anything on track.
So just waiting for visual confirmation.
This is the right decision, I think. This is the right call. Right, the backdraft is, and that's in the pits.
So they are now going and taking the one side off, using the hydraulic nut runner, the air gun, to try and crack it open. And you only start to use those when the wheel nut is disagreeing with you properly.
Safety car's lights are on, so they're going to quickly want to get out and catch the leader. I can just tell you that Paul Hill, his lap time maybe not fair because we've come out safety car, but last time out, Stuart White was doing a 120. Just to put that in perspective, 20 seconds less. But you can see the rain certainly eased off. Big downpour coming past. And could that be it? We'll have a look. Right. The 4th placed Slingshot 2.0 back.
But Steve Clark behind the wheel.
Steve Clark trying to go. They're not gonna lose too much here now. If you just think about it, safety cars come out because of the conditions. They're going to probably be held. No? Or they're going. There goes the safety car, and they're actually going to pick up right behind the safety car. Look at the water there from... So they've got a second vehicle here, so perhaps what's going to happen is that we're going to actually potentially have a car that's stuck on track. We haven't seen this. Just remember, our camera crew are working frantically trying to keep the lenses clean as well. But look at the conditions. You can see the lights in the distance. We didn't see that a few minutes ago. So the rain the heavy stuff seems to have moved on. And the Slingshot 2.0 has been caught there by the safety car, and that'll be the lead car. But why is the second car gone out? Why is this car gone out? He's observing perhaps the track as well.
Yeah, just going and making sure, cleaning out the puddles, checking if there's any problems that are out on circuit. I mean, this can be so much that's going on. I mean, this is a race that from start to finish has everyone guessing.
All right, so let's make note here now. We're going into the second last hour, and buckets of rain have been falling in this hour. Just to remind you, over the last hour, we had drama for the number 80. Of course, they were in the pits for a long time, managed to recover that car after in the second hour it mounted the barrier. The Calyx was confirmed to be out. The 262, which is still leading the Class E, is stuck in 5th gear. That happened in this last hour. And then Stuart White has thrown down the hammer. He was 9 laps behind Paul Hill and the number 35 Promosian Audi. He's now closed that to 3 laps with an hour and 49 to go. And then the Slingshot, it lost its 6th gear. It's had some problems on the vehicle. They've now changed drivers, and they've fallen back to 4th position. So those have been the stories over the last hour.
It's been an incredible one, and thank you very much for joining us here at the circuit and also out on Supersport. It's been a fantastic round so far for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series. 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. It has been a day of racing from start to finish. It has been highs and lows, literally. For some cars, it's been highs and lows, but it has kept us guessing. And like every round thus far, there has been a curveball thrown in every hour of the race. And so far, every hour of this race, the safety car was deployed once just to see what's going on, guys stopping on the circuit and running into different problems. From our third hour, we had one safety car, 2 cars running into critical problems, no retirements coming into there. We did have the MJR returning and, well, doing a fantastic job in that. It's just, there's so much going on with the race, but I'm starting to get nervous.
We've had a change of lead, of course, in Class B. We must just bring that up as well, because we had the Bucket List Racing 93 that's had an eventful weekend, stopping in the final corner and gifting the lead of Class B to the 511, the G&H Transport Audi. So those GT4s come through quite nicely. Right, what's going on now?
So the 93 getting a little bit of feedback. They actually lost charge in the battery, so they were busy going and changing it out to try and get the car sorted.
Okay.
So what happened is the battery ran flat, and unfortunately, no spark, no bang, no compression, and no go.
Okay, and so the 93 possibly going to come out and track quite soon, just changing a battery. And could see them maybe then fighting once again. They certainly were the stronger car in the class.
Bigger problem. Why did the battery go? Because you got an alternator. So did the alternator pack up?
Or did the battery just say, I've had enough? No, the weather's too much. I've had enough.
Feeling a little bit wet behind the ears.
Yeah, a little bit too much. Okay, for those of you new to endurance racing and you're tuning in on Supersport or on our live streaming channels, you would know that over the last 4 rounds, 2 this year, 2 from last year, the race has been dramatically turned upside down within the last 10 minutes. Okay, don't want to spoil anything for you, but this is kind of expected from endurance racing. And it's not just endurance racing in South Africa. This is synonymous with endurance racing around the world. Think of some of the biggest races in the world. Drama happens. You cannot count your chickens, eggs, whatever you want, horses, whatever you want to count. Don't count them until you come across the finish line and you see the flag. So, yeah, anything can happen. So we are behind safety car conditions. Part of the reason is because the conditions have changed quite dramatically. And also, by having all the cars running around now, we actually clear the track a little bit quicker as well. So this is where we currently stand. Paul Hill, 3 laps ahead of Stuart White in the Lamborghini. So it's the Audi leading the Lamborghini, leading the Porsche. Those are the top 3 at the moment. We've got the 262, which is now up into a genuine 5th place. That's the first of the Class E's. And they're ahead of the 31, which is a lap down, and the 23 at the moment. So those are your current standings. Yeah, and then so in the Class E, it's going to be the 262 ahead of the 31 and the 23. The 31 and the 23 are a lap down from the 262, which is still rotating in 5th gear. And that's going to be one heck of a story to tell if they can bring it home with 1 hour 45 to go. They'll be pleased. Didn't we hear a lot of drivers talking earlier about they wanted more rain to come? Didn't we hear this?
Well, I think they've got wet socks at this moment and it's being uncomfortable. Yes, no, we heard the drivers saying, well, we did plan out for the rain and it's looking rather dry, but windy, so it's okay. Now the rain has come, gone, a nice quick shower just to wake everyone up a little bit. And now having a proper run. So let's see how it's going to go.
Nadine's here in the TV commentary booth and she's shouting out, "What? Come on, God, look at my socks," she says. "I'm sopping wet." Nice to see you, Nadine. Okay, so we're 159. This is 160 laps now we're coming through. That's what we've completed so far. It's the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. How is this car being allowed to go around with no lights on?
I have no idea. So there's one backdraft that is still going out that has got no lights. Hopefully Nadine might be able to find out who it is. It's still circulating though.
We're sending Nadine out to go and find out with her wet socks. Thanks, Nadine. All right, so yeah, they come through once again. You can see a few cars at the end of the pit lane there wanting to come back on track, but having to wait for the train to come through. And remember that we saw earlier it was the Slingshot 2.0, the 72 that was behind the safety car. So they're not there now. They're not behind the safety car as the first car. So we'll see what's happening. They're a bit further back in the field.
Things shuffling around quite a bit.
Shuffling around quite a lot, yeah. And of course in the dark it's always difficult to see. Is that and that's the other Audi that's coming out of the pits at the moment. It could be the one that's maybe had the battery change.
And the 93 that everyone, including myself, are willing to keep going at this point, and currently running in 13th position, the Bucket List Racing Audi GT4. But I've got to say, hats off to the number 76 BMW that's currently out. It lost its rear bumper, but the Coastal team have done an absolutely stellar job. And it's been the dark horse since Kyalami last year that had both of us going and saying, keep going, little guy, you got this. And the team is now within the top 10. They're lying in 9th place at the moment, which is fantastic.
And then what's happened to the pretty pink hard top, the number 3? We saw it come into the pits a bit earlier. And yeah, it seemed to have some kind of problem and couldn't get going to its pit box. So it's still out. It's in the pits at the moment.
They were replacing a clutch that gave up the ghost, unfortunately.
So clutch.
Yeah, so Le Clutch is now Le Gon.
Le Gon. Okay, there we go. We can see the cars coming around. You might be wondering, why don't we go racing? Well, they're under safety car conditions because of the conditions of the track. Looking outside of our commentary booth, we can see just a slight drizzle falling, but that heavy downpour has sort of meant that we need to move into these kind of conditions. Okay, the 55, the Lonica and the Butter car has got no lights.
That's our car that's still circulating. And
why are they being allowed to do so?
Well, I think there's going to be a little bit of a talking to there, considering they got special permission to be able to race at night, saying, listen, we're experienced, we can do this, believe in us. And our CSC, okay, you will be able to do this, we believe in you. Well, you're driving around with no lights. Yes, the track is well lit with all the lights around, which is great. And it's one of the very few circuits in South Africa that has lights on pretty much every single corner, on the apex of every single corner, which is great. But it's still very, very dangerous in these conditions. So our team will go and get that car into the pits and get sorted out, unless they can get those lights turned on. And that will be frantic.
All right, so we are under safety car conditions here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante down in Nelson Mandela Bay. And
I just see a little bit of a problem coming
for the 55.
Yep, we just got word that the officials had they continue to have a board saying turn the lights on.
They can't see, they've got no lights, they can't see the board.
Well, that's you're not quite looking to the right of you where the lights are for our stand. So unfortunately, that means that little car needs to get back into the pits. So hopefully the team are radioing in and saying, you best get back here, but you can be sure there's going to be a little bit of a talking to for both Lonica Martins, the entire Backdraft team, and Berta Oldkamp, who, well, for his first outing, to get him a frog march to the COC is not going to be the fun time.
So conditions, the rain has eased up quite a bit, but we've had a heavy downpour, which has meant that we've got rivers across the road, across the track, and so we're using the cars to actually clear it a little bit. We're hoping to be back under racing conditions, or back to green flag racing shortly. I can see a couple of my golfing buddies saying, when we play golf in this weather, what's the problem? Eh? Come on, racing drivers. Well, it's tricky conditions, really tricky. You can see the spray that's been made. The wind certainly eased up a bit, because remember, you can still see the wind pushing the spray to the right, but it is going directly to the car behind and making for some really tricky conditions. And you can imagine being one of the Roadsters with no windscreen wiper for your visor. It's really tricky.
Actually, it's a little bit easier because you can bump your visor up a little bit, gets it clear of the mist. But if you're in a closed cockpit car, you're not getting the airflow in, which means your windscreen's actually getting nice and misty. And it's not like you can just wind down the window to help get it sorted out or turn the aircon on, because we don't have those in a lot of these cars. So I would say being in a closed-top car in these conditions is worse from visibility.
Wow, really?
Yes, but for comfortability-wise, yeah, being behind a safety car with an open cockpit car means that you're getting a little bit more on the wet side. You're getting cold. you're not getting the adrenaline pumping, and you start feeling where the water is, where it's pooling around. The body starts to realize it, cools down quite quickly, you start shaking, and makes life rather uncomfortable in that way. So from a comfortability point of view, it sucks, but it's better than a closed-top car where everything's starting to mist up because you're not getting that airflow through it.
Comfortability. I like that. Eh? Must be a racing term for an open cockpit racing car. All right. So despite the conditions, the challenging conditions, we've actually not lost too many cars.
No, not at all.
We're about 90% of the field still rolling out there, which is mighty impressive. Just to remind you, we've lost the Calyx. They're definitely going to be out. And other than that, there's a couple of cars being worked on, but otherwise everyone else is actually running at the moment.
Which is just
phenomenal.
It's amazing. So let's see how it's going to work out from this. Safety car still circulating around. And I know a lot of people going, oh, come on, let's get back into racing. You listen to the engines roaring, but we've got to go for safety in mind. And that's the main thing for it. Got to be protective of our drivers, the teams, the spectators, and our officials doing a darn fine job taking a look out to our cameramen and the marshals. They must be absolutely drenched. Can't even feel your fingers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just think about, you're looking at these conditions and you're thinking about the racing drivers. Think about the marshals that are standing there.
There's nowhere to hide.
There's nowhere to hide. There's no gazebos or umbrellas. You've got to be attentive and ready to go. So, yeah, just another huge shout-out to the amazing marshals here at the track. Okay, let's talk about something that we haven't spoken of yet today because there's been so much action. There is a series there's a championship in the midst of all of this. So we've mentioned 5 classes, A, B, C, D, and E. So they're all racing against each other in those classes. Of course, there's an overall victory. But there's something else as well, which we haven't spoken much about today, and that's really just because it's been so busy. And that is the Balance of Performance series. So, Steve, for our viewers, both on SuperSport and, of course, around the world on live streaming, tell us about this series. What is this all about, the Index of Performance series?
So the Index in Performance is for everyone, and it works on, it's a driver championship, it's a team championship. Well, it's a driver championship in terms of numbers. It's working on how consistent you are with your lap times to your teammates. The closer your lap times are to one another, the more points you score. The further apart, the bigger the problem. So, take example, let's go with Paul Hill doing a 1 minute 20s, okay? Or 1 minute 10s, where Bradley Liebenberg was doing 1 minute 6s. The gap means less points. You don't go up.
It's just not consistent.
That's it. You're not
pace.
consistent. So it goes and you lose out a lot of time there. Where it actually works in favor of our national V8 Roadsters because everyone's pushing as hard as they can to try and get that little bit more pace. They're not worrying about an overall victory in that, but it's easier to do closer lap times in a slower car than a faster car.
And by the way, the person leading that championship is the number 23 at the moment, and they've just come into the pits. We just heard them come in just behind our commentary booth here. They've just come into the pits as well at the moment.
And at the moment, they are leading with 100 points over the rest of the field. Second to that is Chaba Mashego and Dan Hirsch Chaba is on 78 points. Dan Hirsch, who has been out, he's with 76 points. Then Trevor Graham's on 76 points. Fabian Lance on 70, along with Lonica Martins with 70 points. So there's lots on the cards for the performance of Index. It is a very coveted one because to get the victory here, you have to be consistent all season with your team, with yourself, and to ensure that you can come up through the top of the chart. So not an easy thing to do. Okay. Absolutely glad to see it. It's just incredible.
All right, so we're getting some word here that looks like the safety car is going to be out for quite some time now. They're trying to clear the track. We've been in behind safety car conditions for at least 10 minutes. Looks like we're going to have at least another 10 or 20 minutes even possibly. And part of the reason is not only the conditions, but we're actually getting a word now that there's been some damage to a tire wall. The car 11 went into it, the Kobani team, but we don't know where that is more or less, but they've gone into a barrier somewhere, and there's actually some damage to the tire wall. So we're just getting word of that from race officials. Also, we're getting word that the the number 3, the Backdraft Racing, the closed top, the Patamba car, is out. So remember we saw them come into the pits to get stuck there. We were wondering what's happened to them. They are out of the race. So that's our second casualty. And so clutch is broken yet, we're hearing from Nadine. And then the other big story is that the one rear light number 80, the Audi, the Maurice Jackson Audi, Joseph Ellerine has got back in that car after having hit the wall at the start of the race and having to jump on some tires. I don't know what else is left on the track for him to go and have a look at, but he's back in the car as well. So we're under safety car conditions because of a repair happening, not because of the track conditions, so because of some damage that's been done to the tire wall caused by car 11.
I do want to point out there is one thing left for Joseph Ellerine on this track, or around Aldo Scribante, that he can do in the final 1 hour and 33 minutes of the 5 hours of Scribante. What do you think that can be? Come on, take a guess. Take a guess.
I didn't know, Steve.
Unlap himself from the leader. Remember, he was far quicker than Paul Hill in qualifying.
That's right.
And even when it got into the night, he started going quicker and quicker. Now, with not much left to lose, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get it to the end, but if you can stick it to the into Africa and into the BBR and also into the Promogen, saying, you got away this time.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we still got 3 more rounds.
Yeah, to go. Okay, so lots of permutations, lots of complicated working out going on here. I interrupted you a bit earlier because there was so much happening. We got some breaking news, but the index of performance, we've given you a good idea. That is a championship that is also taking place. Where we are in the commentary booth, I can see the trophies for that series as well. So that's going to be something to be considered this evening. And the drivers don't know about it, where they are, particularly in these changing conditions, until we get to the podium a little bit later on.
That is it, until we get to the podium. And so far, we've been fortunate enough, before even the drivers know where the index in performance is, we get to give all our lucky viewers this year where the index in performance for that race has been. Wayne Riddell comes in, he has a piece of paper. It's got me always super excited because I love the performance of index. It's something I've chased in my racing career to go for, but wow, to go and see who actually managed to pull it off, and especially in a race like this where every hour so far we've had a safety car, there's been a problem, we've had retirements as well, not many retirements, but there has been a couple.
Yeah.
And also with the conditions changing, we've had the sunshine, we've had the wind, we had dry conditions, we've had the rain, we've had pretty much all the seasons thrown right now over the course of the weekend, that the teams had to work around the situations. I mean, this is an amazing race. This is Aldo Scribante at its finest, challenging everything. And I know Chelsea Scribante, who this is a tribute to, is going and saying, well, I said this a little bit earlier, if you're going to win this, you're going to have to earn it. And so far, everyone in this grid is earning those stripes on their shoulders.
So let's give you a run through then of the various classes as we and it's the BBR Porsche, the Henk Latergan is now at the wheel, who's in 3rd position ahead of that Slingshot 2.0, the number 72. So those are the top 4 contenders there. We know that the 72's probably had the most problems out of all of them, and it'll be interesting to see who's going to finish for the Promotion Audi, because we heard Brady Liebenberg on the grid speaking about the fact that he was going to do the last stint. So we keep an eye on that. So that is Class A. Let's go to Class B then. That's been very interesting. We saw okay, so we're currently rebuilding a wall, which is what the delay is all about. The 93 that we have been singing the praises of, the bucket list racing Audi, the young 16-year-old and the young 17-year-olds have had an amazing, amazing race so far. They're running clearly in a proper 4th position. They've had some problems and they've had to come into the pits. And so they lost the lead of Class B, and they're currently sitting 11 laps behind the other GT4 and that is the G&H Transport 511.
So we just found out now that where our camera shot is, this is where the wall's being rebuilt at
Right
the
in front
current.
right in front of the shot.
So in the shot is where the wall's being rebuilt.
Now, is this at the hairpin? That is at the hairpin. Now, that wall's already been having a rebuild from an incident that happened yesterday afternoon, and it was what caused the delay this morning out in this section. And it is so soggy out there in that area. So that's some hard work. So there we go in the distance somewhere there. They are busy working on it. Okay, that's I've covered Class B then. So it's the 511 that is currently leading the way. Ahead of the 93, that's 11 laps down. And then it is the number 3 that is out. And that is that pink hardtop backdraft racing. The Patumba car is out. We saw it come into the pits and it stopped.
Your other favorite car.
My other favorite car. Class C then, we saw the Calyx VW having a fantastic strong race, and they had a piston problem and they are out. So that was our first actual big withdrawal. And so we've got the 76 BMW that's currently still running out there, and he's in 9th place overall at the moment on track, and he is leading the class. We've got one car in Class D, which is the car that's staying out of everybody's way, the 111. That's the Corridas VW with Campos, Rodriguez and Martins currently leading in Class D. So those are the first 4 classes. Then the very exciting Class E. That's the backdraft Roadsters. 9 cars in total that are competing there. We've had one car, the 72, sorry, not the 72, the 93 that had a battery problem. We had the 55 that lost its lights. And the 169 had a problem that had to change the diff. So we've seen a couple of changes there, but the story of the Class E is that the lead 262 is stuck in 5th gear, and they said they'd like the rain to come because it make it easier to go around in 5th place. Then it's the 31. The G-Rook is at the wheel at the moment. That is in 6th position and a lap down. And then it is M. Harvey, the 23, the championship leader, both in index of performance and in the class that's currently running in 3rd in Class E. So that's a run-through of all the classes and the positions at the moment. The 42 and the 10, we just got word that they've just come into the pits as well. They're a few laps down from the top 3. Just to mention, I think the 4th placed, we've got Green Flag Racing. We've got Green Flag Racing. Steve, take us into it. Here we go.
All right, so we're back underway, and a lot of the drivers are going to be smiling at that one, but those tires are going to be cold, those brakes are going to be cold, and I can tell you that the backdraft drivers will be frozen at this point. So it's trying to get yourself back into the game after spending quite some time behind safety car, but we're down into the 1 hour and 26 minutes to go. It's getting closer and closer to the end, and let's see who's going to be able to get the leg up on the situation. We do know that the Steve Clark has now gotten behind the wheel. This is his first racing lap under racing conditions. He was climbed into the car when it was still safety car. So let's see what he can do in the wet conditions. He hasn't had full flight as yet, chasing down Henk Latergan, who thrives on difficult conditions. Stuart White is still giving it everything he's got, closing down the gap. He is 3 laps behind Paul Hill and will be able to take first place if Paul Hill cannot get his elbows out, or if it's going just full stead racing the whole way through. He might not stand a chance here. So I wonder if Paul's going to be sitting and radioing in, guys, what am I meant to do here? What can I do to protect myself away from the Inter-Africa Lamborghini as it marches its way to the top end?
Okay, so this is very interesting. Keep an eye on it. We've now showing on our screen that we've got 1st and 2nd place separated by 3 laps. And Paul Hill is at the wheel, is not the faster of the 2 drivers, although he's got plenty of experience. Brad Liebenberg is definitely the fastest. The question is whether he's going to get back in and whether there's time to do that. We know that they can't go to the end. They're going to need to come in for fuel or something else, or we might even get changing conditions and go back to slicks. Who knows? It's difficult to make a call at this stage, but as time runs out here at the 5 hours of Scribante, we're heading into the last hour and a half of action. It's anybody's race, I think, between Paul Hill and Stuart White, but Henk Latergan is aware that in endurance racing, something goes wrong with the front 2, and we've seen it happen, drama later on, is in pole position there to enjoy and inherit any mistakes and positions from those in front.
Okay, I'm just doing a little bit of math in my head. If they've fueled up on the last stop, they got 100 litres in that car. Well, it's homologated to a 120 litre fuel tank. They were behind safety car for some time. You're not burning a lot of fuel. You're burning roughly about, you would be in about 2.7 or something like that. So it's not a lot of fuel getting burned off. And especially behind safety car, you can do lots of things. Lift and coast, you can switch your engine modes just to try and save any bit of fuel possible. You might, if you've driven really, really nicely, you might be able to get away with our GT3 cars, that being said, to get to the sharp end of the field. It's going to be a challenge, but it depends on how well they've been doing it and whether they filled it up to the brim, or it might be a very quick splash and dash to get those cars out in the remaining couple of minutes of the race, or you're just going to burn just enough to just top it up and get going.
So last time out, just to give you an insight here on the front two, so Paul Hill did a 112 while Stuart White did a 106, so that's 6 seconds. I'm not going into the points here, but 0.2, 0.4. You can see he's caught up a bit in traffic there, but let's just say it's 6 seconds a lap, and we've got an hour and a half still to go, and the gap between them is 3 laps. I mean, is there enough time to close up? I mean, it potentially could be very close. It's all going to come down to the pits and the strategy there, and what the conditions are going to do like, and whether Paul Hill's going to stay in the car. I'm pretty sure Stuart White's going to stay in the car. Colita did a long stint in the beginning. It was just Brady Liebenberg that was speaking about doing one final stint. So that's something to keep an eye out for.
When it was dry, when it was a little bit windy and not looking like you've got a rooster tail coming off the back of your car. So I think that initial strategy we heard, that's been in the bin long ago, and it's currently got a couple of Coke cans on the top of it.
Okay, then just to remind you, the top 4 all in A class, they are battling it out. They've been in those positions for a while now. And in the E class, which is your open top Roadsters that you see there on track now, it's the 262 that is stuck in 5th gear that is leading the way ahead of the 31 and the 23. Those are the top 3 contenders. You'll see that BMW, then the 76 leading in Class C. The Class B is the 511 in 10th place. He's got a couple of laps ahead of the 93 in 13th position. So those are where the current standings are, where the championship battles are for the honors here at the 5 hours of Scribante.
A little car that's gone underneath the radar. While we've been talking about all the stuff, take a look at A-Class 5th place. It's our number 88 Lexus. Still going, and it's up into 5th place.
In the class, yeah.
A car that even the drivers were like, we can't compete with these guys, is currently, well, as per the start of the race, ahead of the Norman Nova, which didn't start, but it was around the Stradale,
which didn't make Saturday.
Didn't make Saturday, but it did qualify, and is ahead of MJR Motorsports. So the little car that even the team said, I think we're in the wrong class, is just consistently going. 48 laps down, but they are still going with that little car.
Yeah, their last lap out was a 135. They have, though, managed to, in dry conditions earlier today, get to a 110. But look at this Lamborghini. Stuart White is fearless. He's absolutely throwing that car around. He just did a 106.2, which is almost 10 seconds a lap faster than Paul Hill. So forget about the 3 laps. We're down to almost 2 laps. We're almost at that point now where he's going to unlap himself one more time. And he is on an absolute charge. And it was that Lamborghini that doesn't seem to be holding back. That was our race winner last year, Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini here at Scribante.
And I think Paul Hill at this point is starting to get flashbacks to Red Star Raceway, where holding on to first place started slipping out of the grass. He's going to try and push a little bit harder now. And as said, he's going to be asking a little bit on the curb there. A bit rough as Henk Laatsegan with the 992 Porsche just went around him. And I think Paul got caught out on how much space there was actually left on his right-hand side.
Okay, so Henk Latergan still wants to keep pace there going, because he knows that anything can happen. Anything that happens ahead with the front two could be, you know, have a big impact.
He's 4 laps behind Stuart White, and now he's just unlapped himself over the leader, so that's gone from 6 laps behind the leader to 5 laps behind the leader.
If you're looking at the distance between the first two, you see it changes from sort of 2 laps to 3 laps to 2 laps. It's just because where they are on the track. At the moment it says they're 2 laps, you'll see it change to 3 laps. There we go, to 3 laps.
And our Class E is starting to get a little bit
closer
lively,
as well.
because Gavin Rook in the 31 car, now 46 seconds behind Horan Pretorius, who is trapped in 5th gear, now has no way of fighting back other than getting his elbows out. Gavin Rook in the 31 car will be smiling ear to ear on this one. The Class E that I said keep an eye out for, they've been keeping consistent pace, has an opportunity to take Class E, and unfortunately Pretorius might not have the drive to keep going.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that one. Okay, so lots of drama happening here during this hour. We've got just 15 minutes left before we enter the last hour of the 5 hours of Scribante. Just having a look outside our commentary window. Almost no rain now at the moment, and the wind blowing any of that rain away. It's certainly not a lot less windy. So chatting to some of the locals here, messaging me saying, yeah, in Nelson Mandela Bay they've had 60 millimeters of rain so far today. It was about half an hour ago, so it's been treacherous. We've not had that kind of level of rain out the track. You can see the city in the background there, the lights. This is now down towards the final corner, and yeah, it has been incredible conditions for these cars. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 holding station for now as we head into the final hour, and an intriguing battle now developing in the Class E between 5th, 6th and 8th place. Those are the 3 E-Class cars to keep an eye out for. And we've said it before, we've had twists coming in this final hour. Where could we see that? Perhaps for the race lead, perhaps in the race lead in Class E as well. Anything can happen.
Well, I think for the PC Racing, they're going to have to make big friends with our Class C BMW to say, hey, listen, there's a certain 31 car that's getting a little bit closer for comfort. Can be about 14 seconds if you can just get past and
make yourself a bit wide.
Yeah, it would be appreciative at this moment. Remember, it is 4th position overall, so it is your type of race. Who knows, you know, it's about some of the friends out there, and then realize they are pulling Mark Harvey along as well. So Mark Harvey is 3rd place in the Class E's, and that is our number 23 car. Our current leaders are the Index and Performance, our National V8 Roadster class, and our overall championship winners at the moment, starting to close down the gap. And, well, I know PC Racing is going to be a little bit nervous at this point.
Yeah, having a look at the spray coming off the cars, you can see one of the nice things about having the wind is that it lifts the water into the air, and then it is then pushing it off the track. So we've got the number 80 now back into the pits, the Morris Traction Audi, the GT3. What's happening there, Steve?
All right, so getting a little bit of reports in from Nadine, who's running around in the rain. Bless her soul. She's really been doing a good job. I think I owe her a special Coke.
Bless her soul. I think she needs bless her cold socks. That's what we're going to do there.
I've got a spare set of socks I brought from Joburg. They're opening the exhaust pipe, and that is purely from getting the impact through the tires. It actually went and closed up the exhaust pipe. That puts back pressure through the motor and can put strain on it as well.
Wow.
So
what's that cause? Like a collision, or what do you think?
When he went up onto the tires, it just folded the exhaust in. Now, little bit of a problem there, easily fixable with called brute force, and I'm sure some mechanic that's headed up to the top of his head and beyond at this point, wanting just the race to finish would straighten that out in a hurry. But it is going to be rather warm. Wow. It is a pit stop they didn't quite want, and picking up a little bit later than planned. And I think that was because now they're starting to push the car a little bit harder as they go on. There we go. Kevin Rook dropping down a position.
Yeah, you called it, the BMW getting in between the two leaders in the E-Class, the 262 in 5th place, and then in the 31 in 7th. Now the BMW got between them. But I am keeping an eye on 2nd and 3rd, and I can tell you that Stuart White is catching Paul Hill in that last lap. 11 seconds he was faster than Paul Hill, and he's now just 2 laps down. Now, I mean, this is the first time I'm going to say this, but now it's not a case of if, it's a case of when. At the pace that Stuart White, we saw him out on track, that Paul could have had a bit of traffic there, but he is absolutely flying at the moment. He is 2 laps down. He's going to unlap himself. He's not too far behind him there as he starts another lap. We can hear him behind us. They're going down the main straight. Paul Hill's coming out of turn 1 now, so that's going to be 2 laps, and Stuart is on a ferocious pace. Okay, Stuart obviously getting a bit of traffic last time out. He did a 1:12 and Paul Hill did a 1:13, so it's back and forth, but we're certainly keeping an eye on that gap now. It's down to 2 laps.
It's to and fro, up and down the field, and is getting everyone nervous to see what's happening. And you can be sure the Promogem team will be going and sitting, biting their nails at this point, willing Paul to just get a little bit of a hurry up at this point, try and get going. And Paul's giving it everything he's got. In these conditions, it's not like you can just say, stand on the gas, get going, because you can lose the car in a dramatic fashion. So you've got to be so cautious. Wow. But where do you draw the line when you got Stuart White, who has been let loose by Inter Africa?
He's going to catch him on this straight here. By the way, the other story is that the number 76 BMW in 6th place is catching the 5th placed E-Class 262 at a ferocious pace. He's doing, he did 13 seconds faster the last lap. 13 seconds he's closing up. Right, there we go, Stuart got past him. We actually just saw Paul Hill there. Wait for it. Is that him going past there now?
That was the Roadsters.
So just keeping an eye out for, he's absolutely flying at the moment.
So that is the Lamborghini getting a little bit of run, closing down the gap. I have to say one thing though. I think Mr. Leclerc came on the radio and said, Stewie, go.
Go.
That was just one word was said. Go. And that was exactly what he needed.
So there we go. The 5th place car now is the BMW in Class C. As we expected, he was closing at a rapid pace. And
well, there's 1st and 2nd together.
So there we go. So it was a little bit ahead, but there we go. We're about to see Stuart White unlap himself again. And this is going to bring him within just 1 lap, possibly, of the race. We'll just confirm as they come through the timing now.
It will be 1 lap.
It will be 1 lap as we have 1 hour, 10 minutes left here of the 5 hours. And interestingly, look there, Paul Hill right with him. So again, you can gauge his pace there, but
gone. Through turn 1. Through turn 1, he's not getting the power down as much. He doesn't believe in the car as much as Stuart White has got. That comfortability is not there. So just worrying there. So this is going to be a proper run for both cars. And, well, it comes down to whether they need to pit or not. Around SWAT Corps, they can do 1 hour, 10 minutes on a tank.
Yeah.
So with the safety cars, has it give them enough leniency, or will it have to be a splash and dash? Will Liebenberg be climbing back into the car after Paul Hill? Or are they going to leave Paul out in the car? Because remember, change of drivers does take roughly about 28 to 30 seconds as well.
Right, we hear an Audi coming, the 93, coming into the pits just next to us, and that is 2nd in Class B, the car that was leading for so long and then had a problem. But they've managed to get going again, so we're really excited to see them back out on track, but they've lost that lead. They are catching the 511, but they're a number of laps behind, so we'll keep an eye on Class B as well, the 93 currently in the pits at the moment. Last time out for our leaders, Paul Hill doing a 111. It's a 104 for Stuart White. Is closing in, as you can see, around 7 seconds a lap on that last time out. 2 laps, well within 2 laps now of the turn. It's getting closer and closer with an hour to go.
Well, we've got the water and I can hear the music. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Unfortunately, yep, no, that is coming at a rapid rate of knots, and unfortunately, it's not going to be to the amusement of Paul Hill.
Yeah, he'll be so disappointed because they've got the car here to win the 5 hours of Scribante. Right, here we go.
So
wow, some interesting news coming through. Tell us.
Okay, well, first bit of news, Team Kabani that went and landed up in the tyre wall that needed to be repaired.
Number 11, yeah.
They're about to go back out. And we've got bigger news, the Kalex VW. Hero will make a return. They're changing the starter, and they're going to be hopping back onto the track. They're a number of laps down, but I think...
a number? I'm thinking more like a century down.
I think everyone's going to be shouting from the rooftops, go Hero, at this point. And I'm personally cheering on the Kalex car, UMP SWAT and car. They have had a rough weekend, but we heard her feeling a little bit despondent at the start line, trying to keep positive.
Sure, he had to dive on the outside there. You could just see Stuart looking on the inside. The Roadster then pulled on the inside and quickly darted to the outside. He's just an outstanding driver, Stuart White, and he's absolutely throwing it. Forget the chucking down of water from the sky. He's chucking it down in the track and pulling out a 107 last time out.
All right, so Team Corridors also doing a fantastic job. They're changing drivers now. That is our triple one. And honestly, I love to see it. It's one of these cars that you're just like, all right, guys, go.
Come on.
The 93 back in the pits as well at the moment, so they're busy getting sorted up. And Nadine will be giving us a bit of updates on what happened to the 93 that has just pulled in. And unfortunately, that is the bucket list Audi.
Oh, they're still in the pits.
They just pulled in now. So whatever the problem was, they're now trying to re-look at what's going on, not to get stuck out on the circuit. So lots of drivers trying to get going, teams trying to get themselves back into the race, because like everything, we want to see the checkered flag. You don't want to go down throwing the towel before the bell rings. You want to at least see that checkered flag. You want to know that you have gotten to the end of a historic race right here, the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante, in a tribute to the legend Celso Scribante.
So just to remind you, this hour started with the heavens opening and tons of rain falling on the track. What we didn't see was the number 11 going into the barrier and actually causing some damage. Brought out a long safety car period for us in this penultimate hour. We saw the number 55 losing its lights, and the number 80 back into the pits, opening up the exhaust. Obviously some damage that took place there. And the number 93 had a battery problem. They had to have it changed. And the story is that at the end of this hour, we could see the Kalex maybe finally coming back onto track. So those are some of the big stories coming through in this penultimate hour here as Paul Hill continues to lead. He's got about a lap and a half now to Stuart White, who's catching him at around between 5 and 8 seconds a lap as we go into the final hours. Question marks about whether he's going to be in the car to finish the race, as there goes the Lamborghini now in the back of the third place Porsche for another lap down on Henk Lateghan, who's at the wheel.
This is going to be a close call all the way through, but it's going to be a challenging one, and it all comes down to who's got enough left in the tank. A pit stop now is crucial. Are you going to go a little bit late, or are you going to go a little bit early? And we just got a bit of a notification. Team Kubani back out onto the track in the last 6 minutes of the 4 hour, and then we've got the final hour to come up. So it's 5 hours of racing. On the 4th hour, Team Kubani back out. 93, the alternator's broken, so they are swapping batteries. And this is when you go to the team cars and you start just undoing batteries and just, you know, hey, listen, when that car's parked in the parking lot for a little bit longer, let's grab its battery out, start swapping it around, and use the cars outside's alternator just to try and recharge the batteries. I know they got battery chargers to try and top things up, but it's going to be starting to cycle through batteries to keep that car going.
Yeah, you did make the call there. You said, why is the battery going down? It's normally an alternator problem, and that's now being confirmed. So well done there, Steve. I can tell you outside of our windows, it is raining once again. Not as hard as earlier, but it's certainly coming down. And you can see it on your screen visibly. Conditions changing once again as we enter the final hour of the 5 hours of Scribante. We've got just 4 minutes to go before we kick off that last hour. I can tell you in the background, our team are preparing trophies and champagne and getting ready, but who will be taking it? It's hard to say because Stuart White now within a lap as we have...
That's number 23 that has spun off.
And it is chucking down now again outside. You can see the conditions. That is now going through the kink into the back straight, going towards the hairpin.
not really where you want to fall off.
No, and they've done so well to stay out of the barrier. Look, there's lots of grass area before you hit the barrier. Yeah, so you've really got to lose it quite badly to hit the barrier here. But you know, conditions changing once again, just as things were sort of to clear up. We've now got Paul Hill really slowing down. He's about 11 seconds slower than Stuart White on that last lap. About a lap and a half now between the front two as well. Just looking at some of the other times, the 76 BMW is faster than Paul Hill. The BMW in 5th place, who's in a total different class, that's running in Class C, is running faster than Paul Hill. As you can see, wind and rain lashing down straight off the ocean here at the Aldo Scribante circuit. Oh, and we've got a big off here from...
Who's that? That's a Lambo. Is it a Lambo? Yes.
Is that Stuart White?
It might be Stuart. If we can get a camera on
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that Stuart White has lost it going that.
All right.
We're going to get confirmation now, but we've got. Let's see if we can get a replay of that.
Well, there's an Audi still going. There's a Porsche, so it only leaves. The shape looked like a Lambo.
It looked like a Lambo. Here we go. Let's see if we can see what's happening.
That is that's an Audi. That's a GT3 Audi. That is the MJR. It's got one brake light.
So there we go. Sure.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, I know we shouldn't be surprised by this, but that is the number 80, the MJR, that's gone back out. They've just fixed the exhaust, so apologies, Stuart. We're not questioning you at all. The conditions are changing so much. And there he is, the one rear light Audi, the GT3, now back on.
Imagine being Joseph at the moment saying,
Again,
guys, I
Joseph.
came off at turn 1.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay, so after that little scare, Stuart White's still frantically chasing down, but the lap times have certainly dropped off. He did a 1:19 last time out, Paul Hill doing a 1:22. I can tell you Henk Latergan is faster than both of them that last lap out, and it's really because of traffic as well. And looks like we've got a car coming out of the pits. 1 hour 2 to go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are enjoying what is another cracking race in the South African Endurance Series that never disappoints. And here down in Apeca, Nelson Mandela Bay, Port Elizabeth, whatever you want to call this place, it is producing another unbelievable race. With 1 hour to go, it's hard to call. We've got a fast-charging Stuart White in a Lamborghini looking for the race victory after their disappointing start to the day. And Paul Hill will be desperate to hold on. He will be desperate to hold on to that race lead.
It's been an incredible time for the round 3 of the SAES, the South African Endurance Series, right here for the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante in tribute to Chalso Scribante. But man, oh man, if you're just joining us for this, getting into the last hour, welcome. Where have you been? You've missed so much already, and it's going to be a lot to recap, so you're going to have to take a look at our post-race show that will be coming out on YouTube, and also just some of the highlights that will be coming through. But it's just phenomenal stuff. But I can tell you, my heart is okay. We've had everything pulling at our heartstrings at the moment.
Yeah. All right, so the rain just, not the heavy rain we saw at the early start of this hour, but it is consistent. You can see the cars just struggling a little bit. They've got full wet tires. We saw that take place in the last hour, the cars moving onto the full wet tires, and that sort of gave the advantage. That was the right tire to be on. The flashing there from the BMW is having a stunning race. That is the 76, who's running in a solid 5th place, lapping in the low 120s, versus your now backdrafts that are in the 2 minutes. They're running in 2 minutes. You know, the fastest of them was the 23 in a 2-minute flat. Right, here comes the 511 G&H Transport the Audi GT4 rather, and they're going to do a driver change for this last hour. See if you can spot the conditions there. Yeah, just a consistent drizzle.
That's a Giannicara coming in. So it was Anthony Blunt who was in the car, and now they're going and changing to one of the Giannicaros will be climbing into the car. So always good to see. And had a bit of time in the rain saying, All right, time for yours, and I'm going to go get out of this wet overalls now because I've been standing in the rain, change my socks, and enjoy a nice hot cappuccino at the back, and I'll listen to the radio while you go and drive around in these very, very tricky conditions.
Right, the leader is Paul Hill. He just did a 1:33, so whether he went off or had some traffic, Stuart White did a 1:18. That's 15 seconds difference, and
That's a safety car.
The safety car is out.
On the fifth hour, we have got the final hour. We've got another safety car,
And we've just entered into that hour, so consistently, basically, where we go, we've got one of the backdrafts spinning off, and it could be conditions changing once again out on the track. That looks like, is that the leader, the 262? Possibly looks like an orange car there going in.
might be the 262 that's lost and able to get it going.
Safety car, yeah, safety car is out. Okay, so we're hearing this is they're trying to fix some more barriers. But let's just have a look at that spin there coming through.
Oh, the tail just snapped out into a puddle,
Snap,
left, right.
snap. And that is that the 262?
That is a pesty.
Yeah, that is the leader in Class E, who's in 5th gear and somehow manages to keep it going because it's difficult to...
He's going to be thankful for it, but it means
Yeah.
that Gavin Rook, who was 13 seconds behind him, will now be able to close up the gap. And that means we're going to have a race on for first in our Class
Wow.
E's.
Look at the rain and look at the wind now really plummeting on the main straight. This sort of will help Paul Hill, perhaps where he comes out in terms of the safety car. And the question now is about the strategy as to whether they are going to change drivers or not for this final session.
How long is the safety car going to be out? That's
Well,
going to be the question.
We've got word that it's going to be short. Is it because of a barrier? Tire barriers that we're hearing from Mr. Motormouth. We're still waiting for the safety car to actually come out and pick up any car. And we've got our race officials also looking to go out onto track to see the repairs that are taking place. Just to remind you, we've entered into the final hour.
A bit of information, car 72, that is our backdraft single shot. They're running in 4th place, has no 6th gear. They have
Okay.
lost 6th, yes. In the rain, going to 6th is not too often, but now it starts becoming a problem. The gremlin's starting to come through, so safety car will help them, but there's going to be questions. How long is it going to go? What else may go wrong? And how long will the gearbox hold itself together? I mean, it's been a weekend for them that has been one, not really to hold in the books at this point. It's been a learning curve, put it that way.
All right, safety car is out, looking just to catch any car at the moment. And we've got trying conditions now. This was the weather that was predicted. A little bit of harder rain, strong winds late in the evening. I know you're thinking no one should be outside in these conditions, let alone racing at top speeds. Stuart White will be disappointed. He was closing in quite rapidly. He's now within just 1 lap behind Paul Hill. I've got to question, though, that Promogen Audi strategy. Surely they've got to get Bradley Liebenberg into the car, or they will... I can't see them holding onto the race victory. Look at this water here.
This would be a really good time to do it because it's a cheap pit stop. I would highly recommend, if you're going to do a driver change now, Paul may have just done enough to do the 1 hour, the 100 minutes. If they get him in the box now, they can get Bradley in for a cheap pit stop and then to give it his absolute best.
Yeah, it'll be a straight fight then between the two drivers, Stuart White and Bradley. But I mean, surely Stuart White would need to get some fuel. He's been out there for a long time, and
That's
surely
what I'm
there's
saying.
one more pit stop for the front two, and there's going to be a straight race then between the two of them for the race victory. If we can get back to racing here into the final hour.
If I was looking at it, pit stop is definitely on the cards. Leaving it later may result in a bit of a loss here. So with 1 lap separating first and second overall, 1 lap separating A class first and second, both chomping at the bit to get enough points to go and usurp each other in the championship, as we heard from Mr. Teka going and saying they have to get points. It's crucial at this moment. The Promogen Audi is sitting
And
with 45 points, tied with Into Africa. Both have got a second place on one another. This may be what's needed throughout the championship. Both have lost out a race as well. Both have 0. So
wow. Okay, well, there's another story developing here, and that is the 6th place car. If you look now on your timing there, 262, the leader in the E class, that is our backdraft Roadsters, has got the 31 right behind him. All right, so that is Harm Pretorius, who's struggling in one gear. We've heard this a long time ago this evening. He's now struggling in 5th gear. He has got Mr. Rook right behind him, the 31, just a second behind. So he's now closed up right behind. The BBR Porsche is into the pits there now. Look at the rain lashing down on the car. What are they checking there underneath the vehicle?
Just making sure everything's okay, that there's nothing trapped underneath it. You know, you've got that little bit of time in the bag, so rather make sure the car's all right. We've seen carbon fiber and bits of carbon fiber getting underneath vehicles before. Example, the MJR Audi.
Right, bucketing outside at the moment. Just coming back to that story, we had Larica Martins moving up into 3rd, but she's just popped into the pits, so Harvey goes back, the number 23, into 3rd place, but that could be the final pit stop for the race now, done and dusted for a lot of these teams. So this could be quite strategic. Larica Martins in the 55 have had a dramatic race up and down. They didn't manage to make the night session. They had to get special concessions. And there's all sorts of things taking place for the 55. And all of a sudden, with a pit stop now having done, they're just one lap behind, and having perhaps done their final pit stop, who knows when we get back racing, could be in with an outside chance of a race victory here.
Well, it would be their final pit stop. With the safety car out for the duration of time, if they filled up the tank, it'll be a lift and coast for a little bit, but she should make it to the end. It's going to be close though, but take a look at 1st place. Gavin Rook has now got 1 second. He can physically see Pesty Racing, and the team knows that it is the walking wounded ahead of them.
Yeah, that's 7th place, of course, on the road, 1st and 2nd in class. 52 minutes to go here in the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante as the rain continues to fall at all sorts of angles. Just to remind you, it's round 3 of 6. So let's just take a chance now to talk about our next round. It's going to be the 4 hours of Kyalami, a race event that was sort of moved back further into the year. So a shortened race that's coming up for us at the end of August, I believe, or early in August rather. Then we go to East London in October, and we'll just get confirmation of those dates for race fans. And then we finish things off with the 9 hours of Kyalami, of course, coming up on the last weekend of November. So 3 massive rounds. By the way, that last round, Wayne Riddell confirming with us yesterday, we were chatting, that is a double points round. And so all to play for. So just confirmation of the final 3 rounds. 3rd of August is the 4 hours of Kyalami. It is the 5th of October for the 4 hours of East London. And then 30 November, we've got 9 hours of Kyalami. Just to put 9 hours into perspective, what we've experienced today would be halfway.
Yes. It would be halfway of keeping you at the edge of your seat. And honestly, every round has been just, you can't call it. This is going to be a difficult one. I'm doing a little bit of a check here because remember how we spoke about the drop round?
So you in your year of 6 rounds, you drop your worst round that you actually qualified for, not the round that you didn't rock up for.
Yes. So that means you had to have started qualifying. You had to have presented the car. Correct?
That's right. In fact, in the last round, there were some teams who had some problems and had the opportunity just to qualify even for 1 lap and decided not to. Could be...
That was Andrew Horn.
Andrew Horn,
but
that's right.
Now looking at our Class A's, remember how it was wide open between them? We've got the Just for Sleep, who did not start round 1. They weren't at Red Star. That's not a drop round.
Yeah.
They did make round 2, got the win. BBR Racing did not start SWAT Corps.
Yeah, they won round 1 and then had a family wedding, so weren't at round 2. They are here and currently on the podium.
Into Africa, and I'm double checking, did they do qualifying at Red Star? Because what I'm seeing here in the points did not start. They had a broken car at Red Star, And I don't think they did qualifying, which means...
And they came second last time out.
So they would have to lose a round again. But the Promogen Audi Racing did have a breakdown at Swartkorps. They did qualify. That would be a drop round.
So they could be leading the championship.
This could be make or break for the championship, but it will be the decider in it. So this is going to be a very, very close run. And if with Kalami being a double header, that means that with the drop round, there's a possibility, if all works out same as last year, the championship is going to be rather close to the end. So you don't want to miss a single day of racing as a spectator and as a driver.
Sure.
Everything's hanging on.
Right, if you're just tuning in on Supersport and on our live streaming from wherever you are in the world, it's great to have you with us. We are under safety car conditions. What you are seeing is not the news channel covering weather conditions and monsoons around the world. What you are seeing is motor racing, not power boating. Look at the angle and direction that went. Now, this was forecast by the Weather Service to hit us this evening, and it has come to fruition. We are under safety car conditions because of some damage to some barriers. Here comes the safety car. You'll see some cars going past faster, some unlapping themselves, some coming out of the pits. And we are now hoping to have a final racing session. It is bucketing outside at the moment with 48 minutes to go. So, I mean, if it continues like this and it's just unraceable, we could finish behind the safety car. We know that. But there we go. Paul Hill is in the pits.
Right.
We've been calling this. That means that Stuart White, who's a lap down, will unlap himself and be on the same lap now as Paul Hill.
This is going to be a...
Are they going to change drivers? Let's have a look to see. They are in the pits. We can actually see the lights. They're quite near the end of the pits. So we're keeping a close eye on this one. This could be the race victory decided in the pits. Are they going to change drivers? Because that means if they change drivers, they've got a better chance of perhaps picking up the race victory in a straight dogfight with Stuart White in some tricky conditions.
The last time there was a safety car in the final hour, Paul Hill was chasing down the BBR Porsche. So do you think a little bit of remembering back to the past coming into play here, the rain bucketing down of note, and Aldo, Scribante and even Nadine just going and feeling it. She's a bit chilly walking in.
Wow.
And is going to be quite thankful for the rain protective cover that she has got as well.
Okay, let's just look at some options here. So Paul Hill's still in the pits. So just keep an eye on that. Just quickly, let's talk about some permutations here, Steve. They're doing a driver change. So we're getting confirmation here from Nadine that Bradley Liebenberg is climbing into the car, which is what we think is the right move as the rain buckets down. Let's just talk about, Steve, some of the permutations here. If we just say that the rain just goes berserk and it's just undrivable and we had a red flag, would they declare race results now? Just give us the understanding of what would happen here. Let's say we don't go racing. What would happen here?
So if they had to red flag, they would go one lap back, but I don't think they're going to red flag it.
Yeah, so we're going to continue behind the safety car as per the conditions here, and we're going to see how this plays out. So there's...
you will see the checkered flag at the end of this race.
Yeah. Look, there's lots of unknowns we have right now, but let's just remind you, this is endurance racing, and we've seen drama unfold in the last lap, in fact, in the 2 rounds we've had so far this year. So we're not aware that could change things dramatically, but we are aware that that this can happen. So, and there goes Stuart White now into the pits as well. So are they reacting?
They are reacting. That is reacting to the pit stop, and that means we're going to have a straight dog fight on the way out. Now, who is in the Promogen Audi? That is the question. Will it be Paul Hill or will it be Liebenberg? Will they be keeping to the original strategy that they went and said to Nadine on the start line? Or will they try and keep it together, hoping that the safety car keeps going for the last bit of the race? This is going to be a challenging one. This is a nail-biting one. This is everything at its last. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Okay, so let's just also remind you that so our front two are in the pits, and they are now looking at the a strategy to give themselves a chance to win this race. I can't see Stuart White coming out of the cockpit there. I'm sure that he's going to want to be there. Bradley Liebenberg, we're hearing from Nadine, is going to be climbing into the Promosian Audi. Henk Lateghan, who's the fastest of the three drivers in the BBR Racing Porsche, they've done their pit stop. So he's just slowly unlapping himself while the front two are in the pits sorting themselves out. So he's going to go down 3 laps now. Steve Clark is quite well off the pace, so he's only going to really benefit from a mistake from the front 3 to finish on the podium. Then we've got in Class E, it's in 6th place, the 262, the PT2 Racing ahead of the 31, and it is the 23, the championship leader, with Harvey behind the wheel. Those are the current 3 that are in that class, but that's one to watch out for. Class B, C, and D are pretty much settled now. They just need to get to the end, and in fact, we've only got 1 car left in each of those categories still running. So much so has the weather and the conditions decimated the field. And we've not had confirmation yet about the Calyx being back on yet as well. So those are the stories developing. The rain just eating up a little bit outside our commentary booth. And we've got 43 minutes to go. Still waiting for confirmation. There we go, Bradley Liebenberg. And I've got a change of the lead on my timing. We'll just see. That
so they were slow out the pits.
Well, they took a long time to get there. So we've got a change of the lead, ladies and gentlemen, on our timing. And you're seeing it as well. Stuart White is now out of the pits and leading the race. And Bradley Liebenberg is right behind him. So that's what we've got in our timing. As you can see from visually, we can't confirm that. So we're relying on the timing right now. And it's Bradley Liebenberg that is behind Stuart White. And it is now going to be a dogfight if we can get back racing with 42 minutes to go. So change of the lead in the 5 hours of Scribante, and it's last year's winners, the 125 Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini, that is leading the way.
This is going to be a straight shoot fight between the two. You've got 2 youngsters that are going to give it their absolute all right to the line. So the moment that safety car pulls off and it gets into the pits, there's going to be one word spoken over the radio to both the Promosian and the Into Africa cars. Go.
Go, 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 go. 1.6 seconds now between the two as we get ready. Well, we're not sure yet about whether we're getting racing conditions yet. We're waiting to get some confirmation of that, but I can confirm that under those pit stops, we don't know why it took so long for the Promosian Audi. I mean, you can see the conditions. You can understand why it would take long, but the Inter Africa Lamborghini, they practice their pit stops so more than any other team that I've seen. It's just outstanding. It's phenomenal. You will see the things that they can change in a couple of minutes into that Lamborghini team. So unbelievable scenes here. Once again, a change for the lead as we go into the final hour with 41 minutes on the clock here at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. I want to say from Steve and I is don't take your eyes off this because you can't predict anything. But right now, it's a change of the lead. And Bradley Liebenberg, who is desperate for a win, is right there.
Paul Hill's seen this before. He's seen this play out.
Yeah.
And, well, the last time was Red Star, where he was sitting further down the field looking at Lateghan ahead. Henk was in the BDR. We had the time ticking down, and what happened was 1 lap.
1 lap.
That
One
was,
more lap he needed, and then he could have taken the race victory.
He had 1 lap of race. We're now at 40. Safety car is still out. If it continues, there's a possibility history might repeat itself, except the leading car this time is not a 992 Cup car.
Yeah.
It is an Unleashed Stuart White in the Into Africa Lamborghini GT Hurricane that's looking to make this another win here at Aldo Scribante. This time in a 5 hour, last year a 4 hour. And this is going to be a major, major turn of events.
Okay, so we've had a bit of barrier repair at the start of this hour. We've got some really tricky and treacherous conditions, which is why we have behind the safety car. So we've had a lot of rain. And we've had a change of the lead of the race over a pit stops. So Stuart White and Brady Liebenberg diving into the pits, but the Primogen Audi taking a lot longer. We didn't see what was happening there. As you can see, the visuals are quite difficult to make out of where they are, but what we do know is that they are next to each other on the track, separated by 1.4 seconds. And whether we get back racing or not, we're waiting to see now. They're behind the safety car. You can see big gaps sort of forming there, and that's not really due to anything else except the cars just trying to keep it on the track and yeah, making the most of the conditions.
I mean, this is nerve-wracking. The wind's picking up, the rain's coming down, it's chucking, drivers are getting cold, teams are getting cold, fatigue is kicked in, everyone's just wanting to see the end of the check flag. It is pitch black out there. The corners are lit up, but the reflection off the circuit's not making it any easier. You've got all the lights in. This is traffic on the highway at the moment. You're going very, very slow. You've got lights in the mirrors, and you're just trying to take a nice, gentle run. But this is also very, very difficult because you're not getting the heat into the tires. You're not getting heat into the brakes. The cars are starting to battle a little bit in that regard. And when you go racing, everything is frozen. There's no one having any advantage here. The chances of making a mistake is getting higher and higher and higher. And the chances of recovering from any mistakes is just going lower and lower and lower into the ground. So not ideal situations, as it does look like our safety car still going around.
Yeah, we can see the lights flashing there, and you can see those Dunlop flags really being worked hard here. It's just unbelievable scenes here. You can't believe that we are motor racing in these conditions, and it just shows you the durability, the toughness of these cars, and that's why they can go for 5 hours today, 9 hours at Kyalami at the end of the year. Just reminds me of scenes of going to some of my first Kyalami races in the South African Endurance Series and having sort of 2-3 hours of torrential rain that it's just undrivable, with thunderstorms rolling in and then clearing up. And yeah, it's just some famous races that have taken place there over the years.
All right, so a little bit of work out on the points. If the Inter Africa holds first place, they will be able to get to the top of the charts, and they will take first place in the championship without the drop round. Okay, so when they get the drop round, it's going to bring the points a little bit closer. Primogen will fall into second place, and they will be able to have one drop round. They would have used their one drop round at Swartkorp, so they have lost that ability now, and it's going to be a straight fight to the end. If they can get the win, well, then they put a good gap on the likes of Inter Africa at the moment. So this is going to be a make or break for them. That's not going to show the effects right now.
Yeah.
But end of the year, when the double header comes in, how many points have you got left in the bag to keep going? As we saw with last year for 2023 for our Class A championship. Our Class E's also, we cannot count that out, where we've got Pesty Racing doing a phenomenal job at the moment. They're getting chased down by the 31 car, and then third place we have got the People and Adapt team going and keeping up the momentum. They are currently leading the championship. They need to maximize every single point possible. Now on 38 points, but they've got to put a gap between Chichaba Sheko, who's got he's got 62 points, sorry. So PPL, he's got 71 points. Chichaba's got 62 points because it is a driver championship, not a team championship. Dan Hirsch and Trevor Graham, though, they were in the 42 car. They got 60 points. So any bit of spacing is needed right now. They need to either move up through the order or not drop lower than third. So there's a win-lose situation in our Class E's. Class B is a pretty open, is getting a little bit more exciting with the likes of Giannicaro, who's now in the car. Jeannie Giannicaro, who in practice said he overcooked it a little bit in through the sweep. They're currently out in 10th position overall, but will be leading their class and having a good bit of points in the bag ahead of the Bucket List Racing that's currently in second. Then we've got a little BMW, currently the 76 car, and that is our Coastal Racing team going and putting in a bit of spacing as well. They're scoring some valuable points over the likes of the Kalex machine that has failed to finish this race at the moment, so they need to get that car out, and they didn't finish Swartkorps.
Yeah.
So
they've had lots of problems so far this year, and the talk has been about whether they're going to continue with the car. So we're interested to see the developments in that team. And certainly Yuri and Kara were fast when it was working. Of course, we've had quite a dramatic day here. If you're just tuning in, we are busy with the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante, and we can see that on our screens, 34 minutes to go left out of the 5 hours, and we are behind the safety car. You might be saying, why don't we go racing? Why don't we just stop? No, this is probably the best way to clear the track, actually, is just to have the cars going around. They push the most amount of spray in the air, and the wind then blows it away from the track. So it's actually better that we have these cars out there. There's no point me taking my bucky and riding it around. These guys are doing a much better job of clearing the track despite the rain falling. We're hoping for one more sort of window of racing to come, because we're in for two exciting battles. The overall race victory between the 125 and the 35, the Lamborghini versus the Audi, and of course we've got a close race in Class E. But I just want to throw it back to early this morning. We got you nice and early. It was already bucketing down then. We've had long delays at the start of the day. Those of you who joined us on live streaming, we started early this morning, and the 4 local series that were here with us, we even had some 14-year-olds riding around on 150cc motorbikes in weather like this. So just some brave souls who love their motorsport have been with us throughout the day. Yesterday, dry conditions. We had the first round of the Super Vs. They're now part of the circus of the endurance series that travels around the country. They're going to be with us for 2 more of the final 3 rounds. And we saw some rookies picking up race victories there. There was history-making scenes throughout the day. At the start of this race, we had the 1 hour dash with 2 familiar names there. Charles Arangis in a Porsche and Aldo Scribante in a Lamborghini. They battled it out for the victory in the 1 hour, and it went the way of the Scribante, and deservedly so, on a day that we are celebrating the late Chelsea Scribante, who sadly passed away. And well, that's looking a little bit better there, conditions-wise. We're just hoping for a window here to just get a final stint of racing. So it's been a full day of action. We've loved having you with us. We've appreciated the opportunity to showcase our motorsport, our love for motorsport, on Supersport as well as on our live YouTube channel. Thanks for those of you who've been watching and commenting, and just praising these brave souls, Steve?
It's been absolutely tremendous. It's also been a race that's pulled on everyone's heartstrings. You couldn't write this even if you tried. Hollywood would not be able to recreate the tales that's being spoken for the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. You had to experience it live and watch it throughout the entire race. You can't take your eyes off it, even going back through the footage and seeing it. There's just no way of recreating all the moments in this. It's just phenomenal stuff. Stories that will forever be etched in the world of history right here at Aldo Scribante.
Yeah, interesting. Just if you look at the safety car, we've got the car right behind is the 72, Steve Clark. He's really close. I mean, surprisingly close to the safety car.
Trying to hurry him along.
Is that visibility? I mean, is that better for the spray, maybe? I mean, look how close he is over there. And we've got, I'm not too sure who's the second place car there behind, but they're particularly close there. We'll have a look. Okay, he's backing off a little bit here. This is through the sweep. This is perhaps the one place on the track that we'd like to see the water cleared the most. There you can see the drivers coming through from the hairpin and then through the sweep. This is where we saw incidents today, cars just touching the grass, spinning off, climbing the barrier, and a couple of diehard spectators still watching in there from their cars as we continue to wait. There's that 72 following closely behind the safety car.
I think he's trying to hurry him along and saying, listen, things are getting a little bit chilly here, and life's getting a little bit difficult. We got to go. I do want to also chuck in a little fun fact. Did you know, and I'm going to throw it, did you know there, Into Africa this season has not won any of the rounds. Neither has Promogen.
Yeah.
So this would be each of their first victories for the season.
Absolutely, and I mean, we can just go back to the end of last year as well in the series. They were right up there in contention in so many races, and it just didn't seem to go their way, and it hasn't gone their way this year as well. So I think Molile and Stuart will be delighted. The whole team who've worked so hard will be absolutely delighted. we've seen them run into problems this season, which is possibly why we thought maybe they won't be there at the end. But they're proving us wrong, and yeah, there was something that happened in the pits. I'd love to hear the story as to what's actually happened, how they took the lead, and what happened to Promogen, who had a lap up. Somehow we're a bit slow in the pits, so we're going to wait to see how that story unfolds still.
I want to point out how frustration must be kicking in for the likes of Gavin Rook, who is 1.3 seconds behind first place of the Class East. And then you've got Bradley Liebenberg, who has 1.5 seconds off Stuart White.
Yeah.
I mean, as a race driver, they're right there. They're within hand's reach. You can physically go out and grab that car, and you just can't as yet. You're waiting for the opportunity for race control to say, clear, go. So this is, I think we're in for a last 5-lap dash at most.
Yeah, I think so. So just having a little look outside, wind's picking up. Part of the wind picking up then means that it's actually blowing some of the rain away as well. It could be also bringing some more rain in, but yeah, conditions look like they've just improved a little bit. So we could be in for an exciting little finale, with 28 minutes to go. And I just want to ask you, are the teams able to speak to the drivers in the car? I mean, particularly in the open cockpits, can they hear? Is there communication to them?
Yes, there is. So there is communications that are inside the helmet. You have speakers that get put into the inside of the foam of the helmet, push of a button through and goes into the radio. So you've got to push the talk. You're able to communicate to your team. They're able to communicate back to you. So there is a two-way radio. By the rules, they have to have in-car communications with every single vehicle out there. So it has to be able to go the entire length of the circuit without any breaks. And they've got very, very fancy VHF radios that's inside those vehicles to get them going. So you have to have it. It's needed. It's helpful. And at the same time, whenever there's any little problems that happen on the circuit where you see the safety car come out, you can radio in, safety car out, slow down, don't run into any issues, but also to help calm down the drivers in the communication side as well, saying, right, listen, you need to keep going. And for anyone that's in the world of communications, they're using a ship-to-shore radio system in these vehicles. So it's an increasingly long range, and well, if they want to talk to some of the tankers out there, they can.
They can stay out there, the tankers. Okay, so very light drizzle now falling, so we can just see the conditions on the track there. The car's out, clearing the path, making a bit of a racing line. This looks like we're building up to something. There's the Morris Jackson Audi in second. We can recognize it from the... We started to see the cars a bit clearer as well now, so we're definitely looking a bit clearer out there. Look at this. This looks like a whole different picture from just a couple of minutes ago.
And there's a team signaling.
Signaling what? Go.
It's either go or pull into the pits, and trying to communicate with the radio. Maybe the driver just not quite hearing it, and they're needing a visual aid as well. But you can see how dark it is on the circuit, a bit of standing water as well. Not easy times out there. And, well, this is the lifeblood of the endurance racing. It's never easy.
All right, 26 minutes to go. Let's just talk about two teams who had high hopes coming here to Aldo Scribante. Firstly, the team that put it on pole, the Nova, with the likes of Nick Adcock, who won the last round out in Swartkops, alongside the very exciting talent Charles Visser. Now, their third driver, Michael Jensen, I think he had some surgery or wasn't able to, so they quickly called in Michael Stephen. And for local race fans, know that Michael Stephen, one of the most formidable talents in South African motorsport, multiple South African production car champion. Sure, what a amazing replacement he is for any team. He'll be disappointed to have not been out in the race. They put it on pole position, but then developed a problem in the 30-minute open session earlier today. And we got thumbs up, we got thumbs down throughout the day. And when we got to the grid, it was thumbs down. And they were not able to, and it looks like it's a similar story to the Stradale. That's the other big car. There were high hopes for this AMG Mercedes with its beautiful raw, and we thought this could be a serious contender. But yesterday, driving along, all of a sudden, Andre Neveling at the wheel, out of the hairpin, just lost drive. Tried to sort of slowly creep back to the pits, but seemed to do more damage to the gearbox. And so it's unclear, but unfortunately, the Stradale Motorsport, the current champions in the A-Class, the winners from last year. Unfortunately, we're not able to even get to qualifying. And now I've now spoken too soon because it is now opened up the heavens. I've spoke to apologies. I should have kept quiet there.
Commentator's curse coming into play. But yeah, Strajali going and breaking the input shaft that's from the gearbox. And unfortunately, that was the only piece that got carried over after a full rebuild on the car from its accident at Kailami last year. Then we have the likes of our Norma Nova, the Just for Sleep, going and having terminal gearbox failure. And
Sure.
You called it. You said there was an odd clicking sound yesterday.
Yeah.
They went and said, no, they thought about it. They looked at it. It seemed all okay until it wasn't. And unfortunately, terminal gearbox failure means no gears, no drive, game over.
Yeah.
And a bit of a blow. But Nick was still there on the grid just to go and say how's it to everyone and wish everyone good luck. And the entire team of the Just for Sleep wishing everyone good
Sure.
luck. And I take my hats off there. It's a gut-wrenching thing, but to just go there as a driver and say, good luck, guys.
Yeah.
Have a fun one out there is always hats
Sure.
off.
All right, bucketing down outside, so much so that it's actually flooding outside our commentary booth now, and looking outside our door here, massive puddles of standing water. So these drivers just doing an outstanding job. Let's talk about who's going to be thrilled with this. With 23 minutes to go, looking more and more likely that we're going to finish behind a safety car. We're going to wait to see. I'm hoping that I'm going to be proven wrong, but the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini are going to be smiling from ear to ear, knowing that they've snatched victory here with a strategy. Just to remind you, Bradley Liebenberg, well, at that stage, Paul Hill was at the wheel. They went into the pits, and you can see now that he's dropped from first after leading this race for over 4 hours, is now giving up the lead and now going to sit 0.6 seconds right behind him on the racetrack and not going to have a chance, perhaps, to fight for the race. Bradley Liebenberg, oh, they'll be so disappointed. Look, at the end of the day, they'll go away, and once they've calmed down, they'll be delighted to have the points. But again, a second position that slipped, the win has slipped out of their hands. So those are the two with mixed emotions. The other ones, of course, will be the 6th place, 262, that's cruising around in 5th gear. They'll be delighted to have held on with losing that gear. And I can tell you, I made a note of it here. They lost it in the middle of the race. So with 2.5 hours to go, at about a halfway point, they lost their 5th gear, the 262. So, sorry, they're cruising around in 5th gear. And they'll be delighted. The way people will be disappointed, of course, is the 31 team, because they've managed to close up. We've got Gavin Rook and Richard van Heert, who've now closed that gap up, and they've got a fully functioning car. They'll be super eager to get racing, to have a chance to challenge the car that's stuck in 5th gear. And so they'll be disappointed if they can't go back racing. They're right behind them on the track, having a chance maybe to snatch a victory here. That seems to be
if the race goes on, the safety car gets the lights off, I can tell you that Bradley's going to have to be right up the gearbox of Stuart White. He's going to have to literally push Stuart to go. He cannot give him a little bit of room to breathe, because he will have a very short time. Remember, this track is only 2.4 kilometers long. That gets done in about a minute and 10 seconds, a minute and 13 seconds at full tilt in these conditions. So you can't let the car ahead of you go. Anyone that is close to a position to go for a class position and overall, you're going to have to be right up his gearbox. And I think that's what Bradley is just waiting for, that he's trying to see where the lights are. When that safety car lights go off, he needs to be right up that rear gearbox and pretty much pulling. Who remembers Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton final lap?
Don't bring up that sore point now. Don't you dare bring up that sore point. We'll rather think of the Brad Binders who held on in the rain and defied all the odds. We'll go for those stories rather. Okay, there we go. Look at that, a view of the track with now 20 minutes to go. And I've got a recap of the day as we now come towards the end of the race. I can tell you that our team have got the trophies ready. They've got the champagne ready. And we're ready to conclude things here at the 5 Hours of Scribante. But
only thing is we don't know who's gonna win.
We don't know, but with 20 minutes to go, we're looking more and more likely to finish behind the safety car as buckets of rain continue to fall. Those are the stories, the updates here at the 5 hours of Scribante. Okay, and just to remind you once again for race fans, you are tuned to a motorsport channel on Supersport. You're not looking at the weather channel or the news channel. We've got 19 minutes remaining. We started at 4 p.m. this afternoon. We've had a number of incidents and big stories developing. For those of you following endurance racing, this is what it's all about. It's about, can you withstand the challenges mechanically, electronically, weather, track conditions changing all the time. It's probably the ultimate test, and that's why it's one of the fastest growing series of motorsport around the world.
I can tell you, our camera crew walking in, and they are drenched, but at the same time peering over the shoulders just to see what's going on, because when they see the lights go off, when we go green, and I'm saying when because I am being optimistic.
Being optimistic, yeah.
And we've seen it where there was one lap to go. If it happens, I can promise you this entire broadcasting side will go charging out to find any grandstand possible and avoid, even if it's pouring down with rain, to see the final moment, the one last run through it all. This is going to be a proper go. 18 minutes and 34 seconds left of the race, and I do think we're going to have one running lap.
Right.
We're going to finish under checkered, and knowing if there's a chance, if there is even the smallest of chance, and we can have one lap, they will do it.
All right, you keep an eye on that. I'm going to give you a quick run through what's happened today. All right, so if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what's been happening throughout the day, let me give you a run through of the big stories that have developed. All right, we started at 4 o'clock. The pole sitter, the Nova, that beautiful Lamar LMP race-looking car with its bright yellow and maroon colors, didn't arrive at the starting grid, and they picked up a problem in the final little practice session. So the big story started before we even got racing, and that is that the pole sitter was out. We know that the other big contender, the Stradale Mercedes, was out yesterday already. So, and at that point, teams were deciding wet or slick tires, and it seemed like slick tires was actually the better race tire to go on. Anyway, as we got the race underway, straight away, the Marius Jackson Audi, I don't know, meters past the start line, touched the grass. Someone had pushed them out, or there wasn't space, and they hit the wall, and they broke their rear wing. They've had a number of incidents today, so that was our first caution that came out almost immediately. And Brady Liebenberg got the race lead, and he's had that race lead for over 4.5 hours. We also saw a collision of the top 3 in Class E take place in that first hour. So there was plenty of drama. I mean, more than we've had probably in the other races within that first couple of minutes. And also, at the end of the first hour, it was Aldo Scribante who came through for the race victory to win the 1 hour dash. So Aldo Scribante in the Chelsea Scribante Memorial Race came through to pick up the victory, and we had Mr. Motormouth himself doing the prize giving there for us with Charles Orangis in second. That was just the first hour. We're just catching our breath there. All right, so we're getting some words there. Just quickly going back to what's been happening then. Then in the second hour, as we kicked into the second hour, we had big drama. The number 80, who had caused the first safety car, then lost control, seemed to put one wheel on the grass and went off at the sweep, mounting the tire barrier, and it looked sort of, you had to rub your eyes. I said, what am I seeing here? The Audi on top of the tires, and that brought out a long safety car period. We had to repair the barriers as well. And we saw the 169 in the E class coming to the pit after a clash. Or in fact, they had a diff problem rather, unrelated to some of the other incidents. That was a bit quiet after the second hour, after the drama of the first hour. Just to remind you, live pictures showing us 15 minutes to go. We're hoping for the rain just to give us a chance. Yeah, I'm looking at my window in very, very light drizzle at the moment. The team outside there, very, very light drizzle. Okay, into hour 3, we saw the Calyx out again. The story of the 2024 season for them. They're out again. And 262, which currently leads Class E, stuck in 5th gear at about the halfway mark. They're still racing and they're still leading the class. I don't know how they're driving around in 5th gear. I can't wait to find out the story there. Stuart White at that stage jumped into the current race leader. He was 9 laps behind the Promotion Audi, and within that 3rd hour, the middle hour of the race, he went from 9 laps down to 3 laps. Just was the pace of him, and the Promotion Audi struggling a little bit. And the number 3, the hard top backdraft, we lost them in that hour with a clutch problem. We saw them come into the pits, and yeah, Paul Hill then took over in the lead of the race, and we saw a change in the lead of Class B as well, with the 93 Bucket List Racing GT4 Audi having a couple of problems there, and it was the 511 that you see in 10th place that you see scrolling past your screen that's currently leading in that class. Right, we might be hoping for one last dash. You can just look there, you can see the very, very light drizzle. This is what we want. We want the cars out on the track just lifting the rain. I'll just quickly come back to my summary here so far. Into the penultimate hour, buckets of rain then came at 7 o'clock as predicted by the weather service. It absolutely poured. We had some damage at one of the barriers. It was caused by the number 11 that went off track, and we saw the need for some repairs and a long period of safety car. The number 55 lost their lights. The number 80 was back in the pits with an exhaust that had failed and closed up. The 93 lost their battery. Then they lost the alternator. We thought the Calyx might come out, but it wasn't to be. And it was at this point that Stuart White had closed within 2 laps of Paul Hill, who was leading the race at that point. Just remind you, 13 minutes to go. Rain almost stopping now outside. Very light drizzle. And into the last hour, ladies and gentlemen, more rain fell, and we wondered whether Paul Hill would come in and Brady Liebenberg would take over, and it happened, but something happened in that pit that took particularly long, and it gave the Lamborghini, the 125, Stuart White, an opportunity to come into the pits for a quick pit stop, and they took the lead of the race. And so we had a change in the lead within the last hour, and we are hoping for a Brad versus Stewie race with 12 minutes to go. We're hearing that the rain is all but stopped outside, and could we have a dash? Right, that's my summary. Steve, what are you saying?
I think we're going to have a dash. I personally believe we're going to have a dash. One thing that is going through my mind right now is we've got both cars, the Audi GT3, the MJR, that landed up into the wall at the start line and on top of the tires earlier in the race, still going. That's a car that you and I both thought were done and dusted.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we had the 93 Bucket List Racing on top of the tires as well. That was sitting a bit broken. They got that up and going. So 2 cars that, you know, in all intents and purposes, shouldn't actually have made it. The guys are still going, which is just phenomenal of what the teams was able to do there. But I also got word that the drivers got stuck in as well to make sure those cars can get back onto the track. Oh, I mean, I'm chomping at the bit here. I'm waiting. This is like
all right,
waiting
almost
for the band
10
to come out.
minutes to go. We've been here since 4 o'clock with you. Thank you for joining us. I know you've been enjoying your Saturday watching sport, keeping updated with what's happening. This is round 3 of 6, of course, in the South African Endurance Series. We've got 11 and a half minutes to go. So if we get back racing, here's the 2 things we're looking out for. Obviously, the overall race victory. We've got Stuart White in the Lamborghini. We've got Bradley Liebenberg in the Promotion Audi. That's the one battle. The other one, if you look further down the standings, we're looking for the 262, the 6th placed car, which is currently leading Class E, supposedly stuck in 5th gear, and they have got the 31 Gavin Rook, who is right behind them on track as well. So those are the 2 battles that if we get back racing now with 10 minutes to go, that we'll be looking out for. It's going to be frantic though, because we can't, as you can see on screen, we can't actually see where they are in this train, and we will wait to see if there's going to be a change. Will they take it? Will they risk it?
It's going to be close. We've got 10 minutes and 32 seconds. I mean, we're going to have a mad dash, and I can tell you the Promotion team is starting to get flashbacks to earlier this year with it, because we're getting closer and closer to what happened at Red Star, and Into Africa had the same issue at Swartkorps last year. where the safety car came into play for them. They've both done their pit stops, so there's no chance of them going and doing a refuel or anything. They've got their drivers till the end. Henk Latergan has done a fantastic job. He's going to be in third place and securing that ahead of Steve Clark. There's no question to that unless something goes wrong. Steve Clark for the backdraft Slingshot 2.0, the 72 car, will be just fine. Fifth place is our little BMW, the little Continental, the Coastal BMW that has put himself in a beautiful position. So well done to our little BMW. And then we've got our Class E battles, which are sitting, chomping at the bit. It all comes down to race control, and that car currently leading the entire train with lights on, the safety car. The moment race control is happy with the situation, the moment that the safety car says, I'm happy, and it gets off, those lights turn off, it is going to be a sprint race till the end.
And of course, let's just remind you, we've got these cars going at a lot slower pace. So heating tires, they're going to push quite hard. The leaders are in the pack somewhere here. So they're going to have to get past traffic. Back markers could play a big role. So Bradley Liebenberg will be looking for any opportunity just to dive bomb on the inside of Stuart White. And so will Gavin Rook, of course, the 31 over the 262. Those are the two battles to keep an eye out for. Otherwise, everyone else is pretty much separated by laps and will just want to bring it home safely. So those are the only two battles to keep an eye out for as we go 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go at the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante.
And the reason for this is because a tyre barrier is getting rebuilt.
And while we went to the safety car period, that's all been sorted now. Now it's just about the conditions of the track, and here we go now. So we're waiting for confirmation. We can see the safety car lights are still on. They'll be talking to the team all the time to say yes, no, yes, no. Now we've got puddle, we've got water here, we've got so and so. So we are waiting to see.
It's going.
Surely we're going to go racing. Surely we're going to go racing. Yeah.
I think everyone is just going and saying, "Give us one more shot. We want to do this right. Give us one more shot to come across the line under our own pace, get the green flag, and have one more race lap." Because what we can have is a green flag, but the safety car moves off and immediately gets checked. We finish at the safety. But no one wants to do that. Everyone wants to have one more racing lap, as not only it's a fight out for the top, but what it also is just a salute to Chelsea Scribante, who would also be going and saying, listen guys, let's have one more racing lap. Whoever takes it, takes it. Finished.
Okay, so what we're looking for is lights to go off on the safety car. So they're going to go around again, we can see. I'm looking out the commentary window here. There's lots of puddles outside our window, and I can see sort of pitter-patter of drops falling down. It's certainly not hard. So now I think it's really about clearing the track, and if there's any big standing puddles or rivers, those are the key things to look out for. So 6 minutes to go, round 3 of the 2024 South African Endurance Series. The first 2 rounds had drama to the very last lap, and we got a dramatic finish here. You wouldn't expect anything less from a series that has delivered over the last, not just 2 rounds, but the last 4 rounds I can think back of, the last 2 from last year. And this is what endurance racing is all about. That's why we love the sport so much. And we're going to keep an eye on that safety car. That light's still on.
I can say every race since I've joined the South African Endurance Series has been twists and turns. You can never call it from start to finish. And every race has been different. A new experience for anyone watching, whether you're live at the track or you're at home. It has been just a phenomenal run, twists and turns. Who's going to get it, who's not, highs, lows. We've seen the tears of sorrow, we've seen the anger, we've seen the joy, the tears of joy coming through as well. And are we going to see it again? I can tell you as a petrol head, I want to see one more lap, and I know that everyone around the track that are sitting in their cars currently watching, and we've got a slow car.
Running out of fuel.
Very slow. That's going to extend our safety. Are they trying to get in the pits and the train is just by? That's a very, very slow backdraft Roadster.
Yeah, so of course we've got, could be the 55 perhaps. I mean, I'm not sure how many blue cars we've got. It looked like a blue car. It says
We've got a light blue, and then we've got the dark blue.
I think that's the dark blue there perhaps, but we'll see what we can see there. 4 minutes, 5 minutes to go here. Safety car lights
Team
are still on.
Scribante is the other one. So we've got 3. We've got
Okay.
2 dark blues, 1 light blue.
There you can see them right at the back. Are they coasting in? What's happening there?
Hopefully we can try and get a little bit of feedback of what's happening with that car. But if it stays out, that would pretty much mark the end of our race. Pit lane is now closed. Confirmed, last 5 minutes gone. Pit lane is now closed. So if you stop, you're done.
There's
end
the
of the
Lambo.
race.
There's the Lamborghini. And is that the Audi? I think there they are next to each other on track. Or close enough for hopefully a bit of a dash. Conditions have stayed the same as I've been describing. A light pitter-patter drizzle outside. And it's all about clearing the racing line. We've been under safety car, behind the safety car for about 30, 40 minutes now. And just under 4 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen.
I've even sent our promoter a message saying, are we going to get one more? Are we going to get one more racing lap? And all I got was pit lane closed.
Pit lane is closed.
He's just going and keeping us at the edge of our seats even. Oh man, I'm trying to just figure out.
Let's keep an eye on that car that was going slow there. Could that be
that will be the tell.
That will be the decisive factor here as to whether we go racing or not, or whether it's just you can't go full. Is that them there at the back?
That looks to be them going very, very slowly, but they're still moving. They can't pit.
3 minutes to go. They go through the start finish once again. We've now done 217 laps for our leaders going through the start-finish line. Just 2 cars, of course, having done 217 laps, and that is the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini and the Promosian Audi. And it is now under 3 minutes to go. So they'd be allowed. Would they be allowed to come into the pits with the pits being closed?
If they get in the pits, they ain't finishing the race.
Yeah.
Then it's done or dusted. You keep going. But there's only 1 car allowed to come into the pits. And that's the one with the orange lights on it. And if it can pull in the pits, it would be nice at this point. Oh, man, chomping at the bit, much like many of the teams here. It has been a long, long race. And we are sitting with... There is Henk, who is just keeping an eye on the cars ahead of him.
That's the 3rd place Porsche, the BBR Racing Porsche.
We're looking for the Audi, the Promosian Audi, and we're looking for the Lamborghini. They should be staring at one another. There they are coming into the final corner, Lambo and Audi.
Well,
so
that's going into the hairpin now. Of course, he has the hairpin, so they are right there next to each other.
So if we go green, then they can hassle one another. But it's going to be, they got a lot of traffic to go through.
And of course, then the 2 lead cars in Class E as well. 1 minute 50 to go. Surely now, if they're lapping at 150s, the safety car
is starting to pick up the pace.
No, they are going to go. This is through the sweep, so we're going to get an eye now of them coming down the main straight, and that's going to be the race there, Steve. There we go. They are coming down the main straight, and with 1:27 to go, and they're doing 150s 2-minute laps.
We'll be finishing under safety car.
We're going to be finishing under safety car. It looks like. Look, it's the call of the clerk of the course. He knows. He's speaking to the driver in the safety car, talking about the conditions. So he's aware of the conditions there, but this looks like. What could happen is he could come into the pits here now, but then they've got to stay in their order just to have a flying finish, which really doesn't mean much. But
then it means the Promosian Audi has lost it at the last.
Got to find out what happened in those pits, that they were so compromised there to lose so much time. Because if you think about it, if they'd
stayed with Paul Hill, they would have been in first.
Well, I mean, they would have surely had to have some fuel. There's so many things we can speculate about. We need to talk to the team and find out what's actually happened. We might do that on the podium, if anything, right now. But here we go, 28 seconds to go. There is the Lamborghini, the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini. That is the current leader of the race. And they've got the Audi close behind. There's that slow-moving car who's going to want to finish the race. and the safety car lights are still on. We're going to get 10, 9, 8. Here we go. The countdown for the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. It's 5 and 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it. It's 5 hours done and dusted. And we are going to finish behind the safety car. And despite the drama for the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini, think about how close they came at Kyalami towards the end of the year. Think how close they came at Swartkorps. The drama that unfolded with the leader going into the sand. They were so close. Yeah, they've got it absolutely right. So we're going to see now, surely the checkered flag come out. And we are going to see, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the checkered flag is out. Steve?
And that goes to the Inter-Africa, the 125, getting the win. Second place will be the Promogen Audi R8 of Bradley Liebenberg. And Paul Hill losing it once again, right at the last.
Wow.
This time coming across the line, instead of 0.8 of a second, it's now 0.3 of a second, just to add salt to the wounds.
Yeah.
But well done to the BBR Racing Porsche going and coming in third place for our Class A's, and third place overall, our Backdraft Slingshot 2.0, finishing up in fourth place after a up and down weekend for them, and they are right there behind the safety car. Not the race in that anyone would like to see, but it's a race in that is the safest for the conditions, and well, that's it. You survived the 5 hours of Aldo Scribante. You've gone through it all, from sunshine to sopping wet, from high gust winds to dead air. It has been a monumental run, and my heart goes out to the Promogen again right at the last.
But a fantastic race. You've got to give a huge congratulations to Bradley Liebenberg, who led from the start. So strategy-wise, it looks like that's what's going to be the deciding factor here for the overall win and for Class A. Just to remind you, the fifth place car is the 76 BMW, the Coastal Engineering Supplies BMW. They're going to win their class, and they're fifth on the road. That's going to be one of the drives of the day for them. And ladies and gentlemen, in sixth place, with 2.5 hours to go in the race, it was the 262 that got stuck in fifth gear. They've finished the race, driving around for 2.5 hours in fifth gear, coming into the pits, managing to just get that car going again, the whole team pushing the car, and they're going to pick up a famous victory in Class E ahead of the 31 with Gavin Rook at the wheel, and it's going to be the 23, the championship leader, that's going to finish on the podium again. What a season they're having again after their last race victory, and surely that's going to just solidify their lead as well in the standing. So those are the big stories of the day. I think all the drama happened in the first hour here, the 5 hours of Scribante, and when the rain came, and we can see the teams. There's Nadine now congratulating them. We're hoping to chat to the drivers as well. All the drama came when the rain fell exactly at 7 o'clock as predicted from the weatherman, and it has produced a stunning result. By the way, they've got all the trophies and champagne ready right next to us here in our commentary section, and so we're going to be doing probably the podium right next to us. Yes, it's going to get a bit loud here for race fans. There's the BBR Porsche that won race 1 of the season, and they'll be pleased to have, after missing out round 2, they're going to finish on the podium again here in Gqeberha.
You know what, you take your hats off to a lot of these drivers. They braved the conditions right the way through. It was not an easy run out today, and once again the race coming to the end, and
look how misted the window is. Wow.
Remember I said you've got to keep the car going?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty much what you had to keep doing to try and get some airflow in.
Wow, well done, Stuart White. They are usually, because you know how close they've come. Here's Molile with the white jacket on the right-hand side, congratulating Stuart. They've come so close. Last season, this season, remember they lost the championship in the last few minutes out at the 9 hours of Kyalami. So this just puts them back on track for the season. We're going to look for Bradley Liebenberg now. He's going to be hugely disappointed. There he is, just in the background on the left. But congratulations continue here for the Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini. And it sounds like this is going to be down to the pit stop that's going to determine the race. So this is one for the crew. No doubt we'll be hearing more about it as we go into the prize giving and the pit stops as well, into the post-race interviews.
This has been an interesting one, and I know that many are going to be looking back at the points, saying where the drop rounds are going to be. The championship still wide open at the moment, but into the lead goes the Into Africa ahead of the Promogym. Not much that could be done.
Stu White going to chat to Bradley Liebenberg. Oh, condolences, because that is a hard, sore loss for them after leading for 4.5 hours. Bradley Liebenberg, the race victory snatched away from him in the pits.
One pit stop is to change it all, and you know what? Well done to all the teams. So we will wait to find out what the official results are.
Right, dark conditions here, but there we go. Confirmation now of your race results. It's the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini finally getting a race victory, and fortune has gone their way this time. Something strategy-wise worked for them today, right towards the end of the race, and it's going to be Kholile Lekatla and Stuart White that pick up a famous victory ahead of the car that dominated today. They took the lead from the first corner of the Promogym Audi with Paul Hill and Bradley Liebenberg, and it's the BBR Racing Porsche that's going to finish on the podium. Let's hear from our race winners now, down with Nadine in pit lane.
Dance. Congratulations, guys. Another first place at Swartkorps. It's like a repeat of history here. Congratulations. Kholile, how does it feel?
Yeah, well, I was saying to the guys, in fact, I said it to you earlier, that we really needed a win today. And yeah, Lady Luck was with us today, and we got the win that we deserved. Yeah, no, I'm quite happy.
Listen, you guys did stress me out a little bit in the beginning there, where the sensor was giving a bit of problems and you had to come into the pits, but all sorted and bagged the podium.
It's not been easy for us. A couple of races, you know. If it's not the side shaft, it's the lambda sensor or this. But yeah, thanks God we're here. Well done to Stuart. Great drive. Thanks a lot, bro.
Well done, Stuart. Well done, Kholile. So, Stu, tough weather conditions, tough conditions in general out there, but you guys made quite a comeback. At a stage, you were 9 laps behind, and you closed that gap quickly.
Yeah, coming from 9 laps back to win is really incredible. I think we need a bit more luck that I can stop having to do these major fight backs, but kudos to the team. I mean, we got a fault on the Lambda so quickly, and that really got us to win today. So well done to Gerald and the whole team, and thank you to Kholile. He was driving incredibly well all weekend in mixed conditions, and it's just another preparation for plans going forward. It was honestly one of the toughest races I've done in my life. At some stage, I went over the inside of a corner because I couldn't even see where the track was with the amount of rain. So yeah, really happy to have the car back in one piece, and even happier with the win. So well done to Inter Africa.
Congratulations on first place, guys. I'll see you guys at prize giving. All right, second place, Promogym, Bradley Liebenberg. Where's Paul?
I have no idea where my teammate is.
Okay, well, you brought it home. Congratulations. I mean, this really changes things up with the entire championship, so definitely put you guys back in the running, bagging some points. So how does it feel?
Yeah, I think it's a bittersweet thing. Obviously, we led most of the race, and I think yeah, the last 15 minutes there we could have gone racing, but nah, I do understand. Look, we are in, I'd say, a little bit better cars than most of the guys out there. So yeah, as I say, it's a bit disappointing. Obviously, I would have had to like to have a go at Stewie there at the end, but it is what it is. But yeah, massive thanks to Paul again for the opportunity, and yeah, we'll come back to the next one, and hopefully we'll be standing on the step next to us. So
on the biggest step. Well, look, I think everyone wanted to see you and Stu have a go at each other there.
Yeah, I think it would have been interesting. The rain equals things out a little bit, you know. I think we knew strategy-wise that me basically starting and Paul going in, you know, at the end of the race, I would have 45 minutes, 50 minutes to have a go there. But nonetheless, enjoyed it. And yeah, the weather played its part. And as I said in the beginning, it's going to either make or break the race. And unfortunately for us, it put us in second place. But it is what it is. When we come back to the next one.
Well, congratulations on that second place. It's well deserved.
Thank you.
Cool. Right, let's find BBR, who finished in third place. Sorry, gents, can I just get through here? Okay, and our third place podium, father and son. Yeah, we've got Henk and Heinrich. So how does it feel back in the game?
Yeah, it was good. I think we actually had a good chance today. It was very difficult conditions, and our car is well suited for it. So in the dry, we can't catch the faster cars, but we're very happy. It's a good result.
Mother Nature did you a favor there.
Yes, for sure.
And how does it feel, guys? Third place. I mean, it puts you guys back in the running after missing around.
After messing around.
Missing.
Oh, missing around. Yeah, no, sure. Look, yeah, I mean, it was great to have the rain. It's nice to have different conditions rather than having a simple race. I think it pushed everyone to the limits, and the extra hour, as I said earlier on, is quite a nice thing to have, so we should do it more often. And I think we're very happy with our P3.
Yeah, well, like I said to you guys earlier, hey, you guys are definitely consistent. Henk, any last words from you?
No, like my dad said, it was a nice race. It was tricky conditions, fun to drive. I mean, at the end there, I think it must have been frustrating for the spectators, for everyone watching, just to watch the cars go around slowly. But I can tell you from the inside, there was a stage where it was really just too difficult to drive, or too dangerous to drive. There was dams forming, and I think it would have been a bit too dangerous to let everybody go. So maybe the last 10 minutes we could have had a small dash. That would have been nice, but yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I'm glad everyone's safe and on the podium and no injuries or anything, and a well-deserved third place.
Thank you.
Congratulations, gents. Cool. Let's go find the V8 Roadsters top 3. Quickly. All right, in first place, we've got Pesty Racing. Come on, Haram. Come talk to me here. One each side, father and son. So, not bad for stuck, well, with no 6th gear, right?
Well, we were stuck in 5th, yeah. So the gearbox packed up and we got stuck in 5th gear. So we did, I think, 2-3 hours in 5th gear. Yeah, so we went for a while and then it got stuck. Then that was it. So, and I mean, with this weather, oh, thank you. It just actually worked out very well because you can't really go much faster in this weather. So we had it was a tough race. Yeah, it wasn't easy, eh?
Thank you, Haram. Barent. That's the only way I get the pronunciation right. Tell me something. This has become a thing for you guys, where you guys get stuck in gears.
Oh, it happens from time to time, I guess. It's
from race to race.
It's happened a few times with us, unfortunately. It seems that we've got that bad luck streak going and we're struggling to beat it, but we beat it on our way today with a win. But we had very good pace. We were quite fast, and I'm glad that first hour and a half before the box went, we managed to get 2 laps on the guys, or a lap and a half, and then we could just maintain. So actually, the car pace-wise, it would have been quite interesting to see what it could have done with all the gears working. I think that would have been really cool, but at least a win is a win, so it's been an awesome event. I mean, we can't complain at all. The team has done a great effort, especially after yesterday with the broken gearbox and everything. It's been an awesome weekend, and the rain made it quite tricky. So yeah, just a thanks to everyone and the team for putting in the effort, and it paid off eventually. So it's good to get a win again.
Well, huge congratulations. I mean, you did give us a bit of a fright there, Haram, when you spun out. I was speaking to Francois. He's like, this is enough now. I was like, oh, okay, I'm running away.
Now, look, the track's treacherous. It's just, there's so much water on the track that you just lose traction. It's like racing on ice. I mean, I was going down the straight and all of a sudden the car just went. And then you just become a passenger. So held on. Luckily, we did damage it, but it didn't stop us from finishing the race. So we were lucky. We'll take the win any day. Yeah, definitely. So it's been a lot of fun. And I think, congratulations to all the backdraft guys. To run a race like this in an open cockpit car, it's not easy, eh?
Only with semi-slicks as well.
And it's semi-slicks, so yeah, and thanks to our crew, and luckily Barent got us a good lead in the beginning, and then actually got us into the right place, eh? Yeah. And Francois, that is our team manager. It was good fun. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, eh?
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
We'll see you at Kailami. Okay, and in second place we've got Gavin Rook and Richard van Heerden.
That's Richard. I'm Richard.
No, I know. I've been talking to this all day. What do you mean? So congratulations. Well deserved. It was tough out there. I spoke to you earlier. You said you're a bit worried, the tyres and all that jazz, but you brought it home.
Yeah, I know it was good. We had a good first stint, and unfortunately for Gavin, with the rain, he spent a lot of time behind the safety car. So be careful; he might swear if you give him the mic at the moment. But it was a good race. We needed one green lap. It felt like Abu Dhabi for Lewis and Verstappen, because I think with them stuck in 5th gear, we were just looking for one green lap, and we got first place. So we feel a bit cheated by the COC. I'll get you later. But
Why are you saying that on TV?
I'll get the COC later. But no, it was cool. That was seconds what we can do.
Congratulations. Gavin, how was it with these conditions out there today?
I love driving in the rain. So, like, when we can drive, and then they stopped the race. So they should have red flagged it, and if they'd red flagged it, we could all have gone home and kept warm. I don't know why we didn't race. So we didn't race. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure, and now we can go get our dry socks out and we can get warm.
Absolutely.
Congratulations on 2nd place. Okay, and then people group. Guys, I mean, what happened to 1st place? We've had these 1st places on a roll, but I mean, at least we've made a podium, I guess, right, Mark?
Yeah, I was just glad to get to the end of that. Those are the worst conditions I have ever raced a car in. So I'm glad it's over. And I'm happy with 3rd.
Shame, you even sound a bit stressed. Philip, and from you?
Yeah, look, it was testing. The conditions weren't great. We'll take a 3rd with absolute pleasure in these types of conditions. And, you know, at least we got the car home sort of in one piece. A few little dents and scratches here and there. But, yeah, the conditions were just crazy. And we hope our next race is dry at least.
Well, the next race is going to be a Kailami, and the weather is usually better in Joburg, so fingers crossed. Dean, how was your stint?
It was fantastic. We had great racing. There was lots of close action. Yeah, it was fantastic to see everyone giving each other some space and having fun. So it was awesome. Really enjoyed it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. I don't know where we're standing with points now at the moment, but I'm pretty sure you guys still might be leading the championship. We'll see what happens with Index of Performance and V8 Roadsters. But yeah, those standings will come out a little later at prize giving. For now, that is all from us with interviews from the top winners. And yeah, thank you to our Supersport viewers. Thank you to Supersport. We look forward to seeing you guys for our next round, which will be taking place at Kailami. For now, let's go back to Gareth and Stephen in commentary.
Right, thank you, Nadine. What a day we have had, Stephen, and we have not received official results yet. So while we've interviewed some of the drivers, there might be some more developments happening, because there was a large part of that race behind the safety car, and we're hearing that maybe some things have changed. So anyway, it's all to play for, but what a day we've had, eh?
Well, that's it, and it's been a absolute bombshell of a day with all different scenarios happening that could be thrown in, and the last bit of information can be rather exciting, depending on how the results go. It's just mind-boggling. I loved it. I absolutely loved it, and the SAE going and showing off anything can happen at any time.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a proper fight all the way through to the end of the championship.
Yeah, well, of course, this is round 3 of 6. Nadine mentioned we've got 3 rounds to go. The next one coming up on the 3rd of August. It's the 4 hour of Kailami to come. We've got the iconic East London racetrack still to come. That's in October. And then we end off the season. That's been incredibly close so far, drama-filled. We go to Kailami for the 9-hour race, and it's double points up for grabs. We know the weather always has a little bit of a say there as well. So this championship is really, really open. So there could be some last-minute developments happening for this race. But just talk me through some of your highlights. Of course, we started in dramatic fashion. The pole sitter didn't even rock up. And we had an incident within a few meters of the race getting underway.
My highlights of the moment was to see Ryan Leica and the Bucket List Racing getting that car out after it's been parked on the tyres. Second to that was MJR actually finishing as well. They landed up with 2 massive accidents, got that car out and going. Those 2 are highlight moments for me. That is just incredible to have it, and also just having the crowd around is just fantastic. But with the end of the race, it's a little bit rough in that regard. I'm with the drivers wanting to see that last minute push, and I do feel that Paul Hill gonna be a little not happy with that finish, but anything could have happened. What I want to know is what happened in that pit stop. Why did they lose the time? Could have been taking too much of the time of the car? Could it be that an incident happened out on track? Just type of things, because anything can swap out the top running order for any of our classes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what endurance racing is all about. Trying conditions. I mean, we had mechanical failures. We had cars that should have had mechanical failures that didn't fail, that were on top of tires and still managed to come back. We had a number of incidents. But somehow the durability of the car, we started off with 24. We're finished with over 20 cars here coming through the finish line after treacherous rain, really difficult conditions. I heard two of the drivers on the podium there saying most difficult race of their lives that they've ever experienced. So, lots to look out for. Look out for our post-race show, by the way. We might get some more drama unfolding that's coming out for us, because we're going to be looking out for the 3rd of August, our next round out at Kyalami. So many highlights and so many drivers of the day. I mean, we've got to give it to the 76 BMW, who's, competing amongst some of the top cars in the country and finishing in 5th place. A bit like the Alfa Romeo last time out at Zwartkops. This BMW... Yeah, we've seen it parked up all over the track and finishing in 5th overall, doing 205 laps. The leader's doing 220. That's got to be mighty impressive. BMW fans will be super proud this evening.
Well, that's it. The little car that could got to the line, which is always the most impressive part. It's nice to see vehicles that are not necessarily your GT3s, your GT4s, or the big powerful cars getting to it. It's always the little cars that are able to do it. Even Team Corridors going and making it to the line. Sure. They're going to be through the roof. And also our little Lexus that has been going around, that finished as well. So well done to them, the Sapphire Motorsports, going and having a huge time there.
And then the story, of course, that has baffled us is the winning car in Class E. This is the Backdraft Roadsters, the V8 Roadster Championship. Finishing the race stuck in 1 gear. They did 2.5 hours. How did they manage to go into the pits? And I want to go and see if I can push start a car in 5th gear. I think it's just a testament to the amazing Backdraft team that put these cars together. They are robust, they're tough. I wonder what else they can do.
Well, we've seen what the Slingshot can do, and it's the best of its best. So I'm looking forward to see how the class develops. They were trying out some new upgrades at Zwartkops, lowering ride heights, going and improving just the feel of the cars. They did that little bit of testing. There might be some more minor upgrades coming in 2025, but honestly, it's a class that I want to keep a very close eye on.
Yeah, and of course, the two big stories before we even got racing were two of the favorites not even rocking up to the start line. Firstly, Stradale Motorsport, the Charles Orangis, Andre Neveling, they were the champions from last season, won in dramatic fashion at the 9 Hours of Kyalami. We were so looking forward to having it. It was their first round that they competed with this season. And unfortunately, didn't even get to make the start line because they had a massive failure on the car. In fact, it's a small part, which is easily replaceable. They didn't have any spares for the specialized product, specialized car. So they missed out. And Charles did manage to compete in a second car that he had here. And he said he'll be raring to go out at Kyalami. Very much a home track for them. They've got spares right there. So Stradale, though missing out on the first 3 rounds, not present at the first 2, are still very much in contention. But what about the Nova, one of the fan favorites, this Le Mans-style prototype car? Heart sore for Michael Steven, not able to get onto the track. We know that he was super fast. We had a bit of a bet going as to see whether him or Charles Visser could be set the quickest times. We saw a bit of that yesterday in the qualifying and free practice, but they'll be back strong. They won the last round out at Zwartkops. Just to remind you that the Promosian Audi has been very close. The Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini's there. Stradale coming back. The Nova's there. The Backdraft Slingshot 2.0. I mean, the season is open. That's just one class, of course, Steve.
We've got our Class Bs, which are going and having a bit of fun, Class C, and our Class Ds, all going and climbing their way through the ranks, and then our National V8 Roadsters. Also, that's going to be a bit of a change-up as PPLE, our People Group, now finishing in 3rd place, so not maximizing their points, losing that little bit of a gap, and that's also going to play into the hands. Unfortunately, our Kalex, once again, just not able to get it to the line. So our Coastal BMW is able to go and usurp a few points to climb up. But the only way you score points is you've got to finish.
You've got to finish, and what a day we've had. Just to give a shout-out, of course, to the start of the day, a big thank you to the local motorsport club here at Algoa Racing. They've done an outstanding job. The marshals have been out there in the rain throughout the day. A big thank you to the locals for putting on a fantastic day despite the conditions. It was great to have the 4 other support racers here, our Super Vs. We'll see them They're going to be joining us for 2 more rounds this season, one in East London in October, and of course at the 9 Hours of Kyalami on the 30th of November. That's going to wrap up the 2024 season. It's hard to say what's going to happen. But there was one other special thing that happened today, was the celebration of a great man, a man who is synonymous with racing in the Eastern Cape. His name is tied to this track, and that is the Scribante family. Chelsea Scribante was remembered today, a man who's been so faithful, so honorable in the legacy that he's created. It was wonderful to have Silvio and Aldo here today. Their whole families were here to celebrate the legacy. We had a special moment of handing over a special plaque, a picture to Chelsea's wife as well, and Aldo was saying he was gutting up, he was tearing up on the start line before he even started the race. I mean, his legacy celebrated in such a powerful way in one of the most toughest races of them all. And we saw, I don't know if you joined us this morning, but images of Formula One racing in South Africa when it was rough and tough. Well, today was pretty much like that, eh?
It was incredible, and honestly wouldn't change a thing from the racing, but the end is where it's all going to be at. There's going to be lots of looks, and I do know a little. We had Wayne go and say, listen, there's something that needs to be looked at
In terms of race results from today.
In terms of race results. So we're not 100% finalized as yet. So keep an eye on that. That is one thing that's got me chomping at the bit.
Yeah. Okay, so just in terms of that, just to clarify, so we don't have official race results. We had Nadine chatting to what we saw was the top 3 from the race. Of course, we struggled with visuals towards the end because of the weather. So for those of you who are going to be leaving us on Supersport shortly, we are, of course, going to be continuing on live streaming, and we're going to be getting some more information. We're going to have the podium as well. We've got trophies and champagne getting ready in the background, and the team are preparing to celebrate the conclusion of round 3 of the South African Endurance Series. And I think what we can say, Steve, is that motorsport and endurance racing is healthy and strong. And I think race fans around the country are saying, hey, how do I get a backdraft Roadster? Hey?
It's going to be incredible, but it's on to the next round 4 coming up. And at Kyalami, so you're going to be flying out, going to be around my side of town after a pleasant weather this side. Let me show you what the sunshine looks like.
3rd of August, of course, is going to be the next round. I want to give a big shout out to Brendan Kelly as well, Motormouth, the local motorsport enthusiasts, and go check him out on social media. Follow Motormouth and all the stories showcasing motorsport in the region. It was great to have him join our team as well. Thank you to Nadine and the camera crew. They have been in and out of our studio, sopping wet. I wish you could see how wet our studio is from them coming in and out. They have lost cameras through rain and wind, so an outstanding job from the team. We hope you've enjoyed our live coverage from Nelson Mandela Bay, Gqeberha, on an historic week in our nation, and what an historic race it has been here as well. We thank you so much for joining us. Steve, thank you for the great work that you've been doing, all the hard work behind the scenes. We hope you've enjoyed the race. We look forward to seeing you at the next round. It's round 4 from the South African Endurance Series out at Kyalami. It's the 4 hours, and we'll see you there. Thanks, Steve. Cheers, guys. Bye.